Su Chen possesses the chaos divine body, and through dual cultivation, he not only enhances his strength, but also awakens his unique constitution. Along his journey, he encounters an array of breathtaking celestial maidens, traversing the myriad realms together to achieve an unparalleled dominance throughout the ages. Chapter 1. Crossing into another world. At Xianyuan's sect, in the servants' hall, within a dilapidated room. Damn it! Why am I so unfortunate? Su Chen abruptly opened his eyes and exclaimed vehemently. He was originally a security guard in a residential community on Blue Star, who kindly assisted a female resident in unblocking a drain. Just as he was engrossed in his task, he suddenly heard the sound of a door opening outside. Startled, he hurriedly climbed out of the window, intending to hide on the air conditioning unit to avoid embarrassment. However, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing him to plummet from the 12th floor. Wait a moment, what? What is happening? How am I still alive? Su Chen slowly raised his hands, gazing at these unfamiliar yet slightly frail hands, his tone imbued with confusion and bewilderment. At that moment, a torrent of overwhelming memories surged into his mind. He felt as though his head might explode, suffering from an excruciating headache, and as darkness enveloped him, he fainted. Uncertain how much time had passed, Su Chen awakened, his gaze still marred by lingering pain. At this moment, he found himself endowed with numerous unfamiliar memories, realizing that he had indeed traversed into another realm. Damn it, what a useless coward. After fully assimilating the memories, Su Chen could not help but frown, filled with disdain for his predecessor. The original owner was also named Su Chen, a servant disciple of Xianyuan's sect, whose exceedingly timid nature rendered him a target for relentless bullying by a fellow servant named Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng offloaded all tasks onto Su Chen, and at the slightest hint of dissatisfaction, he would unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon him, treating him as nothing more than a punching bag. Just yesterday, due to a poorly executed task of clearing the spirit herb garden, Su Chen incurred Zhang Feng's wrath, leading to a reprimand from the deacon. Enraged, Zhang Feng stormed into Su Chen's room and delivered a severe beating. Subsequently, after venting his fury, Zhang Feng left with a smug expression, yet Su Chen could never rise again, marking the moment of his transmigration. Damn it, brother, rest easy. I will ensure that Zhang Feng pays a heavy price. A cold, murderous intent flickered in Su Chen's eyes, his voice trembling with rage. Cough, cough. Su Chen had momentarily forgotten about his severe injuries. In his fury, the wounds within him flared up, and he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, a significant amount of blood dripped onto an ancient bead resting on his chest. In an instant, the bead radiated an overwhelming brilliance, the dazzling light blinding Su Chen's eyes. Immediately thereafter, a spectral woman appeared before Su Chen. Her beauty was unparalleled, her demeanor exuding an air of icy pride, resembling a goddess from the heavens, radiating an aura that instilled fear in those who beheld her. After countless millennia, I have finally encountered the chaos divine body. The woman's voice was melodious and enchanting, her eyes glimmering with a hint of surprise. Who are you? How could you emerge from the pearl? Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the woman before him, Su Chen instinctively retreated several steps, his face etched with wariness. You are not yet in a position to demand answers from me, the woman remarked impassively, her tone chillingly cold. Listen well, I require you to accomplish a task for me. I'm not worthy. Su Chen's expression was one of disbelief, a mixture of anger and annoyance brewing within him. Though the woman was indeed beautiful, her arrogance was rather excessive. Forgive me, but you have no right to request my assistance. Despite his trepidation, Su Chen's inherent stubbornness compelled him to retort. It matters not. I did not intend to seek your consent. The woman's expression remained utterly unchanging, her gaze radiating an air of condescending indifference. Without delay, she pointed a finger, and a mark flickered before instantaneously embedding itself in Su Chen's mind. In that moment, he felt an indescribable sense of confinement envelop him. This is a cursed seal. If you fail to locate the nirvana, divine fruit, and resurrect me within a century, unless your soul's power surpasses mine, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. The woman stated coldly, devoid of any emotion. You. Su Chen's anger surged, his eyes icy. Yet he inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to vehemently curse at the woman. After all, she was not one to be trifled with. Provoking her could very well jeopardize his life. Very well, a gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Since you wish for me to procure the nirvana divine fruit, you ought to offer some benefits to expedite my growth. Su Chen endeavored to modulate his tone to sound more conciliatory, though a flicker of reluctance lingered in his gaze. The woman remained silent, merely raising her hand to point once more. A sphere of light instantly appeared in Su Chen's mind. In an instant, a torrent of immense memories erupted within him. Overwhelmed, he succumbed to unconsciousness once again. The woman's ethereal form dimmed significantly, revealing the magnitude of her exhaustion. My dear sister, I eagerly anticipate our reunion, she murmured, her voice low yet brimming with profound resentment. Countless eons prior, she had been struck down by her own sister, at the most critical juncture of her seclusion and breakthrough. This led to her divine power spiraling out of control, culminating in her explosive demise, leaving only fragments of her soul to drift through the boundless void with the primordial pearl. Throughout these countless years, her soul had gradually weakened, teetering on the brink of total dissolution. Fortunately, fate smiled upon her as she encountered Su Chen, who possessed the chaos divine body. Subsequently, she withdrew her thoughts and turned to enter the primordial space. She needed to devise a means to delay her soul's dissolution, and concerning Su Chen, she would not intervene unless faced with imminent danger. After a full 3 hours, Su Chen finally slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with exhilaration and excitement. He had learned the woman's name, Xianxiaaudiobooks, a top-tier powerhouse from the divine realm. What she had bestowed upon him was a legacy of memories containing countless techniques, alchemical knowledge, array formations, weapon crafting, and various cultivation experiences. This time, he had truly struck gold. How curious, where has my autumn goddess gone? Su Chen turned to survey his surroundings, only to find Xianxia's figure had vanished. After contemplating for a moment, he decided not to dwell on it, for she had tasked him with seeking the nirvana divine fruit. Surely, she would reappear when he succeeded. I shall test the efficacy of the primordial technique, Su Chen remarked eagerly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The primordial technique was the most enigmatic form of cultivation from Xianxia's legacy, one she had never practiced herself. This technique required the practitioner to completely disperse their cultivation and start anew, and it could only manifest its most extraordinary transformations when paired with the chaos divine body. Given that Su Chen's current cultivation was merely at the 3rd level of the martial disciple realm, he felt no regret in relinquishing this modicum of power. Half an hour later, Su Chen had entirely dissipated his cultivation. He then calmed his mind and began practicing according to the operational mantra of the primordial technique. Chapter 2. The Brutal Beating of Zhangfeng Martial Disciple Realm. 1st Layer. Martial Disciple Realm. 2nd Layer. Martial Disciple Realm. 3rd Layer. In merely 2 hours, Su Chen's cultivation surged like a rocket, reaching the 3rd layer of the Martial Disciple Realm. Incredible. The Taichu art is extraordinarily potent. Su Chen's face was a picture of astonishment, his heart ablaze with excitement. Without the slightest hesitation, he continued to absorb the spiritual energy. Before long, 2 hours had slipped by. Su Chen's cultivation ascended to the pinnacle of the 4th layer of the Martial Disciple Realm, and he brushed against the boundary of the 5th layer. Boom, boom, boom. Su Chen activated the Taichu art, channeling the spiritual energy within him to relentlessly assault the boundary. Crack. At last, after a continuous and vigorous onslaught, the boundary shattered with a resounding crash. 5th layer of the Martial Disciple Realm. Su Chen's face radiated exhilaration, his eyes gleaming with unwavering confidence. With the Taichu art at his disposal, he felt a renewed sense of assurance in his quest to locate the nirvana divine fruit within a century. Bang! Just then, a thunderous noise erupted as the door to his room was violently kicked open. Su Chen's brow furrowed instantly, his gaze darting towards the entrance. A furious young man clad in brocade, his complexion ashen, stormed into the room. This was none other than Zhang Feng, the errant disciple who had persistently bullied Su Chen. Su Chen, was yesterday's lesson insufficient? How dare you not assist me in completing my work today, causing me to face the steward's wrath? You have audacity. Zhang Feng's eyes were icy, his voice laced with anger and menace. We are all errand disciples. None hold a superior position. Don't think you can continue to ride roughshod over me. From now on, complete your own tasks. Su Chen's expression remained indifferent, his eyes calm as he regarded Zhang Feng. You are mistaken if you believe I will continue to tolerate your tyranny, he replied slowly, his voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. Ha ha. Zhang Feng initially appeared stunned, then erupted into laughter as if he had heard the most absurd joke. What did you say? You, a worthless wretch, dare to defy me? With that, he raised his right hand and swung it towards Su Chen's face. Spiritual energy swirled around his palm, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Clearly, Zhang Feng was determined to deliver a punishing blow. Faced with this ruthless strike, Su Chen's eyes turned icy, and a fire ignited within him. He swiftly sidestepped Zhang Feng's hand. Get out of my way, Su Chen bellowed. His right fist clenched tightly, infused with immense power, and he struck towards Zhang Feng with ferocity. Boom! Zhang Feng had no time to evade, and Su Chen's punch landed squarely on his chest, sending him hurtling backward. Uft! A mouthful of blood erupted from Zhang Feng, painting the air with crimson mist. Yet Su Chen did not relent. Seizing the moment while Zhang Feng was still reeling, he appeared before him in an instant. With a swift motion, Su Chen grasped Zhang Feng by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. Slap, slap, slap. He rained down a series of merciless slaps across Zhang Feng's face. Before long, Zhang Feng's visage was grotesquely swollen, his features contorted into that of a pig's head. Ah, Su Chen, how dare you strike me? You will pay for this. Zhang Feng's eyes brimmed with venomous fury, his threats slurred and indistinct. At that moment, he was both astonished and enraged, utterly unable to comprehend how Su Chen could muster such defiance and reduce him to this state. Oh, still daring to threaten me? Su Chen sneered coldly, his tone dripping with disdain. He then yanked the storage pouch from Zhang Feng's waist and, with a vigorous fling, hurled him outside as if discarding refuse. Su Chen, mark my words, I will have your life. Zhang Feng struggled to rise, his eyes ablaze with hatred and confusion. He could not fathom how the Su Chen who had cowered before him yesterday could transform into someone so formidable today. Not only did he dare to resist him, but his cultivation had also ascended to the 5th layer of the martial disciple realm. Suddenly, a fervent glimmer flickered in Zhang Feng's eyes. He surmised that Su Chen must have encountered some fortuitous event to undergo such a remarkable transformation in just one day. A surge of elation coursed through him. If he could unveil the secret behind Su Chen's meteoric rise, perhaps he too could soar to greatness and become a revered genius within the Xianyang sect. Ignoring his pain, he hastily scrambled to his feet and departed in haste. He intended to seek out his sister. With her strength, she could easily subdue Su Chen and extract the secret of his cultivation surge. Truly a wretched state. At this moment, Su Chen emptied the contents of Zhang Feng's storage pouch. It contained merely a few bottles of mid-grade first-tier pills, 3 spirit stones, and some clothing along with worthless trinkets. After pocketing the spirit stones and a few bottles of pills, he discarded the rest and swiftly left the room. Lost in his cultivation, he had completely forgotten about his tasks for the day. Should the steward discover this oversight, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Fortunately, his workload was light and manageable. In no time, he completed all his duties. Returning to his room, Su Chen took a spirit stone in hand and resumed his practice of the Tai Chu art. As time passed quietly, 3 hours slipped by unnoticed. At this point, Su Chen had absorbed 2 spirit stones, and his cultivation had reached the limits of the 5th layer of the martial disciple realm. Boom, boom, boom. After several intense impacts, Su Chen successfully broke through to the 6th layer of the martial disciple realm. He then refrained from further cultivation. After all, achieving 6 small breakthroughs in a single day was astonishingly rapid, and he sensed that the foundation of his realm was precarious. Should he continue to force his cultivation, not only would he fail to advance, but he might also encounter unimaginable consequences. Thus, he decided to select 2 top-tier divine techniques to replace his previous methods of movement and swordplay. The following morning, after a night of diligent practice, Su Chen had successfully mastered a top-tier divine sword technique, the Annihilation Sword Art, as well as a top-tier divine movement technique, the Wind and Thunder Phantom. Although he had only just begun to practice these techniques, they significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Subsequently, Su Chen made his way to the steward hall, intending to request a few days of leave for external training. Chapter 3. Scavenging in the cave. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the steward hall and approached a plump steward, whose eyes gleamed with intelligence. "Li Steward, I wish to go out for a few days. Could you grant me permission?" Su Chen spoke respectfully, subtly producing 3 bottles of pills from his robe and discreetly offering them to Li Steward as a token of goodwill. Li Steward's eyelids lifted slightly as he unobtrusively accepted the pills. "Young man, you are aware that generally, errand disciples are not permitted to take leave. Each disciple has their designated responsibilities. One cannot be absent without consequence. Li Steward began slowly, pausing to cast a glance at Su Chen. Very well. Seeing as you seem somewhat reasonable, I shall grant you 2 days of leave. 2 days? What a farce. The journey to the Xianyang mountain range alone consumed an entire day, clearly indicating a desire for further gains. Su Chen inwardly cursed Li the steward for his greed. Yet he found himself without alternative options. Reluctantly, he extracted the last spirit stone from his storage bag and presented it to Li the steward. Esteemed steward, 2 days is truly insufficient. Please grant me a few more days. Should I encounter anything of value during my time outside, I shall certainly bring you a share. Su Chen implored, his face adorned with a forced smile. Seeing his earnestness, Li the steward responded, Very well, I shall extend your time to a maximum of 5 days. Any more would be impossible. Taking the spirit stone with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes, he spoke. Thank you, steward. 5 days will suffice. Su Chen nodded appreciatively. After this exchange, he turned and departed from the steward hall, making his way toward the gate of Xianyuan's sect. At that moment, just as Su Chen exited the steward hall, Zhang Feng strode in, accompanied by 2 8th-level martial apprentices. Steward Li, I wish to inquire about a matter. Zhang Feng approached Li the steward, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile. What matter do you wish to discuss? Li the steward raised his gaze to Zhang Feng, and then glanced at the 2 individuals behind him, inquiring slowly. Zhang Feng leaned closer to Li the steward, whispering a few words. This matter is against regulations and quite troublesome. Li the steward frowned, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng instantly understood the implication of Li the steward's words. Resolute. He borrowed 5 spirit stones from each of the 2 martial apprentices beside him and promptly handed them to Li the steward. Steward, please show some leniency. This is truly important to me. Li the steward, examining the stones in his hand, felt a flicker of surprise. After a moment's contemplation, he relayed Su Chen's request for a 5-day leave to Zhang Feng. Subsequently, Zhang Feng hurriedly exited the steward hall, leading the 2 apprentices toward the gate of Xianyuan's sect. With the outer sect examination still half a month away, his sister was currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the first level of martial artist. Nevertheless, he believed that with the assistance of 2 8th-level martial apprentices, capturing Su Chen would be a mere formality. Meanwhile, after leaving Xianyuan's sect, Su Chen hastened toward the Xianyang mountain range. After 6 hours of relentless travel, he finally arrived at his destination. At this moment, Su Chen was acutely alert, for the mountain range teemed with ferocious beasts. Given his current low cultivation level, he had to remain vigilant at all times. Advancing cautiously, he engaged any beasts of comparable strength without hesitation, immersing himself in fierce battles to enhance his combat experience. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Su Chen had fought fiercely against dozens of beasts, solidifying his foundational cultivation and becoming increasingly adept in his martial techniques. Simultaneously, he underwent a profound transformation. His demeanor grew more composed, his gaze resolute, and he exuded a newfound masculine allure. It was time for a breakthrough in his cultivation. Su Chen murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. Soon after, he entered a cave, camouflaging the entrance with some weeds before stepping directly into the primordial space. Sitting cross-legged, as he activated the primordial technique, the rich spiritual energy within the primordial space surged forth, flooding into his body like a tidal wave. Su Chen began to fervently absorb and refine this energy, propelling his cultivation to unprecedented heights. As time quietly slipped away, a day had elapsed. At this juncture, Su Chen's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of martial apprentice. Without a moment's hesitation, he produced 5 mid-grade spirit essence pills and swallowed them whole. Immediately upon ingestion, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted within him, guided by Su Chen. This energy coalesced into a powerful stream, violently crashing against the barrier to the 7th level of martial apprentice. Boom, boom, boom. At long last, Su Chen achieved his breakthrough, ascending to the 7th level of martial apprentice. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him, Su Chen was elated, his eyes glimmering with confidence. He promptly exited the primordial space, eager to seek out more beasts to engage in battle. However, the moment Su Chen emerged from the cave, he detected a faint scent of blood in the air, and the ground bore the marks of a fierce struggle, indicating that a brutal confrontation had recently transpired. As he furrowed his brow in contemplation, a soft groan suddenly reached his ears from behind him. The sound, tinged with pain, yet laced with something peculiar, felt unsettling. Alarmed, Su Chen swiftly turned around, only to be rendered speechless. There, leaning against the farthest wall of the cave, was a woman with her eyes tightly shut. Her garments were disheveled, exposing large swathes of skin that glistened alluringly, adorned with a rosy hue reminiscent of a twilight sky. In an instant, An uncontrollable heat surged within Su Chen, and his breath quickened. Just then, the woman sensed his presence, her eyes snapping open to cast a frigid glare at him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, her expression transformed into one of longing, and she lunged towards Su Chen. "Hey, what are you doing? I am not that kind of man." Su Chen's face paled in terror, his eyes widening as he beheld the approaching woman, fear coursing through him. In the depths of the wilderness, within the dark confines of a cave, the sudden appearance of such an erratic woman would instill fear in anyone. Without further adu, Su Chen turned and fled, his steps faltering in his panic. Chapter 4. A Special Physique. The woman's speed was akin to lightning, and in the blink of an eye, she caught up to Su Chen. He barely registered a flash of white before she tackled him to the ground. The impact was jarring, causing Su Chen's back to scrape painfully against the earth, sending waves of intense pain throughout his body. Yet he had no time to dwell on it, for the woman had pinned him down firmly. With a sudden surge of overwhelming force, the woman unleashed her power, shattering the fabric of Su Chen's clothing. Instantly, he felt a chill envelop him as he found himself fully exposed to the air. His eyes widened in horror, filled with dread. However, before he could muster any resistance, he was enveloped by warmth and softness, an unfamiliar sensation that rendered his mind blank. A day later, exhausted beyond measure, Su Chen had succumbed to a deep slumber, feeling utterly drained and emptied. Within him, a vast and pure force of primordial yin energy surged chaotically through his meridians and dantian. As it coursed through, his meridians became more resilient and expansive, simultaneously propelling his cultivation to new heights. Before long, he broke through to the 8th level of martial apprentice, and then continued his rapid ascent toward the 9th level. Meanwhile, Li Miaoqing sat quietly nearby, silently attuned to her own transformations. Gradually, astonishment crept onto her previously serene face as she realized her cultivation had noticeably improved. This fellow possesses a special physique. Li Miaoqing turned her gaze towards Su Chen, her eyes flickering with contemplation, clearly entangled in deep conflict. If she were to engage with Su Chen a few more times, perhaps her own cultivation would also experience a breakthrough. After a moment of reflection, her gaze hardened with determination, casting aside any lingering doubts. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. At this moment, Su Chen had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the martial disciple realm, with a considerable reserve of pure yuan yin energy still remaining within him. Such a precious force, he was determined not to squander. He intended to break through to the 1st level of the martial artist realm in one fell swoop. Once successful, he could continue to harness this yuan yin energy to further elevate his cultivation. Finally, Su Chen reached the limits of the 9th level of the martial disciple realm and touched upon the barrier of the martial artist realm. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly guided all the spiritual energy within him to launch an assault against the realm's barrier. As the yuan yin energy was continuously refined, the spiritual energy within Su Chen became exceptionally abundant, with wave after wave of surging energy relentlessly battering against the barrier of the martial artist realm. Boom, boom, boom. Before long, the barrier of the martial artist realm finally exhibited signs of yielding. The 1st level of the martial artist realm. At last, Su Chen's cultivation successfully broke through. In that instant, his dantian expanded several times, allowing for a greater capacity of spiritual energy, while his meridians grew more resilient. A power far surpassing that of the martial disciple realm surged within him, instilling an unprecedented sense of strength. Subsequently, he once again activated the Taichu formula, commencing the refinement of the remaining yuan yin energy within him. Soon, his cultivation rapidly ascended once more, the pinnacle of the 1st level of the martial artist realm. When his cultivation reached this new height, the yuan yin energy within him finally dissipated entirely. However, at that moment, a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged from his left side. This aura was formidable and terrifying, making Su Chen feel as insignificant as an ant in comparison. It was none other than Li Miaoqing breaking through. At that moment, memories of torment surged forth, causing Su Chen's expression to shift into one of sheer terror. He could not fathom how this woman possessed such vigor, having entangled him for an entire day. Upon successfully breaking through, Li Miaoqing opened her beautiful eyes, which reflected satisfaction mixed with fatigue. Gradually, she rose to her feet, but after a day of passionate combat, certain areas of her body still ached, prompting her to furrow her brow slightly. "I must take my leave. As for yesterday's events, consider them a fleeting dream." Li Miaoqing spoke to Su Chen with a complex gaze. Even through her discerning eyes, she found Su Chen's countenance remarkably handsome. Not to mention, he possessed a unique physique that allowed for cultivation enhancement through their intimate encounters, and throughout their time together, she was exceedingly pleased with him in every aspect. Yet, it was regrettable that he hailed from such a backward locale. In her view, in her lifetime, even with his exceptional physique. It was nearly impossible for him to reach the central continent where she resided. With that, she prepared to turn and leave. Wait, what is your name? Are you a disciple of the Xianyuan sect? Su Chen hurriedly inquired. I am Li Miaojing, not from this place. I hail from the Xianyuan sect in the central continent. I am here merely to carry out a mission for my sect, investigating a sealed location. Li Miaojing pondered for a moment before deciding to reveal her origins. For the youth before her was her first man, and she could not bring herself to hide it. I am Su Chen. Remember this name well. Within 3 years, I shall undoubtedly make my way to the central continent. Su Chen declared with unwavering determination, his tone exceedingly earnest. He made no attempt to retain Li Miaojing. After all, there was a vast chasm between them in terms of both cultivation and status. Even if he pleaded for her to stay, she would not, and would likely look down upon him instead. With women, one must inspire them to willingly submit, rather than relying on humble entreaties. Very well, but you must be swift. If too much time passes, I may well be married by then. Li Miaojing smiled enchanting and captivatingly. Though she did not truly believe Su Chen could achieve such a feat, her tone remained encouraging. With that, her figure vanished in an instant, leaving only a lingering fragrance wafting through the cave. Oh no, I'm not even dressed. No wonder Li Miaojing kept glancing down. Su Chen sighed in exasperation. He had completely forgotten that in her eagerness yesterday, she had shattered his clothes. With that thought, memories of Li Miaojing's breathtaking beauty flooded his mind, igniting a fervent passion within him. In that moment, his resolve to grow stronger intensified. One day, he would ensure that Li Miaojing would remain by his side forever. Subsequently, Su Chen retrieved a brand new outfit from his storage bag. After carefully donning it, he hastened towards the Xianyuan sect. After all, Elderly had only granted him a 5-day leave. If he dared to exceed that, Elderly would not easily forgive him. However, now that he had reached the first level of the martial artist realm, he qualified to participate in the outer sect assessment scheduled in 10 days. Should he pass the examination, he would ascend to the status of an outer sect disciple. Within the Xianyuan sect, the status of outer sect disciples was far superior to that of mere menial workers. Outer sect disciples were exempt from any labor and were not subjected to constant surveillance. They enjoyed the freedom to enter and exit the sect at will, and there was a mission hall where they could undertake tasks to earn contribution points, which could then be exchanged for any desired resources. Chapter 5. Zhang Wanqi Seeks Trouble. Half a day's time swiftly passed. Soon, Su Chen approached the Xianyuan sect. Just 1 more hour ahead, and he would behold the sect's mountain gates. At that moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared before him. It was Zhang Feng, accompanied by 2 8th-level martial disciple menial disciples, blocking Su Chen's path. You little brat, you've finally returned. You've been waiting for ages. Zhang Feng's expression was grim, his tone icy yet laced with an unmistakable excitement. If he could capture Su Chen and extract the secret behind his rapid cultivation increase, perhaps he too could swiftly ascend to the status of an outer sect disciple, or even an inner sect disciple. So it's you foolish dog. Su Chen scoffed coldly, his tone dripping with disdain. He easily sensed Zhang Feng and his companions' cultivation levels, the highest being merely at the 8th level of the martial disciple realm. At his current level, dispatching them would be a simple task. You little brat. You truly do not know the meaning of danger. Zhang Feng was thoroughly enraged by Su Chen's contemptuous demeanor, his face flushed with anger as he bellowed. Brothers, let us teach this brat a lesson. Just don't kill him, as I still have great use for him. Zhang Shidi, you overestimate this brat. He is merely at the 6th level of the martial disciple realm. I can handle him myself. One of the 8th level martial disciple menials sneered disdainfully at Su Chen. With that, he charged at Su Chen with ferocity. Halfway through his approach, he concentrated all his spiritual energy into his palm and struck forcefully. This palm strike, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, contained tremendous power as it aimed directly at Su Chen's chest. In the face of this attack, Su Chen remained calm, though a hint of cold ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. With a swift motion, a sword light shot forth like lightning, and in an instant, the man's body froze. Following that, his head slowly slid off his neck, and his body crumpled to the ground. Zhang Feng and the other menial disciple, who had initially worn proud expressions, were now frozen in shock, their eyes brimming with terror. He is at the 1st level of the martial artist realm. Zhang Feng uttered these words with disbelief, his face a mask of shock and despair. He had never anticipated that merely 5 days had passed, and Su Chen had already broken through to the 1st level of the martial artist realm. Zhang Feng, you fool. Did you not say he was only at the 6th level of the martial disciple realm? Another servant could no longer contain his anger and let out a furious curse, his voice rife with fear and indignation. At this moment, Zhang Feng had long lost his previous arrogance. His complexion was ashen, and he trembled uncontrollably, utterly at a loss for words. His guess was not unfounded. Su Chen indeed had a fortuitous encounter. But he could never have anticipated that such an encounter would lead to a dramatic transformation in Su Chen's cultivation in merely a few days. Run! Zhang Feng shouted, turning to flee. Faced with Su Chen, who was at the first level of the martial artist realm, he felt no courage to resist. Upon hearing this, another servant disregarded his grievances against Zhang Feng and hastily turned to escape. It's too late. You will both stay, Su Chen sneered, his voice laced with chilling coldness. In an instant, he executed the wind thunder mirage, his figure becoming a series of afterimages, and in mere moments, he caught up with the two. At this point, both Zhang Feng and the other servant were engulfed in terror, desperately trying to hasten their pace, yet they could not distance themselves from Su Chen. In your next life, remember not to provoke me. Su Chen's tone was icily detached, and then, with a swift flash of sword light, he instantly dispatched both Zhang Feng and the other servant. After eliminating them, Su Chen began to search for spoils. What a waste of effort. These two are even poorer than Zhang Feng, he remarked with a resigned shake of his head after examining their belongings. He was astonished to discover that the two servants, both at the 8th level of the martial disciple realm, possessed a mere 3 spirit stones combined. Unbeknownst to him, the two had given their spirit stones to Elder Li in order to learn of his whereabouts, resulting in their meager bounty. Subsequently, after collecting the 3 spirit stones and 8 or 9 elixir bottles, Su Chen did not linger and swiftly departed towards the Xianyuan sect. Soon, an hour had passed. Su Chen finally returned to the Xianyuan sect and quickly made his way to his room. You little brat, are you Su Chen? Where's my brother Zhang Feng? A chilling voice suddenly pierced the air. Su Chen looked up in the direction of the voice and beheld a stunningly beautiful woman with an alluring figure. Her gaze icy as she fixed her eyes on him. This was none other than Zhang Feng's elder sister, Zhang Wanqi. Behind Zhang Wanqi trailed several other servants, each wearing unfriendly expressions and all at the 8th level of the martial disciple realm. Naturally, Su Chen showed no kindness towards Zhang Wanqi. After all, it was her indulgence that had emboldened Zhang Feng to bully him so brazenly in the servant quarters. In his heart, Zhang Wanqi was as despicable as her brother. I don't know. Su Chen coldly glanced at Zhang Wanqi, his tone exceedingly indifferent. After speaking, he continued on his way to his room. At that moment, Zhang Wanqi signaled for a servant to block Su Chen's path, even if Zhang Feng was truly delayed in returning. She had not forgotten the incident from 5 days prior when Su Chen had beaten him mercilessly. You all attack together, break his limbs, and let him understand the consequences of offending my brother, Zhang Wanqi commanded, her eyes flashing with a hint of malice. As soon as her words fell, the servants surged towards Su Chen with fierce intent. Observing the oncoming horde, Su Chen's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. With his current cultivation at the 1st level of the martial artist realm, he was already an unrivaled presence among all the disciples in the servant quarters. He did not regard even Zhang Wanqi as a threat, let alone this group of 8th level martial disciples. In an instant, Su Chen transformed into a blur, darting among them like a specter, and with a single strike, he sent one servant flying to the ground. Cries of agony erupted as the servants fell one after another, writhing in pain upon the ground. How is this possible? Su Chen's cultivation is actually at the 1st level of the martial artist realm. At that moment, Zhang Wanqi's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Su Chen, her voice filled with shock. Moreover, the aura radiating from Su Chen was evidently far more potent than her own, indicating that his strength must surpass hers. Realizing this, Zhang Wanqi's expression grew grave, and a sense of retreat began to swell within her. After all, even if she stayed, she would likely only be subjected to a beating. Thus, she dared not hesitate any longer, her eyes flashing with panic as she turned to flee the scene. Chapter 6. The Beating of Zhang Wanqi. At this point, Su Chen had already defeated all the servant disciples. You vile woman, do you think I will let you go? Su Chen's voice was cold as he suddenly appeared before Zhang Wanqi. Shock and fury welled within her, yet at that moment, she was in an utterly disadvantaged position. Even as he insulted her, she could only suppress her anger. This is all a misunderstanding. Su Chen, I was wrong, and I apologize. Zhang Wanqi forced a smile as she spoke. Your brother has bullied me for so long, and you think a mere apology will suffice? How simplistic. Su Chen replied with a chilling smile, his tone dripping with mockery. As he spoke, his gaze shamelessly roamed over Zhang Wanqi's alluring figure. It must be said that while Zhang Wanqi may not be as breathtaking as Li Miaojing, she was still exceedingly beautiful, her figure radiating a distinctive charm. Feeling the heat of Su Chen's invasive gaze, an ominous premonition surged within Zhang Wanqi. Su Chen, this is the sect, if you dare to act recklessly. The law enforcement hall will not spare you. Zhang Wanqi feigned calmness, her tone threatening. I know, but I believe there will always be an opportunity, Su Chen replied coldly, a glint of frost in his eyes. Then, in an icy tone, he declared, Let us collect some interest first. Before his words had fully left his lips, he charged towards Zhang Wanqi with ferocious speed. Zhang Wanqi was taken aback, completely unprepared for Su Chen's sudden attack, which came without warning. In her panic, she hurriedly summoned her spiritual energy to her palms, attempting to block Su Chen's strike. However, Su Chen was far too swift. Before her attack could reach its full power, he was already like lightning before her. Boom! Su Chen's fist struck heavily against Zhang Wanqi's palms, the tremendous force sending her hands flying apart. The momentum did not wane, as his fist brutally impacted her body, sending her hurtling backward. Ah! Zhang Wanqi let out a pained scream as she crashed heavily to the ground. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with agony. By heavens, this servant must not have any appreciation for the fairer sex. I feel pain just watching. Indeed, though Zhang Wanqi was a servant, she was renowned for her beauty within the sect. At this moment, a crowd of disciples had gathered to watch, and upon witnessing this scene, many could not help but exclaim in shock. Su Chen, you will regret this. The humiliation I suffered today, Zhang Wanqi will repay tenfold. Struggling to rise from the ground, Zhang Wanqi's face was etched with fury as she spat her words defiantly. At that moment, her heart brimmed with hatred, wishing to see Su Chen torn to shreds. You vile woman, how dare you threaten me? Su Chen's expression turned cold, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He then strode toward Zhang Wanqi, raising his hand without hesitation to deliver a harsh slap to her face. Slap, slap, slap. A series of crisp slapping sounds echoed, and in mere moments, Zhang Wanqi's charming face was left swollen. Subsequently, Su Chen abruptly yanked the storage pouch from Zhang Wanqi's waist, casually stowing it within his garments, and then made his way towards his quarters. Su Chen, we'll see about this. I will ensure you pay a heavy price. Zhang Wanqi's eyes brimmed with venomous resentment as she watched Su Chen's retreating figure, her heart aflame with an intense desire to rend him to pieces. Before long, Su Chen returned to his room. He refrained from entering the primordial space, as the regulations of the servant hall were rather lax, and one could be interrupted at any moment. Upon retrieving Zhang Wanqi's storage pouch and inspecting its contents, a flicker of disappointment crossed his gaze. There wasn't a single spirit stone within, and even the medicinal pills were in short supply, likely exhausted during Zhang Wanqi's recent breakthrough to the martial realm. Who would have imagined that this woman harbors such a repressed nature? At that moment, Su Chen picked up a piece of intimate apparel, its design exceedingly provocative, which stirred his imagination. However, he soon quelled his thoughts, returning the garment to the storage pouch. In the days that followed, Su Chen devoted himself entirely to cultivation. With merely 10 days remaining until the outer sect assessment, he aspired to see if he could advance another minor realm. Accomplishing this would bolster his self-defense capabilities once he entered the outer sect. Meanwhile, news of Su Chen's altercation with Zhang Wanqi had become a hot topic among the disciples of Xianyuan's sect, with many discussing it fervently. In the core disciple area of Xianyuan's sect, a tall and handsome young man named Zhang Jingchuan was meditating in the courtyard. He was a core disciple and the cousin of both Zhang Wanqi and Zhang Feng, belonging to the direct lineage of the Zhang family in Qingyang City. Brother Chuan, it's bad. At that moment, an enraged young man named Zhang Yu burst through the door. Zhang Yu, what is it? Why are you so flustered? Can't you see I am in meditation? Zhang Jingchuan's eyes flew open, his brows furrowing in displeasure. Brother Chuan, Wanqi has been attacked. Zhang Yu said urgently. What? Explain to me what happened, and who dares to lay a hand on our Zhang family? Zhang Jingchuan's expression darkened, his voice icy. It was a servant named Su Chen. At the first level of the martial realm, Wanqi went to inquire about Zhang Feng's whereabouts, but unexpectedly, that brat not only refused to cooperate, but also beat Wanqi. Swelling her face badly, Zhang Yu hastily relayed. Damn it! How dare a mere servant strike a member of the Zhang family? He truly does not know his place. Zhang Jingchuan's tone turned frigid, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Zhang Yu, inform the outer sects Zhang Yifei and the others to find an opportunity to eliminate that brat. Understood, Brother Chuan. Zhang Yu nodded hastily before swiftly departing to convey Zhang Jingchuan's orders. Time passed quietly, and soon, 10 days had gone by. During this period, aside from fulfilling his daily duties as a servant, Su Chen devoted all his time to cultivation. At last, he reached the pinnacle of the first level of the martial realm. Without any hesitation, he swallowed the last 6 mid-grade spirit origin pills in one go. In no time, the spiritual energy within him surged to an extraordinary density, and he began to channel all the energy, converging it into a tidal wave that relentlessly crashed against the barrier of the second level of the martial realm. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of unyielding assaults from the spiritual energy wave, the barrier of the second level soon began to waver. The second level of the martial realm. Finally, through Su Chen's relentless efforts, the barrier shattered, and he successfully ascended. Chapter 7. Ascending to the Outer Sect. It is time to participate in the Outer Sect assessment. Chen rose early, freshened up briefly, and made his way to the assessment hall where all disciples participating in the Outer Sect assessment were gathering. Soon, he arrived at the assessment hall, where a handful of people were already present, including Xianxia among the crowd. Chen. Upon spotting him, Xianxia clenched her teeth. Her beautiful eyes filled with a fierce, killing intent. What's with the foul mood, you wretched girl? Did I not satisfy you last time? Perhaps after the assessment, we could find a place to discuss? A wicked smile curled on Chen's lips as he teased. Scoundrel, just let you bask in glory a little longer. Once we enter the Outer Sect, you will undoubtedly pay. Xianxia trembled with rage, her tone venomous. Suit yourself, but I warn you. It's not too late to back off now. If you provoke me again, I will make you regret it. Chen scoffed, a glimmer of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. At that moment, an elder clad in ceremonial robes entered the hall. His countenance was stern as he surveyed the room, bringing immediate silence among the servant disciples. I hereby declare the Outer Sect assessment officially begins. I will now explain the rules of the assessment. The elder announced in a grave tone. With a wave of his sleeve, a towering black iron puppet materialized beside him. This is a puppet of the first level of the martial realm. Defeating it will grant you ascension to an Outer Sect disciple. However, remember, each of you has only one chance. Now, line up to challenge the puppet. The elder pointed towards the black iron puppet. Quickly, the servant disciples formed an orderly queue. One disciple stepped forward, engaging in battle with the puppet. Although the puppet's movements were rigid, its strength was formidable, and with a single punch, it defeated the disciple. As the assessment progressed, it soon reached Xianxia's turn. After a fierce battle, she seized the opportunity and delivered a precise strike to the puppet's vital point, successfully defeating it and ascending to the Outer Sect. After 3 more servant disciples had their turn, it was finally Chen's turn. With measured steps, Chen approached the black iron puppet. As soon as he stood firm, the puppet lunged forward, launching an attack. Chen remained calm, confidence radiating from his gaze. With his current cultivation, defeating the puppet would be a trivial matter. When the puppet came within range, he struck out with a powerful punch. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the puppet was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Thus, Chen successfully ascended to the Outer Sect. That fellow's cultivation has remarkably improved again. Xianxia's expression was grave. Such astonishing progress was hard to believe, had she not witnessed it with her own eyes. A quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye. All the servant disciples had completed their assessments. All right, those who passed, come forward to collect your Outer Sect identity tokens, the assessment elder proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, the successful servant disciples, including Chen, approached the elder to receive their identity tokens. Afterward, Chen exited the assessment hall and made his way towards the Outer Sect. Following the directions on his identity token, he arrived at a beautifully landscaped courtyard, which would be his residence in the Outer Sect. After tidying the courtyard briefly, Chen eagerly entered the primordial space to commence his cultivation. In the Outer Sect, he need not worry about intrusions into his courtyard, for the sect's regulations were strict. Anyone daring to trespass into another disciple's residence would face severe punishment. This is also to ensure the safety of the disciples. After all, should a disciple be in seclusion, an unexpected intrusion could result in dire consequences. The following morning, Chen arose early, and after a brief wash, he made his way towards the mission hall. He intended to undertake several tasks, thus accruing contribution points, which he could then exchange for the spiritual herbs required to concoct the spirit essence pill. Within the inheritance memories of Xianxiaaudiobooks, there resided a wealth of alchemical experience. As long as he had the necessary herbs, he could personally refine the spirit essence pill. And with the potential for a superior grade. Young man, are you Chen? As Chen reached the entrance of the mission hall, a chilling voice resonated. Turning around, he beheld 2 figures striding toward him. The leading individual was a youth with a cold gaze, Xianxiafans, a 9th-level martial artist and one of the top 10 geniuses of the Outer Sect. Beside him was Xianxia, her eyes filled with malice. Who are you? Chen furrowed his brow, a sense of caution creeping into his heart. Accompanying Xianxia, it was evident that their intentions were malevolent, and given Xianxiafan's formidable cultivation, he was acutely aware that he was no match for him. Wanqi, how do you intend to deal with this brat? Xianxiafans disregarded Chen entirely, a smile gracing his lips as he directed his question at Xianxia. Chen, kneel and kowtow 100 times, and we can settle our affairs with a clean slate, Xianxia declared with a smug expression directed at Chen. Brat, did you hear that? Hurry over here and kneel. Kowtow 100 times to admit your fault, Xianxiafans said, his tone arrogant and his eyes icy. Oh, so you are merely the foolish hounds of the Xiang family. You wish for me to kneel? That's a thought you can dismiss, Chen replied, his demeanor frosty. Despite the overwhelming power of his adversaries, he harbored an unwavering conviction in his martial path and would never subject himself to such indignity. How could he pursue the pinnacle of martial arts otherwise? As he spoke, the spiritual energy within him surged quietly, his muscles tensing as he braced for a confrontation. You truly are unaware of your own mortality. Xianxiafans seethed with rage, utterly taken aback by Su Chen's audacious defiance in the face of his intervention. Before he could finish his sentence, he directed a fierce palm strike towards Su Chen, channeling his energy with reckless abandon. Faced with this formidable assault, Su Chen's expression turned grave, yet he felt no fear. He retaliated with a powerful punch of his own. Poof! The disparity in their strengths was unmistakable. With a single blow, Su Chen was severely injured, spewing a mouthful of blood as he was sent careening backwards, losing control of his body. Su Chen, will you kneel or not? I shall grant you 3 breaths to decide, or I will cripple your limbs. Zhang Wanqi's face twisted into a triumphant smile as she spoke coldly. You vile wretch, if you accompany me once, I might consider kneeling, Su Chen retorted. A cold smirk playing on his lips as he wiped the blood from his mouth, his tone dripping with disdain. Chapter 8. Xianxiafan's scheme upon hearing Su Chen's words. Zhang Wanqi's expression darkened ominously. What an insolent fool. I shall start by removing your tongue. Xianxiafans thundered, charging once more at Su Chen. Stop. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out, and an elder emerged from the mission hall, his expression devoid of warmth as he regarded them. The newcomer was Elder Zhou Lin, the overseer of the mission hall. Elder Zhou, Xianxiafans quickly halted, bowing respectfully with a facade of cordiality. Elder Zhou, Su Chen and Zhang Wanqi likewise did not hesitate to offer their salutations. Why are you fighting at the entrance of the mission hall? Zhou Lin inquired, his brow furrowed in disapproval. Initially, Zhou Lin had no intention of intervening, considering that conflicts among disciples were commonplace, and such skirmishes could serve to invigorate their training. However, his appearance was primarily motivated by interest in Su Chen, who, despite being at the 2nd level of martial cultivation, had withstood a strike from a 9th-level martial artist. Piquing his curiosity, Elder Zhou, this disciple acknowledges his mistake and assures it will not happen again, Xianxiafans said, plastering a contrite smile across his face. Elder Zhou, they struck first, and I had no choice but to retaliate, Su Chen replied respectfully, maintaining an air of dignity. Who initiated the attack? Zhou Lin's expression turned stern as he pointed toward an outer sect disciple who had been observing, inquiring coldly. In response to Elder Zhou, it was Xianxiafans who struck first, the outer disciple confessed, fully aware of Zhou Lin's character and the consequences of deceit. Upon hearing this, Xianxiafan's countenance darkened significantly. Xianxiafans, you are to forfeit 1,000 contribution points as punishment. Do not let it happen again, Zhou Lin stated with an icy demeanor, showing no mercy. Yes, Elder Zhou, I assure you it will not recur, Xianxiafans replied, his face a mask of anger and resentment, yet resigned to accept the punishment. His animosity towards Su Chen only intensified, as he had not only failed to teach him a lesson, but now faced a loss of contribution points. Everyone is dismissed. Zhou Lin nodded in satisfaction before returning to the mission hall. You insolent brat, this is far from over, Xianxiafans threatened, his tone frigid as he departed alongside Zhang Wanqi. His expression darkened with dissatisfaction. Watching their retreating figures, Su Chen wore a cold smile. Although he recognized the disparity in their cultivation levels, he was confident that within half a month, eliminating Xianxiafans would be a mere trifle. Subsequently, Su Chen entered the mission hall, selected several tasks, and swiftly made his way towards the Xianyang mountain range. In the outer sect area, within Xianxiafan's courtyard, a gathering of 6 or 7 Zhang family members had convened. Brother Fei, that brat Su Chen is utterly arrogant, and with Zhang Feng still absent from the sect, I suspect he may have been killed by Su Chen. Zhang Wanqi seethed with resentment. Do not fret. I have devised a plan to deal with that brat, Xianxiafans replied, his expression grim and his voice laced with malice. Brother Fei, what brilliant scheme do you have? Zhang Wanqi inquired eagerly, her demeanor brightening. That brat entered the mission hall after we left, which means he must have gone out to undertake a mission. Xianxiafan's eyes flickered with cunning as he turned to a young man named Zhang Huan. Do you recall the Ghost Wolf mercenary corps that Brother Chuan had us interact with previously? I see, Brother Fei. You intend to enlist their help to deal with that brat, correct? Zhang Huan exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with understanding. Precisely. That brat possesses considerable talent. And since we now have enmity with him, we shall eliminate him outside the sect. This way, even if the sect investigates, they will find no trace of our involvement. What do you all think? Xianxiafans asserted, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. This plan is splendid, Zhang Wanqi nodded enthusiastically. And the other Zhang family members expressed their agreement as well. Very well, it is settled then. I shall seek out Brother Chuan and enlist the Ghost Wolf mercenary corps. Zhang Yifei declared decisively. On the other side, after 5 hours of relentless pursuit, Su Chen finally arrived at the Xianyang mountain range. The tasks he undertook primarily involved collecting materials from demonic beasts, as battling these creatures would not only refine his foundational cultivation, but also deepen his understanding of martial techniques. Neglecting any thought of rest, Su Chen began searching for demonic beasts of comparable strength, engaging in intense battles. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. At this moment, Su Chen found himself deep within the Xianyang mountain range, having fought against countless demonic beasts over the past 3 days, successfully completing all his tasks. Moreover, throughout the course of these numerous fierce battles, Su Chen continuously refined his combat shortcomings, developing a harmonious synergy between his movement techniques and swordsmanship. However, he did not allow himself to feel content. Thoughts of Li Miaoqing crossed his mind. Although she was only slightly older than him, her cultivation far surpassed his own. This realization underscored the substantial gap between him and true genius. If he harbored hopes of journeying to Zhongzhou within 2 years, he had much ground to cover. With this in mind, an intense sense of urgency surged within him. Without hesitation, he once again engaged in a frenzied struggle against the demonic beasts. This time, he deliberately sought out beasts whose cultivation levels exceeded his own, aiming to gauge the true extent of his abilities. Thus, 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. After 5 days of relentless honing, Su Chen had firmly established his footing in the second realm of martial artists, and the foundation of his cultivation had become both robust and refined. It is time to return to the sect, Su Chen declared, his eyes brimming with unwavering confidence. Upon returning, he planned to exchange the contribution points he had earned for the medicinal herbs required to concoct the second-tier spirit essence pill, thereby accelerating his cultivation progress. An hour later, while Su Chen was hastily making his way back, a sudden shift in his expression revealed that he had caught a whiff of a fragrant herb, the crimson sunflower. Here, of all places, he halted, taking a moment to attune himself to the surroundings, and his eyes brightened with excitement. The crimson sunflower was a rare treasure capable of significantly enhancing one's cultivation. For practitioners at the martial master level, it could facilitate a breakthrough of 1 minor realm. For those at the martial artist level, it could allow a leap of 2 minor realms. Given the fortuitous encounter with such a precious item, Su Chen could not possibly let it slip through his fingers. Thus, he cautiously ventured into the valley, his gaze alert and scanning the area. For treasures of this nature were often guarded by formidable beasts. Chapter 9. The Crimson Sunflower secured before long. Su Chen spotted a vivid red spiritual flower at the center of the valley. Indeed, it was the Crimson Sunflower. Roar. As Su Chen scanned for any lurking beasts, a thunderous tiger's roar erupted. Alarmed, he turned to see a blazing fury tiger emerge from the shadows of the valley, its gaze fixed intently on him. By the heavens! A blazing fury tiger. Su Chen gasped in shock. He had not anticipated that the guardian beast would be a creature of such caliber, comparable in strength to a human martial artist at the 8th realm. Given his current abilities, he stood no chance against the blazing fury tiger. Realizing the imminent danger, Su Chen swiftly turned and dashed toward the valley's exit. Roar! The blazing fury tiger let out another furious roar, its massive form transforming into a streak of red lightning as it charged directly at Su Chen. In a fit of rage, the tiger had recently repelled a human cultivator and was now insulted by the presence of another, especially one at merely the 2nd realm of martial artists. Damn it! Su Chen cursed under his breath, halting abruptly. The tiger's speed was astonishing. He could not afford to expose his back to it. With a grave expression, he swiftly drew his battle sword from his storage pouch and struck at the blazing fury tiger. Clang! To his surprise, he managed to withstand the tiger's assault. Little tiger, I didn't expect you to be injured. A glimmer of joy flickered in Su Chen's eyes as he observed that the blazing fury tiger was not as formidable as he had imagined. It bore a wound on its neck. Clearly, it had engaged in a fierce battle prior to his arrival, affording him a rare opportunity for a counterattack. A fierce determination ignited within Su Chen as he charged at the blazing fury tiger without a moment's hesitation. Channeling his spiritual energy, he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes aimed at the tiger's neck wound. Roar! The blazing fury tiger emitted a series of low growls, recognizing Su Chen's tenacity. Though it appeared weaker, the boy's combat prowess was formidable. Moreover, Su Chen's agile movements allowed him to evade the tiger's attacks, while landing blows with ease. After several exchanges, the tiger's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. It realized it could not defeat Su Chen swiftly, and as time progressed, its strength waned further. Thus, the blazing fury tiger abruptly turned and sprinted toward the crimson sunflower, intent on consuming it before Su Chen could intervene. Originally, it had planned to wait until reaching the 9th realm of martial artists to devour the flower, which would facilitate a leap into the martial master realm. But the current crisis left no room for such considerations. Smart little tiger, Su Chen discerned the tiger's intentions and felt a surge of alarm. Without hesitation, he moved to block the tiger's path, seizing the moment while the tiger was off balance. He poured all his spiritual energy into his sword and struck at the beast's neck once more. Swish! Su Chen's sword technique was as swift as a tempest, delivering precise, fierce cuts to the tiger's wound. As the injury widened, the blazing fury tiger became increasingly frantic, losing all semblance of reason as it lunged at Su Chen with reckless abandon. Undeterred, Su Chen remained vigilant, closely observing the tiger's movements for the optimal moment to strike. Just as the blazing fury tiger leaped high into the air, preparing to launch an attack, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. Devastating strike, he bellowed, as his sword erupted in a brilliant radiance. This strike encompassed the entirety of his strength and will, cleaving down toward the blazing fury tiger. In an instant, the tiger's head and body were severed apart, its massive form crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Su Chen finally exhaled in relief. After collecting the materials from the slain beast into his storage pouch, he hastened toward the crimson sunflower. Once he absorbed the flower, he would ascend to the fourth realm of martial artists. At that point, he would no longer fear facing Zhang Yifei. Boom. However, the moment Su Chen grasped the crimson sunflower, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy surged toward him. His expression shifted instantly, and he executed his movement technique just in time to narrowly evade the attack. Hand over the crimson sunflower, and I shall spare your life. A haughty young man appeared before him, Dongfang Mingyu, a disciple of the inner sect of the Xianyuan sect. This is my hard-earned prize. Why should I give it to you? Su Chen replied coldly, refusing without hesitation. Had it not been for the opponent's overwhelming strength, he would have already charged at him with his sword, sparing no words. Do you truly fail to comprehend the situation? Dongfang Mingyu's eyes turned icy as he launched another powerful spiritual attack at Su Chen. Puff! Su Chen raised his sword in defense. But the force of Dongfang Mingyu's attack was tremendous, sending him reeling and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. That strike was but a fraction of my strength, a mere lesson for you. Speak again, and you shall die. Dongfang Mingyu threatened with a chilling glare. If you want it, come and take it. Su Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, sneering defiantly. Before he could finish speaking, he unleashed the wind thunder mirage and sped toward the valley's exit. You are truly courting death. Dongfang Mingyu was suddenly filled with rage and immediately unleashed his agility, swiftly pursuing Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen's complexion was exceedingly grim. He realized that his opponent's speed was astonishingly rapid, making it impossible to create any distance between them. Brat, you cannot escape. Surrender the Qiyang flower, and I may spare your life. Dongfang Mingyu threatened once more. With that, he exerted himself to the utmost, his speed increasing further as he gradually closed the gap to Su Chen. A hint of exhilaration blossomed on Dongfang Mingyu's face. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could launch an attack and severely injure Su Chen. Meanwhile, Su Chen's expression grew increasingly solemn. He had pushed his speed to its limits, and after his earlier battle with the fierce flame-mad tiger, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Su Chen spotted a rushing river not far away. In an instant, a plan formed in his mind. Chapter 10, Surge in Cultivation. I fear you not. The Qiyang flower is hidden within these boxes. You must catch it well. Su Chen feigned terror, his voice laced with panic. He swiftly retrieved 4 empty boxes from his storage pouch and hurled them in various directions. Brat, you are wise to comply, Dongfang Mingyu exclaimed, joy lighting up his face, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. He quickly halted his pursuit and dashed toward the nearest box. Seeing Dongfang Mingyu fall for his ruse, a cold smile crept across Su Chen's lips as he made a beeline for the river. Before long, he reached the riverbank, and without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the water. Within the depths, Su Chen swiftly extracted the Taichu pearl and buried it deep beneath the riverbed. After completing this task, he instantly entered the Taichu pearl. You dare to deceive me. At that moment, Dongfang Mingyu had opened all 4 boxes, only to find each one utterly empty, devoid of the Qiyang flower. His previously exuberant smile froze, replaced by an expression of rage and disbelief. You little brat, just wait. I shall not let you off easily. Dongfang Mingyu seethed, his face flushed with fury as he ground his teeth. He quickly turned and raced toward the Xianyuan sect, recalling Su Chen's visage. As long as Su Chen remained within the Xianyuan sect, he would not escape his grasp. Meanwhile, within the Taichu space, Su Chen was immersed in the inherited memories of Qiu Yixue. The adversaries he faced were growing increasingly formidable, and despite the strength of the Wind Thunder Phantom technique, it was challenging to bridge such a vast gap in cultivation. Therefore, he needed to swiftly discover a secret technique to enhance his speed in a short time. Soon, he stumbled upon a unique technique known as blood escape. This technique was remarkable. By consuming one's own blood essence, it could dramatically amplify speed. If one were to expend half of their blood essence in a single go, their speed could increase tenfold. Satisfied with the blood escape technique in all aspects, Chen began to cultivate it immediately. A day passed in the blink of an eye. At this point, he had finally grasped the fundamentals of blood escape, which greatly reassured him. When next he encountered the individual vying for his qiang flower, he would have the confidence to escape using blood escape. Next, it was time to consume the qiang flower. Chen cautiously retrieved the qiang flower, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Then, he opened his mouth and bit off half of the flower. After all, the full qiang flower contained an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy, and he feared he might not be able to withstand it. As soon as the flower entered his body, a surge of formidable and searing spiritual energy erupted within him. Every vein in his body felt as if it were being seared by raging flames, causing unbearable pain. Chen tightly shut his eyes, channeling the Tai Chu technique with all his might, fervently refining the spiritual energy from the qiang flower. As he absorbed the energy, his cultivation began to soar at an astonishing rate. Peak of the second layer of the martial artist realm. In just 1 hour, Chen's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the second layer of the martial artist realm. Soon, he sensed the barrier to the third layer of the martial artist realm. He immediately directed all his spiritual energy toward the barrier, crashing against it fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of relentless impacts, the barrier soon began to crack, ultimately shattering with a resounding crash. Third layer of the martial artist realm. At last, Chen successfully broke through to the third layer. While the spiritual energy from the qiang flower was completely expended, following his breakthrough, Chen did not pause for a moment. He swallowed the remaining half of the qiang flower and resumed his cultivation. Boom, boom, boom. The fourth layer of the martial artist realm. An hour had passed, and Chen's cultivation once again surged, reaching the fourth layer of the martial artist realm. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a profound confidence gleaming within them. With his true strength, he ranked among the elite within the outer sect, utterly unafraid of Zhang Yifei. As for the person who had sought to seize his qiang flower, Chen surmised they were likely an inner sect disciple. However, as long as he remained within the sect, he felt invulnerable. After all, while the Xianyuan sect encouraged competition among disciples, it strictly prohibited higher-ranking disciples from targeting those of lower rank. Subsequently, Chen exited the Tai Chu space and sped toward the Xianyuan sect. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. At this point, Chen was still a day's journey away from the Xianyuan sect. However, he was astonished to find an inexplicable increase in the number of mercenaries surrounding him. In fact, 2 hours prior, he had already encountered scattered mercenaries, but given that this was the Xianyang mountain range, encountering mercenaries was not unusual. Yet, the number of mercenaries had grown increasingly alarming, instantly alerting Chen that something was amiss. "Brat, you must be Chen, right?" At that moment, a group of mercenaries surged forth, encircling him completely. The leader was a burly middle-aged man, his cultivation at the 9th layer of the martial artist realm, exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust. Surrounding him were dozens of mercenaries, each boasting a cultivation level above the 5th layer of the martial artist realm. "Are you all here specifically to find me?" Chen's eyes turned cold as he quickly grasped the situation. No wonder he had encountered an increasing number of mercenaries. They had been secretly gathering reinforcements to corner him. Ha ha ha, indeed. Someone desires your life. I suggest you end it yourself, if we intervene. It won't be a quick death. The burly leader laughed maniacally, his intentions far from benign. Chen's face darkened. He understood the implications of the leader's words. After all, these mercenaries were a band of desperate individuals, many with peculiar predilections. "You truly seek death." Chen's gaze turned icy, his voice filled with murderous intent. In an instant, a battle sword materialized in his hand as he charged toward the burly leader. Though his cultivation was only at the 4th layer of the martial artist realm, his true combat prowess rivaled that of the 9th layer. If he could swiftly eliminate the burly leader, the other mercenaries would pose no threat. "Humph, don't interfere. Watch how I deal with this brat." The burly leader snorted contemptuously, showing no fear. He even arrogantly waved his hand, signaling the other mercenaries to refrain from intervening. In his view, Chen was merely a disciple of the Xianyuan sect with a cultivation of only the 4th layer of the martial artist realm, likely inexperienced in genuine battles, and he dismissed him entirely. At this moment, Chen had already dashed to the front of the burly leader, his sword swinging fiercely, unleashing a sharp wave of sword energy that descended mercilessly upon him. Boom! With but a single strike, the burly leader was forced back several steps by a tremendous force, his arm numb and on the verge of losing his weapon. Chapter 11. Encountering Zhou Lin again. How could this kid possess such strength? A flicker of astonishment flashed in the burly leader's eyes, his face a mask of disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that the youth before him wielded such formidable power. Seizing the opportunity while the burly leader was off balance, Chen lightly tapped the ground with his toes, propelling himself forward in an instant. Appearing before his opponent like a wraith. A brilliant flash of sword light sliced through the air, the sword effortlessly piercing the burly leader's body. The leader's eyes widened in an instant, filled with endless unwillingness, before his body slowly fell to the ground. Boss is dead. Run. The mercenaries surrounding them turned pale, their eyes brimming with terror and despair as they fled in all directions in a mad scramble. But how could Chen let them escape? A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he wove through the crowd. With each swing of his sword, yet another mercenary fell. In an instant, the scene erupted with cries of anguish, mercenaries collapsing one after another into pools of blood. Soon, save for one survivor, all the other mercenaries had been slain by Chen. This lone survivor was a frail mercenary, who, aside from the burly leader, was the strongest among them. Chen surmised that he might possess some useful information. Tell me, who is seeking my life? Chen, holding the bloodied sword, questioned coldly, his eyes glinting with icy menace. I don't know his name, only that he is very young. Oh. His cultivation is at the 9th level of the martial artist realm, the frail mercenary stammered, his face pale from the pressure of Chen's aura. Upon hearing this, Chen's mind immediately conjured the image of Zhang Yifei, for in the Xianyuan sect, the only one with grievances against him who had reached the 9th level of the martial artist realm was indeed that individual. What is your leader's name? And what is her cultivation level? Chen asked again, his voice still frigid as ice. The leader is called Lu Mei, and her cultivation is at the 1st level of the martial master realm. The frail mercenary responded, his voice trembling. A woman? A flicker of surprise crossed Chen's eyes. He had expected a fierce man, yet it turned out to be a woman. Yes, but do not be fooled by her gender. Our leader is extremely ruthless and kills without a moment's hesitation, the frail mercenary added. Lead me to your base, Chen commanded after a moment of contemplation. Having said that, he quickly scavenged the battlefield for spoils before following the frail mercenary towards the base of the Howling Wolf mercenary group. Throughout the journey, the frail mercenary was quaking in fear, terrified that Chen might take his life on a whim. Before long, they arrived at a high ground, where a cluster of buildings lay ahead. This was the stronghold of the Howling Wolf mercenary group. Confirming the location, a fierce glint flashed in Chen's eyes, and he raised his hand for a strike, swiftly slaying the frail mercenary. He then turned and sped towards the direction of the Xianyuan sect, knowing he was not yet a match for Lu Mei. To recklessly charge and would only lead to his demise. He would settle the score after breaking through to the 5th level of the martial artist realm. A day passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Chen had returned to the Xianyuan sect, making his way to the task hall to submit the completed mission. After delivering the task, Chen retrieved the beast materials he had collected and exchanged them for contribution points. Subsequently, he turned to leave the task hall. Chen. Just then, a weathered yet resonant voice suddenly echoed. Hearing the somewhat familiar tone, Chen promptly halted, looking up towards the source of the voice. Elder Zhou Lin was descending slowly from the 2nd floor of the task hall. Elder Zhou, Chen respectfully bowed, astonished at how the elder knew his name. Elder Zhou Lin scrutinized Chen from head to toe. His eyes filled with barely concealed shock as he realized that Chen's cultivation had reached the 4th level of the martial artist realm. It was only a few days since their last meeting, and Chen's rapid advancement was truly astonishing. In half a month, there will be an outer sect competition. Are you interested in participating? Elder Zhou Lin asked with a smile. Elder Zhou, isn't the outer sect competition only open to disciples at the 7th level of the martial artist realm and above? Chen inquired, a look of confusion on his face. He had overheard other disciples discussing the outer sect competition in recent days, and he was eager to participate, especially since the champion would receive a Qingling fruit, capable of elevating their cultivation by 2 minor realms. Furthermore, those who placed in the top 3 would be directly promoted to inner sect disciples. My inquiry stems from my confidence in ensuring your participation in the outer sect competition, Elder Zhou Lin replied, exuding confidence. Upon hearing this, Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Since Elder Zhou Lin was willing to assist him, why should he hesitate? I am willing to participate, Chen quickly declared. Excellent. Then you may go about your business. But remember to participate in the outer sect competition when the time comes. Elder Zhou Lin nodded in approval. Thank you, Elder Zhou. I take my leave, Chen said respectfully. With that, he exited the task hall, excitement evident on his face as he made his way to the spiritual herb pavilion. He intended to exchange all his contribution points for spiritual herbs, enabling him to concoct 2nd-tier spirit origin pills. With the 2nd-tier spirit origin pills, He could swiftly elevate his cultivation and secure a commendable position in the upcoming outer sect competition. However, upon arriving at the spiritual herb pavilion, Chen was taken aback. The points he had painstakingly gathered over the past few days could only be exchanged for 2 portions of herbs for second-tier spirit origin pills. What good are these 2 portions? Chen remarked with a face full of exasperation, feeling utterly helpless. Even though his inherited memories contained alchemical experience, this was his first attempt at pill-making, and failure was a distinct possibility. Yet, he had no other options. Ultimately, his contribution points were simply too scant. Subsequently, he left the spiritual herb pavilion and headed towards the treasure pavilion, intending to purchase an alchemy furnace. After all, without an alchemy furnace, he could not concoct any pills. Little junior brother, what are you looking to buy? As soon as Chen entered the treasure pavilion, a sister clad in a green dress approached him with a warm smile. Sister, I wish to purchase an alchemy furnace, Chen responded. Little junior brother, here are the alchemy furnaces. You may see if any catch your fancy, the sister said with a smile, gesturing towards a display rack. Chen looked up to see hundreds of various alchemy furnaces arranged on the rack. However, upon seeing the prices, his expression instantly changed. The lowest price for these furnaces was several thousand contribution points, far beyond his means. Chapter 12. The slap in the face comes swiftly. Sister, these alchemy furnaces are indeed impressive, but I currently have just over 1,000 contribution points left. Is there any furnace I could afford? Chen said, somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head with a slight blush. Uft. The sister couldn't help but chuckle at Chen's awkward yet hopeful demeanor. Little junior brother, the quality of an alchemy furnace is proportional to its price. If you don't mind the quality, I can take you to a place. Thank you so much, sister. Not only are you beautiful, but you are also so kind. You will surely have smooth sailing in your cultivation and continuous breakthroughs. A flicker of surprise momentarily illuminated Chen's eyes as he hastily offered his praise. In his view, the prospect of acquiring an alchemical furnace for merely 1,000 contribution points was remarkable. Even if it were to explode, he would commend its resounding detonation. You, my little junior brother, possess an exceptionally sweet tongue. Very well, follow me, the senior sister remarked, a joyful smile gracing her face. With that, she gracefully glided forward, leading Chen around several display racks until they reached a secluded chamber. This room served as a storeroom, cluttered with an assortment of miscellaneous items. Here lie several discarded alchemical furnaces, their qualities varying considerably. You may take your time to select one. All are priced at 1,000 contribution points, she explained. Wonderful. Thank you, senior sister, Chen replied sincerely. Without hesitation, he began to meticulously search through the storeroom, his eyes brimming with anticipation. At that moment, Chen's gaze was suddenly captivated by an unassuming yellow furnace. Though its surface bore signs of wear, its structure remained largely intact. As he lifted it, he felt its substantial weight, and an inexplicable sensation surged within him. He sensed a profound affinity between himself and this yellow furnace. Senior sister, I have made my choice, he declared, approaching her with the furnace in hand. Very well, let us proceed, she smiled, nodding in approval. Subsequently, Chen handed over 1,000 contribution points to her and departed from Wanbao Pavilion, his heart filled with joy. Upon returning to his chamber, Chen eagerly entered the Taichu space. He meticulously reviewed the alchemical process in his mind, ensuring he remembered every detail before preparing to commence his endeavor. Channeling his spiritual energy, he gradually conjured a ball of flame, applying it to the yellow furnace. Once the temperature reached an optimal level, he decisively cast all the spiritual herbs into the furnace. Before long, the herbs began to liquefy under the intense heat, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. At this juncture, Chen's expression became exceedingly serious, for this step was crucial to the quality of the final elixir. An hour later, a rich fragrance of elixirs wafted from the yellow furnace. Ha, I actually succeeded. Could it be that I am a natural-born alchemist? Chen erupted into laughter, his excitement palpable. He had not anticipated that his inaugural attempt at alchemy would yield success, especially with a second-tier spiritual yuan pill. Upon opening the furnace, he was astonished to discover a dozen plump and flawless second-tier spiritual yuan pills. Goodness, 3 of them are of superior quality? Chen exclaimed, disbelief washing over him. In the Tianxian continent, the grades of elixirs were classified as inferior, medium, superior, and extraordinary, corresponding to the ranks of alchemists. Thus, having successfully refined superior second-tier spiritual yuan pills signified that he had ascended to the rank of a superior second-tier alchemist. After carefully storing all the second-tier spiritual yuan pills, Chen resolved to seize the moment and commence the refinement of a second batch. This time, he was brimming with confidence, having gained invaluable experience from his first attempt. Time swiftly passed, yet an hour later, no fragrant aroma emerged from the yellow furnace, causing Su Chen's heart to leap into his throat. Surely not. Is my hubris being punished so swiftly? He mused, an ominous premonition creeping into his thoughts. Upon opening the furnace, despair washed over him. The interior was a chaotic mess, devoid of any formed spiritual yuan pills. Infuriated, Su Chen felt as though he might spit blood, the earlier elation evaporating in an instant. Indeed, one should never become too complacent, lest they face dire consequences. Is there any way to swiftly amass a substantial number of contribution points? Su Chen murmured, his mind racing through countless ideas. With both batches of spiritual yuan pills consumed, he found himself devoid of contribution points, and the meager yield from his first batch was insufficient to facilitate his breakthrough to the 5th level of martial artists. Thus, the pressing dilemma became how to earn enough contribution points before the outer sect competition commenced, enabling him to successfully advance to the 5th level. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He remembered the outer sect market. The outer sect market had been established by the Xianyuan sect as a trading hub for disciples, where they could freely engage in commerce, making it an excellent venue for accumulating contribution points. I can sell these dozen second-tier spiritual yuan pills at the outer sect market. This would allow me to earn contribution points, and by repeating the process, I would soon amass a considerable sum. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated Su Chen became. Admiring his own cleverness, resolutely, he decided to proceed. After preparing everything, Su Chen made his way to the outer sect market. At that moment, the market was bustling with activity, alive with the sounds of commerce. Various stalls displayed an array of martial arts techniques, an assortment of weapons, and a plethora of spiritual herbs, creating a dazzling spectacle. Upon entering the market, Su Chen took a moment to survey the surroundings, primarily to gauge the prices of second-tier spiritual yuan pills at other stalls. Finding a spacious spot, he retrieved a table and a large wooden sign from his storage bag. He planted the sign firmly in front of his table, clearly inscribing, second-tier medium-quality spiritual yuan pill, special price, 500 contribution points each, only 10 available. Second-tier superior quality spiritual yuan pill, special price, 800 contribution points each, only 3 available. He had set his prices approximately 10% lower than those of other stalls, fully aware that competitive pricing was essential for quick sales and rapid accumulation of contribution points. Esteemed brothers and sisters, handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies, I am selling special second-tier spiritual yuan pills, only 13 available, first come, first served. Su Chen understood that successful business required proactive engagement, so he raised his voice to attract potential customers. As anticipated, the outer sect disciples passing by were drawn to his stall. One disciple, clad in a white robe, curiously picked up a spiritual yuan pill, examining it closely before channeling his energy to assess it. Upon discovering that the pill was not only flawless but also contained exceptionally pure medicinal power, a look of delight spread across his face, prompting him to purchase too. Other discerning disciples followed suit, quickly depleting Su Chen's inventory. In no time, all of the spiritual yuan pills he had crafted were sold out. Observing the over 7,000 contribution points now in his possession, Su Chen felt elated and could not help but hum a cheerful tune as he briskly made his way to the spiritual herb pavilion. This time, not only did he exchange for the herbs required to refine second-tier spiritual yuan pills, but he also acquired some herbs for blood-replenishing pills, enabling him to sustain his blood energy longer during his blood escape technique. Chapter 13. The joy of setting up a stall the following morning. Su Chen sprang out of bed at the crack of dawn. After his experience selling at the market yesterday, he discovered a newfound love for the thrill of commerce. Thus, after a brief wash, he energetically headed towards the outer sect market. Soon, Su Chen arrived at his usual stall location, skillfully unpacking his table and wooden sign from his storage bag, arranging the spiritual yuan pills with anticipation for the arrival of customers. Damn those sycophants. All they know how to do is collect stall fees. At that moment, Su Chen overheard a fellow vendor beside him muttering in frustration, his voice low yet filled with indignation. Following his gaze, Su Chen noticed a group of 7 or 8 fierce-looking outer sect disciples standing before a nearby stall. They stood with their arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. One of the disciples was extending his hand towards the stall owner, demanding contribution points, while the stall owner wore a look of helplessness, unable to resist, and could only obediently produce the points. Isn't this outer sect market supposed to be free? Su Chen inquired, confusion etched on his face. You can just call me Lin Hai, no need for senior brother. Lin Hai sighed, his tone laden with resignation. Indeed, the sect promotes it as free, but now it's under the control of the outer sect's strongest, Yi Fengyun, who would dare oppose his demand for stall fees. Hearing this, Su Chen felt a weight settle in his heart. He had heard of Yi Fengyun, a peak martial master of the first realm. With his current cultivation, he was no match for Yi. Just as he resolved to earn some contribution points in the outer sect market, he found himself entangled in such troublesome affairs. Brother Lin, how much is the stall fee? Su Chen asked. 20% of the total daily income, Lin Hai replied with a bitter smile. What? 20%? Of the total income? Why are you even setting up a stall here? Su Chen exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. No wonder Yi Fengyun had become the strongest of the outer sect. He must be raking in a fortune from stall fees every day. My talent is nothing extraordinary, and I don't dare venture out for training or battles. So I can only rely on the outer sect market to earn a few contribution points. Although I have to pay a significant amount, at least I still have some left over each day, which is better than nothing, Lin Hai admitted somewhat sheepishly. Su Chen, hearing this, felt a surge of speechlessness in his heart, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. He understood that everyone has their own hardships, and this was Lin Hai's choice for survival. Brother Lin, you carry on here. I'll take my leave. Su Chen bid farewell, subsequently packing up the table and wooden sign into his storage bag. He refused to pay for the stall fee, unwilling to contribute to such a corrupt practice. However, just a few steps later, a group of outer sect disciples approached ominously, blocking his path. The leader was a short, fierce-looking youth, a martial artist of the 8th realm, exuding a menacing aura despite his stature. His cold gaze locked on his Su Chen. Kid, you haven't paid your stall fee. What do you think you're doing? The short youth coldly interrogated. I've only been here a few minutes, and I haven't sold a single pill. Why should I pay a stall fee? Su Chen replied with a frosty demeanor, his tone resolute. Humph, you've already set up your stall, so you must adhere to the rules. Today a stall fee is mandatory. And I know you were here yesterday as well. You owe for that too. Don't play dumb with me. The short youth dismissed Su Chen, clearly underestimating him as a newly promoted disciple of the 4th realm. What rules? This outer sect market is a place established by the sect for free trade among disciples. When did it become a place to collect stall fees? You're just bullying me. Su Chen's anger flared. These people were utterly unreasonable, and he boldly retorted without fear. Kid, don't be so defiant. Our boss, Yi Fengyun, is the strongest in the outer sect. We represent the rules here. I advise you to be sensible and hand over the stall fee, or else you'll regret it. The short youth threatened coldly, brimming with disdain. You listen here. I will not pay any stall fee. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because of Yi Fengyun. Su Chen responded, his face darkening, his tone unwavering. You're quite arrogant for a kid who doesn't know his place. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know the difference between right and wrong. The short youth's expression darkened, and his patience wore thin. Without further ado, he raised his hand and struck fiercely towards Su Chen's face. Faced with the aggressive approach, Su Chen remained still, not budging an inch. A mere martial artist of the 8th realm did not warrant his evasion. Is this kid really so fearless? Onlookers gasped, bewildered by Su Chen's inaction. Alas, this young man is recklessly provoking trouble for no reason, Lin Hai thought anxiously, feeling a twinge of blame towards Su Chen. What could have been resolved with a few contribution points was escalating unnecessarily. If he lacked the ability, he would surely be bullied by these people. Just as the short youth's hand was within striking distance, Su Chen finally moved. With lightning speed, he shot out his hand, grasping the youth's arm with precision, then swung him forcefully backward. In an instant, the youth's expression transformed into one of sheer terror as he felt a powerful force suppressing his own energy, rendering him unable to retaliate. With a resounding crash, the short youth slammed into the ground, creating a shallow crater upon impact. His body convulsed a few times before he fell unconscious. This kid possesses incredible strength. Gasps of shock filled the air among the onlookers. However, Lin Hai shook his head inwardly, fearing that Su Chen had bitten off more than he could chew. Defeating the short youth was one thing, but facing the 9th realm martial artists, or even Yi Fengyun, was an entirely different matter. Meanwhile, Su Chen darted towards the market's exit. He was not a match for Yi Fengyun and had no intention of foolishly waiting for an encounter. Kid, you think you can just walk away after hitting one of ours? Suddenly, a tall and handsome young man appeared before Su Chen, his icy gaze radiating a formidable aura that pressed heavily on Su Chen. This was none other than Yi Fengyun, the first genius of the outer sect. You are Yi Fengyun? Su Chen replied, his demeanor cold and unyielding. Indeed. You've demonstrated impressive strength by defeating a martial artist of the 8th realm with your 4th realm cultivation. I want to make it difficult for you. Just pay yesterday's stall fee and 10 spirit stones for my subordinate's medical expenses, and I'll let you go, Yi Fengyun stated calmly, his voice devoid of emotion but laden with undeniable authority. Though he sensed Su Chen was not as simple as he appeared, he could not allow him to leave without consequence, as he needed to maintain his authority in the outer sect market. Go to hell. Su Chen's eyes flashed with fierce determination. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched an attack on Yi Fengyun. In a flash, he was behind Yi Fengyun. His right fist clenched, channeling all his strength into a powerful strike aimed at Yi Fengyun's back. Is this kid really that bold? He dares to attack Yi Fengyun? The surrounding disciples were collectively stunned, their expressions reflecting disbelief. In the entire outer sect, no one would dare to provoke Yi Fengyun lightly. Yet, they were now witnessing a fourth-realm martial artist boldly assaulting him. To all, Su Chen seemed utterly reckless. Yi Fengyun's expression darkened in an instant. He could hardly believe that despite his leniency, Su Chen would respond with such defiance. Kid, you truly have no idea of your own limitations. Yi Fengyun's perception was remarkably acute. At the moment Su Chen launched his attack, he abruptly pivoted and delivered a powerful palm strike towards Su Chen. This strike contained an astonishing force, accompanied by a fierce wind, and instantaneously collided with Su Chen's fist. Puff! The two formidable powers clashed violently, causing Su Chen to spurt a mouthful of blood. Simultaneously, a tremendous shockwave coursed down his arm, propelling his body backward like a cannonball. However, despite the injuries he sustained, a glimmer of joy flickered in Su Chen's eyes. He immediately activated the blood escape technique, transforming into a crimson shadow that swiftly darted out of the marketplace, vanishing from the crowd's sight. Damn it! Yi Fengyun's countenance darkened considerably, his gaze chillingly ominous as he coldly commanded, "Have someone sketch this brat's likeness and spread the word. I want him to understand the consequences of crossing me." Yes. A nearby individual quickly nodded and hurried off to arrange the matter. After leaving the marketplace, Su Chen gritted his teeth against the searing pain radiating from his injuries and made his way directly to the task hall. After casually accepting several tasks, he hastened towards the Xianyang mountain range. At that moment, he wore an expression of frustration. He had intended to forego rigorous training during this period, believing he could effortlessly accumulate contribution points through the sale of spirit origin pills. He planned to exchange these points for cultivation resources and elevate his cultivation level, with the aim of breaking through to the 5th stage of the martial artist realm within 13 days to secure victory in the upcoming outer sect competition. Yet, unexpectedly, Yi Fengyun had appeared out of nowhere, disrupting all his plans. At this juncture, Su Chen felt an amalgam of helplessness and fury, his animosity towards Yi Fengyun deepening. After a relentless half-day sprint, Su Chen arrived at the depths of the Xianyang mountain range, where his injuries had healed considerably. With his cultivation level rising, his speed had improved significantly, allowing him to reach the mountain range in a fraction of the time. Su Chen resolved to spend the next few days honing his foundational cultivation, ensuring it was both solid and refined, before utilizing the dozens of second-tier spirit origin pills he possessed to enhance his power. Without a moment's rest, he immediately began searching for demon beasts, engaging in a frenzied slaughter. After each kill, he collected the materials from the defeated beasts, and if he encountered any spiritual herbs, he would promptly gather them, as they could be exchanged for contribution points. Whenever his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted, he would enter the Taichu space to restore his energy while refining his cultivation with the spirit origin pills. Thus, 8 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. By this time, Su Chen's foundational cultivation had become stable and refined, and he had made considerable progress, advancing to the mid-stage of the 4th level of the martial artist realm. It was time to fully enhance his cultivation. Su Chen murmured to himself, determination glimmering in his eyes. As the outer sect competition drew ever nearer, he could not afford to waste a single moment. Subsequently, he took out all the second-tier spirit origin pills he had, swallowing them one after another before operating the Taichu technique to begin the refining process. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. At this point, Su Chen's cultivation had finally reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of the martial artist realm, and he sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough. Without hesitation, he swallowed 5 top-grade second-tier spirit origin pills. The moment they entered his body, they erupted with a torrent of potent spiritual energy, and Su Chen rapidly activated the Taichu technique, voraciously absorbing and refining it. Endless waves of spiritual energy surged into his dantian, swiftly reaching its limits. Su Chen immediately guided this energy to gather into a tidal wave, crashing forcefully against the barrier of the 5th level of the martial artist realm. Boom, boom, boom. With abundant spiritual energy coursing within him, the wave surged relentlessly, and soon, cracks appeared in the barrier before it shattered explosively. 5th level of the martial artist realm. At last, Su Chen successfully broke through, achieving the 5th level of the martial artist realm. Yi Fengyun, Zhang Yifei, you shall pay a heavy price in this outer sect competition, Su Chen exclaimed, his face alight with excitement and his tone brimming with confidence. He then began searching through his inherited memories for a disguise technique, intending to infiltrate the Ghost Wolf Mercenary Corps to ascertain Lu Mei's cultivation level. If she truly was at the 1st level of the martial master realm, he would take action. After careful consideration, Chen finally settled on a disguise technique called Thousand Illusions, which not only altered appearance, but also voice and aura, allowing only those two realms above him to see through his true form. 3 hours later, Chen had grasped the Thousand Illusions technique with relative ease. With all preparations complete, he no longer hesitated, swiftly exiting the Taichu space and heading towards the Ghost Wolf Mercenary Corps base. After racing for an hour, he finally spotted a familiar cluster of buildings, the headquarters of the Ghost Wolf Mercenary Corps. He did not act recklessly, but instead concealed himself in a patch of grass, patiently waiting for a lone mercenary to pass by. As dusk approached, a mercenary hurriedly approached the grass where he lay hidden. Puff! A glimmer of cold light flashed as Chen, wielding a dagger, swiftly severed the mercenary's throat. Simultaneously, he clamped a hand tightly over the man's mouth to prevent any sound from escaping. The mercenary's eyes widened in terror and despair. After a brief struggle, his body fell still. Immediately, Chen activated the Thousand Illusions technique, instantly transforming into the mercenary's likeness. After donning the mercenary's clothing and meticulously ensuring there were no discrepancies, he strode confidently out of the grass and into the headquarters of the Ghost Wolf Mercenary Corps. Chapter 15. The Secret of Zhang Jingchuan. Chen made his way towards the center of the base, where the higher-ups typically resided. Before long, he arrived at the largest and most imposing hall. However, he found it puzzling that, despite the bright lights within, there were no mercenaries stationed at the entrance. Noticing the absence of onlookers, Chen proceeded cautiously to a concealed corner of the hall, straining to listen. In the next moment, Chen's expression changed dramatically as he overheard peculiar gasps emanating from inside. "Brother Chuan, that filthy little brat you asked me to deal with has caused my men significant losses." A woman's voice stammered intermittently. Chen's heart raced. He surmised that this woman must be Lu Mei, the leader of the Ghost Wolf Mercenary Corps. "It's just a handful of mercenaries. I'll give you 100 spirit stones later." Zhang Jingchuan mumbled ambiguously. "Thank you, Brother Chuan. Should we still deal with that brat?" Lu Mei inquired once more, her voice punctuated by interruptions. Since Chen had not spared any mercenaries, Lu Mei and Zhang Jingchuan were unaware of who had obliterated their forces. They merely knew that their dispatched mercenaries had been wiped out. They held no suspicion towards Chen, as they regarded him merely as a second-level martial artist. Lacking the strength to achieve such a feat, let's wait and see. The outer sect competition is the day after tomorrow. If Zhang Yifei doesn't place in the top 3, I'll have him connect with you. Zhang Jingchuan pondered for a moment before responding. Outside the hall, a fierce killing intent glimmered in Chen's eyes. He had never anticipated that Zhang Yifei was not the most powerful disciple of the Zhang family within the Xianyuan sect, but merely a subordinate. Nevertheless, Chen felt no fear. As long as the Zhang family was not powerful enough to disregard sect rules within the Xianyuan sect, they could not threaten him. Subsequently, Chen quietly departed from the hall, concealing himself in a hidden spot outside the Ghost Wolf Mercenary Corps base, patiently awaiting the departure of the individual known as Brother Chuan. As time passed, inch by inch, it was not until the afternoon of the following day that Chen, growing increasingly impatient, finally beheld a strikingly handsome young man emerge from the Howling Wolf Mercenary Corps. Like a streak of light, he sped towards the direction of the Xianyuan sect. Chen refrained from immediate action, patiently waiting for the incense stick to burn down before he made his way to the Howling Wolf Mercenary Corps. Soon, he arrived at the Grand Hall's entrance. This time, he hesitated not a moment, pushing open the hall's doors and stepping inside. Upon entering, an opulent bed dominated his view, upon which a voluptuous and mature woman lay in a deep slumber. "Chuan Gu, did you forget something?" Lu Mei mumbled, her eyes still closed. After all, aside from Zhang Jingchuan, no one else dared to intrude upon her chamber so brazenly. Yet, there was no response, and the footsteps drew ever closer. In an instant, Lu Mei sensed something amiss. She jolted awake, sitting up abruptly, disregarding the fact that her ample bosom was exposed. However, just as she sat up, a glint of cold light flashed, and a battle sword, emanating an aura of icy chill, was pressed against her delicate neck. "Do not move, or you shall perish," Chen declared coldly, sword in hand. Upon hearing this, Lu Mei froze in place, her body stiffening with fear, as she sensed a formidable and oppressive aura emanating from Chen, realizing that he was far more powerful than herself. "You are not a duh. Who are you?" Lu Mei inquired, maintaining her composure, her gaze steady upon Chen. "I am Chen. Did you not send someone to hunt me down last time?" Chen retorted with a frigid smile, subsequently dispelling his disguise. It was evident that Lu Mei possessed an image of his true appearance, thus rendering his efforts to conceal himself futile. "Oh, I must admit, you are far more handsome in person than in the picture." Lu Mei's eyes sparkled, and she playfully blinked at Chen, her voice dripping with seduction. Little brother, seeing how exposed I am, could you assist me in putting on my clothes? As she spoke, Lu Mei fixed her gaze intently on Su Chen, while her internal energy surged subtly, ready to strike should Su Chen dare to let his guard down. However, to Lu Mei's astonishment, Su Chen was impervious to her charms. Without a moment's hesitation, he clenched his right fist and struck her firmly in the abdomen. Pooh! Lu Mei's eyes widened in shock, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. A searing pain radiated from her abdomen as her dantian was struck, causing her breath to falter significantly. If you dare to play tricks again, I shall end your life. Su Chen's countenance remained impassive, his voice chillingly resolute. Now, I will ask, and you shall answer. If you wish to avoid suffering, cooperate willingly. Yes, Lu Mei nodded vigorously, her demeanor shifting as she no longer underestimated Su Chen. Who was the person you were with last night? Su Chen inquired coldly. It was Zhang Jingchuan. He is a core disciple of the Xianyuan sect, and also the young master of the Zhang family in Qingyang City, Lu Mei divulged without reservation. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's heart sank. He had not anticipated that Zhang Jingchuan held such a prestigious position as a core disciple. No wonder the Zhang family had the audacity to act so arrogantly. In the entire Xianyuan sect, there were tens of thousands of outer disciples, yet only a few thousand inner disciples, and the core disciples numbered fewer than 100, all of whom were key figures nurtured by the sect. Why would Zhang Jingchuan engage with you? Su Chen queried, his tone laced with confusion. He found it hard to fathom why Lu Mei, despite her beauty, appeared much older and had somewhat lost her figure. With Zhang Jingchuan's status, what young woman could he not have? Why would he choose someone of Lu Mei's age? Lu Mei stammered, a hint of embarrassment flitting across her face, unsure of how to proceed. Speak quickly, my patience is limited. Su Chen's gaze darkened with a hint of menace, his impatience palpable. It's because Zhang Jingchuan lost his mother at a young age. He is drawn to mature women like me, especially since I bear some resemblance to his mother, Lu Mei explained, her face flushed crimson. Upon hearing this, Su Chen finally understood, realizing that his visit to the Howling Wolf Mercenary Corps had yielded such significant revelations. With a newfound intensity, he gazed at Lu Mei, formulating a plan in his mind. Do not resist. I shall take you to a place, Su Chen said, his expression brimming with excitement. All right, Lu Mei nodded shyly. Her cheeks still flushed, contemplating Su Chen's fervent gaze which sparked myriad thoughts in her mind. Soon after, Su Chen activated the Taichu Pearl, transporting Lu Mei into the Taichu space. He intended to spare her life, for she might prove invaluable in his future dealings with Zhang Jingchuan. Next, Su Chen began rummaging through Lu Mei's storage bag, mindful that Zhang Jingchuan had promised her 100 spirit stones. After an extensive search, he finally discovered a red storage bag beneath the table. Jackpot! He exclaimed with exhilaration as he opened the bag, revealing over 120 spirit stones, alongside a plethora of spiritual herbs and ores. After collecting the spirit stones and herbs into his own storage bag, he stowed the remaining items in the Taichu space, planning to sell them collectively once he amassed a substantial quantity. Having organized everything, Su Chen reverted to a Da's appearance and strode confidently out of the Howling Wolf Mercenary Corps. Once outside, he resumed his true form and sped towards the Xianyuan sect, eager to participate in the upcoming events. Chapter 16. The Outer Sect Grand Competition commences. The following morning, Su Chen hurriedly made his way to the Outer Sect Square. The square was already teeming with disciples, a bustling hive of activity, as thousands congregated in anticipation. Flowing with the crowd, Su Chen progressed steadily, verifying his identity before successfully entering the waiting area. Designated as the assembly point for all disciples participating in the Outer Sect Grand Competition. The waiting area was divided into 3 combat zones, based on numerical order, and Su Chen was allocated to the 3rd combat zone. Each combat zone could accommodate around 400 disciples, which meant that over 1,200 disciples would be competing in this grand event. Clang, clang, clang. After approximately half an hour, 3 resounding bells echoed, signaling the official commencement of the Outer Sect Grand Competition. At the forefront of the waiting area stood an expansive combat platform. At that moment, a figure appeared on the platform like a wraith. Su Chen squinted, his expression suddenly one of astonishment. It was Elder Zhou Lin from the mission hall. Realization dawned upon him. No wonder Zhou Lin had been so confident in allowing him to participate in the Outer Sect Grand Competition. He was the presiding elder for this event. Disciples, the Outer Sect Grand Competition is officially underway, Zhou Lin proclaimed with an air of authority, his voice resonating throughout every corner of the Outer Sect Square. We shall commence with the first round, the will assessment. After half an hour, those who remain standing will be deemed successful. Now, I invite the disciples from the 1st combat zone to ascend the platform. The will assessment does not consider rank or talent. It purely tests the strength of the disciple's will. After all, On the arduous path of martial arts, only those with unwavering determination can advance further and reach greater heights. Before long, all 400 disciples from the first combat zone had ascended the platform. I hereby declare, the will assessment begins now, Zhou Lin announced loudly, before swiftly vacating the platform. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance erupted around the battle platform, and a dazzling white light screen instantaneously enveloped the entire arena. As half an hour passed, the white light screen gradually dissipated. Upon its disappearance, it became evident that of the original 400 disciples from the first battle zone, only a little over 60 remained standing steadfastly, while the others lay sprawled upon the ground. Witnessing this outcome, Zhou Lin's expression turned grim. It was noteworthy that the disciples from the first battle zone were all exceptionally gifted outer sect members. To witness such a high elimination rate was indeed beyond his expectations. Was this willpower assessment truly so formidable? Half of the top 10 outer sect disciples had been ousted? At that moment, the multitude of disciples surrounding the platform erupted into a frenzy, their faces etched with gravity and eyes filled with concern. Soon, it was the turn of the second battle zone disciples to ascend the platform. The white light screen once again enveloped the arena, initiating their willpower assessment. After another half hour, the light screen vanished, revealing that the number of successful disciples was still scant, with only around 50 passing through. This brutal elimination rate profoundly impressed upon the gathered disciples just how arduous the willpower assessment truly was. Now, I invite the disciples from the third battle zone to take the stage, Zhou Lin proclaimed. Hearing this, the disciples of the third battle zone rose in unison, and Su Chen joined the throng onto the platform. The moment all disciples ascended, the white light screen enveloped the arena once more. In an instant, a formidable pressure descended. Yet Su Chen remained unperturbed, feeling no trace of anxiety. However, as time progressed, the pressure intensified, and Su Chen's expression gradually grew serious. He had indeed underestimated this willpower assessment. At that moment, a beguiling voice echoed in Su Chen's mind, filled with temptation, urging him to relinquish his resistance while inundating him with a torrent of negative energy. Moreover, the moment his resolve wavered even slightly, the seductive force would amplify, striving to utterly shatter his will. Fortunately, Su Chen possessed the legacy memories of xianxiaaudiobooks, as well as recollections from his previous life, endowing him with unwavering soul strength and determination. Ultimately, he fortuitously endured for half an hour. At this juncture, over 40 disciples still stood on the platform, having successfully passed the willpower assessment, much like Su Chen. Feech, look at the platform. Isn't that fellow Su Chen? Zhang Huan exclaimed, astonishment evident in his eyes as he pointed eagerly at Su Chen. Zhang Yifei quickly followed his finger's direction and, upon closer inspection, confirmed that it was indeed Su Chen. Isn't this lad merely at the second level of the martial scholar realm? How could he possibly participate in the outer sect grand competition? Zhang Yifei's face mirrored disbelief. It must be noted that the minimum cultivation requirement to enter the outer sect competition was the 7th level of the martial scholar realm. Otherwise, participating would merely be a form of self-torment. Furrowing his brows, Zhang Huan pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. There is only one possibility. This lad's true combat prowess has reached above the 7th level of the martial scholar realm. Upon finishing, shock flickered in his eyes. If this were indeed the case, how terrifying must Su Chen's talent be? There's no need to think too much. Since he has entered this outer sect competition, let us hope he does not cross paths with me. Otherwise, I shall teach him a lesson he won't soon forget, Zhang Yifei declared, a cruel smile gracing his lips, his tone dripping with disdain. After being thwarted by Zhou Lin previously and unable to discipline Su Chen, he vowed that should they meet in the grand competition this time, he would ensure Su Chen paid a painful price. Not far from Zhang Yifei, Yi Fengyun, alerted by his subordinates, also discerned Su Chen on the platform. During this time, he had thoroughly investigated Su Chen, uncovering not only his name, but also the conflict between him and Zhang Yifei. Disseminate the order. Should our people encounter Su Chen, do not afford him the opportunity to concede. First, sever his tongue, then cripple his limbs, Yi Fengyun commanded coldly, his gaze fierce. A mere 4th-level martial scholar dared to defy him. If he did not exact a heavy toll on Su Chen, it would send a warning to the other disciples. Should he ascend to an inner sect disciple, the marketplace under his control would likely be swiftly seized by others, an outcome he could not abide. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin's figure appeared instantaneously upon the battle platform. Congratulations on successfully passing the first stage of the willpower assessment. Each of you will receive 5,000 contribution points. Zhou Lin's visage bore a smile, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. You may now rest. In half an hour, we will commence the second stage of the arena battle. Should you succeed, your rewards will be doubled. The Xianyuan sect placed immense importance on the cultivation of outer sect disciples, striving to ignite their motivation for training. In significant events like the Outer Sect Grand Competition, each stage would reward substantial contribution points, and the top 3 contestants would receive even more lavish rewards. Chapter 17. What are you laughing at? In the waiting area, compared to the previous bustling crowd, it now appeared remarkably spacious, with a significant number of disciples having vacated. The total of disciples from the 3 battle zones who had passed the willpower assessment was now less than 170, having eliminated over 100 disciples. Such a staggering elimination rate profoundly impressed upon those who had not participated in the Outer Sect Grand Competition the harsh reality of the willpower assessment. As half an hour elapsed, Zhou appeared on the battle platform punctually. The time has come. The second stage of the arena battle officially begins. All disciples, please ascend the platform to draw lots, as we will determine the top 30 contenders. Zhou expression turned serious as he spoke. Subsequently, all the disciples ascended the platform in unison to draw lots. After the lots were drawn, the second stage of the arena battle commenced in earnest. Approximately an hour later, it was finally Su Chen's turn to take the stage. Without a moment's hesitation, he moved gracefully onto the platform. Opposite him stood a disciple at the 7th level of the martial scholar realm, named Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia wore an expression of uncontainable excitement, itching to burst forth in song to express his inner joy. He had initially thought he would falter at the second stage, but upon seeing that his opponent was Su Chen, he could hardly suppress his laughter. After all, he had been present when Zhang Yifei and Zhang Wanqi had sought trouble with Su Chen. Knowing full well that Su Chen's cultivation was merely at the 2nd level of the martial scholar realm. Now, after just over half a month, even if Su Chen had broken through a minor realm, he would still be 4 realms behind Xianxia. The reason Su Chen was allowed to participate in this Outer Sect Grand Competition was not within his consideration. He simply felt that he had struck the jackpot by encountering Su Chen, a soft target. Are you out of your mind? What are you laughing at? Su Chen queried, perplexed, as Xianxia had been incessantly laughing since he ascended the platform. Kid, encountering me, Jiang De Yi, is truly your misfortune. I advise you to surrender obediently to avoid injury, Xianxia retorted, his expression freezing as he threatened menacingly. Fool. Su Chen's eyes glinted with disdain as he coldly spat out 2 words. You are truly seeking death. Xianxia's face flushed with rage. With a furious shout, he charged towards Su Chen. Midway through his advance, he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, enveloping his fist in a thick layer of energy before launching a ferocious blow towards Su Chen. Su Chen remained calm, swiftly dodging the attack with agile movements. Immediately after, he clenched his right fist and unleashed a strike with the swiftness of lightning, arriving before Xianxia in the blink of an eye. Boom! A hint of panic flickered in Xianxia's eyes. He barely had time to react before Su Chen's fist struck his abdomen with tremendous force. The impact felt like a thunderbolt, causing Xianxia to violently spit out a mouthful of blood. His body uncontrollably flew backward, rolling a few times on the ground before lying still, clearly devoid of the strength to continue fighting. Who on earth is this formidable individual? Defeating Xianxia, who was at the 7th level of martial arts, with just a single punch while being at the 5th level. His name is Su Chen, a recent entrant among the outer disciples. Despite his newcomer status, he has already made enemies of Zhang Yifei and Yi Fengyan. Goodness! Is this fellow so audacious as to provoke Yi Fengyan? Indeed, one cannot fathom the mindset of such individuals. At this moment, Su Chen drew the attention of numerous disciples nearby, many of whom were astounded by the sheer strength he had just displayed. However, they simultaneously expressed their disbelief at his audacity to offend both Zhang Yifei and Yi Fengyan, deeming Su Chen excessively arrogant, bordering on self-destruction. In the first battle zone, Zhang Yifei observed Su Chen on the arena with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had initially thought that Su Chen's improvements in cultivation would not pose a significant threat to him. Yet, witnessing Su Chen's display of power, he realized he might have underestimated this opponent. Brother Fei, this kid seems rather sinister. Perhaps we should refrain from provoking him, Zhang Huan advised, his expression grave. No way. You know how Brother Chuan is. If we let this kid go, we will be the first to suffer his wrath. Zhang Yifei rejected the suggestion without hesitation, his eyes betraying a hint of ruthlessness. Do not worry. Even if he is strong, there remains a considerable gap between us. The challenge is about to commence, and should the opportunity arise, I will challenge him without delay and eliminate him. Very well, Zhang Huan conceded, wary of Zhang Jingchuan's temperament. After all, Zhang Jingchuan was exceedingly domineering and took pride seriously. If they were to back down and avoid confronting Su Chen, Zhang Jingchuan would undoubtedly not let them off easily, and even their parents within the family might suffer his vengeance. With this thought, Zhang Huan felt helpless and silently prayed that Zhang Yifei would resolve the matter with Su Chen smoothly. On the other side, Yi Fengyun regarded Su Chen on the stage with an unperturbed gaze. He possessed absolute confidence in his strength, perceiving Su Chen merely as a buffoon, unworthy of his concern. The arena battles continued unabated, and after approximately 4 hours, it was finally Su Chen's turn to take the stage once more. "Kid, I never expected my opponent this time would be you." Zhang Huan spoke slowly, his expression serious. A glimmer of wariness flickered in his eyes. For Su Chen's earlier display of strength had left him apprehensive. "Do you know me?" Su Chen's gaze sharpened instantly. For those who recognized him were either from the Zhang family or Yi Fengyun's faction. "I am Zhang Huan, the cousin of Zhang Wanqi," he replied with a snort. "So, it is the Zhang family's foolish hound. Haven't you all been wishing to kill me? I offer you a chance. Let us engage in a life-and-death battle. Do you dare accept?" Su Chen replied with a cold, mocking smile. He harbored a deep-seated loathing for those of the Zhang family, having been bullied by Zhang Feng since he was merely a servant disciple. Were it not for his rapid advancement in cultivation, he would have perished long ago as an ordinary disciple. Thus, he showed no mercy toward killing members of the Zhang family, given the chance. He would certainly pay a visit to the Zhang family in Xingyang City to teach them the consequences of provoking him. "You." Zhang Huan's eyes blazed with fury at Su Chen's insult, wishing to rush forth and tear Su Chen to shreds. Yet, witnessing Su Chen's unshakable confidence, he hesitated to accept the life-and-death challenge. After all, Su Chen's earlier demonstration of power had instilled fear in him, and he was unwilling to gamble with his own life. "Foolish hound, if you are too cowardly to accept, then hurry up and concede defeat. Do not waste everyone's time," Su Chen taunted once more. The cultivation level of Zhang Huan was merely at the 8th level of martial arts. Defeating him would be childish play for Su Chen. Yet, he relished in humiliating him, hoping Zhang Huan would concede voluntarily. "Zhang Huan, what are you hesitating for? You are about to disgrace the Zhang family entirely. Accept the life-and-death battle immediately." Just then, a cold, ruthless, and domineering voice echoed from a high platform not far from the arena. Upon hearing it, Su Chen looked up to see a handsome young man, exuding an air of arrogance, glaring coldly at Zhang Huan. This individual was none other than the core disciple Zhang Jingchuan, who stood on the high platform like a king surveying his domain. "Yes, I accept," Zhang Huan quickly replied, his voice trembling slightly, clearly intimidated by Zhang Jingchuan's imposing presence. He had no doubt that should he dare defy Zhang Jingchuan's will, his life would be forfeit once the competition concluded. Zhang Jingchuan was not one to shy away from such matters. As a core disciple of Xianyuan's sect and the young master of the Zhang family, he would face no repercussions for eliminating Zhang Huan, who in his eyes was scarcely more significant than an insect. "Very well, you have some courage." A cold smile appeared on Su Chen's face, his eyes flashing with determination. He then respectfully clasped his fists toward Elder Zhou Ling on the high platform, his voice resolute. "Elder Zhou, I request your assistance in presiding over our life-and-death battle. You too must think carefully. A life-and-death battle is no trifling matter. Once it commences, it only ends when one party is dead, and midway concessions will not be accepted. No one can save you." Elder Zhou Ling's expression grew stern as he spoke. "We have considered it thoroughly," Su Chen and Zhang Huan declared in unison, without a hint of hesitation. "Sigh, very well. Since you both have made your decision, I shall serve as the witness. I hereby announce that the life-and-death battle officially begins." Elder Zhou Ling sighed heavily before making the announcement. He felt helpless, disliking the thought of disciples battling to the death, yet both Su Chen and Zhang Huan were resolute, leaving him no grounds to refuse. His intention in allowing Su Chen to participate in this outer disciple competition was to cultivate his potential, hoping to provide him with some experience. However, who could have anticipated that Su Chen would dare to challenge Zhang Huan, who was at the 8th level of martial arts, to a life-and-death duel? At this moment, he could only hope that Su Chen might create a miracle. After all, he had never witnessed a disciple overcoming a 3-level gap in cultivation to defeat an opponent. Is Su Chen overly ambitious? Winning against a martial artist at the 7th level has already inflated his ego? Indeed, is this not akin to courting death? He must be out of his mind. Yet, it is difficult to say. I actually have faith in Su Chen, for he must possess some reliance to boldly initiate a life-and-death battle, ensuring his victory. A 3-level gap is substantial. If Su Chen can triumph, he would be defying all odds. At this moment, the disciples surrounding the arena began to fervently discuss, with the vast majority believing that Su Chen was undoubtedly doomed, as the disparity between the 5th and 8th levels of martial arts was, in their eyes, insurmountable. Although Su Chen displayed some talent, he was far too reckless and arrogant, and it was only a matter of time before he faced dire consequences. Among the crowd, Lin Hai, who had crossed paths with Su Chen, shook his head helplessly, knowing he would never act so impulsively. Meanwhile, on the arena, Zhang Huan's gaze was unwavering. Since he had been coerced by Zhang Jingchuan into accepting the life-and-death battle, he intended to fight earnestly. With his cultivation at the 8th level of the martial realm, he believed that he had a chance to defeat Su Chen. Su Chen, today I shall surely kill you. Zhang Huan's eyes glimmered with a hint of madness as he charged fiercely towards Su Chen. Die! Su Chen took the initiative, his form suddenly shifting like a bolt of lightning, his speed so swift that the onlookers could only catch a fleeting shadow. In an instant, his fist, accompanied by a howling wind, struck Zhang Huan squarely in the face. Boom! Accompanied by the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing. A significant portion of Zhang Huan's face caved in, and his body was sent flying by a tremendous force, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Huan's appearance was utterly pitiful, his aura radiating a profound weakness, teetering on the brink of collapse. How can you be so strong? Zhang Huan's eyes were filled with shock. He had thought he had overestimated Su Chen, yet the reality was that he had severely underestimated him. Unable to withstand even a single blow. You're simply too incompetent. Your Zhang family is nothing remarkable, Su Chen said, his tone laced with derision. Afterward, he cast a cold smile towards Zhang Jingchuan on the platform, a sneer filled with provocation and disdain. He then averted his gaze, drawing a battle sword from his storage pouch, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he charged directly at Zhang Huan. Seeking death, Zhang Jingchuan keenly sensed the gaze directed at him by Su Chen, his eyes flashing with a cold, murderous intent. He could hardly fathom that a mere outer sect new disciple would dare to provoke him, truly a fool unaware of his own mortality. As Su Chen approached, Zhang Huan's eyes were filled with terror and despair. Instinctively, he turned to flee towards the edge of the battle platform, his steps frantic. Devoid of the courage to face Su Chen, a cold smile graced Su Chen's lips as he instantly activated blood escape, his speed surging as he pursued Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan, watch out behind you. Below the platform, Zhang Yifei's eyes widened in fury as he could not help but shout, his voice infused with urgency and rage. Hearing this, Zhang Huan hurriedly glanced back, but it was regrettably too late. Su Chen's figure appeared directly behind Zhang Huan. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his battle sword and pierced it through Zhang Huan's heart. I am unwilling. Zhang Huan's eyes reflected a deep sense of unwillingness at that moment. He bore no grudge against Su Chen, but rather harbored immense resentment towards Zhang Jingchuan. He had once held a bright future, yet was coerced into agreeing to a life-and-death battle by Zhang Jingchuan. His lips trembled as if wishing to say something, but ultimately, his life force gradually dissipated, his body slowly collapsing into silence. Su Chen, Zhang Yifei was engulfed in rage, emanating an icy murderous intent. He had never anticipated that Zhang Huan would fall to Su Chen's hands, filling his heart with animosity. What a fool. If you are unconvinced, then let us have a life-and-death battle later. Su Chen replied with a cold smile, his gaze brimming with provocation as he spoke disdainfully. Do you think I fear you? The upcoming challenge match will be a fight to the death. Zhang Yifei trembled with rage. Although he was uncertain of Su Chen's true strength, he had to feign dominance before the onlookers. After all, Zhang Huan's demise had imparted a profound understanding of Zhang Jingchuan's merciless nature, revealing that he held no regard for the lives of his kin, leaving Zhang Yifei both fearful and powerless. This Su Chen is truly defying the heavens. Meanwhile, countless disciples surrounding the battle platform erupted into exclamations of astonishment. Every face bore disbelief. As a 5th-level martial realm practitioner could actually annihilate an 8th-level practitioner, a feat they had never heard of before. At that moment, Su Chen's name was indelibly etched into the minds of all present. Chapter 19, The Battle Against Zhang Yifei. I hereby declare that the victor of this life-and-death battle is Su Chen, who successfully advances to the top 30, receiving a reward of 10,000 contribution points. At this moment, Zhou Lin's figure appeared on the battle platform as he announced loudly. He looked at Su Chen with eyes full of excitement and gratification. He had never imagined that this young lad would continue to surprise him time and again at this moment. He was immensely grateful for his decisive decision to allow Su Chen to participate in the Outer Sect Grand Competition, a decision that now seemed remarkably wise. Subsequently, Su Chen, with an indifferent expression, turned and descended from the battle platform, making his way back to his seat. Kid, last time you managed to escape by sheer luck. If we encounter each other again in this Outer Sect Grand Competition, will you dare to run again? Just as Su Chen passed by the first battle zone, a voice filled with derision suddenly rang out. Su Chen turned to see Yi Fengyun gazing at him with icy eyes and a scornful smile. Fool. I'll settle the score with you later. A cold smile appeared on Su Chen's face. He too held a strong disdain for Yi Fengyun. The latter's tyrannical and ruthless actions in extorting stall fees had demonstrated just how domineering and cruel he was. having bullied countless disciples. You little brat. Dare to be so arrogant before me? You must not know how to write the word death. Yi Fengyun's expression darkened to an extreme, his voice laden with an intense murderous intent. Fool. Su Chen coldly spat out 2 words, then stepped away. Arguing with Yi Fengyun held no meaning for him now. He intended to defeat Yi Fengyun openly on the battle platform. Damn it. Just enjoy your moment of triumph. I will make you aware of the price of arrogance soon enough. Yi Fengyun's eyes were icy as he fixated on Su Chen's retreating figure, gritting his teeth in anger. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. At this moment, the top 30 disciples of the Outer Sect Grand Competition had finally been determined. Next, we will proceed to the 3rd round of the challenge match. Please have the top 30 disciples ascend the platform to draw lots, Zhou Lin announced loudly. Subsequently, the disciples who had successfully advanced to the top 30 perked up, quickly ascending the battle platform to draw their lots. Soon, everyone had completed the drawing, and the atmosphere became tense. This time, Su Chen drew the number 10. Those who drew numbers 1 to 15, gather at the first battle zone. You will face challenges from disciples who drew numbers 16 to 30. Those who drew numbers 16 to 30, gather at the second battle zone. You will challenge in order, starting with the disciple who drew number 16. Prepare for the challenge. Zhou Lin organized methodically. Following Zhou Lin's instructions, the top 30 disciples descended from the battle platform and proceeded to their respective battle zones according to their drawn lots. Su Chen, having drawn number 10, was set to accept challenges from others. However, he paid this no mind. After all, with his current strength, he was already unrivaled in the Outer Sect, and the championship was undoubtedly his. At that moment, Su Chen keenly sensed a malevolent gaze fixated upon him, prompting him to turn and look. On the battle platform, Zhang Yifei was glaring at him with a cold expression, his eyes flickering with hatred. Clearly, Zhang Yifei had drawn number 16. Elder Zhou, I wish to challenge Su Chen, and I demand a life-and-death battle, Zhang Yifei declared, his gaze malicious, his voice imbued with intense murderous intent. Su Chen, do you accept this challenge? If you wish to decline this life-and-death battle, you may do so. As you are 4 minor realms beneath Zhang Yifei, Zhou Lin spoke sternly. Elder Zhou, I willingly accept the life-and-death battle, although my realm is lower. I possess sufficient confidence to slay him, Su Chen replied with unwavering determination, his expression serious. My goodness, I truly admire Su Chen now. This is simply incredible. I just thought he was joking with Zhang Yifei, but it turns out he genuinely dares to agree to a life-and-death battle. At this moment, the countless disciples watching the battle were filled with exhilaration, their gaze firmly fixed on Su Chen on the stage, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Observing Su Chen's resolute demeanor, Zhou Lin's eyes flickered with astonishment. Could it be that Su Chen truly possessed the capability to slay Zhang Yifei? A formidable warrior at the 9th rank? He genuinely wished to witness the extent of Su Chen's limits. Since both of you have consented, I hereby declare the life-and-death duel officially commences, Zhou Lin proclaimed decisively. Having uttered these words, he vanished from the arena in an instant. Su Chen, accepting my challenge is the gravest mistake of your life. Zhang Yifei's face suddenly contorted into a cruel smile. Without hesitation, he retrieved a black pill from his robe and swallowed it whole. In that moment, his body trembled violently as a surge of ferocious power ravaged within him. Concurrently, his aura skyrocketed, ascending from the early 9th rank to the 1st rank of a martial master. Zhang Yifei is truly ruthless. Such a pill, capable of temporarily enhancing one's cultivation, is bound to inflict significant harm on the body and foundational strength, potentially leaving lifelong repercussions. Better to risk everything than to lose one's life. You all know how merciless Zhang Jingchuan can be. I can guarantee that if Zhang Yifei shows any signs of cowardice, he may very well meet his end at Zhang Jingchuan's hands after the competition. After all, in Zhang Jingchuan's eyes, his own reputation and that of the Zhang family are paramount. You make a valid point. In this light, Zhang Yifei's actions are entirely justifiable. Not only does it ensure he can slay Su Chen, but it also preserves his own life. At this moment, countless disciples engaged in fervent discussions, many expressing their concern for Su Chen, believing he was surely doomed. I'm not trying to discourage you, but with your current strength, you cannot possibly contend with me. Su Chen replied, his expression remaining tranquil, devoid of any fear, his tone dripping with disdain. Su Chen, I will kill you. Zhang Yifei, unable to contain his fury at Su Chen's continued disregard for him, bellowed in rage, gripping his sword tightly and lunging fiercely at Su Chen. This strike was imbued with his wrath and murderous intent, exuding an unstoppable momentum. In the face of this fierce assault, Su Chen neither flinched nor evaded. He swiftly drew his sword from his storage pouch and mirrored the attack with a strike of his own. Boom! The two swords, each resonating with overwhelming spiritual energy, collided with a deafening roar. A tremendous shockwave erupted, sweeping across the entire arena. Zhang Yifei felt an insurmountable force crashing against him through his sword. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body uncontrollably staggering back several steps. Terror gripped his features as he looked at Su Chen, utterly incredulous that a mere strike had left him, a first-rank martial master, at such a disadvantage. In that moment, Su Chen pressed his advantage, advancing upon Zhang Yifei while he was still reeling from the injury. Chapter 20. The Threat of Zhang Jingchuan. As Zhang Yifei found himself in a precarious position, those watching from the sidelines, including Zhang Wanqi and other members of the Zhang family, were filled with anxiety. They silently hoped for Zhang Yifei to turn the tide and vanquish Su Chen. By the heavens, Su Chen defies all expectations. Indeed, to be able to reduce Zhang Yifei, whose strength rivals that of a first-rank martial master, to such a state is utterly astonishing. At that moment, countless outer disciples were awash with shock. No one could fathom that a single strike from Su Chen could draw blood from Zhang Yifei, shattering their preconceived notions. Even Lin Hai's eyes widened in disbelief, as he stared at Su Chen on the stage, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, facing the oncoming Su Chen, a glint of madness flashed in Zhang Yifei's eyes as he fervently channeled his spiritual energy, making a final desperate struggle. After several exchanges, Su Chen seized a critical opportunity. He swung his sword with lightning speed, targeting Zhang Yifei's throat. Sensing the imminent threat of death, Zhang Yifei's pupils constricted as he hurriedly attempted to evade. Puff! However, while he managed to avoid the lethal blow, his right arm was severed by Su Chen's sword. Ah! Zhang Yifei's anguished scream echoed, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet. This is impossible. It must be a trick. He mumbled in disbelief, his eyes filled with despair and shock. He could not comprehend how Su Chen's strength could be so formidable. Simultaneously, the effects of the pill Zhang Yifei had consumed began to wane, and the side effects soon followed. Within a few breaths, his face grew deathly white, as if all vitality had fled him. His legs weakened, causing him to collapse onto the arena floor. Speak, do you have any last words? Su Chen, sword in hand, regarded him with disdain as he inquired. I don't want to die. If you spare me, I promise not to trouble you again. Zhang Yifei pleaded desperately, his voice trembling. Such naive dreams. Spare you? Do you truly believe that is possible? Su Chen scoffed coldly, unequivocally rejecting his plea. Do you dare to kill me? Our Zhang family is deeply entrenched in the Xianyuan sect, with many clansmen in the inner sect. Moreover, Brother Chuan is a core disciple. If you kill me, they will not let you go. Zhang Yifei threatened with a flash of malice in his eyes. Humph, let them come. I will slay one for each that approaches. Su Chen retorted with a look of utter disdain. Having already slain Zhang Feng and Zhang Huan, he had long since declared a vendetta against the Zhang family. What was one more Zhang Yifei to him? If he were to hesitate now, what would be the point of pursuing the martial path? With that, Su Chen, sword in hand and exuding an icy murderous intent, took deliberate steps toward Zhang Yifei. Brother Fei is also doomed, Zhang Wanqi murmured in despair from the sidelines. She longed to rush onto the stage to rescue Zhang Yifei, but the life-and-death duel could not be interrupted, and she lacked the strength to intervene. Helpless, she watched as Su Chen drew closer to Zhang Yifei, a sense of powerlessness enveloping her. Then, in utter despair, she closed her eyes, unwilling to witness the impending cruelty. Look, Brother Chuan is moving. Brother Fei is saved. Suddenly, a Zhang family member shouted in excitement, their voice brimming with hope and anticipation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanqi's eyes flew open, a flicker of hope igniting within her as she turned to look at Zhang Jingchuan. Undoubtedly, if anyone could save Zhang Yifei now, it could only be Zhang Jingchuan himself. On the high platform, Zhang Jingchuan, his expression darkened, slowly rose to his feet before vanishing into thin air. Kid, you cannot kill him. Just as Su Chen prepared to deal the fatal blow to Zhang Yifei, a cold, domineering voice rang out abruptly. In an instant, Zhang Jingchuan's figure materialized outside the arena. He cast a haughty glance at Su Chen, his demeanor exuding superiority. Without warning, an invisible soul attack surged towards Su Chen, intending to deliver a crushing blow. Su Chen's heart raced as he felt an overwhelming sense of deadly threat approaching. Zhang Jingchuan, you have gone too far. At that moment, Zhou Lin appeared before Su Chen like a specter, sweeping his robe to deflect the soul attack meant to severely wound Su Chen. Zhang Jingchuan's eyes flashed with regret. He had not anticipated Zhou Lin's swift arrival. Elder Zhou, it is the disciple's fault. Zhang Jingchuan resolutely admitted his mistake, yet his countenance remained one of haughty superiority. After all, he was a core disciple of the Xianyuan sect. As long as he did not directly slay Su Chen, he would face no repercussions whatsoever. Humph. Zhou Lin let out a cold snort, fully aware of this fact, and chose not to engage in a futile argument with him. With an icy demeanor, he stated, Zhang Jingchuan, this is the outer sect. You are here to observe the battle, not to play any tricks. I advise you to abandon such thoughts while you still can. Elder Zhou, I have but one thing to say to this brat, Zhang Jingchuan declared, then turned to Su Chen, coldly asserting, Kid, Zhang Yifei cannot die. I do not wish to repeat myself a third time. Zhang Yifei was indeed a talented individual, and if nurtured properly, he could become a formidable ally in the future. Hence, Zhang Jingchuan's desire to spare him. Foolish dog. Su Chen gazed unflinchingly at Zhang Jingchuan, dismissively uttering those two words, treating Zhang Jingchuan's threat as mere wind passing by. He then turned to Zhou Lin, respectfully inquiring, Elder Zhou, if I were to slay Zhang Yifei, would the sect protect me? A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Su Chen's eyes. He was eager to eliminate Zhang Yifei immediately, yet he was concerned about the sect's stance. Should the sect decide not to safeguard him, he would be courting death. Anyone who dares to challenge the sect's regulations is doomed. Not even Zhang Jingchuan is exempt. Nor am I. Zhou Lin spoke with a grave expression, his tone resolute and powerful. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, relieved of his worries. At that moment, Zhou Lin turned to Zhang Jingchuan, earnestly warning, the sect has invested considerable effort in your cultivation, and your ascension to core disciple is no small feat. Do not be foolish. The sect's regulations are the foundation of its existence. If anyone could recklessly violate them, what sense of belonging would disciples have towards the sect? Moreover, with thousands of disciples observing, Zhou Lin would not allow Zhang Jingchuan to disrupt the rules of life and death battles. Zhang Jingchuan's eyes flashed with conflict upon hearing this. He refrained from further threats towards Su Chen, instead directing a menacing glare at him. Chapter 21. You are my brother. What are you staring at, you freak? Su Chen coldly remarked, unwaveringly meeting Zhang Jingchuan's gaze. Kid, what do you mean by that? Zhang Jingchuan's complexion shifted slightly, his tone laced with confusion. You should understand. Su Chen replied, his words laden with implications. He then disregarded Zhang Jingchuan and proceeded towards Zhang Yifei. Zhang Yifei, it seems no one can save you now. A cruel smile crept upon Su Chen's face. Brother Chuan, I don't want to die. Please save me. Zhang Yifei exclaimed, terror etched across his visage. His voice rife with desperation and helplessness. Kid, are you truly prepared to defy my will? Zhang Jingchuan's gaze turned frigid, unable to suppress his ire as he spoke once more. He was taken aback that Su Chen dared to disregard his words, which left him feeling humiliated. After all, as a core disciple, it was inconceivable that an outer sect disciple would dare to ignore him. Should this word spread, he would become the laughingstock of countless disciples. Su Chen remained silent, responding to Zhang Jingchuan's threat with action instead. With a chilling glare, he swiftly brought down his sword. Swish! A sharp beam of sword light sliced through the air, and in an instant, Zhang Yifei's body was severed in two. Kid, you truly do not know the meaning of death. In a heartbeat, Zhang Jingchuan's rage erupted. He stepped forward, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, engulfing the entire outer sect plaza. Su Chen and the thousands of disciples present trembled at the oppressive force. Each felt as insignificant as ants, easily crushed by that power. Zhang Jingchuan, I advise you against self-destruction. Zhou Lin's eyes glinted with malice, his expression stern as he spoke. Though Zhou Lin did not unleash any energy, his presence alone was enough to calm the fuming Zhang Jingchuan. As an elder of the outer sect, if he chose to intervene, Zhang Jingchuan would find himself in dire straits. Moreover, the sect's rules were stringent. Should he openly harm someone during the outer sect competition, he would face severe punishment. Thus, Zhang Jingchuan forcibly suppressed the raging fury within him, his gaze returning to tranquility. Kid, this matter is far from over. His eyes were icy, and though his voice was low, the fury within was palpable. Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished from sight. In that moment, the excited expressions of Zhang Wanqi and the other Zhang family members faded, replaced by anguish and indignation. They could hardly believe that even with Zhang Jingchuan's intervention, Zhang Yifei could not be saved. Su Chen, I shall kill you. Otherwise, I, Zhang Wanqi, vow to remain unwed. Zhang Wanqi's eyes reddened, her hatred for Su Chen reaching its zenith as she silently swore. She then quietly left the outer sect plaza, heading towards the Xianyang mountain range. Su Chen's rapid ascent in cultivation was alarming. If she were to follow the conventional path, she might never have the opportunity for revenge. Thus, she sought external power capable of granting her immense strength in a short time, a power she knew could be found in the Xianyang mountain range. Meanwhile, countless outer sect disciples gazed in shock at the scene, their minds filled with endless admiration for Su Chen. After all, he had dared to kill Zhang Yifei in the face of Zhang Jingchuan's threats, a boldness they themselves could never muster. Most would have readily released Zhang Yifei and perhaps even offered spirit stones as an apology. Brother Chen, you truly are my brother. I have come to understand. From this day forth, you shall be my role model. Lin Hai's eyes sparkled with fervor, the dormant passion within him igniting anew. At that moment, his gaze was resolute as he resolved to venture forth and hone his weaknesses, striving to emulate Su Chen and forge ahead on the path of martial arts. Little one, you are quite impressive, Zhou Lin remarked, turning to Su Chen, unable to contain his praise. Su Chen not only possessed remarkable talent, but also exhibited terrifying capabilities in battles beyond his level, coupled with immense courage. This outer sect competition had truly brought him countless surprises. Thank you, Elder Zhou, for your assistance, Su Chen expressed sincerely. Had it not been for Zhou Lin's strong protection, he would likely have been gravely injured by Zhang Jingchuan. Very well, you may withdraw to rest. The competition must continue, Zhou Lin nodded approvingly. Subsequently, Su Chen stowed away Zhang Yifei's storage bag and departed the battle platform. The third round of the challenge involved only the top 30 disciples, culminating in 15 matches, and thus concluded in approximately 5 hours. Congratulations on advancing to the top 15. Each of you will receive 20,000 contribution points. Zhou Lin's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he spoke with a warm smile. Now, let us proceed to the drawing of lots. The fourth round will determine the top 8. This round would utilize a lottery system, with disciples paired against each other, while those drawing the number 8 would receive a bye. At that moment, aside from Yi Fengyun and Su Chen, the faces of the other disciples were filled with tension as they silently prayed to draw the coveted number 8. After all, the next round would be the championship battle, and many disciples were acutely aware of their own limitations, not daring to dream of the top 3. They merely hoped to advance one step further, satisfied with the prospect of earning 40,000 contribution points. Soon, all disciples completed their draws. Su Chen looked at the number in his hand with a peculiar expression. To his astonishment, he had drawn the number 8, meaning he would advance directly, earning 40,000 contribution points without contest. A flicker of amusement crossed Su Chen's eyes, although he held no fear towards any disciple present. The prospect of advancing without engaging in combat was indeed a welcome opportunity. In the blink of an eye, 3 more hours had elapsed, and the 8 finalists were finally determined. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the top 8. Each of you will receive a reward of 40,000 contribution points. Next, we will proceed to the final stage of the outer sect competition, the championship battle, Zhou Lin proclaimed, his face adorned with a smile and his voice brimming with enthusiasm. In this round, only the top 3 will receive rewards, besides the direct promotion to inner sect disciples. The champion will receive 100,000 contribution points and a Qingling fruit. The runner-up will obtain 80,000 contribution points, while the third place will earn 60,000 contribution points. Now, I declare the championship battle officially begins. All participants, please come forward to draw lots. As Zhou Lin's words fell, Su Chen and the others ascended the stage to draw their lots. This time, Su Chen drew the number 2 lot. Subsequently, the championship battle commenced in earnest. The first match featured the disciples with the number 1 and number 8 lots, both at the 9th level of the martial artist realm. After a fiercely contested battle, the disciple with the number 1 lot emerged victorious and advanced successfully. Next, it was Su Chen's turn to take the stage. Without hesitation, he strode steadily up to the arena. Upon his arrival, the disciple who drew the number 7 lot paled at the sight of his opponent, realizing it was Su Chen, and panic flickered in his eyes. It was worth noting that Su Chen had already defeated 2 opponents in this outer sect competition, including Zhang Yifei, whose cultivation was comparable to the first level of the martial master realm, who had fallen to Su Chen's prowess. Lacking the courage to confront Su Chen, he immediately cried out his surrender. Thus, Su Chen secured a swift victory and advanced. The third battle commenced shortly thereafter, with Yi Fengyun taking the stage. Similar to Su Chen, Yi Fengyun's opponent yielded without hesitation. After all, Yi Fengyun had reached the pinnacle of the first level of the martial master realm, and among all the outer sect disciples, only Su Chen dared to face him. Following this, the fourth battle began, with the victor being a charming girl who held the number 5 lot. Though her appearance was sweet, she fought with remarkable ferocity. Brother Yi, Brother Su, let us compete for the third place. While the championship and runner-up are up to you two, the girl suggested gently. I have no objections. The disciple with the number 1 lot replied promptly, acknowledging his own limitations against Su Chen and Yi Fengyun, realizing that vying for the top 2 positions would be futile. Soon after, the disciple with the number 1 lot and the charming girl ascended the stage to engage in a fierce battle. Ultimately, the girl emerged victorious, claiming 3rd place in the outer sect competition, along with 60,000 contribution points as a reward. With the 3rd place determined, The most thrilling and intense championship battle was about to commence. Who do you think is more likely to win the championship? It's hard to say. After all, Yi Fengyun is at the pinnacle of the first level of the martial master realm, consistently dominating the outer sect, while Su Chen has yet to face an opponent who could truly challenge his strength. At that moment, all the disciples in the outer sect square focused their attention on Su Chen and Yi Fengyun, fervently discussing who among the two was more likely to claim victory. Kid, I'll take the championship. You can settle for the runner-up, Yi Fengyun declared, his gaze sharp and his tone unyielding as he fixed his eyes on Su Chen. Get lost. You're the one who be the second place. I'm aiming for the championship, Su Chen retorted boldly, meeting Yi Fengyun's gaze without flinching and a scornful smile gracing his lips. Do you think that by defeating a few outer sect weaklings, you can consider yourself invincible? That you can act arrogantly in my presence? Yi Fengyun's expression turned icy as he spoke coldly. In his eyes, no disciple in the outer sect was worthy of his regard. His cultivation had always been several steps ahead of his peers. Presently, he stood at the pinnacle of the first level of the martial master realm, while none of the other disciples had even reached the martial master realm. What is there to be proud of? In my eyes, you are the true weakling, having dominated the outer sect for so long with such meager cultivation. Su Chen shot back disdainfully, his demeanor cold. What a sharp-tongued brat. Since you desire the championship, I shall see if your strength is as formidable as your words. Yi Fengyun's face darkened ominously as he spoke with an icy tone. Feiyun's sword. With a chilling shout, infused with boundless killing intent, Yi Fengyun transformed into a black shadow, his sword hurtling towards Su Chen with the force of thunder. The speed of the strike was astonishing, reaching Su Chen almost instantaneously. Su Chen's heart raced, his pupils dilating as he swiftly raised his sword, bracing to meet Yi Fengyun's onslaught. Boom! The two swords clashed with a deafening sound. Surprisingly, both combatants were evenly matched, each being forced back 3 steps. Incredible! Su Chen is truly formidable, managing to stand toe-to-toe with Yi Fengyun. Excitement erupted among the surrounding disciples, their eyes fixed intently on the two combatants, eager not to miss a single detail. On the high platform, Zhou Lin's eyes sparkled with surprise and delight. He had not anticipated Su Chen's strength to be so formidable, capable of directly contending with Yi Fengyun. Based on their initial clash, both fighters appeared evenly matched. Thus, the outcome would hinge on other aspects where one might hold an advantage. Meanwhile, Su Chen's expression turned grave as he noticed a fine crack forming along the blade of his sword. In the Tianxian continent, weapon grades were classified sequentially as yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, King, Emperor, Venerable, Saint, Emperor, and Divine, with each grade further subdivided into lower, middle, upper, and superior quality. The sword he wielded was a yellow-grade superior weapon, the best he possessed. Yet, to his dismay, it had cracked after just one strike, clearly indicating that Yi Fengyun's sword surpassed his in quality. Haha, kid, I never expected you to be so impoverished, wielding a mere yellow-grade superior sword and daring to challenge me. Yi Fengyun sneered, having keenly noticed the flaw in Su Chen's weapon. At these words, a chill swept through Su Chen's gaze. Whether in this life or the last, he despised being called poor. What of a low-grade weapon? I can still defeat you. You worthless fool. With a fierce shout, Su Chen executed blood escape, transforming into a shadow of crimson as he charged toward Yi Fengyun. Kid, you're seeking death. I will make you regret this. Yi Fengyun, incensed by Su Chen's taunt, charged at him with bloodshot eyes. Clang, clang, clang. The two swords collided repeatedly, producing a series of crisp sounds, accompanied by a shower of sparks. After dozens of exchanges, Su Chen's sword finally succumbed to the strain, shattering into several pieces. At this sight, Yi Fengyun's heart surged with joy, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Feiyun sword technique, sending countless dazzling sword shadows surging towards Su Chen. The flickering shadows of swords moved with astonishing speed, relentless and unyielding, akin to a torrential rainstorm, as if they were determined to obliterate Su Chen in a single blow. At this moment, devoid of any sword to parry the onslaught, Su Chen's gaze remained resolute, devoid of even a hint of trepidation. Instantly, he activated the wind and thunder phantom movement technique, his figure becoming ghostly as he darted and weaved, skillfully navigating through the barrage of sword shadows. In the eyes of the onlookers, it seemed as though Su Chen was trapped in a position of utter helplessness, and his defeat appeared to be merely a matter of time. Chapter 23, The Triumph of Victory. Ha! Yi Fengyun, reveling in his advantage, could not restrain his taunts, his face alight with an expression of unbridled arrogance. Is this all you can do, boy? You dare contend for the championship against me? Truly, you are oblivious to your own mortality. Alas, It seemed that Su Chen was destined to fail. Indeed, such a pity. His strength is clearly not inferior to Yi Fengyun's. It is merely the quality of his weapon that falls short. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle would be far from certain. At that moment, countless disciples surrounding the arena were engrossed in fervent discussions, most shaking their heads in lamentation, convinced of Su Chen's inevitable defeat. However, upon the high platform, Zhou Lin observed Su Chen with admiration in his eyes. After all, Su Chen had ascended to the status of an outer sect disciple for less than a month and was already able to contend with Yi Fengyun. He was thoroughly astonished. Even if Su Chen were ultimately to be vanquished, it would not diminish his own brilliance. Boy, concede quickly, lest I inadvertently take your life, Yi Fengyun sneered, a cruel smile gracing his lips, his tone dripping with disdain. Concede to you? You are not worthy of such a gesture, Su Chen retorted with a cold laugh, his eyes brimming with disdain. Though his predicament was exceedingly perilous, with any lapse in concentration likely resulting in severe injury from Yi Fengyun's relentless assaults, he felt no fear. Instead, he keenly recognized that this was, in fact, a splendid opportunity for self-refinement. At this moment, under the looming threat of death, his mind raced, and his comprehension of the wind and thunder phantom was rapidly advancing, enabling him to evade Yi Fengyun's attacks with increasing ease. Moreover, it was inevitable that Yi Fengyun could not sustain such high-intensity assaults for long. Once his offensive waned, it would be Su Chen's moment to counterattack. Boy, you are truly courting death. Yi Fengyun, incensed by Su Chen's apparent disregard for him, was thoroughly enraged, his expression morphing into a mask of fury. He then channeled his spiritual energy to its utmost, amplifying the power of his attacks once more. Su Chen felt an immediate surge in pressure, his eyes reflecting a grave intensity. He desperately activated the wind and thunder phantom, his form shifting like a wraith, striving to evade the tempestuous onslaught of Yi Fengyun. In the blink of an eye, over 100 exchanges had transpired, and Yi Fengyun's countenance grew increasingly grim. He had initially believed he would swiftly defeat Su Chen, yet the battle had unexpectedly persisted until now. His spiritual energy had dwindled to half, and his breath became erratic. If this continued, he would undoubtedly succumb to exhaustion. Are you a turtle? Have the courage to face me head-on. Yi Fengyun bellowed at Su Chen, his voice brimming with ire. Fool, I possess the advantage of movement. Why should I not utilize it? Su Chen retorted defiantly, undeterred by the provocation, continuing to evade Yi Fengyun's attacks with agility. Why you? Yi Fengyun's expression darkened, but he found himself unable to counter. After all, in combat, one must exert every effort to leverage their advantages in order to vanquish their foe. As time sped by, a stick of incense had nearly burned through. Yi Fengyun, now visibly agitated, had lost the calm demeanor he once possessed. His once ferocious and swift attacks had become sluggish and lacked their former potency. A glimmer of determination flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He understood that the time to counterattack had arrived. Yi Fengyun, after suppressing me for so long, it is now my turn to strike back. A cold smile graced Su Chen's face as he deftly evaded another of Yi Fengyun's strikes and lunged forward, closing the distance to stand directly before him. With a sudden and powerful fist, he struck toward Yi Fengyun's right wrist with tremendous force. Taken completely by surprise, Yi Fengyun had no time to react. Bang! Su Chen's fist struck Yi Fengyun's wrist with unerring accuracy. In that instant, Yi Fengyun's eyes widened in shock, feeling an overwhelming force surge through his wrist, causing his sword to be flung from his grasp. Simultaneously, Su Chen unleashed another punch aimed directly at Yi Fengyun's face. Alarmed, Yi Fengyun, despite the excruciating pain radiating from his wrist, swiftly raised his left hand to retaliate against Su Chen. Crack! Yi Fengyun's palm was brutally intercepted by Su Chen's fist. Yi Fengyun's eyes bulged as he emitted a piercing scream of agony. I detest being called poor. Su Chen continued unabated, his eyes ablaze with fury, his fists raining down upon Yi Fengyun. In an instant, Yi Fengyun found himself dazed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The once arrogant demeanor had vanished, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Stop! I concede. Yi Fengyun cried out, humiliation and resentment saturating his voice. Here was the esteemed champion of the outer sect, once revered, now reduced to such a pitiful state at the hands of Su Chen. Upon hearing Yi Fengyun's surrender, a flicker of disdain crossed Su Chen's eyes. Spare me your pretense. Do not think that a modicum of cultivation grants you the right to be arrogant, Su Chen declared coldly, halting his assault. At that moment, the entire outer sect square fell into a profound silence. Countless disciples stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Yi Fengyun, the strongest of the outer sect, had been defeated by Su Chen, a mere fifth-tier martial artist. Just then, Zhou Lin appeared on the battle stage in an instant. his eyes brimming with astonishment as he regarded Su Chen. Having lived for so many years and witnessed countless disciples, he had never before encountered one capable of overcoming an opponent across 5 minor realms. His original intent had merely been to allow Su Chen to participate in the outer sect competition for experience. He had never anticipated that Su Chen would seize the championship. I hereby declare the outer sect competition to be a resounding success, and now I shall present the awards to the top 3 participants, Zhou Lin proclaimed with a smile, his voice resonating throughout the square. Su Chen, congratulations on winning the championship of this outer sect competition. Here is your reward. And remember to report to the inner sect within 3 days, Zhou Lin said, approaching Su Chen with a warm smile. With that, he presented Su Chen with a box containing spiritual herbs, which held the coveted Qingling fruit. Thank you, Elder Zhou. I shall remember this. Su Chen accepted the box with both hands, bowing respectfully. After the award ceremony concluded, Su Chen turned and departed the outer sect square, making his way toward the outer sect market. He had not forgotten the incident where Yi Fengyun had forcefully extorted booth fees from him. Now that he had claimed victory in the outer sect competition and was on the verge of reporting to the inner sect, he wished to rectify the injustices of the outer sect market before his departure. Chapter 24. Establishing order in the outer sect market. As the champion of the competition, Su Chen's every move was under the scrutiny of countless disciples. Thus, when he arrived at the outer sect market, a throng of disciples followed in his wake. Most of the disciples were bewildered, unsure of Su Chen's purpose for visiting the market, while a select few speculated that he might be there to address the issue of the booth fees. After all, it was merely half a month ago that Su Chen had suffered a setback at the hands of Yi Fengyun for this very reason. Which brother has the time? Please take me to the disciples responsible for collecting stall fees, Su Chen inquired. Upon hearing this, numerous disciples' eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. As expected, Su Chen had come to the marketplace to confront those who collected stall fees. A particularly eager disciple hurried forward, eagerly leading Su Chen toward a grand hall within the marketplace. Senior Brother Su, the disciples who collect stall fees are inside that hall. They are all subordinates of Yi Fengyun, the guiding disciple said, pointing towards the hall, his tone laced with unmistakable disdain. He had previously set up a stall in the outer sex marketplace and had often endured their harassment and bullying. Thus, he fervently hoped that Su Chen would teach them a lesson and alleviate the resentment he harbored. Thank you, brother, for your guidance. Please inform everyone that I will be in the marketplace for the next 3 days. If anyone dares to collect stall fees, notify me immediately. Su Chen replied in a grave tone. That's wonderful. I'll relay the message to everyone. Senior Brother Su, the guiding disciple said, bowing in gratitude, his face alight with excitement. I shall take my leave now to share this good news. With that, he turned and departed swiftly. Without any hesitation, Su Chen stepped into the grand hall. Upon entering, his gaze fixated on the diminutive youth he had previously defeated. The young man, upon seeing Su Chen approach, was taken aback, his expression morphing into one of sheer terror as he stammered, Senior Brother Su, what brings you to the marketplace? Take your people and leave at once. For the next 3 days, I shall oversee the outer sect marketplace, Su Chen stated coldly, his demeanor as frigid as ice. Why yes, we will leave immediately. The diminutive youth replied hurriedly, a wave of relief washing over him, having feared that Su Chen would unleash a violent retribution upon him. Once all the disciples vacated the grand hall, Su Chen sought out a quiet room to commence his cultivation. He intended to immediately absorb the Qingling fruit, aiming to break through to the 7th level of the martial artist realm. A successful breakthrough would elevate his true combat prowess to a level capable of contending with an average 3rd-level martial master. This would afford him a measure of self-defense upon entering the inner sect. Qingling fruit, do not disappoint me, Su Chen said, filled with anticipation. He promptly placed the fruit in his mouth and swallowed it whole. In an instant, an overwhelming and extraordinarily pure spiritual energy erupted within him. In the blink of an eye, this energy flooded through his entire meridian system. A sharp, intense sensation of pressure coursed through his body. And even with Su Chen's resolute will, he could not suppress a muffled groan. He dared not hesitate for a moment, swiftly channeling the Taichu formula to frantically refine the energy from the Qingling fruit. Before long, the spiritual energy in his dantian surged at an astonishing pace, his cultivation rapidly ascending like a rocket. In less than 2 hours, Su Chen's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of the martial artist realm, and he sensed the barrier to the 6th level looming ahead. Charge through. Su Chen roared internally, immediately mobilizing the dense spiritual energy within his dantian to assault the barrier. Boom, boom, boom. With the continuous influx of spiritual energy from the Qingling fruit as reinforcement, Su Chen was not lacking in power. He relentlessly struck the barrier, producing a series of deep, resounding thuds. After a full incense stick's worth of time of relentless assault, the barrier could no longer withstand the ferocity of his attacks and shattered explosively. The 6th level of the martial artist realm. Su Chen's heart soared with joy, having successfully achieved his breakthrough. At that moment, the energy from the Qingling fruit remained abundantly rich within him. Without a moment's pause, he continued to fully channel the Taichu formula, fervently refining and absorbing the energy. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. Su Chen's cultivation had progressed to the late stage of the 6th level of the martial artist realm, but the formidable energy of the Qingling fruit had been nearly exhausted. Damn it, I almost forgot I'm a chaos divine body, Su Chen muttered to himself helplessly. If he wished to break through, he required far more resources than other cultivators, especially as he ascended to higher realms, where the resource demands multiplied exponentially. After pondering for a brief moment, Su Chen retrieved all the spiritual stones he possessed and arranged them neatly before him. There were nearly 200 stones in total, the bulk of which he had acquired from Lu Mei, while the remainder had been plundered from the storage bags of Zhang Yifei, Zhang Huan, and the members of the Yulang mercenary corps. Then, Su Chen once again activated the Taichu formula, commencing the absorption and refinement of the spiritual energy contained within the stones. Although the energy from the spiritual stones was also pure, its absorption rate was several times slower compared to that of the Qingling fruit. Simultaneously, news of Su Chen's triumph in the Outer Sect Grand Competition with his 5th level martial artist cultivation rapidly ascended the Xianyuan sect's trending charts, igniting a fervent uproar throughout the sect. Countless disciples speculated on the extent of Su Chen's strength, marveling at his ability to defeat Yi Fengyun, who stood at the pinnacle of the 1st level of the martial master realm, despite being 5 minor realms below. Moreover, Su Chen's defiance of the core disciple Zhang Jingchuan's threats and his decisive slaying of Zhang Yifei became fodder for countless jokes among the disciples of the Xianyuan sect. In an instant, the members of the Zhang family felt utterly humiliated, unable to hold their heads high, as they were met with peculiar gazes from their peers wherever they went. In the core disciple area, at Zhang Jingchuan's residence, the atmosphere in the hall was markedly oppressive. Zhang Jingchuan sat in silence at the head of the table, his expression dark as he exuded an unmistakable aura of uncontainable fury. On either side of him sat a row of Zhang family members, all wearing expressions of ire, save for one woman whose beauty was unparalleled, possessing an ethereal grace akin to that of a celestial being. Brother Chuan, that brat has brought disgrace to our Zhang family and the Xianyuan sect. We cannot let him off lightly. Zhang Yu broke the silence first, speaking coldly. Brother Yu is right. We should simply eliminate him, another voice chimed in. Indeed. That brat must pay a heavy price, echoed the others, all clamoring to seek trouble with Su Chen. Mu Yao, you have yet to voice your opinion. What are your thoughts? Zhang Jingchuan queried, turning to the ethereal beauty beside him. This woman, named Zhang Mu Yao, was the most powerful member of the Zhang family within the inner sect, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the martial master realm. Had it not been for a peculiar ailment, she would have long since broken through to the martial sovereign realm and ascended to the rank of core disciple. Thus, Zhang Jingchuan's attitude towards her was devoid of any condescension. I do not support continuing to provoke Su Chen, for his ability to transcend realms is extraordinarily formidable. At present, he is the strongest individual within the entire sect. Do you all believe the sect is unaware of him? Zhang Mu Yao slowly shook her head, her expression earnest as she analyzed the situation for everyone. In this case, even if we were to confront Su Chen, we would neither be able to incapacitate him nor eliminate him. What would be the point? Moreover, this would only exacerbate the animosity between us and Su Chen, leading to a future where, should he grow stronger, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against our Zhang family. At that time, not only would we suffer, but our entire clan might face annihilation. Upon hearing Zhang Mu Yao's clear and reasoned discourse, all the Zhang family members in the hall fell into deep contemplation, evidently weighing the gravity of her words. As Zhang Jingchuan's previously sullen countenance gradually regained its composure, he, too, was not oblivious to the implications of the situation. Upon a moment's reflection, he recognized the validity in Zhang Mu Yao's assertions. Mu Yao, do you mean to suggest that we cease our pursuit of Su Chen and let this matter rest? Zhang Jingchuan inquired, a hint of uncertainty flickering in his gaze. Indeed, we have merely lost a modicum of face, and what of it? The bedrock of our clan lies with you, Brother Chuan, and the inner disciples like us. As long as we remain unscathed, the deaths of 2 outer disciples and 1 servant disciple are, in truth, not of great consequence. Zhang Mu Yao articulated with remarkable rationality, her expression exceedingly grave. In consideration of the future, we should take the initiative to extend goodwill towards Su Chen, thereby resolving our mutual discord. I find merit in Mu Yao's words. For the sake of our clan's future and our own, let us proceed to vote. Those in favor of reconciling with Su Chen, please raise your hands, Zhang Jingchuan declared, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Consequently, save for Zhang Yu, the majority of the Zhang family members present slowly raised their hands. With the overwhelming majority in agreement, the matter was thus settled. Let the resolution to reconcile with Su Chen be entrusted to you, Miao. I shall be departing the sect shortly, Zhang Jingchuan concluded decisively. The proximity of the core disciple area to that of the inner disciples made him apprehensive about encountering Su Chen. He feared that should Su Chen provoke his ire, he might be unable to restrain himself from retaliating. Thus, he resolved to stay with the Howling Wolf mercenary corps for a while, relishing some quality time with Lu Mei. In the inner disciples' quarters, at Dongfang Mingyu's residence, a fuming expression adorned his face as he seethed, "That insufferable brat. I have finally discerned your true identity. Merely the champion of the outer sect competition, yet you dare to toy with me? Such insolence demands a heavy toll." Memories of being outwitted by Su Chen flooded his mind, igniting a profound sense of regret. He should have never coerced Su Chen into surrendering the Crimson Sunflower. Rather, he should have eliminated him outright. Moreover, in his estimation, Su Chen's rapid ascension to the 5th level of the martial realm within a mere month and a half was undoubtedly facilitated by that very flower. With this realization, his animosity towards Su Chen intensified, and a fierce murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. Time swiftly elapsed, and soon it was the 3rd day. At this juncture, Su Chen's cultivation had finally ascended to the pinnacle of the 6th level of the martial realm. Without hesitation, he swiftly mobilized all the spiritual energy within his dantian, coalescing it into waves of spiritual force that surged towards the barrier of the 7th level. Boom, boom, boom. The waves of spiritual energy relentlessly assaulted the barrier, producing a series of muffled detonations. After a dozen vigorous impacts, the barrier finally exhibited faint fissures. Observing this, Su Chen immediately activated the Taichu technique, pushing his cultivation to its utmost limit, thereby amplifying the impact of the waves. Before long, the barrier was riddled with countless cracks, and it ultimately shattered with a resounding crash. The 7th level of the martial realm. At last, Su Chen's cultivation had successfully broken through. As he felt a surge of power coursing through him, exponentially greater than before, a profound confidence blossomed within him. With a sudden burst, Su Chen opened his eyes and exited the grand hall. With Su Chen stationed at the outer sect's marketplace, no disciple dared to collect stall fees, resulting in a sudden influx of disciples eager to set up stalls. Simultaneously, a multitude of disciples flocked to the marketplace to procure their necessities. It could be said that these 3 days had rendered the outer sect marketplace exceptionally prosperous, allowing the stallholders to accumulate a significant number of contribution points, which further deepened their gratitude and admiration for Su Chen. "Look, senior brother Su is coming out," exclaimed an observant disciple upon spotting Su Chen emerging from the grand hall, inciting a wave of excitement among the nearby disciples who rushed to greet him with fervor. Su Chen, devoid of any airs, responded warmly to each greeting with a smile. "Senior brother Su, are you heading to the inner sect?" inquired one disciple, a note of reluctance lacing his voice. The past 3 days spent in the outer sect marketplace had been immensely joyful, and he wished nothing more than to maintain this blissful state. "Senior brother, if you leave, who will protect us from the oppression of other disciples?" Another disciple asked anxiously. This sentiment resonated with many present, as they nodded in agreement, their faces etched with concern. "My dear brothers and sisters, I have deliberately spent these 3 days in the outer sect marketplace to impart a vital truth. One must rely on oneself. Only by cultivating strength can one attain their desires and avoid being bullied," Su Chen stated with a serious demeanor, his gaze unwavering. He understood that as soon as he departed the outer sect marketplace, disciples would inevitably resume their oppressive tactics, imposing exorbitant stall fees. Yet, he had no intention of intervening. Instead, he sought to instill hope and belief in the oppressed disciples, encouraging them to pursue the lives they envisioned for themselves. He wished for them to realize that transforming pressure into motivation would ultimately empower them, and that one day, they would no longer be subjected to oppression. Having delivered his message, Su Chen stepped away from the marketplace, making his way toward the inner sect. He had expressed all he could, and the path ahead was for them to traverse and strive for themselves. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, a profound silence enveloped the gathering of disciples. Within their hearts, a flame of hope ignited, fueled by the desire to change their destinies. In no time, the gazes of numerous disciples grew resolute, firmly convinced that through their efforts, they could alter their present predicaments and ultimately thrive. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, his actions would, in the future, become a cherished tradition within the Xianyuan sect. Each time a disciple emerged victorious in the outer sect competition, they would emulate him, spending 3 days in the outer sect marketplace, granting respite to the oppressed disciples. Moreover, They would inspire every disciple enduring hardship, instilling hope as they relentlessly pursued their convictions, crafting their own legends. Chapter 26. A lesson learned again. An hour had swiftly passed. At this moment, Chen finally arrived at a grand and imposing hall, the assessment hall of the inner sect. His purpose for visiting was to collect his inner sect identity token. Upon entering the assessment hall, Chen approached a sweet-faced senior sister and articulated his intent. After a thorough verification process, the charming senior sister confirmed the accuracy of Chen's identity information and commenced the creation of his identity token. Her movements were both deft and graceful, and soon, a brand new inner sect identity token was crafted. Junior brother, here is your identity token. Congratulations. From this moment forth, you are officially recognized as an inner disciple of the Xianyuan sect, the sweet senior sister said. A sincere smile gracing her features as she handed the token to Chen. Thank you, senior sister, Chen replied, accepting the identity token with both hands. His tone filled with genuine gratitude. Subsequently, he departed the assessment hall and made his way toward his residence within the inner sect. You finally arrived. Have you contemplated how you shall meet your demise? At that moment, a chilling and piercing voice suddenly echoed. A young man, proud and bearing a pitch-black war club, appeared like a specter, blocking Chen's path. This was none other than Dongfang Mingyu, a disciple ranked among the top 10 in the inner sect, whose cultivation had reached the 7th level of the martial master realm. Having acquainted himself with some individuals in the assessment hall, he had long since learned of Chen's residence in the inner sect and was now lying in wait on the inevitable path, eager to ensnare him. I thought it was someone significant, but it turns out to be you, this fool, Chen remarked with a mocking sneer, undeterred by the disparity in their cultivation levels. Deep down, Chen was not one to easily concede defeat. Regardless of whether he could defeat Dongfang Mingyu, he knew that he must not falter in confidence. He needed to strike first with his words. Upon hearing Chen's taunt, an inexplicable fury surged within Dongfang Mingyu. Despite his superior cultivation, easily capable of dispatching Chen, he felt as if the roles were reversed, perceiving Chen's audacity as if it were he who held the upper hand. He could not fathom the source of Chen's audacity. Kid, sometimes I really admire your courage. Are you truly oblivious to the danger? Dongfang Mingyu's expression darkened, his voice laced with cold disdain. Before he could finish, he swung his war club violently at Chen. Brother, please hold on. I have something to present to you. Chen quickly interjected, raising his voice. Dongfang Mingyu paused, intrigued, confident in his ability to easily subdue Chen. After all, he was several realms above Chen. He believed that as long as he remained cautious, Chen would pose no threat. What is it? Dongfang Mingyu inquired coldly, a hint of wariness in his gaze. Brother, last time I was in the wrong. I shouldn't have played tricks on you, Chen said, his face beaming with a smile, his tone exceedingly sincere, as if genuinely remorseful. Seeing Chen's respectful demeanor, Dongfang Mingyu's anger subsided slightly, and he couldn't help but exhibit a smirk of satisfaction. After all, Chen had just won the outer sect competition, and his deference greatly pleased Dongfang Mingyu's vanity. Why didn't you adopt this attitude sooner? Dongfang Mingyu said, adopting a tone as if teaching a junior. However, his demeanor suddenly turned icy again. What is it that you wish to present? Do not blame me for the consequences if it is merely something trivial. You will not escape a beating today. Certainly not something trivial, but rather the champion's reward. The Qingling fruit. I have refrained from absorbing it for 3 days, saving it specifically for you. Brother, Chen replied, maintaining a broad smile as he produced a box from his storage pouch, which had previously contained the Qingling fruit. Of course, it was an empty box. He had consumed the Qingling fruit long ago. His intent was solely to lower Dongfang Mingyu's guard, creating an opportunity for a surprise attack while making his escape back to his quarters. Do you truly expect me to believe you have saved the Qingling fruit for me? I suspect you are attempting to deceive me, Dongfang Mingyu retorted, skepticism etched on his face. Chen, who had always been audacious and unafraid, was now unexpectedly docile, which only heightened Dongfang Mingyu's suspicion. Yet, despite his doubts, desire glimmered in his eyes. After all, absorbing the Qingling fruit would enable him to break through to the martial sovereign realm, elevating him to core disciple status and dramatically enhancing his standing within the sect. Brother, how could I dare to deceive you in your presence? I merely wish to mend our relationship, hoping you will look out for me in the inner sect. Chen replied humbly, his tone reverent. As he spoke, a subtle glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He then tossed the medicinal box toward Dongfang Mingyu. In an instant, Dongfang Mingyu was captivated by the box, his thoughts momentarily halted. Kid, if this Qingling fruit is genuine, then I shall acknowledge you as my junior. And I will protect you in the inner sect, Dongfang Mingyu said with excitement, eagerly reaching for the box. anticipation coursing through him as he slowly opened it. At that moment, Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly activated his blood escape technique, transforming into a crimson shadow that appeared before Dongfang Mingyu in a flash. "You fool. You have fallen for my trick again," Su Chen said with a cold smile, his tone dripping with derision. He then clenched his right fist and struck fiercely towards Dongfang Mingyu's face. Dongfang Mingyu suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with a fierce, murderous intent. The box was empty, devoid of any trace of the Qingling fruit. At that instant, Su Chen's fist was mere inches from Dongfang Mingyu's face, the heat radiating from it palpable, yet there was no sign of panic in Dongfang Mingyu's eyes. In the blink of an eye, Dongfang Mingyu's figure vanished, and Su Chen's fist passed through his illusion, striking nothing but air. Oh no! Su Chen's heart sank, panic flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated Dongfang Mingyu's reflexes would be so swift, evading his attack in what he had deemed an unavoidable moment. "You! How dare you deceive me again?" Dongfang Mingyu's figure reappeared a short distance away from Su Chen, gritting his teeth as he spoke each word with venom. His gaze was frigid, emanating an overwhelming aura of rage. At that moment, he was genuinely furious. He had never imagined that Su Chen would dare to trick him twice. And even more infuriating was the fact that he had fallen for this cunning boy's ruse on both occasions. Chapter 27. A Problem with the Body. Cough. If I were to say that I was merely toying with you earlier and now truly present you with the Qingling fruit, would you let me go? Su Chen asked awkwardly, attempting to gauge the situation. Now calm, he resolved to face the consequences with composure. At worst, he would utilize his blood escape technique to evade, finding a place where Dongfang Mingyu would hesitate to pursue him. "Kid, this time, no matter what you say or present, you will pay a steep price." Dongfang Mingyu's face twisted into a sinister smile, and without a moment's delay, he charged at Su Chen with his war club raised. Faced with the oncoming threat of Dongfang Mingyu, Su Chen's expression grew grave. His blood surged within him, ready to unleash his blood escape at any moment. Dongfang Mingyu, halt. Suddenly, a melodious and commanding voice echoed through the air. A woman clad in a flowing white dress appeared effortlessly before Su Chen, effortlessly blocking Dongfang Mingyu's ferocious assault. Who was this woman? Su Chen was taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. However, as his gaze fell upon her silhouette, he found himself momentarily captivated. Her figure was enchanting, with long, graceful legs partially concealed by her skirt, exuding an irresistible allure. Truly, she was breathtaking. Su Chen marveled internally. He had never encountered such a captivating presence, leaving him momentarily spellbound. "Muyao, how did you come to be here?" Upon seeing Zhang Muyao's sudden appearance, Dongfang Mingyu's previously icy demeanor transformed, his expression now radiating warmth and a hint of eager servility. For many years, he had ardently pursued Zhang Muyao, exhausting every conceivable method in an effort to elicit a smile from her. It could be said that within the Xianyuan sect, no disciple was more devoted to flattering Zhang Muyao than he. Alas, Zhang Muyao deemed him too immature, thus consistently rebuffing his advances. However, it soon became apparent to Dongfang Mingyu that something was amiss. How could Zhang Muyao possibly defend Su Chen? "Muyao, this fellow is Su Chen, the very one who slaughtered 2 of your Zhang family's disciples. Why do you protect him?" Dongfang Mingyu exclaimed in astonishment. The mention of the Zhang family left Su Chen, standing nearby, visibly stunned, his expression rife with confusion. He simply could not comprehend why Zhang Muyao would shield him from Dongfang Mingyu. "Dongfang Mingyu, I am indeed aware that he is Su Chen. However, Su Shidi is now a friend of the Zhang family, and from this moment forth, all grievances between us are hereby resolved. Therefore, you are not permitted to take any action against Su Shidi," Zhang Muyao declared sternly. Her gaze icy as it bore into Dongfang Mingyu, her tone resolute. What is happening? The disciples surrounding them, drawn in by the spectacle, were left dumbfounded by Zhang Muyao's declaration, their faces reflecting disbelief. After all, Su Chen was the one who had killed 2 of their own and had humiliated Zhang Jingchuan. Now, Zhang Muyao was proclaiming Su Chen as a friend of the Zhang family, a sudden turn of events that took everyone by surprise. "What?" Dongfang Mingyu's voice rose sharply, his eyes widening in incredulity. He stubbornly pressed on. "What if I insist on taking action against Su Chen? Then by all means, feel free to try." Zhang Muyao's gaze sharpened instantly, directed at Dongfang Mingyu, her tone extremely serious. At that moment, Su Chen's mind raced as he pieced together the motives of the Zhang family. It seemed that his astonishing victory in the outer sect competition, showcasing his remarkable talent as a 5th-tier martial artist, had instilled a sense of threat in Zhang Jingchuan or other influential disciples of the Zhang family, prompting them to seek a resolution to their conflict. Yet, Su Chen had no intention of letting the Zhang family off so easily. Firstly, the disciples of the Zhang family had long since been marked for elimination on his list. and he was not the type to simply reconcile because others suggested it. Secondly, he had captured Zhang Jingchuan's old flame, Lu Mei, and was aware of Zhang Jingchuan's peculiar predilections. When Zhang Jingchuan discovered that Lu Mei had been taken, given his temperament, he would undoubtedly seek revenge on Su Chen. With these thoughts crystallizing in his mind, Su Chen devised a plan. Sister Yao, is what you say truly the case? Will the Zhang family truly cease to trouble me from now on? He inquired eagerly, his tone imbued with just the right amount of surprise and excitement. Indeed, Su Shidi can cultivate in the inner sect without worry. Not only will all disciples of the Zhang family refrain from bothering you, but we shall also ensure that no other disciples dare to trouble you. Furthermore, should you find yourself in need of cultivation resources, our Zhang family is willing to provide you with some, Zhang Muyao replied, turning to Su Chen with a radiant smile that lit up her beautiful visage, her tone sincere. Yet, at that moment, Su Chen's attention was wholly ensnared by Zhang Muyao's breathtaking beauty. He felt as though she were a celestial being who had stepped out of a painting, rendering him unable to look away. His gaze was ablaze with admiration. He had anticipated her beauty, yet had not expected it to be so extraordinary. His eyes roamed over her figure unabashedly, and he could not help but marvel at her ethereal grace coupled with her unparalleled looks, which made it exceedingly difficult for him to maintain composure. Compared to Li Miaoqing, Zhang Muyao's beauty was equally matched, if not superior in grace. Shidi, have you gazed your fill? Zhang Muyao's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible disdain, her voice cold and tinged with annoyance. Su Chen, do you wish to court death? At that moment, Dongfang Mingyu interjected, his tone frigid and laced with murderous intent. Zhang Muyao was the woman he had designated for himself, and Su Chen's brazen ogling ignited a fierce desire to eliminate him. Unjust. Sister Yao, you have gravely misjudged me. Su Chen replied earnestly, his expression one of feigned innocence. I merely noticed that there seems to be an issue with your health. Many disciples of the Xianyuan sect are aware of the hidden ailment afflicting my body. It is no secret, Zhang Muyao remarked, her countenance shifting slightly, a chill in her voice. No, your ailment is far more serious than you realize. Su Chen shook his head, his expression grave. After taking a couple of steps closer, he leaned in to speak in a tone only they could hear. Sister Yao, do you not experience intense coldness and excruciating pain on nights of the full moon? And is that phenomenon not growing increasingly severe? How do you know this? Zhang Muyao's heart raced, her disbelief palpable. This was something she had never disclosed to anyone. How could Su Chen know such intimate details? Sister Yao, this hidden ailment within you must be treated urgently, or you shall not see your 18th birthday. However, I possess the means to heal you, but I have two conditions. Su Chen's demeanor turned serious, his tone unwavering. Upon hearing this, a flicker of fear crossed Zhang Muyao's eyes. She had not anticipated the severity of her condition, which threatened her very life. She believed Su Chen implicitly, not only because he had accurately articulated her symptoms, but also because she had felt the very real threat of death during her last episode. What are the two conditions? If they are too excessive, I will refuse even at the cost of my life, Zhang Muyao hastily inquired, her eyes betraying a hint of wariness. Su Chen's earlier gaze, filled with an insatiable hunger, had left her with an unsettling impression. She feared he might propose conditions she would find intolerable, such as becoming his partner. The conditions are rather straightforward. First, you must cripple Dongfang Mingyu by severing one of his arms to demonstrate the Zhang family's willingness to resolve our enmity. Second, you must not disclose a single word about any details during my treatment of you. This concerns certain secrets of mine. Should you accept these two conditions and swear an oath to the heavens, I will proceed to cure your ailment, Su Chen stated calmly, his tone measured. Zhang Muyao was taken aback by these two conditions, her expression wavering. While she found the second condition acceptable, the first posed a significant dilemma. Dongfang Mingyu had a sister named Dongfang Mingwei, a core disciple of the Xianyuan sect with a fiercely combative nature, a veritable tigress. She truly wished to avoid provoking her, otherwise, her future in the sect would likely be fraught with turmoil. Yet, if what Su Chen said was true, and she were to perish before reaching 18, she could not resign herself to such a fate. Can you truly heal me? Zhang Muyao's eyes revealed a glimmer of conflict as she questioned him. I can swear an oath to the heavens, guaranteeing that I will completely remedy your condition. Moreover, once healed, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds, and your future training speed will far surpass what it is now, Su Chen replied with unwavering confidence. Suddenly, his expression turned solemn as he chanted incantations, establishing a heavenly oath. Upon witnessing Su Chen's audacity to swear such an oath, Zhang Muyao's gaze instantly solidified with determination. If Su Chen could genuinely heal her, she would have the chance to continue her existence. Moreover, once her hidden affliction was resolved, her cultivation might leap into the martial sovereign realm. If that were to occur, even offending Dongfang Mingwei would be worth the risk. Very well, I accept those two conditions, Zhang Muyao declared resolutely, no longer hesitating. Following this, she solemnly swore the heavenly oath as per Su Chen's request. Subsequently, she turned and strode toward Dongfang Mingyu, her voice icy as she commanded, Dongfang Mingyu, strike at me. At that moment, Dongfang Mingyu glared at Su Chen with murderous intent, for Su Chen had been alarmingly close to Zhang Muyao just moments ago, nearly face to face. When he heard Zhang Muyao's words, he was momentarily taken aback. Muyao, why would you want him to strike at you? He asked, bewilderment etched across his face. Zhang Muyao's expression remained indifferent. She offered no answer, but instead, her figure flashed as she lunged toward Dongfang Mingyu. You little brat, not only have you deceived me twice, but now you make my goddess turn against me. Just wait, I will make you pay dearly. Dongfang Mingyu roared in fury upon realizing Zhang Muyao was serious. His reaction was swift. He immediately employed his movement technique, hastily retreating toward his residence. The disparity in cultivation between him and Zhang Muyao was vast, and there was no way he could truly confront her. Thus, fleeing was the wisest choice. What a pathetic sycophant. I hold nothing but disdain for your kind. Su Chen remarked with a cold smile, his tone dripping with contempt. Seeing Dongfang Mingyu flee, Zhang Muyao hesitated not for a moment and pursued him without delay. She resorted to a damaging teleportation technique to catch up with Dongfang Mingyu as quickly as possible, fulfilling Su Chen's conditions. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Muyao obstructed Dongfang Mingyu's path, forcefully breaking one of his arms. Mingyu, I am truly sorry, she said, a flicker of guilt evident in her eyes as she apologized to him. Without further ado, she turned and walked towards Su Chen. Dongfang Mingyu, for all these years, I have fervently pursued you, cherishing every good thing for your sake, though you have long denied me the title of partner. How could you be so cruel as to maim my arm? Dongfang Mingyu's face turned a deep shade of anger as he bellowed at Zhang Muyao. In that instant, his affection for her morphed entirely into animosity. His gaze shot daggers at Zhang Muyao's retreating figure, suppressing the excruciating pain in his arm as he hastily departed. Hearing Dongfang Mingyu's words laced with hatred caused Zhang Muyao to pause momentarily, a hint of reluctance crossing her features. After all, he had pursued her for many years. Although she did not harbor romantic feelings for him, she felt a twinge of emotion nonetheless. Yet soon, her gaze regained its resolve. The potential to heal her own affliction outweighed any personal cost. Junior brother Su, I have fulfilled both of your conditions. Where shall we go for my treatment? Zhang Muyao inquired eagerly upon returning to Su Chen's side. Let's head to my residence. Su Chen nodded, smiling. Very well, Zhang Muyao agreed without a moment's hesitation. At this point, her sole desire was to resolve her affliction swiftly and rid herself of this long-standing burden. Furthermore, she was unafraid of any potential harm from Su Chen, as her cultivation far surpassed his, allowing her to subdue him without difficulty. Shortly thereafter, Su Chen led Zhang Muyao to a beautiful courtyard, his residence within the inner sect of the Xianyuan sect. Within the sect, the status of inner disciples was vastly superior to that of outer disciples, and thus, Su Chen's abode had been meticulously maintained, appearing pristine. Upon entering the room, Zhang Muyao asked, Junior brother Su, can you tell me what exactly my affliction is? Her voice trembled slightly, revealing her anxiety. It cannot simply be termed an affliction. You possess a unique constitution known as the ice spirit body, Su Chen replied solemnly. He had never anticipated that Zhang Muyao would possess such a powerful physique. This constitution was exceptionally formidable. With sufficient absorption of ice attribute treasures, it could continuously evolve. However, women with the ice spirit body were born with a primal, chilling poison that could be described as a taint of extreme cold. Since I possess the ice spirit body, why do I experience excruciating coldness and pain on the night of the full moon? Zhang Muyao furrowed her brows, confusion clouding her eyes as she softly inquired. This is due to your ice spirit body not yet being activated. You harbor a dense concentration of the primal cold poison, which will fully manifest when you turn 18. Ultimately claiming your life, Su Chen said gravely. However, if you successfully activate your ice spirit body, your lifespan will significantly increase, and your cultivation speed will far surpass that of others at the same level. If you do not fall midway, you are destined to become one of the pinnacle powers of the entire Tianxian continent. Junior brother Su, your understanding of the ice spirit body is profound. Do you have the confidence to help me activate it? Zhang Muyao's eyes sparkled with anticipation and joy as she eagerly pressed on. Naturally, or I would not have dared to swear the heavenly oath, Su Chen replied, a confident smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of assurance. Wonderful, Junior brother Su. I implore you to assist me in my treatment, Zhang Muyao exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. That is no problem. First, I will explain the treatment process in detail so that you can better cooperate with me. Initially, I will use silver needles to set up the 9 abyss purification array in the region of your abdomen. This array will cleanse the toxins from the primal cold poison, allowing you to absorb the remaining primal cold energy to activate your ice spirit body, Su Chen explained with focused intensity. I understand. Zhang Muyao nodded gently, her expression serious. Very well, please lie down on the bed and expose your abdominal area, Su Chen instructed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Muyao gracefully approached the wooden bed and reclined. Then, biting her lip, she slowly rolled up her skirt, revealing skin as smooth as mutton fat jade. After completing this, her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, for this was the first time in her life that a man had seen so much of her skin. Yao Shiji, I am about to begin. Do not employ any cultivation techniques, just flow with my rhythm. Su Chen cautioned as he retrieved a set of silver needles from his storage pouch, his demeanor steady. Zhang Muyao shyly closed her eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. Then, Su Chen quickly and precisely inserted the first silver needle into the acupuncture points on Zhang Muyao's abdomen. He continued with the second, third, and all the way to the 36th needle, each placement executed flawlessly. At this moment, the 9 abyss purification array was successfully established. As Su Chen activated the Taichu technique, the 9 abyss purification array erupted with an astonishing suction force, continuously drawing in the nearby primal cold poison to begin purifying the toxins within. Zhang Muyao instantly sensed the diminishing presence of the icy cold poison within her, a glimmer of uncontrollable delight flickering in her eyes. Soon, ethereal streams of pure white energy began to manifest above her graceful form, embodying the essence of pristine coldness. Buzzing. At that moment, the Taichu pearl within Su Chen's body began to tremble violently, transmitting an insatiable desire to absorb the cold energy. However, it was evidently not the opportune moment for such absorption, especially since Zhang Muyao's ice spirit body had yet to be activated. Although not entirely virtuous, Su Chen was resolute in fulfilling his promises. Senior Sister Yao, concentrate and absorb the cold energy with all your might. Su Chen called out emphatically. Understood. Zhang Muyao responded promptly, swiftly channeling her cultivation method to commence the absorption of the cold energy. In but a brief moment, Su Chen observed a profound, deep blue hue emerging from her dantian. Once her dantian transformed entirely into this deep blue, the ice spirit body would be successfully activated. After a short incense stick's time, Zhang Muyao was wholly engrossed in absorbing the cold energy. Seizing the opportunity while the cold energy was still abundant, Su Chen quietly rose, placing several recording stones in discrete corners of the room. This was part of his grand design. After all, Zhang Muyao was of the Zhang family, and his considerable efforts to assist her in awakening her ice spirit body were not simply altruistic. Su Chen intended to have Zhang Muyao under his control, for her eventual growth would undoubtedly serve as a formidable asset. After positioning the recording stones, Su Chen returned silently to Zhang Muyao's side, continuing to activate the Jiyuan purification array. Meanwhile, Zhang Jingchuan arrived at the base of the Ghost Wolf mercenary group. However, the horrifying scene before him instantly ignited a furious rage within him. The base lay in utter disarray, strewn with the lifeless bodies of mercenaries, while all the structures bore the scars of rampant flames, indicating that the Ghost Wolf mercenary group had suffered a catastrophic disaster. In an instant, Zhang Jingchuan seemed to go mad, his eyes bloodshot as he frantically searched for Lu Mei's whereabouts. Quickly, he scoured every corner of the base. The silver lining was that he found no trace of Lu Mei's corpse, suggesting she was still alive. Who did this? Who was it? Zhang Jingchuan's gaze turned crimson, and he bellowed in sorrow and fury. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out of the base, racing along its perimeter. After a brief incense stick's time, an extremely grim-faced Zhang Jingchuan confronted a group of mercenaries, demanding to know what had transpired with the Ghost Wolf mercenary group. The mercenaries trembled in fear, their legs weak under the oppressive aura he exuded. The captain of the mercenaries, paralyzed by trepidation, hastily divulged all he knew to Zhang Jingchuan. Chapter 30. You must take responsibility for me. Upon hearing the captain's words, Zhang Jingchuan finally grasped the situation. It turned out that not long ago, the leader of the Ghost Wolf mercenary group, Lu Mei, had suddenly vanished. Following her disappearance, internal strife erupted, leading to various conflicts, culminating in the devastation Zhang Jingchuan now witnessed. Damn you, Su Chen! I will tear you to shreds. I swear I shall not live as a human if I do not kill you. In that moment, Zhang Jingchuan comprehended everything with unwavering certainty. Su Chen had abducted Lu Mei and had learned his secrets from her. This revelation also elucidated why Su Chen had insulted him during the outer sect competition. Fueled by rage, Zhang Jingchuan unleashed a powerful strike, slaying the dozen or so mercenaries before him. Subsequently, he propelled himself to the extreme, dashing toward the Xianyuan sect like lightning. An hour later, Zhang Muyao's dantian was now predominantly suffused with deep blue. Her cultivation had advanced to the first level of the martial sovereign realm and continued to ascend rapidly. Senior Sister Yao, the cold poison in your chest cannot be absorbed by the array. Could you perhaps raise your garments a little, so I may insert a few silver needles? Su Chen stated earnestly. He had deliberately reduced the potency of the Jiyuan purification array, aiming to increase the opportunities for intimate contact with Zhang Muyao. Upon hearing this, Zhang Muyao gasped. Her previously fair complexion instantly flushed a deep crimson. Shyly, she inquired, Junior Brother Su, is it possible to do so through the fabric? Not at all. Su Chen replied with a serious demeanor, feigning concern for her safety. He explained earnestly, as you know, one cannot wield soul power without reaching the martial master realm. Thus, if I were to insert the silver needles through the fabric and miss the acupoints, the consequences would be dire. Hearing this, Zhang Muyao's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of hesitation passing through her gaze. Su Chen's reasoning held merit, and she understood the stakes involved. Yet, exposing her private areas in front of a man was an exceedingly daunting prospect. However, with only a sliver of the ice spirit body left to activate, she could not possibly abandon this effort. Resolutely, she bit her lip and bashfully uttered, Junior Brother, go ahead. As her words fell, Zhang Muyao grasped the hem of her white dress and swiftly raised it to her shoulders, instantly revealing her ample curves without reservation. Her delicate skin glowed softly under the array's radiance, captivating one's senses. Gulp. Su Chen swallowed hard, his gaze fixed, utterly entranced. His breath quickened, his heart racing as though a fawn were pounding within. Junior Brother Su. Observing Su Chen's dazed expression, Zhang Muyao, blushing yet slightly irritated, chided him playfully. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and insert the silver needles. Though vexed, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of happiness at the effect her body had on Su Chen. Cough, cough. Su Chen finally regained his composure, realizing his lapse in decorum, his expression turning sheepish. Senior Sister Yao, I apologize for my rudeness. He hurriedly composed himself, attempting to steady his nerves, then delicately pinched a silver needle between his fingers, slowly directing it toward the acupoint on her chest. Zhang Muyao responded softly, a tremor lacing her voice. After uttering this, she closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering slightly. Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily, aware of what was to transpire, feeling a blend of nervousness and unspoken anticipation. At the moment Su Chen pierced the silver needle, Zhang Muyao's body jolted, an irresistibly enticing moan slipping from her lips, her long neck arching gracefully as a faint blush adorned her fair skin. In an instant, her face turned crimson, wishing she could vanish into the earth. She never imagined she would produce such a sound. Is this girl truly that sensitive? Su Chen mused inwardly, fully aware of Zhang Muyao's reaction as an experienced hand. He wisely refrained from speaking, lest he provoke her embarrassment further. Swiftly, Su Chen inserted the remaining 5 silver needles into Zhang Muyao's acupoints. With each needle that pierced her, Zhang Muyao's body convulsed as if electrified, releasing soft cries that tantalized Su Chen's senses. At last, it was over. Su Chen exhaled heavily, surprised that merely inserting a few silver needles could be so exhausting. Junior Brother. At that moment, Zhang Muyao suddenly moaned unconsciously, her voice brimming with desire and uncontainable emotions. She abruptly sat up, her gaze hazy, and forcefully pinned Su Chen beneath her. Immediately, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from her body, shattering the clothes they wore into fragments. Sister, what are you doing? Su Chen asked, his voice trembling, although this was indeed what he desired. The rapidity of the situation caught him utterly off guard. Unknown to him, Zhang Muyao's character was one of coldness on the outside but warmth within. And having never been touched so intimately, she could not withstand Su Chen's torment. Nonsense. Zhang Muyao scolded playfully, having lost her usual composure and reserve. Her eyes filled with intense longing. This was your initiative. You must take responsibility. However, before Su Chen could finish his words, his mouth was silenced. In the core disciples area, at Dongfang Mingyue's residence, Sister, you were right. Pursuing a woman genuinely is indeed futile, Dongfang Mingyu said, his face a mask of anger and disappointment. What brought about this sudden clarity? A cute girl with ample curves asked, her tone laced with surprise. Her large eyes were filled with confusion, and her petite nose wrinkled slightly, adding a touch of playfulness. This girl was none other than Dongfang Mingyu's sister, Dongfang Mingyue, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the first level of the martial sovereign realm. Sister, that wretched Zhang Muyao broke my right hand. Dongfang Mingyu's eyes brimmed with resentment as he rolled up his sleeve to reveal a swollen arm, stained with traces of blood, a truly shocking sight. Chapter 31. The sky could fall, yet I shall not depart. What? Upon hearing Dongfang Mingyu's words, Dongfang Mingyue's expression darkened instantaneously. A palpable aura of murderous intent erupting from her being. I had warned you. Employ poison to subdue that wretched girl first, yet you refused, choosing instead to act like a sycophant. Now look where that has led you. Dongfang Mingyue's brows knitted fiercely, her tone filled with a blend of anger and disappointment. Sister, I realize my folly, Dongfang Mingyu said, his heart heavy with regret as he lowered his head, unable to meet his sister's furious gaze. Reflecting on the countless attempts he had made to please Zhang Muyao over the years, only to end up in such a debacle, he felt like a comical fool. Fear not, for you are my brother. I shall not allow that wretched girl to bully you. In that moment, Dongfang Mingyue's eyes revealed a hint of determination. Keep a close watch on her movements. Should she leave the sect, immediately inform me. I will take her down, and you may deal with her as you wish. A glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in her gaze as she spoke coldly. Thank you, sister. Dongfang Mingyu's heart surged with joy. A cruel smile spreading across his face as he could hardly contain his eagerness to teach Zhang Muyao a harsh lesson. A day later, both Su Chun and Zhang Muyao were sound asleep, the room enveloped in a languid and ambiguous atmosphere. Logically, given Su Chen's combat prowess, the fatigue from merely an hour's exertion should have been negligible. However, while treating Zhang Muyao, he had not only expended a significant amount of spiritual energy, but had also drained an unimaginable reserve of vitality and stamina, rendering him utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, the chilling poison within Zhang Muyao had been entirely purified, her dantian transformed into a profound shade of deep blue. Clearly, her ice spirit body had been successfully activated. Moreover, under the dual influence of Su Chen's chaotic divine body and the chilling energy, her cultivation had surged to the pinnacle of the first level of the martial sovereign realm. Compared to just a few hours prior, her transformation was nothing short of startling, having achieved a significant breakthrough. Just then, Su Chen suddenly awakened from his slumber, feeling a piercing pain within, as a pure force of primaline surged through his meridians. Not daring to hesitate, he sprang from the bed, swiftly seated himself in a meditative posture, and began to refine this primal yin energy using the primordial technique. After a short period, Su Chen's cultivation reached the limit of the 7th level of the martial artist realm, yet a fraction of the primal yin energy remained unrefined. Resolutely, he decided to press on and break through to the 8th level. He then summoned all the spiritual energy within him and charged fiercely against the barrier of his realm. Boom! In mere moments, the barrier of the 8th level of the martial artist realm began to show fine cracks. These fissures rapidly spread across the entire barrier, ultimately bursting apart with a resounding explosion. The 8th level of the martial artist realm. At long last, Su Chen's cultivation had successfully broken through, and the primal yin energy within him was completely refined. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a gleam of joy and confidence shimmering within. He felt satisfied with the speed of his cultivation advancement. After all, having arrived in this unfamiliar realm for merely 2 months, he had already ascended to the 8th level of the martial artist realm. Next, it was time to absorb the chilling energy. Su Chun gazed upwards, where remnants of the chilling energy still lingered in the air. He then released his grip on the primordial pearl. In an instant, the primordial pearl unleashed a terrifying force, drawing in all the chilling energy in one swift motion. Su Chun could distinctly sense the pearl's aura subtly growing stronger. Furthermore, in the left and right areas of the primordial space, something seemed to stir, as if yearning to break free from its cocoon. Could it be that the primordial pearl could also grow stronger by absorbing pure ice attribute energy? Su Chen mused, a spark of excitement lighting up his eyes. After all, the primordial pearl was an ancient artifact. If it could continually grow stronger, it would undoubtedly provide him with even greater assistance. Just as Su Chen was lost in contemplation about the primordial pearl, Zhang Muyao stirred awake lazily. She sat up, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Su Chen, filled with surprise and curiosity. So, you two possess a unique constitution. No wonder your cultivation has risen so swiftly. Sister Yao, gazing at me so affectionately, could it be that you have fallen for me? Su Chen teased, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he spoke, his hands playfully wandering over Zhang Muyao's form. Smack! Zhang Muyao swiftly swatted Su Chen's hand away, playfully chiding, "Stop being vain. I'm not in love with you yet. However, if you can become a core disciple, I might grant you a chance to pursue me." She found Su Chen quite satisfactory in various aspects. Not only did he possess a unique constitution, but his medical skills were also impressive. Yet, his cultivation level was still too low. Her words were intended to motivate him. "Is that all you require? Sister, you underestimate me. Within 3 months, I'll become a core disciple." Su Chen replied, his eyes brimming with confidence. After speaking, a wicked smile crept onto his face. "Sister, there is still time. Let us continue." With that, He lunged at Zhang Muyao like a hungry wolf. "Stop!" Zhang Muyao quickly raised her hands, attempting to push him away. But in the next instant, her beautiful eyes widened in shock, her mind going blank as Su Chen. Buzz! Just as the two were entwined, a sudden vibration shattered the intimate atmosphere. Su Chen turned to look, realizing it was Zhang Muyao's communication stone ringing. She reached for the stone, checking the message within, and her expression shifted dramatically. "Sister Su, Brother Chuan has urgently requested my presence for a matter of utmost importance. I must take my leave," Zhang Muyao said with great difficulty. She understood Zhang Jingchuan's temperament. He would never resort to such an urgent tone unless an extraordinary situation had arisen. Upon hearing those words, a flicker of unusual emotion passed through Su Chen's eyes. If his conjecture was correct, Zhang Jingchuan must have discovered Lu Mei's absence. No, at this moment, even if the heavens were to collapse, he could not permit her to leave. Su Chen resolutely declined. This was a critical juncture, and he could not allow Zhang Muyao to depart under any circumstances. After a brief interval, Su Chen finally released Zhang Muyao, satisfied. In the core disciple area, at Zhang Jingchuan's residence, within the hall, Zhang Jingchuan sat in silence. His expression dark and brooding, exuding an unmasked aura of murderous intent that weighed heavily upon every member of the Zhang family present. At this moment, apart from Zhang Muyao, all other family members had gathered. However, they exchanged glances, perplexed, uncertain as to what could have provoked such fury in Zhang Jingchuan. Chapter 32. A reunion with Dongfang Mingyu. After a brief passage of time, Zhang Muyao had yet to arrive, and Zhang Jingchuan's dissatisfaction grew immensely. The other Zhang family disciples were equally bewildered. For Zhang Muyao was known for her punctuality. What could possibly be delaying her today? Another interval passed, and finally, Zhang Muyao appeared, her face betraying a hint of panic as she hurried into the hall. "Now that everyone is present, I must announce something. From this moment forth, all of you must spare no effort to eliminate Su Chen," Zhang Jingchuan declared, his voice laced with chilling resolve. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the Zhang family disciples shifted to one of disbelief. What was happening? Just a few days prior, they had been discussing how to resolve their grievances with Su Chen. How had it escalated to a decree for his assassination? "Brother Chuan, this morning I sought out Su Chen, and he expressed his willingness to reconcile our differences. Why, then, must we turn against him?" Zhang Muyao questioned, her eyes filled with urgency and confusion. "I cannot divulge the reasons to everyone, but I can tell you this. That brat has been scheming against me since before the outer sect competition began. His agreement to resolve our grievances was merely a ruse." Zhang Jingchuan replied coldly, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. "Brother Chuan, Su Chen has just aided me immensely, enabling my breakthrough to the martial sovereign realm. There must be some misunderstanding," Zhang Muyao implored eagerly. With that, she unleashed her martial sovereign aura, attempting to deter Zhang Jingchuan from acting against Su Chen. What a formidable presence. Sister Yao has truly broken through. Each disciple of the Zhang family felt a wave of joy wash over them. The previously tense atmosphere in the hall lightened a fraction. "Muyao, congratulations on finally reaching the martial sovereign realm." Zhang Jingchuan managed a stiff smile, uttering words of congratulations. Yet his heart surged with a newfound malice. His profound understanding of realms allowed him to perceive that Zhang Muyao had attained the pinnacle of the first tier of martial sovereign. The thought that she could no longer be under his control filled him with regret. Had he known of Su Chen's capabilities, he would have never allowed Zhang Muyao to seek him out to resolve their enmity. Now, not only was there an external threat, but internal strife had also emerged. "I merely wish to convey to Brother Chuan and everyone that Su Chen is genuinely earnest in reconciling our grievances. Moreover, he is an extraordinary individual, deserving of the description peerless prodigy. To harbor enmity towards Su Chen is undoubtedly an ill-advised decision. Brother Chuan, perhaps you could share the reasons with me." "I will surely persuade Su Chen," Zhang Muyao stated earnestly. As a traditional woman, she had resolved that once she engaged with Su Chen, she would marry no other. Thus, she sincerely wished to prevent the deepening animosity between the Zhang family and Su Chen. Furthermore, through her recent encounters with him, she had come to fully comprehend Su Chen's mystery and formidable nature. He not only possessed unparalleled medical skills, but also bore a unique constitution. Such a person could not simply be regarded as ordinary. Regrettably, Su Chen had compelled her to swear an oath to the heavens, forbidding her from revealing such information. "My mind is made up, Muyao. There is no need for further discussion. Su Chen must die." Zhang Jingchuan's demeanor darkened, his eyes glinting with a bone-chilling coldness as he ground his teeth. At present, Su Chen's realm is low. This is the perfect time to eliminate him. Thus, if any of you fail to exert yourselves in this endeavor, do not blame me for disregarding family ties. The mere thought that Su Chen might discover his secret filled him with unease. compelling him to wish for nothing less than to obliterate Su Chen. Rest assured, Brother Chuan, I shall handle this matter. Last time, I opposed reconciling with that brat. It would be far simpler to find an opportunity to kill him outside the sect. Zhang Yu declared, a cruel smile crossing his face. At this point, the other Zhang family disciples began to voice their agreement. Eager to cooperate with Zhang Yu in swiftly eliminating Su Chen, they were well aware of Zhang Jingchuan's methods. Defying his orders would undoubtedly yield dire consequences. Zhang Yu, take some people to monitor Su Chen's residence. The moment he steps outside, act immediately, disable his tongue and his manhood. Furthermore, should he attempt to leave the sect, inform me at once. I will personally ensure he is slain. Now, you are all dismissed, Zhang Jingchuan commanded, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. Understood, Brother Chuan. Zhang Yu responded with a firm nod. Then he and the other Zhang family disciples departed the hall. Meanwhile, Su Chen was presently within the spirit herb pavilion of the inner sect, planning to embark on an extended period of training in the Xianyang mountain range. To facilitate this, he exchanged nearly 200,000 contribution points for the ingredients to concoct third-tier spirit origin pills. After all, both Dongfang Mingyu and Zhang Jingchuan were seeking to create trouble for him, and his strength was among the lowest within the inner sect. Thus, remaining within the sect posed a significant risk. Unless he chose to remain indoors, encountering those adversaries would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. After leaving the spirit herb pavilion, Su Chen made his way to the task hall, determined to accept as many tasks as possible. He intended to train in the Xianyang mountain range for an entire month. Thus he resolved to take on every task available. Let us see who can save you this time. Just as Su Chen exited the task hall, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the air. Not far ahead, Dongfang Mingyu approached with a grim expression. He had come to the task hall to accept a few jobs and lay in wait for Zhang Muyao outside the sect. However, he had not anticipated encountering Su Chen so fortuitously, igniting a fire of fury within him. Ah, Brother Yu, how is your hand healing? Su Chen greeted him with a smile, his expression seemingly concerned but laced with a hint of mockery. Cut the pretense, Su Chen. Dongfang Mingyu's eyes flashed with a cold glare as he swiftly unleashed a palm strike, the impact echoing with ferocity as it hurtled towards Su Chen. He had long harbored resentment, and now sought nothing more than to assail Su Chen and cripple his limbs. In the face of Dongfang Mingyu's sudden onslaught, Su Chen remained unfazed. He clenched his right fist tightly and retaliated with a powerful strike aimed directly at the incoming palm shadow. Having reached the 8th tier of the martial artist realm, his strength had significantly surged. Thus, I wish to test the extent of the disparity between myself and Dongfang Mingyu. Chapter 33, the 9th level of martial artist realm. With a thunderous crash, the frenzied shadow of a palm collided violently with a heavy fist. Su Chen's knuckles were immediately drenched in blood, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. In an instant, he executed his movement technique and sped towards the outskirts of the sect. Dongfang Mingyu, at the 7th tier of the martial master realm, was a formidable opponent, and Su Chen estimated that he would need to elevate himself by at least 3 minor realms to have a definitive advantage in defeating him. You little brat. You have deceived me twice and even incited that wretched Zhang Muyao against me. Today, I shall render you incapacitated. Dongfang Mingyu's face darkened to an extreme, his eyes brimming with malice. He then transformed into a fleeting shadow, instantly pursuing Su Chen. Brother Yu, you cannot blame me for deceiving you. If blame is to be placed, it should fall upon your own foolishness. Furthermore, how Xianxia does her business has nothing to do with me. Su Chen shouted innocently as he ran. You insolent wretch, stop pretending. Today, I shall settle this matter with you once and for all. If you dare, meet me on the life and death stage. Dongfang Mingyu trembled with rage, yet Su Chen's speed was astonishing, making it difficult for him to catch up. To call you foolish would be an understatement. You, an established disciple at the 7th tier of the martial master realm, dare to challenge me. A new disciple at the martial artist realm? You truly have the audacity to utter such words. Su Chen mocked. Ha! Has Dongfang Mingyu forgotten his senses today? How can he challenge Su Chen when he hasn't even reached the martial master realm? What was he thinking? Indeed, many disciples, drawn to the spectacle, began to ridicule Dongfang Mingyu, their laughter echoing behind Su Chen and him. As more and more spectators gathered, a flicker of seriousness crossed Su Chen's gaze. He worried about attracting Zhang family disciples to intercept him, prompting him to hasten his escape. You fool, do not say I have denied you the opportunity. We shall meet on the life and death stage a month from today. Whoever does not attend shall kneel and call the other father upon our next encounter. Su Chen declared disdainfully. With that, he activated his blood escape technique, his speed surging several-fold, vanishing from sight in an instant. Oh my goodness, has Su Chen lost his mind? In just a month. Does he really believe he can break through several minor realms? Soon, News of Su Chen's acceptance of a life-and-death duel against Dongfang Mingyu spread like wildfire, igniting fervent discussions among countless disciples. Aside from Zhang Muyao, who had a thorough understanding of Su Chen and held faith in him, no one else believed he could emerge victorious, considering the overwhelming disparity in their strength. Meanwhile, Su Chen had left the Xianyuan sect and was currently tending to his wounds in a secluded location. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, Su Chen's communication stone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon checking, he discovered it was a message from Zhang Muyao. After pondering for a moment, he sent her the location of the cave where he had previously encountered Li Miaoqing. Afterward, he rose and hastened towards the cave. 3 hours later, Zhang Muyao successfully found Su Chen. Junior brother, how did you manage to scheme against Zhang Jingchuan? This time, I fear he is resolute in his intent to kill you. Zhang Muyao inquired, her expression grave yet tinged with curiosity. Hee. Su Chen chuckled proudly and replied, because I know a significant secret of his. What secret? Zhang Muyao asked. Her curiosity piqued, her gaze fixed intently on Su Chen. I can share it with you, but only if you agree to certain conditions. Su Chen leaned closer, whispering a few words in her ear. His eyes glinted with mischief, and a sly smile played at the corners of his lips. You rascal, I refuse. Zhang Muyao's face flushed slightly as she playfully glared at him. I am not deceiving you. If you refuse to hear this secret, you will undoubtedly regret it. And do you not wish to know who Zhang Jingchuan truly is behind the scenes? Su Chen's voice was laced with temptation, continuing to entice Zhang Muyao. Very well then. Zhang Muyao, now thoroughly intrigued by Su Chen's words, recalled the bond they shared and ceased to resist, lowering her head obediently. A look of satisfaction spread across Su Chen's face, and an intense sense of conquest surged within him. 1 hour later, Su Chen left the cave, content, and sped deep into the Xianyang mountain range. Since the outer sect competition concluded, he had ascended through 3 minor realms, though the foundation of his cultivation felt somewhat unstable. Thus, he had undertaken numerous tasks, all aimed at obtaining materials from demonic beasts. Each completed task allowed him to engage in fierce battles with these beasts, honing his foundational cultivation and enhancing his practical experience. During this period, Su Chen also took the opportunity to refine hundreds of third-tier premium spirit origin pills. Whenever his internal spiritual energy was depleted, he would enter the primordial space to consume the pills and elevate his cultivation. Thus, 5 days swiftly passed. By this time, Su Chen had completed all his tasks and successfully elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 8th tier of the martial artist realm. Eager to seize the opportunity for a breakthrough, Su Chen pushed himself relentlessly, battling continuously and challenging his limits. Another 5 days elapsed. After relentless combat, and with the assistance of nearly 200 third-tier spirit origin pills, Su Chen finally sensed the moment for a breakthrough. Within the primordial space, Su Chen sat cross-legged, consuming 1 third-tier premium spirit origin pill after another, then operating the primordial technique to absorb and refine them frantically. Before long, his dantian brimmed with an incredibly rich spiritual energy. At that moment, Su Chen swiftly mobilized all the energy within him, converging it into surging waves that relentlessly battered against the barrier of the 9th tier of the martial artist realm. Boom, boom, boom. The resonant sounds echoed continuously, and after dozens of collisions, the barrier finally shattered with a resounding crash. The 9th tier of the martial artist realm. Su Chen's face lit up with exhilaration. He had finally made another breakthrough. Achieving a minor realm elevation within 10 days was a pace he found quite satisfying. However, the resources consumed were staggering. What had begun as hundreds of third-tier premium spirit origin pills were now completely depleted. Subsequently, Su Chen messaged Zhang Muyao, requesting her to assemble at their usual meeting place. Having exhausted his cultivation resources, he asked her to bring some herbs for refining spirit origin pills, while also inquiring about Zhang Jingchuan and Dongfang Mingyu's recent circumstances. Chapter 34. The Battlefield of Man and Demon. Within the Xianyuan sect, in the core disciple area, Zhang Muyao's residence. Upon receiving Su Chen's message, a hint of shyness flickered in Zhang Muyao's autumn water-like eyes. She then meticulously selected a light purple fitted gown, carefully arranged her makeup, and adorned herself to radiate beauty. Once all preparations were complete, she set off towards the spirit herb pavilion. Zhang Muyao was acutely aware that Su Chen was in dire need of cultivation resources to enhance his strength, so without hesitation, she exchanged all her contribution points for herbs used in refining spirit origin pills. Afterward, she departed from the Xianyuan sect, hastening towards the cave where they had previously shared intimacy. 3 hours later, when Zhang Muyao's figure appeared at the cave, Su Chen's eyes instantly brightened. Clad in a light purple fitted gown, Zhang Muyao perfectly accentuated her alluring curves, with every contour exuding endless temptation. Her skin was exceptionally fair, and against the backdrop of her pale lavender gown, it appeared even more luminous. A gentle and profound tenderness radiated from her brows and eyes, captivating all who beheld her. In an instant, Su Chen's gaze ignited with fervor, a surge of intense restlessness swelling within his heart. He could scarcely contain his eagerness as he stepped forward, enveloping Zhang Muyao tightly in his embrace. "Junior brother, please don't." Zhang Muyao's face flushed a deep crimson. She extended her hand in an attempt to push Su Chen away, yet her movements seemed delicate and feeble. The potent aura of masculinity emanating from Su Chen enveloped her, casting a spell that rendered her mind blank and gradually eroded her resistance. A day later, Su Chen was brimming with excitement. Merely 2 hours of effort had significantly solidified his recently attained realm. With just a day of diligence, he had astonishingly saved himself several days of arduous training. "Junior brother, within this bag are third-tier spirit essence pills, along with some spirit stones." Zhang Muyao gently handed him a storage pouch. Though her eyes betrayed a hint of concern as she softly inquired, Dongfang Mingyu's realm is at the 7th level of the martial master stage. "Do you have confidence in defeating him?" "Rest assured, I will surely vanquish him," Su Chen declared with unshakable confidence, his eyes sparkling with determination. As he spoke, he accepted the storage pouch and opened it, revealing a full 100 third-tier spirit essence pills and hundreds of spirit stones. "Why are there so many cultivation resources? You should take some back for yourself. Don't hinder your own progress." A wave of gratitude and warmth surged within Su Chen. He had not anticipated such generosity from Zhang Muyao. "Don't be so polite with me. Fear not, I have plenty, and besides, I have accepted a task that will yield a contribution of 150,000 points upon completion." Zhang Muyao shot him a playful glance, her expression a blend of reproach and tenderness. What task could possibly offer such a bounty? Su Chen asked curiously, his eyes filled with bewilderment. He was well aware that the tasks he typically undertook yielded meager contributions, seldom exceeding 2,000 points. It involves investigating a seal within the Xianyang mountain range. About half a month ago, there was some unusual activity regarding this seal, prompting the sect to issue this task. However, only core disciples are permitted to participate. Zhang Muyao patiently explained. Recently, she had successfully advanced to the rank of core disciple, thus acquiring the eligibility to accept this task. "Senior sister, do you know the origins of this seal?" Su Chen inquired, a sense of inexplicable familiarity washing over him. He recalled that Li Miaoqing had also ventured to the Xianyang mountain range to investigate a seal. Did a connection exist between the two? "This is something I learned only after becoming a core disciple. The location of that seal was one of the battlefields from the War of Humans and Demons a millennium ago. After our human race achieved victory, these battlefields were sealed away," Zhang Muyao stated solemnly. Now it makes sense. Su Chen finally understood, realizing why even sects from the central continent would send disciples to examine the seal. His gaze filled with concern as he fixed his eyes on Zhang Muyao, anxiously asking, "Isn't accepting this task quite perilous for you? Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any danger. After all, it is merely a reconnaissance mission that occurs almost every month. Moreover, I won't be the only core disciple participating. If all goes smoothly, I should be back at the sect in about half a month," Zhang Muyao reassured him, warmth spreading in her heart upon hearing Su Chen's concern. She gently grasped his hand, offering comfort. "That's good to hear." Su Chen nodded, his worries somewhat alleviated. "Junior brother, I will be executing the task tomorrow, so I must return to the sect to prepare." Zhang Muyao's voice carried a hint of reluctance, her beautiful eyes shimmering with affection for Su Chen. "All right, be sure to take care," Su Chen urged, his gaze equally filled with concern and reluctance. "Yes, I will. After completing the task, I will come to find you," Zhang Muyao replied softly, her eyes brimming with deep affection. She rose on her toes to plant a gentle kiss on Su Chen's cheek before turning to leave the cave. After seeing Zhang Muyao off, Su Chen retrieved the yellow cauldron and began to focus intently on refining spirit essence pills. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. At this moment, Su Chen had successfully refined over 1,000 third-tier high-grade spirit essence pills. With these exceptional pills, coupled with the hundreds of spirit stones, he felt an unwavering confidence in his impending breakthrough to the martial master realm. Subsequently, Su Chen exited the cave, ready to continue his training. After all, with his current cultivation at the 9th level of the martial artist realm, he still felt woefully unprepared to confront Dongfang Mingyu. In the days that followed, Su Chen delved deeper into the Xianyang mountain range, engaging in fierce battles with various formidable beasts. With each encounter, he honed his combat techniques while simultaneously elevating his cultivation. Time flew swiftly, and before long, 11 days had passed. During these 11 days, Su Chen had engaged in intense combat with over 100 beasts and consumed nearly 1,000 third-tier high-grade spirit essence pills. finally elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the martial artist realm. Next, instead of continuing his training, Chen returned to the familiar cave. After securely storing the Taichu pearl, he entered the Taichu space. Chen settled into a meditative posture, laying out all the spirit stones before him. He then activated the Taichu technique, beginning to absorb and refine the spiritual energy contained within the stones. As the Taichu technique operated, the spiritual energy within the Taichu space was drawn in, flowing into Chen's body. In an instant, with the aid of these two sources of spiritual energy, Chen's cultivation began to ascend at an astonishing rate. Thus, 2 days swiftly passed. At this juncture, Chen had absorbed and refined nearly 300 spirit stones, and his cultivation had finally reached the limit of the 9th level of the martial artist realm, brushing against the barrier of the martial master realm. However, Chen did not rush to break through. Instead, he calmed his mind to solidify the foundation of his cultivation. He continuously refined the spiritual energy within his body, eliminating impurities to make the energy more pure and condensed. Chapter 35. The 4 Great Demon Generals, Wei Wuxia. Another day passed swiftly. Chen's cultivation foundation had once again become robust and refined. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew it was time to break through to the martial master realm. With that, Chen summoned all the spiritual energy within him, like a roaring tide, surging towards the barrier of the martial master realm. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening roars echoed within Chen's body. After dozens of intense impacts, the barrier began to quiver slightly. Observing this, Chen did not hesitate. He relentlessly summoned more spiritual energy, continuing to batter the barrier. Before long, fine cracks appeared upon the barrier, multiplying and widening until it shattered completely. First level of the martial master realm. Chen successfully broke through, stepping into the first level of the martial master realm. A surge of immense and mysterious power flooded into his body, heightening his senses to an acute degree, allowing him to distinctly perceive the flow of spiritual energy surrounding him. As he felt the power within him far surpassing that of the 9th level of the martial artist realm, a wave of unprecedented exhilaration and confidence surged in Chen's heart. He had initially believed that he would need to reach the 2nd level of the martial master realm to have any chance of defeating Dongfang Mingyu. Yet now, having truly attained the martial master realm, he profoundly understood its might. Thus, Chen felt exceedingly confident that once he fully mastered the power of the 1st level of the martial master realm, he would undoubtedly triumph over Dongfang Mingyu. One of the reasons for his newfound confidence lay in his ability to cultivate soul techniques. With the aid of such techniques, his combat prowess would undoubtedly experience a significant surge. Thus, Chen began to sift through the inherited memories in search of a soul technique that would suit him. After a thorough selection process, he ultimately resolved to practice a top-tier divine soul technique known as the 9 Nether Arts, a choice influenced by the fact that his goddess, Qiu Yixue, was also engaged in its cultivation. The 9 Nether Arts offered a multitude of applications, allowing the practitioner to execute various seals, such as control seals and attack seals, each imbued with formidable power. Subsequently, Chen closed his eyes tightly and immersed himself entirely in the cultivation of the 9 Nether Arts. A day slipped by in the blink of an eye. At this point, Chen had managed to grasp the basics of the 9 Nether Arts. However, to wield it freely in battle remained a distant goal. Hence, he planned to exit the primordial space and seek out a few demonic beasts as test subjects to further familiarize himself with the 9 Nether Arts. Bang, bang, bang. However, the moment Chen stepped out of the primordial space, he was met with a cacophony of deafening combat sounds. Moreover, a sharp sword aura whistled past him from the left, prompting him to swiftly employ blood escape to evade. "Kid, where did you spring from?" At that moment, a sinister voice laced with astonishment rang out abruptly. Chen turned to see a gaunt old man with eyes glimmering with an eerie light engaged in a fierce skirmish with a petite young girl. The girl, with her pure and adorable features, possessed an astonishingly voluptuous figure that caused her Xianyuan sect disciple robes to bulge, exuding an air of irresistible allure. This young girl was none other than Dongfang Mingyu, though Chen had never encountered her before and thus failed to recognize her. At that moment, Dongfang Mingyu appeared to be in a peculiar state. Her once pure and lovely face was flushed with an unnatural hue, her breathing rapid and erratic, and her once sparkling eyes now oscillated between coldness and daze. Despite wielding a battle sword and unleashing a fierce sword aura that kept the old man at bay, the chaotic energy emanating from her suggested that she could not endure for much longer. Just then, Dongfang Mingyu finally sensed Chen's presence. Although her gaze was hazy and her features indistinct, she caught sight of Chen donned in the robes of a Xianyuan sect disciple, and a flicker of hope ignited within her eyes. Run and tell the elders. The demon cultivator has emerged. Dongfang Mingyue stammered. No sooner had she uttered those words than she succumbed completely to the old man's soul attack, drowning in desire, her expression turning utterly vacant. Humph. The old man sneered disdainfully upon hearing Dongfang Mingyue's words. He was a genuine member of the demon race, one of the 4 demon generals known as Wei Wuxia. The notion that a mere demon cultivator could compare to him was a profound insult. Demon cultivator. At that moment, Su Chen's expression shifted dramatically, his heart gripped by terror. Within the Xianyang Mountains, there was only one location where demon cultivators could possibly exist, the battlefield of the human-demon war spoken of by Zhang Muyao. Yet, the question lingered, how could demon cultivators still be alive after a millennium? Countless thoughts flashed through Su Chen's mind, all indicating that the old man before him was far from ordinary. My apologies for the interruption. I shall take my leave, he declared, executing blood escape and sprinting toward the cave's exit. He had no intention of engaging the old man in battle, and even if the girl was of the type to captivate his heart, he would never risk his life for such a venture. He. Wei Wuxia suddenly grinned ominously. In an instant, he moved like a streak of black lightning, blocking Su Chen's path at the cave entrance. Kid, your name is Su Chen, correct? How do you know? Su Chen froze, a look of sheer terror crossing his face. Confusion and shock filled his mind. He never expected this ancient demon to know his name. Someone has ordered me to take your life, Wei Wuxia declared ominously. You must be mistaken. How could I possibly know someone from a millennium ago? Su Chen replied, bewildered. He had only recently arrived in this otherworldly realm. Mere months ago, how could he have offended someone from 1,000 years prior? Kid, if I say it's you, then it's undoubtedly you. Now, obediently embrace death. I still wish to return and enjoy that beauty, Wei Wuxia proclaimed, unleashing a pitch-black fist shadow that lunged towards Su Chen like a ferocious demon. Faced with the attack of this ancient demon, Su Chen dared not exhibit even a hint of carelessness. He hastily drew his sword, channeling his internal energy into it, attempting to withstand the onslaught of the incoming fist shadow. Boom. However, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Su Chen felt an overwhelming force crash upon him, sending him flying as if struck by lightning, his body slamming heavily against the cave wall. Chapter 36. How do you know my name? Uffed. Severely injured, Su Chen uncontrollably spat a mouthful of blood. He was filled with dread and a hint of despair. This ancient demon's strength was undoubtedly above that of a martial sovereign. He was no match for him. You're not dead? No wonder someone has been keeping an eye on you. You possess some skill, Wei Wuxia remarked, astonished. He had anticipated that this strike would claim Su Chen's life, yet to his surprise, Su Chen had endured it. Old man, who exactly is this person you speak of? Is it a man or a woman? What grievances do I have with him? Su Chen asked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, suppressing the excruciating pain. A dying man need not know so much, Wei Wuxia retorted coldly, a cruel glint flickering in his eyes. He raised his hand, a layer of dark aura enveloping it, preparing to launch another attack to obliterate Su Chen completely. Go to hell. You're the one who is going to die? Su Chen shouted in a fit of rage. In a moment of desperation, he invoked the 9 nether arts, unleashing an intangible yet potent soul attack that pierced toward Wei Wuxia like a razor-sharp blade. Aya! In an instant, Wei Wuxia let out a series of agonized wails, shock evident in his gaze as he looked at Su Chen. How can you possibly wield such a powerful soul technique? You cannot be a practitioner from this realm. Although he had slumbered for nearly a millennium, his cultivation and soul power had dwindled to their lowest point. Generally, soul attacks from practitioners at the martial sovereign level posed no threat to him. Yet, Su Chen, a mere martial master, managed to injure him, implying that the soul technique he practiced was of an exceptionally high caliber, far beyond what could be found in the Tianxian continent. In that moment, Wei Wuxia was filled with regret. Had Su Chen arrived just a moment later, he could have absorbed Dongfang Mingyue's power to regain some strength, making it effortless to slay Su Chen. Cough, cough. Since you've seen through me, I shall no longer feign ignorance. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's mind sparked with an idea, and he spoke with an air of arrogance. I am a direct descendant of an ancient clan from the upper realms, here to undergo trials. If you know what is good for you, you'll leave at once. As he spoke, he unleashed the 9 nether arts once more, sending a soul attack hurtling toward Wei Wuxia. Su Chen had no desire to engage in a life-or-death struggle with this ancient demon, should the opponent possess any hidden cards. The situation would become dire. Thus, he hoped that this display of bravado would instill a sense of trepidation in the old demon, prompting him to retreat. Confronted by Su Chen's soul attack, Wei Wuxia had taken precautions, yet he still found himself unable to withstand it. Wei Wuxia let out a piercing scream as his aura plummeted to an icy low. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, although Su Chen's words might not hold truth. The bizarre and formidable soul attack undeniably instilled within him a profound sense of trepidation. Regardless of your status in the upper realm, daring to oppose my demon clan guarantees your demise. I shall spare you this time, but consider yourself warned. Fortune may not favor you again. Wei Wuxia gritted his teeth, weighing the consequences before deciding to retreat. After all, he had embarked on this venture bearing significant responsibilities, and eliminating Su Chen was merely a secondary objective. He then transformed into a shadow, swiftly departing the cave. Watching Wei Wuxia's retreating figure, Su Chen exhaled a long breath of relief. He felt immensely grateful for having cultivated the 9 nether secret art. Otherwise, today might have truly been his last. Subsequently, Su Chen fell into deep contemplation. Who could that ancient demon be, seeking his life? He mentally reviewed those he had offended, but no matter how he pondered, he could not fathom any connection between them and the demon clan from a millennium ago. Nor could he conceive of any reason for them to send the demon clan after him. Just as Su Chen was lost in thought, a waft of fragrant wind suddenly enveloped him. He snapped back to reality, but before he could react, Dongfang Mingyue had already appeared before him, knocking him to the ground. Having sustained severe injuries from his earlier confrontation with Wei Wuxia, Su Chen found himself utterly defenseless, merely able to watch as she forcibly subdued him. A day passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Su Chen was diligently refining the primordial yin energy within him, and his cultivation was accelerating at an astonishing pace. Boom, boom, boom. He ascended from the first to the second level of the martial master realm in the mere span of a single incense stick. Concurrently, the primordial yin energy within him was entirely refined. The chaos divine body truly is formidable, Su Chen murmured to himself, a confident smile gracing his face. This dual cultivation had successfully propelled him past a minor threshold, and he had completely recovered from the injuries inflicted by that ancient demon. How can it be you? At that moment, Dongfang Mingyue stirred from her slumber, and upon recognizing Su Chen before her, recollections of her previous actions flooded her mind. The good news was that she had not been sullied by that repulsive old man, yet the bad news was that she had inadvertently engaged with her brother's nemesis. In an instant, her mind went blank, and her wide eyes stared vacantly at Su Chen. This esteemed sister, I am Su Chen. I understand your current feelings, but I trust you realize it was not intentional. Rest assured, I shall take responsibility, Su Chen hastily spoke, his tone imbued with sincerity and concern. Observing Dongfang Mingyue's dazed expression, he feared she might not be able to process the situation and might act rashly. However, just as Su Chen thought he could placate Dongfang Mingyue, her previously vacant gaze turned icy, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiated from her. Dongfang Mingyue let out a piercing scream, filled with fury. Damn you! Who said I wanted your responsibility? Su Chen, I will kill you. Before her words had even faded, she raised her small hand and struck fiercely towards Su Chen. This blow encapsulated all her rage, causing the air around them to vibrate ominously. Sensing the might of the attack, Su Chen's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly employed his movement technique to retreat. Thud! Although his reflexes were remarkably quick, Dongfang Mingyue's petite hand still brushed against him, delivering a surge of overwhelming power that sent him reeling, a mouthful of blood erupting forth. Crazy woman! What is the meaning of this? And how do you know my name? Su Chen's eyes turned icy, his heart a tumult of anger and confusion. He could not comprehend why she had suddenly turned aggressive against him. Damn bastard! My name is Dongfang Mingyue. Do you think I don't know who you are? She spat, each word punctuated with venomous disdain. As she spoke, her small hand swiftly summoned a battle sword that lay nearby, and she charged at Su Chen once more. Weapon in hand. You are Dongfang Mingyue's sister? Su Chen exclaimed, realization dawning upon him, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had never anticipated that the fool, Dongfang Mingyue, could have such a beautiful sister. You ungrateful lunatic, just wait. Now aware of Dongfang Mingyue's identity, Su Chen abandoned any thoughts of reasoning with her and immediately activated his blood escape technique, hurtling towards the cave's exit. After all, she had gained considerable benefits from their dual cultivation, enhancing her own cultivation and fully healing her injuries. Yet, in her current furious state, Dongfang Mingyue remained oblivious to her own transformation. To swiftly distance himself from her, Su Chen pushed his blood escape technique to its limits, causing half of his internal blood energy to dissipate. At that moment, his speed rivaled that of a martial king practitioner, and in mere moments, he had left Dongfang Mingyue far behind. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Su Chen, I will definitely kill you. Dongfang Mingyue stood frozen, her gaze fixed on the direction Su Chen had vanished, her battle sword slashing wildly through the air in a frenzy. In an instant, powerful sword chi erupted, shattering nearby trees and carving deep trenches into the ground. After venting her fury for a full quarter of an hour, Dongfang Mingwei gradually regained her composure. Suppressing her hatred, she transformed into a red shadow, racing towards the Xianyuan sect. Meanwhile, Su Chen only paused to catch his breath once he had put considerable distance between himself and Dongfang Mingwei. His complexion was ashen, gasping for air, the excessive consumption of his blood energy leaving him in torment. Yet, he could not afford to rest. He quickly retrieved a communication stone and sent a message to Zhang Muyao, inquiring whether she had returned to the sect. Su Chen was deeply concerned. If that old man had indeed emerged from the sealed land, Zhang Muyao might be in grave danger. However, 2 hours passed without any response from Zhang Muyao. A surge of intense unease washed over Su Chen. He could not afford to delay any longer. Immediately, he employed a disguise technique to alter his appearance and sped towards the Xianyuan sect. His mind consumed by a single thought. He must confirm Zhang Muyao's safety as swiftly as possible. Simultaneously, Dongfang Mingwei returned to the Xianyuan sect, striding purposefully towards Dongfang Mingyu's residence. At that moment, Dongfang Mingyu was in the midst of his cultivation when he saw his sister, Dongfang Mingwei, storm in with an icy demeanor, causing him to startle. "Sister, who has angered you?" Dongfang Mingyu quickly rose, his face etched with concern, ignoring her brother's inquiry. Dongfang Mingwei was there to ascertain whether Dongfang Mingyu had broken through to the 8th level of the martial master realm. After careful scrutiny, she discovered that he remained at the pinnacle of the 7th level, and her brows furrowed deeply. "What is the matter with your cultivation? Why have you not made a breakthrough?" In an icy tone, Dongfang Mingwei interrogated, "Sister, I was just about to tell you that I have sensed a breakthrough opportunity and am preparing for seclusion. Within 2 days, I shall undoubtedly achieve it. And that brat Su Chen is as good as dead," Dongfang Mingyu proclaimed with a proud expression, a confident smile illuminating his face as if he could already envision Su Chen's tragic demise at his hands. Dongfang Mingwei nodded coldly, gritting her teeth as she declared, "After defeating Su Chen, do not let him die easily. Ensure that he is torn to shreds, 1,000 cuts for 1,000 grievances." Her voice was chilling, and her eyes brimmed with intense hatred. "What has Su Chen done to you, sister?" Dongfang Mingyu inquired, instantly realizing that Su Chen had provoked his sister. A surge of anger flooding his heart. Dongfang Mingwei hesitated for a moment. The matter was indeed difficult for her to articulate. "You need not concern yourself. I merely wish for his death, and it must not be swift or easy." Dongfang Mingyue's tone remained frigid, her gaze revealing a resolute, murderous intent. "Rest assured, sister. I shall ensure that Su Chen suffers endlessly, unable to escape or find peace in death," Dongfang Mingyu replied, a cruel smile creeping onto his face as he spoke with venom. Dongfang Mingwei nodded, tossing a storage bag filled with cultivation resources to Dongfang Mingyu before turning to depart. Watching his sister's retreating figure, Dongfang Mingyu silently vowed to make Su Chen pay a heavy price, ensuring he would regret ever entering this world. Subsequently, Dongfang Mingyu once again sat cross-legged, plunging into seclusion to push towards the 8th realm of the martial master stage. In the core disciple area, at Zhang Jingchuan's residence, he asked coldly, "Zhang Yu, it has been nearly a month. Why is there not a whisper of news about Su Chen?" His voice was low and laced with a hint of suppressed fury. "Brother Chuan, that lad is exceedingly cunning. According to the disciples from the task hall, he accepted a multitude of missions and left the sect even before we decided to act against him," Zhang Yu replied, his face clouded with frustration. "However, he did exchange harsh words with Dongfang Mingyu, so he will undoubtedly appear for the life and death battle in 2 days. Do not underestimate Su Chen. Since he dares to agree to the life and death battle, he must possess confidence in his victory. Prepare yourself. If Dongfang Mingyu falls, challenge him to a life and death battle. If he refuses, then you must act decisively." Zhang Jingchuan's tone was icy, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness. "Understood. My realm has also advanced to the 9th level of the martial master stage. I refuse to believe that, in just a month, that brat has surpassed me," Zhang Yu declared confidently, disdain evident on his face. "Go now, prepare thoroughly, and report any news to me immediately." Zhang Jingchuan waved his hand, signaling Zhang Yu to withdraw. "Yes, Brother Chuan," Zhang Yu replied respectfully before turning to leave. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. At last, Su Chen returned to the Xianyuan sect, hastening towards the task hall in the outer gate. Among all in the sect, he had the most interactions with Elder Zhou Lin, and now he could only hope to glean information about Zhang Muyao from him. Chapter 38. The Whereabouts of Zhang Muyao. Upon entering the task hall, Su Chen restored his true appearance and quickly approached a receiving disciple, expressing his intent. The disciple recognized Su Chen, having been deeply impressed by the champion of the outer gate competition. Without delay, he escorted Su Chen to the top floor of the task hall, where Elder Zhou Lin awaited. "You little rascal, You are about to enter a life and death battle. Yet here you are instead of focusing on your cultivation? Elder Zhou remarked. As he spoke, surprised by Su Chen's sudden appearance, his tone filled with curiosity. Although Su Chen had been promoted to an inner disciple, Zhou Lin had kept a close watch on his movements, aware of his impending battle against an inner disciple. Elder Zhou, I wish to inquire about the situation regarding core disciple Zhang Muyao. I wonder if you could assist me, Su Chen respectfully implored, his face awash with urgency. What has happened to her? Zhou Lin, noting Su Chen's serious and anxious demeanor, immediately grasped Zhang Muyao's significance to him and inquired with gravity. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a slight sense of relief. Zhou Lin's lack of immediate rejection indicated he had a means to find out. He then recounted Zhang Muyao's mission to the sealed area, detailing his encounter with the old man who emerged from there, and concluded, Elder Zhou, the place Zhang Muyao went is precisely the sealed area. If that old man truly came out from there, the consequences could be dire. Are you certain that the demonic cultivator emerged from the sealed area? Zhou Lin's expression grew grave as he asked sternly. This matter was of paramount importance. If the sealed area was indeed compromised, the entire Xianyuan sect, and even the Tianxian continent, would face immense peril. I did not witness it myself. I heard it from core disciple Dongfang Mingwe. Yet, in my view, that old man must have emerged from the sealed area. I engaged him in 2 exchanges. And for reasons unknown, he suddenly retreated. Su Chen responded earnestly. Zhou Lin nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a communication stone and initiated contact with someone on the other end. Su Chen, anxiously awaiting, fervently prayed for Zhang Muyao's safety. Moments later, Zhou Lin's expression eased as he looked at Su Chen and said, according to the sect master, there has been an unusual surge of power in the sealed area, resulting in Zhang Muyao and several other core disciples being severely injured and rendered unconscious. Fortunately, Saintess Jiang from the Zhongzhou Shenyang sect happened to pass by and rescued them. Moreover, Zhang Muyao has been taken under the wing of Saintess Jiang for further cultivation. Additionally, she inspected the array of the sealed area and confirmed it remains intact. The demonic cultivator you encountered with Dongfang Mingwe can be confirmed not to have emerged from the sealed area. He is likely just a rogue practitioner of dark arts. Upon hearing this, Su Chen finally confirmed that Zhang Muyao was safe, and the burden on his heart lifted. He surmised that the saintess must have recognized Zhang Muyao's ice spirit body, prompting her to take her away. After all, the ice spirit body is exceedingly rare, making it a precious asset for any sect. Thank you for your assistance, Elder Zhou. Su Chen bowed respectfully and added, that old man gave me an unusual feeling. I personally suggest that the sect conduct a more thorough investigation. Very well, I shall inform the sect master of this matter. Zhou Lin agreed with a nod, then asked with a smile, do you have confidence for the life and death battle in 3 days? Would you like me to find an excuse to postpone it? Rest assured, Elder. I possess absolute confidence. Su Chen replied, brimming with self-assurance. With that, he revealed his cultivation level. One of the advantages of practicing the 9 nether art is the ability to conceal one's true cultivation. Unless someone is 2 major realms above him, his true strength would remain undetectable. The second level of the martial master stage? In an instant, Zhou Lin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su Chen, unable to contain his astonishment. You are simply a prodigy. It has been barely a month since the outer gate competition ended, and you have soared from the 5th level of the warrior stage to the 2nd level of the martial master stage, a remarkable leap of 6 minor realms. What an astonishing rate of advancement. I merely experienced a stroke of luck during my time in the Xianyang mountain range, where I encountered several fortuitous opportunities. Su Chen humbly replied, luck is also a part of strength. All right, as long as I know you are confident, you should return and cultivate diligently. Zhou Lin said with a smile, then I shall take my leave. Su Chen spoke with utmost respect, and after finishing his words, he turned and departed from the task hall, heading towards his residence. Inside the hall, Zhou Lin, brimming with excitement, retrieved a communication stone and sent out several messages. At that moment, he was filled with pride and exhilaration, further admiring his own sagacious decision to select a true genius like Su Chen during such a pivotal time for the sect. Upon returning to his room, Su Chen immediately entered the Taichu space and began his cultivation. Time flew by swiftly, and soon 2 days had passed. Today marked the commencement of the life and death battle against Dongfang Mingyu, and Su Chen rose early. After a brief wash, he made his way to the inner sect's life and death platform. By now, a considerable number of disciples had gathered around the platform, for both participants in this duel were prominent figures within the sect. One was Su Chen, who had triumphed in the outer sect competition by surpassing 5 minor realms, and the other was Dongfang Mingyu, the younger brother of the core disciple Dongfang Mingwe. Do you think Su Chen will show up for the life and death battle? One disciple speculated. I believe he will. especially since he boldly declared that anyone who doesn't show up must kneel and call the other father. Nonsense, just watch. Su Chen absolutely won't come. He was merely trying to intimidate Dongfang Mingyu, who would be foolish enough to walk into certain death. Numerous onlookers exchanged their thoughts, their uncertainty palpable. Given the vast disparity in realms between the two, it was evident to all that Su Chen was unlikely to willingly walk into his demise. On the life and death platform, Dongfang Mingyu's expression was icy, his grip tightening around a sword that shimmered with a chilling light. He too was uncertain whether Su Chen would arrive, and thus fervently prayed for Su Chen's presence. Just yesterday, Dongfang Mingyu had successfully broken through to the 8th level of the martial master realm, significantly surpassing Su Chen by 6 minor realms. This monumental gap in cultivation level instilled him with absolute confidence that he could slay Su Chen. Dongfang Mingyue and Zhang Jingchuan had also come to the scene, eagerly anticipating witnessing Su Chen's demise. Look, Su Chen has arrived. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed disciple shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Good heavens, does he not realize the inevitable outcome? Has he lost his mind? What do you know? The mind of a genius cannot be compared to that of an ordinary person. Perhaps he possesses some hidden cards. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon Su Chen, all faces etched with disbelief. Chapter 39, Slaying Dongfang Mingyu. You little wretch, are you here to acknowledge me as your father, or for a life and death battle? Dongfang Mingyu's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint as he spoke, his tone dripping with provocation and disdain. Fool, I have come to kill you. Su Chen retorted defiantly, his voice resolute and powerful. How delightful. Today, I shall rend you to pieces. Dongfang Mingyu replied, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Fool. Su Chen's eyes betrayed a hint of disdain as he easily discerned Dongfang Mingyu's recent breakthrough to the 8th level of the martial master realm. With his current strength, he hardly regarded his opponent as a threat. Are you both voluntarily participating in this life and death battle? At that moment, a figure materialized on the platform like a specter. It was the elder in charge of the life and death platform, Chen Luofeng, his expression stern and imposing. Reporting to the elder, we are both willing participants. Su Chen and Dongfang Mingyu responded in unison. Very well, then I hereby announce that the life and death battle officially begins. Chen Luofeng nodded and proclaimed with clarity and decisiveness. With that, his figure vanished into thin air. Die, little wretch. Dongfang Mingyu roared, his sword radiating a fierce glow as he swung it downwards with all his might. In an instant, a dazzling and menacing sword energy shot forth, infused with immense spiritual force, charging towards Su Chen. Simultaneously, he moved, following the sword energy to launch a second assault. Dongfang Mingyu had indeed broken through. Now, Su Chen was undoubtedly facing certain death. Indeed, this life and death battle would likely conclude swiftly. The surrounding disciples held their breath, for to them, Su Chen's demise seemed inevitable. Yet, facing the incoming onslaught of sword energy, Su Chen remained unperturbed. His demeanor was calm, and as he firmly gripped his sword, he swung it fiercely, unleashing a sharp sword energy that collided with Dongfang Mingyu's attack. Boom! The two forces clashed with a resounding bang, dispersing into a shower of spiritual light. Is that all you can do? Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a disdainful smile. He had no intention of immediately using the Nine Nether Art. Instead, he sought to engage Dongfang Mingyu in a genuine battle, honing his combat skills in the process. You little wretch, this is merely the beginning. What are you so pleased about? At this moment, Dongfang Mingyu had closed the distance, unleashing a furious cry before once again swinging his sword at Su Chen. In an instant, dozens of formidable sword shadows surged towards Su Chen like a tempest. Su Chen dared not underestimate his opponent. His gaze sharpened, and with rapid movements of his sword, he engaged in fierce exchanges with Dongfang Mingyu. In a blink, their figures darted across the life and death platform, creating a dazzling spectacle. My goodness, Su Chen can actually withstand the onslaught. Is Dongfang Mingyu's strength truly this weak? Stay calm. Dongfang Mingyu surely hasn't exerted his full power yet. Once he gets serious, Su Chen will be finished. At this moment, many disciples were astonished by Su Chen's prowess. Yet the majority believed he was merely hanging on by a thread. On the life and death platform, Su Chen and Dongfang Mingyu exchanged blows, and in the blink of an eye, they had clashed dozens of times. Dongfang Mingyu felt a mix of shock and frustration. Despite having 6 minor realms over Su Chen, he had exerted nearly all his strength and still could not subdue him. You little wretch, I must concede that you possess some skill, but you shall die today. Dongfang Mingyu bellowed, determined to unleash his most powerful martial technique to slay Su Chen in one fell swoop. With a flourish, he raised his sword, a blinding radiance emanating from it as he swung, sending forth a massive sword energy hurtling towards Su Chen. Su Chen's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Should he be struck by this blow, he would sustain severe injuries, if not death. Annihilation strike. Su Chen shouted, forcefully bringing his sword down. In that instant, a similarly potent sword energy surged forth, colliding with Dongfang Mingyu's attack. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated, sending a shockwave emanating from the two combatants, causing several disciples near the life and death platform to stagger back several steps. On the platform, Su Chen stood firmly in place, though his complexion had paled slightly, his gaze unwavering and resolute. Puff! Dongfang Mingyu, however, staggered back, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. He never anticipated that Su Chen could withstand his most formidable strike and even gain the upper hand. How is it possible that Su Chen has injured Dongfang Mingyu? This cannot be happening. Even if Su Chen has broken through to the second level of the martial master realm, that still leaves a gap of 6 minor realms between them. In that moment, many disciples' eyes widened in astonishment, their faces etched with incredulity. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could your strength possibly surpass mine? Dongfang Mingyu was utterly demoralized, his eyes reddened with fury as he bellowed. He charged once more towards Su Chen, his sword poised menacingly at Su Chen's throat. Mingyu, do not act rashly. Stay composed and steady. You still have a chance. Dongfang Mingyu urgently shouted from the sidelines. With a higher realm of cultivation and a distinct advantage in spiritual energy, Dongfang Mingyu could still secure victory if he maintained his ground. Upon hearing his sister's words, Dongfang Mingyu's heart jolted, realizing his impulsiveness. Yet, he had already closed the distance to Su Chen, and it was too late to retreat. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he surged forward with renewed speed, determined to unleash his full power in this attack, hoping for an unexpected turn of events. Fool! Su Chen sneered disdainfully, his body shifting instantaneously, evading Dongfang Mingyu's strike with ease. When Su Chen reappeared, he was already behind Dongfang Mingyu. Mingyu, behind you! Dongfang Mingyu cried out in alarm. A flicker of panic crossed Dongfang Mingyu's eyes upon hearing this. However, being a seasoned warrior, he swiftly dodged to the right, his sword sweeping backward in a desperate attempt to block Su Chen's assault. Game over. Su Chen scoffed, his sword slicing forward without hesitation. A flash of cold light swept through the air, severing Dongfang Mingyu's head from his body. Mingyu! Dongfang Mingyu's eyes widened in horror, her voice thick with anguish and rage. Su Chen, I will make you pay for this. She lost all semblance of reason, transforming into a crimson shadow as she recklessly charged at Su Chen on the death arena. Dongfang Mingyu, how dare you? Chen Luofeng appeared before Su Chen in an instant, raising his hand to strike, sending Dongfang Mingyu flying. Poof! Dongfang Mingyu was propelled backward, spitting blood mid-air. Dongfang Mingyu, take another step forward, and I shall show no mercy. Chen Luofeng's tone was icy, his gaze filled with authority and ruthlessness. I, Dongfang Mingyu, shall not rest until I have slain you, Su Chen. She gritted through clenched teeth, her voice laced with venom and determination. With that, she strode away from the death arena. Only by preserving her own life could she avenge herself and her brother. Chapter 40. Su Chen's flattery. Zhang Yu, you must challenge Su Chen immediately. He must agree at all costs, Zhang Jingchuan commanded, his expression dark and his tone frigid, eyes glinting with malice. Having just battled Dongfang Mingyu, Su Chen was severely drained of spiritual energy, making him particularly vulnerable. If Zhang Yu could provoke Su Chen into a life-or-death match, it would surely lead to Su Chen's demise. No problem, Brother Chuan, I will go at once. A cruel smile flickered across Zhang Yu's face as he made his way towards the death arena. Thank you, Elder Chen, for your timely intervention. Su Chen expressed sincerely, gratitude evident in his tone. It had been perilously close. He had only just severed Dongfang Mingyu's head when Dongfang Mingyu had appeared before him like a specter. In that moment, a chilling intent to kill had enveloped him, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Had it not been for Elder Chen Luofeng's timely intervention, he might have lost his life. There is no need for thanks. Once the life-and-death battle commences, no one may interfere. Such is the sect's rule. How could I stand idly by while Dongfang Mingyu openly defies it? Chen Luofeng's expression was grim, his tone serious. Elder Chen, your unwavering adherence to the sect's rules commands my utmost respect. It is a great fortune for the sect and a blessing for the disciples to have you presiding over the death arena. Su Chen praised earnestly, bowing deeply once more, his demeanor exceedingly sincere. You insolent brat, stop with the flattery and get lost. A fleeting glimmer of appreciation crossed Chen Luofeng's eyes, though he feigned annoyance. Yes, I shall take my leave. Su Chen felt a twinge of frustration. He had intended to curry favor, yet had been dismissed instead. He then approached Dongfang Mingyu's corpse, collecting the fallen storage bag and retrieving the sword that lay nearby. This sword was of far superior quality, being of the lower tier of heavenly grade. Once he completed these tasks, Su Chen was preparing to depart the death arena. Su Chen, I challenge you to a life or death battle. At that moment, Zhang Yu arrived at the edge of the death arena, his gaze filled with provocation. And you are? Su Chen furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion crossing his features. I am Zhang Yu of the Zhang clan. Do you dare accept my challenge? Zhang Yu retorted with a sneer. I thought you were someone of importance. Turns out you are merely the barking dog of the Zhang clan. Su Chen scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. Since you seek death, why not oblige? Step up for a battle. Su Chen, you truly are oblivious to your own mortality. I will twist your head off and use it as a ball. Zhang Yu's eyes gleamed with ecstasy, and without hesitation, he leapt onto the death arena. Although Su Chen had slain Dongfang Mingyu, the victory had not come easily. Moreover, Zhang Yu's cultivation was a full realm above Dongfang Mingyu's. Dealing with Su Chen would be a trivial matter for him. Fool. Su Chen spat disdainfully, then turned to Chen Luofeng, addressing him respectfully. Elder Chen, please announce the commencement of the life and death battle. Aren't you going to rest? Zhang Yu's realm is at the 9th level of the martial master stage. His strength should not be underestimated. Chen Luofeng remarked, concern etched on his brow. Elder Chen, though my spiritual energy is depleted, I possess absolute confidence in defeating this barking dog. Su Chen declared, brimming with self-assurance. Very well, since you have such confidence, I shall refrain from further comment. I hereby declare the life and death battle officially commenced. Chen Luofeng nodded slightly, and with that, his figure vanished from the death arena. Brat, prepare to die. At the very instant Chen Luofeng disappeared, Zhang Yu lunged forward, his sword raised high, aiming a ferocious slash at Su Chen. This strike was infused with tremendous force, Zhang Yu exerting all his might, the blade surrounded by a menacing aura, intent on annihilating Su Chen in one fell swoop. Su Chen did not evade. He wished to ascertain the true extent of his combat prowess. Heavenly Destruction Strike. Su Chen shouted, his sword erupting in radiant brilliance as it met Zhang Yu's blade head-on. Boom. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as Su Chen's body was sent hurtling backward, as if struck by lightning, nearly toppling off the death arena. Poof. Su Chen expelled a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as a ghost. His body trembling uncontrollably. Su Chen had truly overstepped. It seemed that this time, he was beyond salvation. Indeed, he had been incredibly overconfident to accept Zhang Yu's challenge. Should he perish, it would serve him right. Who could blame him for being so arrogant? At this moment, many disciples witnessing Su Chen's injury at the hands of Zhang Yu began to mock him mercilessly. Zhang Jingchuan, observing the scene, wore a satisfied smile. Once Su Chen was dead, his secrets would sink into oblivion, and he would retain his image as a paragon of virtue in the eyes of all. Not far from the life and death platform, there stood an ancient and quaint pavilion, serving as the vantage point for the higher-ups of the Xianyuan sect. Master, should we send word to Chen Luofeng, urging him to halt this life and death battle? Inquired a middle-aged man with a stern countenance, his eyes brimming with concern. This man was none other than Zhou Yunfeng, the grand elder of the Xianyuan sect. Before him stood an elder with an ethereal demeanor, the sect's leader, Lu Qingbei. Just 2 days prior, Zhou Lin had elaborated on Su Chen's astonishing talent, igniting Lu Qingbei's expectations for the young prodigy. Thus, at the onset of the life and death duel, they had hastened to witness for themselves whether Su Chen truly lived up to his reputation. Absolutely not. What Chen Luofeng said is indeed correct. The sect's regulations are the very foundation of our order and must not be trampled or altered by anyone. As the sect leader, I must lead by example. If we compromise our regulations for Su Chen, how shall we maintain the respect of our followers in the future? Lu Qingbei replied, shaking his head slightly, his tone resolute. Master, this young lad possesses a talent that is nothing short of extraordinary. Since our sect's inception, we have never encountered such a phenomenal genius. In 6 months, the Great Xia martial competition will take place, and if Su Chen participates, he may very well secure an unprecedented ranking. Such an achievement would undoubtedly elevate our Xianyuan sect's standing within the Great Xia dynasty. Zhou Yunfeng furrowed his brow, attempting to persuade Lu Qingbei to reconsider. I am fully aware of that, Lu Qingbei responded gravely. However, this life and death battle was agreed upon by Su Chen himself. We cannot waver in our foundational principles for an event that has yet to unfold. Only if he emerges victorious in this duel will he truly warrant our attention. His expression was serious, his tone unyielding, showing no sign of indecision. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunfeng fell into a contemplative silence. After a brief pause, he spoke softly. The master's words hold truth. I have not considered this thoroughly. Yet, Su Chen is an exceedingly rare talent, and I fear our sect may miss the opportunity to nurture such a genius. Very well, let us observe closely. Perhaps this young man will surprise us, Lu Qingbei said. his countenance filled with anticipation. "Ha! Su Chen, is this all you can muster? Do you dare accept my challenge?" Zhang Yu mocked derisively. "You foolish dog. Do you not realize how much you prattle?" Su Chen retorted coldly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. After their previous skirmish, he understood that he was not Zhang Yu's match. Thus, he resolved to utilize the 9 nether art, swiftly ending Zhang Yu's life and concluding the battle. "You little brat. Once I defeat you, I will surely tear that mouth of yours apart." Zhang Yu spat venomously, launching himself once more toward Su Chen with ferocity. "Unfortunately, you shall not have that opportunity," Su Chen replied with a chilling smile, immediately unleashing the 9 nether art. In an instant, a formidable surge of soul power erupted from him, coalescing into an invisible blade of spiritual essence that shot toward Zhang Yu's mind like lightning. Soul attack? Merely a trivial skill. Zhang Yu scoffed, sensing Su Chen's assault. In his view, how potent could a soul attack be from someone at the 2nd level of martial master? He casually unleashed a soul attack of his own, attempting to counter Su Chen's onslaught. However, Su Chen's soul attack surpassed all expectations, shattering Zhang Yu's defense effortlessly and striking hard into his mind. "Oh!" Zhang Yu screamed in agony, his voice laced with pain and terror. His face contorted in distress as he clutched his head, his body uncontrollably thrashing across the ground. "Remember this. In your next life, do not provoke others recklessly," Su Chen stated coldly. Before his words faded, his sword flashed with icy brilliance, piercing directly through Zhang Yu's heart. This is impossible. How can I die?" Zhang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with resentment and incredulity. Yet, before he could voice his final thoughts, his life force dissipated. Witnessing this scene, all the disciples were left in stunned silence. Initially, they had been certain of Su Chen's impending doom, believing the outcome of the battle was a foregone conclusion. Yet, who could have anticipated that Su Chen would ultimately turn the tables and slay Zhang Yu? What a waste! Zhang Jingchuan could not help but exclaim angrily, his earlier smugness transforming into fury and resentment. Gritting his teeth, he vowed, "Su Chen, next time, you shall undoubtedly meet your end." Though Zhang Yu lay dead, he had nonetheless afforded Zhang Jingchuan a true glimpse into Su Chen's capabilities. Next time, with adequate preparation, eliminating Su Chen would be a trivial task. With this thought, Zhang Jingchuan left the life and death platform, his expression dark as he made his way towards the Wanbao Pavilion. In the pavilion not far from the life and death platform, Lu Qingbei and Zhou Yunfeng wore expressions of exhilaration. Su Chen's performance had thoroughly impressed them, affirming his status as a true prodigy. At such a critical juncture, with the Xianyuan sect poised to participate in the great Xia martial competition, discovering a talent like Su Chen was undoubtedly a divine blessing. "Master, this young lad is remarkable indeed. Just 3 months ago, he was an inconspicuous outer disciple, and now he has ascended to the rank of a top inner disciple. It is truly astounding," Zhou Yunfeng remarked. "He must be a person of great destiny, having encountered some extraordinary fortune that has allowed his strength to soar within such a brief span." Lu Qingbei's eyes gleamed with wisdom, but then his expression turned grave as he cautioned, "You must keep a close watch on Su Chen during this time, to prevent any hidden dangers from arising against him. His brilliance is too glaring, having advanced from the martial apprentice realm to the martial master realm in merely 3 months, and having slain foes across 7 minor realms. He will undoubtedly incite jealousy and malice. Rest assured, Master, I will ensure his safety," Zhou Yunfeng vowed earnestly. The flourishing of the Xianyuan sect was not only the master's aspiration, but also his lifelong pursuit. Now, Su Chen represented the hope of realizing that ambition, and he would not allow anyone to jeopardize it. In a certain location beneath the life and death platform, Yi Fengyun watched Su Chen with fervent intensity. If there was anyone in the inner sect who understood Su Chen best, aside from Zhang Muyao and Zhang Jingchuan, it would be him. Initially, he had regarded Su Chen as a rare talent, deliberately maintaining his distance after entering the inner sect to avoid drawing attention. However, witnessing the remarkable transformation in Su Chen's cultivation within just a month of entering the inner sect, he could no longer deny that Su Chen had likely encountered an earth-shattering opportunity. "Su Chen, how foolish you are. Having gained such fortune, yet remaining oblivious to the need for discretion, instead flaunting your prowess so boldly. Do not blame me for being merciless," Yi Fengyun muttered to himself, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. With that, he departed the life and death platform, filled with anticipation as he hurried back to his family. He understood well that he was no match for Su Chen. Only through the power of his family could he hope to capture him. After proficiently collecting the spoils from Zhang Yi, Su Chen left the life and death platform. He first visited the task hall to submit his completed task, then swiftly made his way to the spirit herb pavilion to exchange for the herbs needed to concoct the spirit origin pill. After securing the herbs, Chen proceeded toward his residence. This life-and-death battle had irrevocably set him at odds with Dongfeng Mingwei and Zhang Jingchuan, and with his current strength, he was still far too inferior to contend with them. Thus, he planned to enter seclusion within the sect for a period of cultivation, only venturing into the Xianyang mountain range once he encountered a bottleneck in his progress. Upon returning to his quarters, Chen entered the primordial space directly to begin refining the third-grade spirit origin pill. After an entire day, he finally refined the exchanged spirit essence pills into exquisite third-tier spirit essence pills. Subsequently, Chen ingested one of these superior pills, channeling all his efforts into enhancing his cultivation. Chapter 42. Yi Qianlong. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. During this period, Chen diligently cultivated in the primordial space, ultimately achieving a breakthrough to the third level of the martial master realm. However, this breakthrough consumed all the cultivation resources he had amassed. Damn it, I have no resources left. Chen furrowed his brow, unable to suppress a quiet expletive. Gazing at the empty storage bag, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. His chaotic divine body was remarkable in many respects, but the resource consumption was utterly terrifying. After pondering for a moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in Chen's eyes. Given his ability to produce spirit essence pills with a guaranteed 100% excellence, why not post a pill refinement task at the task hall? This way, he could amass a considerable amount of contribution points and subsequently exchange them for cultivation resources, effectively resolving the dilemma of his cultivation advancement. With this thought, Chen felt increasingly exhilarated as he swiftly exited the primordial space and made his way to the task hall. In Giant Sea City, the Yi family. After 10 days of arduous travel, Yi Fengyun finally returned to the Yi family, dust-laden and weary, yet his eyes gleamed with urgency and excitement. Without pausing for rest, he headed directly to his father's study. His father was none other than the head of the Yi family, Yi Qianlong. Fengyun, why have you returned home suddenly instead of diligently cultivating at the sect? Yi Qianlong inquired, his brow slightly furrowed, his tone serious. Father, an opportunity for our Yi family to soar has arrived. Yi Fengyun exclaimed, his face alight with fervor, his eyes shimmering with zeal. He could hardly contain himself as he recounted Chen's astounding feats, from his remarkable speed of breakthrough to the extraordinary power he had exhibited. Father, Chen must have encountered an extraordinary fortune. If we can seize this opportunity, the Yi family will undoubtedly rise to prominence, becoming the dominant force in Giant Sea City and even the entire prefecture. Yi Fengyun's voice trembled with excitement, his hands clenching unconsciously as he envisioned the glorious future of the Yi family. Yi Qianlong's expression gradually turned solemn. He believed in Yi Fengyun's judgment and was convinced that this disciple of the Xianyuan sect named Chen had indeed experienced a fortuitous encounter. However, the Xianyuan sect was immensely powerful and fiercely protective of its own. If the Yi family were to act rashly against Chen, while success would yield rewards, failure would bring catastrophic consequences for the entire clan. After a prolonged silence, Yi Qianlong's brow furrowed deeper, his heart caught in a web of turmoil. Observing his father's indecision, Yi Fengyun grew increasingly anxious and implored, Father, in a person's lifetime, the chance to alter one's destiny may only come once, and time is running short. At Chen's current growth rate, in less than 2 months, his strength will surpass yours. By then, we will have no opportunity left to act. Finally, after enduring a lengthy internal struggle, Yi Qianlong resolutely nodded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Jiang Tian, enter. Yi Qianlong commanded in a chilling voice. Master, what are your orders? A robust, stern-faced middle-aged man entered, his demeanor both respectful and imposing. Jiang Tian, you are to proceed to the Xianyuan sect at all costs and retrieve Chen. Should the elders of the sect discover you, you understand what must be done. Do you not? Yi Qianlong's gaze was icy as he questioned. Understood, rest assured, master. If I am discovered, I will take poison and end my own life, ensuring that no trouble comes to the family. Jiang Tian's expression was grave, displaying no hint of fear as he clasped his fists in response. With that, he rose with determined steps and exited the study. Meanwhile, Chen entered the task hall and approached a reception disciple. Excuse me, senior brother. I wish to post a pill refinement task. What do I need to do? Chen inquired politely, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes revealing a flicker of anticipation. A pill refinement task? The reception disciple's eyes widened in surprise. In the vast Xianyuan sect, among tens of thousands of disciples, those capable of refining pills were extremely rare. After all, the art of alchemy was exceedingly complex, demanding significant time and effort. Junior brother, unless you are a formal disciple of the Alchemy Pavilion, you will need a verification from the pavilion's deputy master to post a refinement task, the reception disciple explained. Thank you for the information, senior brother. I shall head to the alchemy pavilion at once. Chen felt somewhat helpless, surprised by the complications involved in posting a pill refinement task. Nevertheless, he dismissed the inconvenience, prioritizing the acquisition of cultivation resources. With that, he turned and departed the task hall. Before long, Chen arrived at the alchemy pavilion. After explaining his purpose to a beautiful senior sister, she led him to a room on the top floor of the pavilion. Master, this disciple wishes to post a pill refinement task at the task hall and requires your verification, the beautiful senior sister said respectfully as she gently pushed open the door. The head of the alchemy pavilion was none other than the grand elder of the Xianyuan sect, Zhou Yunfeng. At that moment, Zhou Yunfeng was seated at his desk, engrossed in studying a particular alchemical formula. Upon hearing the voice, he lifted his gaze and was taken aback upon seeing Chen. Little one, what tier of pills can you refine, and what is their quality? Zhou Yunfeng inquired, his interest piqued. Esteemed pavilion master, I can refine third-tier spirit essence pills, all of exquisite quality. Chen replied with a calm demeanor, confidence evident in his tone. Are you jesting, little one? Zhou Yunfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. It was known that within the entire Xianyuan sect, those capable of producing third-tier exquisite spirit essence pills had typically devoted decades to the craft, possessing profound expertise as seasoned alchemists. I would never deceive the pavilion master. Every word I speak is the truth, Chen affirmed earnestly, locking his gaze on his Zhou Yunfeng. Very well, demonstrate your skills by refining a batch of spirit essence pills for me to observe. Zhou Yunfeng retrieved a selection of ingredients for third-tier spirit essence pills from his storage bag and handed them to Chen, his expression a blend of anticipation and skepticism. Yes, pavilion master. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen took the ingredients and began the meticulous process of refinement. His technique was remarkably adept. He first heated the alchemical furnace, then sequentially added the ingredients. Once all the ingredients had transformed into liquid, he began their slow amalgamation, executing the entire process seamlessly without a hint of pause. This young man is truly extraordinary. Zhou Yunfeng couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, his eyes filled with astonishment and delight. Chapter 43, The Demon Slaying Competition. Before long, a rich fragrance of pills wafted through the air, enveloping the entire room in its aromatic embrace. Please examine, Pavilion Master, Chen said respectfully, standing aside with an air of confidence. Zhou Yunfeng gently opened the alchemical furnace, revealing a collection of perfectly round, radiant third-tier exquisite spirit essence pills. Unbelievable. They are all exquisite. Zhou Yunfeng could scarcely believe his eyes. He had never anticipated that such a young individual could possess such mastery in alchemy. Coupled with Chen's astonishing prowess in cultivation, his regard for Chen escalated to new heights. You wish to post a pill refinement task to earn contribution points, correct? Zhou Yunfeng inquired. Indeed, Pavilion Master, Chen nodded. Let us proceed in this manner. You need not venture to the mission hall to undertake tasks. Instead, you shall refine elixirs in the alchemy pavilion with the spirit herbs provided by me. For each batch of top-tier third-grade spirit origin pills you concoct, I shall reward you with 3,000 contribution points. What say you? Zhou Yunfeng's proposition was made with the intent of safeguarding Chen. Given Chen's rising prominence, should news of his ability to produce third-grade superior elixirs spread, it would undoubtedly attract countless individuals eager to exploit him. How splendid! I am immensely grateful for your generosity. Pavilion Master. Chen's heart swelled with joy. This reward far exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated such care from Zhou Yunfeng, and his gratitude towards the Pavilion Master deepened. Then it is settled, Zhou Yunfeng affirmed with a nod. Although you are not an official disciple of my alchemy pavilion, feel free to consult me whenever you encounter difficulties in your alchemical pursuits. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Chen expressed his appreciation. Very well, you may leave now. The disciples outside will assist you in arranging everything. However, do remember, while engaged in alchemy, do not neglect your cultivation, Zhou Yunfeng earnestly cautioned, a hint of concern evident in his gaze. I understand, Master. Chen nodded, recognizing Zhou Yunfeng's thoughtful intentions. He was aware that cultivation and alchemy were interlinked and that neglecting one would be detrimental to the other. With that, Chen turned and exited the room. Senior Su, I am called Xiao Deji, and I shall escort you to the alchemy chamber. As Chen stepped out, a disciple from the alchemy pavilion approached him briskly, a broad smile on his face. Your assistance is much appreciated, Chen replied with a smile. Soon, under Xiao Deji's guidance, they arrived at the alchemy chamber. Senior Su, do you find this chamber to your liking? If not, I can show you others. Xiao Deji inquired, his eyes filled with anticipation. This one will suffice. I am quite satisfied, Chen stated, surveying the chamber, which was impeccably clean and abundant in spiritual energy, nodding in approval. I am glad you are pleased. This storage bag contains 100 portions of spirit herbs for the spirit origin pills. Here is my communication stone. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me through it, Xiao Daji said, handing Su Chen a storage bag and his communication stone. Thank you for your effort. Su Chen accepted the items, feeling content with Xiao Daji's meticulous arrangements. Do not mention it, senior. You may proceed with your tasks. And feel free to reach out to me at any time. Xiao Daji quickly waved his hand and departed the alchemy chamber. Once Su Chen firmly closed the door, he entered the primordial space, commencing his alchemical pursuits. The rich spiritual energy within the primordial space would undoubtedly enhance his efficiency in refining elixirs. In the days that followed, Su Chen would refine pills for 2 days and then dedicate the next 2 days to elevating his cultivation. During his leisure, he would wander the alchemy pavilion, engaging with his fellow disciples. His enthusiasm and humility quickly endeared him to many. Su Chen recognized that all these disciples were alchemists and frequently ventured into the Xianyang mountain range to gather various spirit herbs, thereby increasing the likelihood of encountering rare materials to enhance their cultivation. As fate would have it, during his second break, he chanced upon a fortuitous encounter while conversing with a senior sister. She possessed a xianling fruit and sought to purchase a top-tier alchemy furnace. Yet she lacked 300,000 contribution points. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The xianling fruit was a rare treasure, capable of elevating a martial artist's cultivation by a small realm. Without hesitation, Su Chen and the senior sister reached an agreement for him to purchase the xianling fruit for 300,000 contribution points, though he needed 3 days to gather the remaining half of the points. Thus, Su Chen disregarded rest and hurried back to the alchemy chamber, immersing himself in the frantic process of refining pills. After 3 consecutive days of relentless effort, he finally amassed the necessary 300,000 contribution points and successfully acquired the xianling fruit from the senior sister. Upon returning to the alchemy chamber, Su Chen first sent a message to Xiao Daji, informing him of his intention to enter seclusion to break through his realm before entering the primordial space once more. Rather than consuming the xianling fruit immediately, Su Chen patiently focused on solidifying the foundation of his cultivation in the 3rd layer of the martial master realm, ensuring a more effective absorption of the fruit's medicinal properties. 2 days swiftly passed. Following this period of diligent preparation, Su Chen reached an optimal state and finally retrieved the xianling fruit. Xianling fruit, do not disappoint me, Su Chen murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with anticipation, before swallowing the fruit in one gulp. The moment the xianling fruit entered his body, a surge of immense and pure spiritual energy erupted within him, swiftly coursing through his meridians. Su Chen promptly activated the primordial technique, gradually refining this powerful energy to propel his cultivation forward. Peak of the 3rd layer of the martial master realm. Within a single hour, Su Chen's cultivation soared to the peak of the 3rd layer, brushing against the barrier of the 4th layer. Without a moment's hesitation, he directed all the spiritual energy within him towards the barrier, launching an overwhelming assault. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of resounding explosions, the barrier shattered. 4th layer of the martial master realm. At last, Su Chen successfully broke through to the 4th layer. He immediately felt a powerful force coursing through his entire being, every inch of his skin invigorated with strength. Oriental Mingyue, Zhang Jingchuan, I shall no longer fear you. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, a confident smile gracing his face. With his newfound strength, he was now comparable to the 1st layer of the martial sovereign realm. Though he might not yet be a match for Oriental Mingyue and Zhang Jingchuan, he possessed a measure of self-protection. Subsequently, Su Chen exited the primordial space and sent a message to Xiao Daji, requesting his presence to bid farewell to Zhou Yunfeng. He had resolved to venture out into the Xianyang mountain range for further training in pursuit of greater breakthroughs. In a short while, Xiao Daji hurriedly arrived at the alchemy chamber, his face etched with worry. Senior Su, the pavilion master, departed the sect 2 days ago with hundreds of alchemists. What transpired? Su Chen's heart sank, and he inquired urgently. As the head of the alchemy pavilion, Zhou Yunfeng would not leave the sect lightly without significant cause, especially not with so many alchemists in tow. It appears that our Xianyuan sect's Qingchuan County is besieged by numerous demonic cultivators. Reports indicate that 7 cities have already been slaughtered, with millions of civilians and cultivators perishing. Consequently, the pavilion master and the senior brothers and sisters have been dispatched to aid the injured. Xiao Daji's expression was grave, his eyes filled with ire. Moreover, the sect has announced a demon-slaying tournament with substantial rewards. Senior Su, your strength is commendable. You should consider participating. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's heart tightened, instantly recalling the enigmatic old man. He had a foreboding premonition that the chaos in Qingchuan County was undoubtedly orchestrated by that old man. Xiao Daji, You have worked hard during this time. Here, take this. I hope it proves beneficial to you. Su Chen handed Xiao Deji a handwritten manuscript on alchemical insights before swiftly departing the alchemy pavilion. Upon reaching the mission hall, Su Chen successfully registered for the demon-slaying tournament and then hastily made his way out of the Xianyuan sect. Chapter 44. An ambush on Su Chen. Is the situation truly this grave? Su Chen furrowed his brow as he examined the latest battle report obtained from the mission hall. The number of cities in Qingchuan County currently afflicted by demonic cultivators had shockingly escalated to dozens, leaving Su Chen utterly astounded. After all, it was rare to even glimpse a single demonic cultivator on ordinary days. How could so many have emerged so suddenly? After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen's eyes sharpened with resolve as he decided to journey to the grand city of Lingyue. Amidst the dozens of cities besieged by demonic cultivators, Lingyue stood as the sole large city, and one could only imagine the fierce battles raging within its walls, fraught with peril. However, the safety of nearly 10 million souls depended upon Lingyue. Should it fall, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he felt compelled to lend his strength. Suddenly, as Su Chen hastened on his way, a razor-sharp sword aura sliced through the sky like lightning, hurtling toward him with deadly intent. Simultaneously, a chilling and bone-piercing voice echoed. "Little bastard, die?" Startled by the sudden assault, Su Chen's heart jolted, and his pulse quickened as he instinctively dodged. Yet, despite his swift reaction, the residual force of the sword aura grazed his arm, causing blood to spatter forth. His expression shifted, a flicker of pain crossing his features, and he quickly turned to face the source of the attack. There, Zhang Jingchuan approached with a darkened countenance, his gaze icy. "So it is you, you twisted fiend. While the demonic cultivators rampage outside, bringing ruin to countless lives, you choose to lurk here and plot against me." Su Chen spat vehemently. "You are the true embodiment of evil in my eyes, little bastard," Zhang Jingchuan retorted, his voice dripping with disdain. At that moment, sensing the aura of power radiating from Su Chen, he was taken aback. In less than a month, Su Chen had ascended 2 minor realms. If he did not act swiftly to eliminate him, it would not be long before Su Chen dwarfed his own cultivation. With this thought, Zhang Jingchuan's murderous intent intensified, and without hesitation, he lunged forward, sword in hand, aiming a fierce strike at Su Chen. Confronted by Zhang Jingchuan's palpable malice, Su Chen's expression grew solemn. He swiftly drew his battle sword, brandishing it with all his might to parry the incoming assault. A resounding clash erupted as their swords met, the force reverberating like thunder, sending shockwaves radiating outward. Su Chen felt as though he had been struck by a mountain's weight, stumbling back several paces, his hands numb from the impact, barely managing to retain his grip on the sword. "Damn it, this twisted fiend has reached the 3rd level of martial sovereign. This is becoming troublesome," Su Chen lamented inwardly, a grave expression enveloping his features. "Today marks your demise," Zhang Jingchuan declared, a cruel smile curling upon his lips as he charged once more at Su Chen. "Nine Hells Technique," Su Chen exclaimed, hastily deploying his technique. In an instant, an invisible soul attack manifested like a tangible blade, surging toward Zhang Jingchuan. "Soul attack? You think I would be unprepared?" Zhang Jingchuan scoffed coldly, his tone laced with derision. A radiant shield flared to life around him, absorbing a significant portion of the soul attack. The residual force, however, proved inconsequential, and he continued his assault against Su Chen with fervor. Su Chen's pupils constricted in alarm. He had not anticipated Zhang Jingchuan's level of preparation. There was no time to ponder further, as Zhang Jingchuan was upon him, his sword imbued with lethal intent, descending with ferocity. Clang! Su Chen summoned all his strength to deflect the strike, but the disparity in their powers was insurmountable, forcing him back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Jingchuan's eyes glinted with malice as he struck Su Chen with a powerful palm. With a sickening thud, Su Chen felt as if a hammer had crushed his chest, blood erupting from his mouth as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently to the ground. "Twisted fiend, just wait." Su Chen knew he was outmatched. As soon as he hit the ground, he immediately activated Blood Escape. A flash of crimson enveloped him, transforming him into a blood silhouette as he fled. "You won't escape, little bastard," Zhang Jingchuan snarled, his bloodlust surging as he pursued without hesitation. His method of pursuit consumed his lifespan for a surge in speed, but he was beyond caring. To kill Su Chen was worth any price. "Damn you, twisted fiend, just wait." Realizing the gap between them was narrowing, Su Chen steeled himself and pushed Blood Escape to its limits. In an instant, half of his blood energy dissipated, leaving him pale as a ghost. Yet his speed surged tenfold, allowing him to outpace Zhang Jingchuan like a shooting star. "Damn it, this little bastard has mastered such a remarkable escape technique." Zhang Jingchuan seethed, his eyes icy with fury. Yet this time, He was determined not to let Su Chen slip through his fingers. Suspecting that Su Chen was headed for Lingwei, he raced in that direction. Meanwhile, Su Chen, gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through his body, finally located a concealed refuge after a frantic search. Cautiously securing the Taichu pearl, he entered the Taichu space to recuperate. After 6 hours, Su Chen's injuries were fully healed. He slowly opened his eyes, a fierce glint illuminating his gaze as he coldly declared, "Zhang Jingchuan, next time, I shall ensure you pay the price." He swiftly vacated the Taichu space, taking a circuitous route to confirm he was not being followed before hastening toward Lingwei. After 3 days of relentless travel, Su Chen's expression suddenly shifted as he keenly detected distant shouts of battle and cries for help emanating from the left front. Without hesitation, he adjusted his course and surged forward like an arrow. He estimated he was merely a day's journey from Lingwei, and he surmised that the conflict ahead likely involved the demonic cultivators. Moments later, he beheld a vast expanse of tents stretching before him. Scanning the scene, he noted the golden-armored soldiers of the Great Xia army and disciples of the Xianyuan sect engaged in a fierce struggle against the forces of evil. The air was thick with the mingled sounds of battle cries and anguished shrieks, permeated by the stench of blood. The closest skirmish unfolded within a surrounding circle, where thousands of demons assailed 100 or so soldiers of the Great Xia and over 20 disciples of the Xianyuan sect. Each of them bore pallid expressions, their bodies marred with wounds, clearly on the brink of collapse. Without a moment's pause, Su Chen unsheathed his sword and charged into the fray. As he drew nearer, he was astonished to discover that almost all the demons were garbed as commoners, their cultivation beneath that of martial masters, their eyes vacant and movements reminiscent of the undead. In an instant, he recognized that these were not demonic cultivators or fiends, but rather demon slaves. This was a formation employed by one of the supreme races of the myriad realms, the Demon Clan, designed to unleash the latent potential of ordinary civilians, granting them cultivation at the cost of their consciousness, rendering them forever devoid of awareness and unable to advance further. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Chen's expression grew grave. The forces behind the chaos in Qingchuan County were evidently formidable. As he breached the perimeter, he wasted no time. With swift strokes of his sword, he dispatched several demon slaves without hesitation. The cultivation levels of these demonic servants hovered around the martial artist realm, rendering them utterly incapable of withstanding Su Chen's fierce onslaught. In but a brief moment, he had slain dozens of these fiends, seamlessly penetrating the encirclement. "Senior Brother Su? Is that you?" A chorus of excited voices erupted from the disciples of the Xianyuan sect, their eyes brimming with hope and astonishment upon catching sight of Su Chen. "Focus. Maintain formation. I shall lead you out," Su Chen called out, promptly forging ahead to carve a path. With a series of swift movements, the destruction sword technique was unleashed. And in an instant, nearly 100 demonic servants were vanquished, creating a vast expanse of clear ground before him. The disciples of the Xianyuan sect and the soldiers of the Great Xia army behind him felt invigorated, casting aside hesitation as they followed closely in his wake. Soon, they were on the verge of breaking free from the encirclement. However, this audacious move drew the attention of a demonic cultivator observing from outside the circle, a commander of this siege, whose cultivation had reached the 9th level of the martial master realm. His previous inaction stemmed from a desire to capture everyone within the encirclement alive. Otherwise, they would have perished long ago. "How dare a mere 4th-level martial master display such arrogance before me? You truly seek death." The demonic commander's eyes gleamed with cold disdain as he spoke. Before his words had fully settled, he brandished his battle blade and charged at Su Chen. Unfazed, Su Chen was confident in his ability to dispatch this 9th-level martial master with ease. In a flash, he executed the 9-nether technique, and an ethereal blade of spiritual energy struck the demonic commander's mind like a bolt of lightning. "Ah!" The commander recoiled as if struck by thunder, his gaze momentarily vacant before he let out a heart-wrenching scream. With a swift movement, Su Chen appeared before the commander like a specter, his sword slashing through the air and piercing the fiend's heart. At the moment of the commander's demise, Su Chen felt a subtle tremor within the primordial pearl inside him. An invisible energy surged forth from the commander's corpse, which was subsequently absorbed by the primordial pearl, slightly enhancing its formidable aura. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Su Chen. He had not anticipated that slaying a demonic cultivator could fortify the primordial pearl. "Run! The commander is dead." Panic-stricken, the remaining demonic cultivators scattered in terror. Faced with Su Chen's overwhelming strength, even their leader had fallen, and remaining in this place would only invite certain death. "My goodness, Senior Brother Su's power has grown significantly." Several inner disciples of the Xianyuan sect marveled in disbelief, astonished at how effortlessly Su Chen had dispatched a 9th-level martial master with a single strike. Enough chatter. Clear this area of the demonic servants. I shall pursue those fiends, Su Chen declared, his gaze aflame with determination as he swiftly ordered the others before darting after the fleeing demonic cultivators. His speed was astounding, and he soon caught up to the retreating fiends, dispatching them all without hesitation. Young Master Su, thank you for your timely intervention. Had you not arrived, we would surely have perished here. The captain of the Great Xia army expressed his profound gratitude upon seeing Su Chen return. Thank you, Senior Brother Su, echoed a dozen Xianyuan disciples in unison, their eyes filled with admiration. There is no need for thanks. Now, enlighten me regarding the situation here, Su Chen urged, his expression turning serious. Young Master Su, we were tasked with escorting 100,000 civilians back to Lingua City. Last night, while we camped here for rest, we were suddenly besieged by this horde of demonic cultivators. Their numbers were overwhelming and fiercely relentless. We struggled to withstand them. Thus, Commander Shao ordered me and several of your sect's disciples to seek reinforcements. However, we were ambushed and encircled almost immediately after stepping out, the captain recounted, furrowing his brow in self-reproach. The nearby disciples of the Xianyuan sect felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment. Do not dwell on it. Now is not the time for regrets. Su Chen consoled gravely. You must find reinforcements quickly. I shall first delve into the camp to assess the situation. Su Chen understood that a force capable of escorting 100,000 civilians would undoubtedly be formidable. Yet they had been driven to seek assistance by the overwhelming strength of the attacking demonic cultivators. Moreover, his current position was merely the periphery, and there were surely many more fiends lurking within the camp. However, devoid of any trepidation, he turned and resolutely charged into the camp. Upon entering, he was immediately assailed by a strong stench of blood. The ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of civilians and soldiers from the Great Xia army, their forms desiccated, devoid of any trace of vitality. Su Chen's brows knitted tightly together, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes at the heinous actions of the demonic cultivators. With relentless determination, Su Chen slaughtered every demonic servant and fiend he encountered along the way without holding back. The soldiers of the Great Xia army and the disciples of the Xianyuan sect he rescued were invigorated by his fervor, rallying behind him as they pressed deeper into the camp. Half an hour later, Su Chen found himself followed by hundreds of Great Xia soldiers and dozens of Xianyuan disciples. Under his leadership, their fighting spirits soared as they surged forward into the depths of the camp. Meanwhile, at the heart of the encampment, a larger circle of demonic forces had surrounded thousands of Great Xia soldiers and hundreds of Xianyuan disciples. Each one was in dire straits, their spiritual energy and stamina nearly depleted. Every second saw the loss of dozens of lives, and if circumstances did not change, it would not be long before their entire force was annihilated. Just as Su Chen led his comrades in their fervent advance, 6 demonic cultivators who had narrowly escaped scrambled to the side of their leader. This commander, known as Yen, was a middle-aged man with a grim visage. Having attained the 2nd level of the martial sovereign realm, he stood at the periphery of the encirclement, his spiritual energy surging restlessly as his gaze fixated intently on Commander Xiao Ming of the Great Xia dynasty and Xuanyuan's core disciple Su Weiyang. He awaited the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow, hoping to secure victory. Commander, we face a grave crisis. The 6 demonic cultivators gasped, breathless and panicked. A 4th-level martial master is charging through with hundreds at his back, and he possesses an astonishing combat prowess. Several of our 9th-level martial brothers have fallen to him. What nonsense! You cannot even handle a 4th-level martial master? How dare you return? Yen Yu's eyes blazed with fury, his expression darkening as he coldly commanded, Wolf Butcher, take these useless wretches for a transformation, then bring them to eliminate that insolent boy. Yes, Commander, a burly figure known as Wolf Butcher responded, his own cultivation at the 1st level of the martial sovereign realm. With ease, he subdued the 6 demonic cultivators and led them toward a formation emanating a ghostly green light. The area surrounding the formation was chaotic, with a throng of demonic cultivators herding civilians into it, as if they were cattle. The faces of the civilians were awash with terror and despair, their cries for mercy drowned out by the frenzied laughter of the fiends, who reveled in their twisted delight. As soon as they stepped into the formation, the expressions of these commoners instantly became vacant, their faces rigid like puppets, transforming into mindless magical slaves. Wolf Butcher approached the formation without a hint of hesitation or compassion, directly tossing the 6 demonic cultivators into it. In an instant, the formation erupted with brilliant light, a fierce, eerie green radiance shooting skyward. Within the glow, a powerful and malevolent force surged within the bodies of the demonic cultivators, relentlessly battering their meridians. Their bodies began to contort, anguish evident on their faces. Yet their cultivation rapidly soared. In mere moments, one demonic cultivator broke through to the first level of the martial sovereign realm, while the other 5 reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the martial master realm. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, Wolf Butcher led thousands of magical slaves along with the 6 evolved experts, charging towards Su Chen with great momentum. Meanwhile, Su Chen, accompanied by his companions, once again shattered an interception line composed of hundreds of magical slaves. After a fierce battle, although the morale of the group was high, fatigue was etched on their faces. Young Master Su, just ahead, after a stick of incense's worth of distance, lies the location where Captain Xiao and the others are surrounded. Should we continue our assault? A captain of the great Xia dynasty respectfully inquired, his gaze filled with trust and anticipation. Throughout their journey, Su Chen's display of formidable strength in battle, along with his calm command, had earned the captain's deep admiration, leading him to willingly obey Su Chen's orders. No, let the brothers rest for a stick of incense. Regain their strength, and then we shall break the encirclement in one swift motion, Su Chen replied with a composed demeanor, reasoning clearly. Possessing the chaos divine body, he had an extraordinary recovery ability and was not overly fatigued, still capable of continuing the fight. However, the energy and stamina of the people he led had been severely depleted. Thus, launching another attack at this moment would yield little combat effectiveness. Understood. We shall follow young Master Su's arrangements. The captain acknowledged, quickly organizing everyone to sit and recuperate. The stick of incense passed swiftly, and the group rose once more, hastening towards the center of the encirclement. However, at that moment, Wolf Butcher, accompanied by 1,000 magical slaves, came crashing like a tidal wave, blocking Su Chen and his companion's path. Are you the 4th level martial master who dares to slay a 9th level martial master? Quite interesting. However, encountering me can only be deemed as unfortunate. I shall see just how much strength you possess and how long you can withstand my attacks. Wolf Butcher scrutinized Su Chen, a hint of disdain mixed with curiosity gracing his features. A mere 1st level martial sovereign dares to boast before me? Su Chen snorted coldly, his tone dripping with contempt. With his current strength, even without employing the 9 nether art, he could easily slay an ordinary 1st level martial sovereign. Thus he regarded his opponent with disdain. Boy, still arrogant even when death is imminent. Wolf Butcher roared in fury, gripping his wolf-toothed club tightly, raising it high before crashing it down towards Su Chen with tremendous force. Clang. Su Chen remained unfazed, wielding his sword with ease, effortlessly deflecting the attack. What? Wolf Butcher's heart jolted, disbelief etched across his face. He never expected that this youth, 6 minor realms below him, would possess such formidable strength to withstand his full force strike with ease. With your meager strength, you think you can kill me? Su Chen's face curled into a mocking smile, his tone laced with disdain. With that, he unleashed a brilliant glow from his sword, swinging it fiercely, sending a razor-sharp sword aura hurtling towards Wolf Butcher. Wolf Butcher's expression shifted, hastily lifting his wolf-toothed club to defend. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed, a powerful force jolting his arm, nearly causing him to drop his weapon. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen unhesitatingly activated the 9 nether art, an invisible spiritual blade piercing into Wolf Butcher's mind. Wolf Butcher felt his soul being torn apart, an excruciating pain enveloping him, compelling a chilling scream to escape his lips. Without a moment's pause, Su Chen activated his movement technique, appearing before Wolf Butcher like a specter. Swinging his sword fiercely, a flash of cold light severing Wolf Butcher's head from his body. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and Wolf Butcher's headless corpse crashed heavily to the ground. Immediately, an invisible energy surged from Wolf Butcher's body, swiftly absorbed by the primordial pearl. Impressive. The onlookers behind Su Chen were astonished, never expecting him to dispatch a 1st level martial sovereign like Wolf Butcher so cleanly and decisively. In that moment, their gazes towards Su Chen shifted from mere admiration to a profound respect. After stowing away Wolf Butcher's head and storage bag, Su Chen pivoted, advancing towards the 1st level magical slave. The magical slave, caught off guard, had no time to react before Su Chen, like a specter, was upon him. With rapid motions of his sword, he unleashed several flashes of sword light, swiftly slaying the foe. Chapter 47. The Great Battle Against Yanyu. Everyone, do not engage with these magical slaves. Immediately disengage from battle and charge towards the center encirclement. Su Chen shouted loudly. These magical slaves not only moved sluggishly, but they also continuously spawned. Wasting energy and spiritual force on them was utterly unworthy. Yes, the soldiers of the Great Xia and the disciples of the Xianyuan sect responded in unison. Following this, the group employed their movement techniques, shaking off the magical slaves before darting towards the center encirclement like arrows released from a bow. After a stick of incense had passed, Su Chen led the group to the central camp, only to be met with a scene that tightened their hearts. Just ahead lay a vast encirclement. Tens of thousands of magical slaves surrounding several thousand soldiers of the Great Xia and hundreds of disciples of the Xianyuan sect, forming layers upon layers of encirclement. The magical slaves relentlessly charged, placing those within the encirclement in dire peril, the situation exceedingly grave. Young Master Su, should we launch an immediate attack? The captain of the Great Xia soldiers inquired anxiously, his eyes brimming with concern for his comrade's safety. We cannot recklessly assault the encirclement. These magical slaves keep pouring in. While it may be easy to breach the encirclement, escaping will be far more difficult, Su Chen replied solemnly, his gaze fixed intently on the direction from which the magical slaves emerged. Pointing there, he continued, we will attack at this point. If I am not mistaken, that is where the demonic formation lies. As long as we dismantle the formation, no more magical slaves will be produced. The captain paused momentarily, his heart wavering. After all, the formation was crucial for the demonic cultivators, surely guarded by formidable forces. Could they accomplish the task relying solely on their numbers? Yet, upon seeing Su Chen's resolute gaze, the captain gritted his teeth and decided to trust him, promptly issuing commands. Brothers, heed young Master Su's orders and charge towards the source of the magical slaves. At the same time, Yin Yu also spotted Su Chen and the others, his expression darkening instantly. The mere presence of Su Chen and his companions signified that Wolf Butcher had been slain. Rage bubbled within him at the thought of the useless Wolf Butcher, who couldn't even handle a fourth-level martial master. Observing Su Chen leading the group towards the formation, Yin Yu resolved to take action personally. The formation absolutely could not be compromised. Moreover, sending others to intercept would only lead to unnecessary deaths. With Yin Yu's departure, a considerable number of magical slaves and demonic cultivators were taken away, significantly alleviating the pressure on Xiao Ming and Su Weiyang within the encirclement, both of whom sighed in relief. Captain Xiao, could it be that reinforcements have arrived? Su Weiyang, pale-faced yet filled with surprise, inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming found himself momentarily bewildered. He had never contemplated the possibility of reinforcements arriving. The notion of sending someone to break through was merely a means to instill confidence and hope among the troops. Otherwise, they would have long since succumbed to despair. Moreover, he was acutely aware that the chances of survival for those attempting to break out were nearly non-existent, let alone the prospect of finding aid. Yet, as an exemplary leader, he instantly recognized that this was the perfect moment to galvanize morale. Brothers, reinforcements must be on their way. Hold your ground. Hope is within our grasp, Xiao Ming proclaimed, his voice resounding with vigor. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of hope glimmered in the eyes of both the soldiers of the Great Xia army and the disciples of the Xianyuan sect, as an inexplicable surge of strength coursed through their veins. The precarious front lines were momentarily fortified. Do you see that eerie green formation ahead? That is our objective. At all costs, we must shatter it as swiftly as possible, Su Chen shouted. Before his words had fully settled, the crowd collided fiercely with the approaching horde of over 1,000 demon slaves. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries. The roars of the demon slaves intertwined with the fervent shouts of the fighters. Su Chen took the lead, his sword dancing with relentless precision, each strike effortlessly dispatching multiple demon slaves. Within moments, dozens lay slain at his feet. At that moment, a chilling gleam shot towards Su Chen like a bolt of lightning, a war spear, launched with impeccable timing. Su Chen's pupils constricted in alarm. He instinctively raised his sword to defend himself. Bang! A tremendous force reverberated through his weapon, causing his arm to tingle and nearly lose its grip. Fortunately, the spear veered slightly off course, whistling past his ear, the sonic boom ringing in his ears and leaving his head buzzing. Quickly, Su Chen turned to face the source of the spear, spotting a stern-faced middle-aged man surrounded by a throng of demonic cultivators and slaves, encircling them tightly. This lad possesses some skill. He has managed to survive, Yin Yu mused, his expression growing solemn. He realized that despite being 7 realms above Su Chen and holding the advantage of ambush, he had failed to eliminate him in one strike. This realization made him aware that the youth before him was no ordinary practitioner. Ensure the formation's protection. If it falters, I shall send you all to your demise, Yin Yu commanded coldly. With that, he swung his battle blade and charged towards Su Chen. Your objective remains unchanged. Destroy the formation. I will intercept the enemy. Su Chen's eyes flickered with intensity. He had not anticipated an adversary of the second level of the martial sovereign realm. Given his current strength, he recognized the disparity. Yet if he adeptly employed the 9 nether technique, he might still seize the opportunity to vanquish him. Young Master Su, this is far too perilous. You should focus on dismantling the formation while we hold the enemy at bay. The captain of the great Xia army asserted with unwavering determination, resolutely refusing. Su Chen was still young, with unimaginable potential ahead. It would be a grave loss if he perished here. There is no need for further debate. Should I be unable to contend with him, I will retreat on my own, immediately go and destroy the formation. Su Chen understood the captain's intentions, but could not stand idly by and watch his comrades march to their deaths. Without hesitation, he advanced towards Yanyu. You are quite bold, daring to challenge me. Yanyu's anger flared as he perceived Su Chen's approach as a slight blade of dominance. Yanyu gripped his weapon tightly, its blade shimmering with a cold light as he struck down at Su Chen with ferocity. Heaven's annihilation. Su Chen's expression turned grave as he immediately activated the annihilation sword technique, attempting to withstand the onslaught. At that moment, Yanyu noted with surprise that Su Chen was not retreating, but rather choosing to confront his attack head-on. A rush of excitement surged within him. This strike was nearly his full strength, one that even a third-level martial sovereign would not dare to underestimate. Clang! Su Chen's body shook violently, forced to stagger back several steps. Impressive, he thought, deeply shaken. His cultivation was insufficient to match a second-level martial sovereign. This encounter starkly highlighted the disparity in their powers. However, Yanyu was equally astonished. Despite exerting all his might, he had only managed to push Su Chen back a few steps without inflicting any injury. Come again. Yanyu's eyes widened, and with a fierce roar, he unleashed his strongest martial skill, the storm of blades. In an instant, he transformed into a swirling vortex of blackness, spinning at an astonishing speed, with blade lights flashing like torrential rain, descending upon Su Chen in overwhelming waves. Each strike was imbued with the profound essence of a second-level martial sovereign, the power escalating like a relentless tide. Su Chen's expression was grave as he exerted every ounce of strength to defend himself. At that moment, he felt as though he were at the very epicenter of a tempest, the pressure bearing down upon him almost suffocating. Each clash of swords caused his arms to ache and his blood to surge violently within him. When Yanyu's barrage finally ceased, Su Chen found himself forcefully propelled back several hundred meters. Cough! His complexion turned pale as he could no longer suppress the blood that surged forth from his mouth. At that moment, he was utterly drained of energy and spiritual power, his internal organs feeling as though they had been dislocated. Dizziness clouded his vision, nearly causing him to faint. Yanyu, too, was not unscathed. His breath was ragged, and he gasped for air. Yet, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified as he charged once more towards Su Chen. He could hardly believe that despite unleashing his most potent technique, he had failed to eliminate the young man before him. Gritting through the pain coursing through his body, Su Chen's eyes shone with determination, refusing to yield as he prepared to retaliate. The formation had yet to be dismantled. He could not allow Yanyu to pass, for all their efforts would be in vain. Moreover, he still held a trump card, the nine-nether technique, which he had refrained from using, waiting for the perfect moment to strike decisively. Clang, clang, clang. Their weapons clashed violently, creating a dazzling display of sparks. Yanyu's attacks were relentless, and although Su Chen fought with all his strength to defend, the disparity in their powers was undeniable. Within just a few exchanges, Su Chen suffered another heavy blow, his body sent flying backward to crash heavily onto the ground. You possess considerable talent, but the fault lies in your ignorance of your own limits. Yanyu's face twisted into a cruel smile, reveling in the thrill of extinguishing a burgeoning genius. In an instant, he appeared before Su Chen, his battle blade raised high, intent on cleaving him in two to conclude the confrontation. Nine-nether technique. Just then, Su Chen decisively invoked the nine-nether technique. In an instant, an invisible force brimming with terrifying power surged forth, striking Yanyu's mind like a lightning bolt. Ah! Yanyu shrieked in agony, disbelief etched across his features. He could hardly fathom that this youth, whose cultivation was far beneath his own, possessed such formidable spiritual power. Old dog, I have endured you for far too long. Die! A frenzied glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he swung his sword ruthlessly towards Yanyu's throat. Snapped from the torment of his soul, Yanyu awoke to see Su Chen's attack hurtling toward him. A flicker of panic crossed his gaze as he instinctively attempted to evade. Swish! With a sharp clang. Although Yanyu narrowly avoided a fatal strike to his throat, his right arm was nevertheless severed with precision by Su Chen's battle sword. Ah! Yanyu roared in agony, his voice resonating with resentment and fury. Not dead. Take another hit from me. Su Chen smirked coldly, once more invoking the nine-nether art. This time, Yanyu fell into a stupor, his body rigidly frozen in place. Su Chen swept his sword in a wide arc, a glint of cold light flashing as he swiftly decapitated Yanyu. Immediately thereafter, a torrent of immense energy surged forth from Yanyu's body, absorbed by the primordial pearl. Having dealt with Yanyu, Su Chen could no longer maintain his composure. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. The relentless battles had drained him considerably. After a brief recovery, Su Chen mustered the strength to rise, making his way to Yan Yu's severed head. He placed his palm upon it and activated the soul-searching technique from the Nine Nether Art. A layer of pale gray light emanated from his palm, flowing like ethereal threads into Yan Yu's mind. Moments later, Su Chen had comprehensively grasped the memories contained within Yan Yu's consciousness. Is he truly that ancient demon? A flicker of regret crossed Su Chen's eyes as he murmured to himself. His intent in searching Yan Yu's soul was to ascertain whether the mastermind behind the recent chaos was the enigmatic old man he had encountered previously. From Yan Yu's memories, he confirmed the existence of a mysterious leader, yet regrettably, the name and appearance remained elusive. After stowing Yan Yu's head into his storage pouch, Su Chen swiftly moved towards the formation's location. Shortly thereafter, he appeared at the forefront of the crowd, galvanizing them to press forward with fervor. He charged straight ahead, cutting through the demonic minions like they were mere insects, utterly incapable of withstanding his might. Brothers, young Master Su has returned. Let us give it our all. The captain of the great Xia army exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. This rallying cry instantly boosted the morale of everyone present. Approximately half an hour later, Su Chen led the group to the vicinity of the formation. By this time, the demonic cultivators stationed around the formation had long since fled, leaving only 1,000 mechanical minions to charge towards the crowd. After an intense battle, the group united their strength and exterminated all the demonic minions. Young Master Su, how shall we breach the formation? The captain inquired. Everyone, strike together and attack the formation directly. Su Chen decisively commanded. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, and they promptly unleashed their martial techniques. In an instant, various beams of light flickered as a barrage of attacks rained down upon the formation. Boom. Soon, the formation erupted under the combined force of their assault. Young Master Su, what do we do now? The captain asked respectfully, his eyes filled with admiration. Leave the injured brothers behind to escort the civilians to safety. The rest of you, follow me to assault the encirclement, Su Chen instructed after a moment's contemplation, noticing some civilians still in a state of shock nearby. Understood. The captain immediately set to work organizing the effort. Shortly thereafter, the remaining soldiers and disciples of the Xianyuan sect rallied behind Su Chen as they charged towards the encirclement. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that the encirclement had already been breached. It turned out that when Su Chen had slain Yan Yu, the demonic cultivators nearby had been so terrified that they scattered in all directions, with no one to impede them. Powerful figures like Xiao Ming and Su Weiyang easily tore through the encirclement. Nevertheless, remnants of over 10,000 demonic minions remained, and without hesitation, Su Chen and his companions began their onslaught. An hour later, through their collective efforts, the last of the demonic minions was finally vanquished. Chapter 49, Legion Commander Chu Yuechan. After the battle concluded, Xiao Ming and Su Weiyang learned that it was Su Chen who had slain Yan Yu and dismantled the formation, thereby rescuing everyone. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with gratitude and respect, and hurried towards Su Chen. Young Master Su, thank you for your timely assistance. Otherwise, we would have faced total annihilation. Xiao Ming exclaimed, striding up to Su Chen with clasped hands, his tone sincere and filled with appreciation. The deep respect in his gaze reflected his genuine admiration for Su Chen's performance in the battle. Indeed, Brother Su, we owe you a great debt, Su Weiyang chimed in, astonishment evident in his eyes. He had long heard of Su Chen's exploits, as the latter had gained considerable fame within the Xianyuan sect, hailed as the most gifted disciple. Initially, he had thought the tales somewhat exaggerated, but witnessing Su Chen's prowess firsthand left him convinced that the rumors were, in fact, a gross understatement. There is no need for such formality. The demonic cultivators are notorious for their malevolence. Having encountered them, I could not simply stand idly by. Moreover, I also accepted a mission from the sect. This was part of my duty, Su Chen replied with a smile that radiated humility and warmth. Su Chen's modest and sincere demeanor further endeared him to Xiao Ming and Su Weiyang, deepening their admiration. He then inquired about the current situation in Lingua City. They informed him that before their departure, the demonic cultivators had not launched a full-scale assault, and the city's Lord Tang and Elder Zhou Yunfeng had not ordered a proactive strike, with only small skirmishes occurring in the vicinity of Lingua City. Furthermore, it was reported that the Emperor of Xia was taking the demonic uprising very seriously, dispatching a legion for support. Thank you, Captain Xiao, Brother Su. I must hasten to Lingua City. I shall take my leave now. Additionally, I noticed that several demonic minions are still attacking civilians within the camp. I urge you to arrange for personnel to eliminate them, Su Chen stated. As Xiao Ming was the commander of the Great Xia dynasty, and Su Weiyang the head of this mission for the Xianyuan sect, Su Chen refrained from issuing direct orders in their presence. Rest assured, young Master Su, we will handle it, Xiao Ming replied earnestly, his eyes filled with sincerity. If you ever require assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask, and I, Xiao Ming, will do my utmost to oblige. Brother Su, travel safely. Once we reach Lingyue City, we shall gather properly, Su Weiyang added, his tone laced with concern. Certainly, until we meet again in Lingyue City. Su Chen smiled and nodded before turning to depart the camp, racing towards Lingyue City. After a brief moment, Su Chen halted, ensuring the surroundings were secure before concealing the primordial pearl in a hidden location. Subsequently, he flashed into the primordial space. The fierce battle with Yin Yu had left him significantly injured, and he urgently needed to recuperate. As time flowed slowly, 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this point, Su Chen had fully recovered from his injuries, his previously pallid complexion now restored to a healthy hue. He then eagerly began to assess the spoils acquired from the camp. Before him lay dozens of storage pouches, all obtained from demonic cultivators of the martial master realm and above. Indeed, the spoils of battle yield great fortune. These resources will suffice for me to break through another minor realm, Su Chen mused, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Upon thorough examination, the haul far exceeded his expectations. Although he did not acquire any rare treasures capable of directly enhancing his cultivation, he found 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones and a considerable amount of precious spirit herbs. Even more astonishing, within Yin Yu's storage pouch, he discovered a plethora of array materials. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen resolved to commence a seclusion session to break through. The battle at Lingyue City has not yet erupted in full force. If I can enhance my cultivation, I will be able to contribute more on the battlefield, thereby increasing our chances of victory. With this determination, Su Chen immediately activated the Taichu formula, commencing the absorption of spiritual energy from the spirit stones. Simultaneously, the abundant spiritual energy within the Taichu space was drawn in, flowing ceaselessly into his body. Under the influence of these two potent sources of spiritual energy, Su Chen's cultivation began to ascend rapidly. Meanwhile, within the tent, Xiao Ming stood respectfully before a woman. She was clad in intricately designed golden patterned armor, the delicate gold filigree shimmering under the sunlight, perfectly accentuating her graceful and athletic figure, exuding an air of elegance and valor. Her long, lustrous black hair was elegantly tied up, with a few stray strands cascading down her fair cheeks, swaying gently in the breeze, adding to her spirited demeanor. Her exquisite features were complemented by eyes that sparkled like cold stars in the night sky, bright and sharp, radiating determination and courage, yet retaining a feminine softness, rendering her both striking and beautiful. This woman was none other than Chu Yuechan, the commander of the Great Xia dynasty, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of the martial king realm, a figure of great renown throughout the dynasty. Chu Yuechan had been leading her troops toward Lingyue City when she encountered soldiers dispatched by Xiao Ming seeking assistance. Upon hearing that 100,000 civilians were being slaughtered by demonic cultivators and that the incident was occurring en route to Lingyue City, she made a swift decision to rally her forces and hasten to their aid. Is the situation truly dire? Why are there no traces of the demonic cultivators? Chu Yuechan furrowed her brow, casting a questioning glance at Xiao Ming. In response to the commander, it is thanks to the inner disciple of the Xianyuan sect, Su Chen, that we are here. He, with his cultivation at the 4th level of the martial master realm, slew the demonic leader of the 2nd level of the martial sovereign realm, which allowed us to survive and achieve victory, Xiao Ming replied, bowing respectfully. He elaborated in detail, hoping to leave a profound impression of Su Chen on Chu Yuechan. For after all, Su Chen had saved his life, and he was always contemplating how to repay this debt of gratitude. Do you understand the consequences of deceiving me? Chu Yuechan retorted coldly, a flicker of skepticism passing through her eyes. Her immediate reaction was to doubt Xiao Ming's words. A prodigious talent capable of such formidable feats could not possibly arise from a small place like Qingchuan County, not even in the imperial city. Commander, how could I dare to deceive you about such matters? I can invoke a heavenly oath, should I speak a single falsehood. May I be struck by the wrath of the heavens, Xiao Ming hastily proclaimed. Without hesitation, he established the heavenly oath. Seeing this, Chu Yuechan no longer harbored doubts. Her curiosity piqued as she murmured to herself, the Xianyuan sect has indeed produced a fine talent. It seems this time at the Great Xia martial competition, they will surely make a remarkable impression. Chapter 50, Call Me Brother Phone. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During this time, Su Chen immersed himself entirely in his cultivation. With the dual influence of the spirit stones and the rich spiritual energy within the Taichu space, his cultivation soared, reaching the extreme limit of the 4th level of the martial master realm. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy surging within his dantian, Chen wasted no time. He summoned all the energy within his body, transforming it into a relentless tide that relentlessly battered against the barrier of the 6th level of the martial master realm. Boom! He successfully shattered the boundary, breaking through to the 5th level of the martial master realm. After this breakthrough, Chen swiftly exited the Taichu space and set off at full speed toward Lingwei City. After half a day's relentless sprint, he found himself in close proximity to the city. Damn demonic cultivators, they truly deserve death, Chen muttered coldly, unable to suppress his disdain. Before him lay a scene of devastation, with various corpses strewn haphazardly across the ground. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood, as if it were recounting the horrors of a recent massacre. At that moment, Chen's expression shifted as familiar cries of battle echoed from not far ahead. His heart tightened. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and dashed toward the source of the commotion. After a brief distance, he witnessed dozens of demonic minions wreaking havoc, with several demonic cultivators directing them from the sidelines. Chen's gaze hardened. Without a moment's delay, he charged in, targeting the demonic cultivators rather than the minions. After all, the demonic cultivators possessed storage bags, and the Taichu Pearl could absorb mysterious energy, thereby growing stronger. Although he had yet to discern the nature of that mysterious energy, the prospect of empowering the Taichu Pearl was more than sufficient motivation. Swish, swish, swish. Chen's swordplay was both fierce and precise. Each strike resonated with formidable spiritual energy. And in an instant, 6 or 7 demonic cultivators were vanquished. Chen, just as he prepared to continue his onslaught, a chilling voice pierced through the air. A petite girl with a sweet face and a pear-shaped figure rushed toward him, landing deftly before him in an instant. It was Dongfang Mingyue. How unexpected to encounter you. Ungrateful wretch. Chen's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated running into Dongfang Mingyue. Chen, the heavens have truly opened my eyes. Allowing me to meet you here. Dongfang Mingyue's voice was frigid, laced with an icy malice. Before she finished speaking, her sword was drawn in a flash. A chilling aura emanating from her as she transformed into a streak of pink light, charging directly at Chen. You vile wretch. Today I shall enact divine retribution upon you. A glint of coldness flashed in Chen's eyes as he surged forward, undeterred by her approach. With his cultivation at the 5th level of the martial master realm, he could easily slay ordinary opponents at the 2nd level of the martial sovereign realm without resorting to spiritual power. As he neared Dongfang Mingyue, Chen gripped his sword tightly, channeling immense force as he swung it down toward her. Boom! The two swords, infused with potent energy, collided with a thunderous roar. Chen remained steadfast, not budging an inch, while Dongfang Mingyue was knocked back several tens of feet, as if struck by lightning. Puff! Dongfang Mingyue felt her internal energy surge uncontrollably. Unable to contain herself, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face turned as pale as a sheet, her sword hand trembling uncontrollably, filled with disbelief as she exclaimed, "This is impossible. How can your strength be so formidable?" Ignoring her astonishment, Chen's gaze remained icy as he seized the opportunity to launch another attack. As he surged forward, he swung his sword with great force, unleashing a blinding and fierce sword energy that swept directly toward Dongfang Mingyue. Faced with Chen's relentless sword energy, Dongfang Mingyue's expression grew grave. She could no longer afford to underestimate him. In a flash, she transformed into a shadow, hastily evading the incoming attack. Chen's eyes narrowed, keenly seizing this fleeting opportunity. With a clenched fist, he fervently concentrated his spiritual energy, which erupted in an instant upon striking Dongfang Mingyue's chest. A dull thud resonated through the air as her delicate form was sent hurtling backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. A moment later, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, lying motionless on the ground, her aura plummeting to an icy low, rendering her utterly feeble. In that instant, her large, watery eyes were filled with disbelief and profound terror. She could hardly fathom that merely a month had passed, and yet Chen's cultivation had undergone such a terrifying transformation, leaving her utterly defenseless before him. You vile wretch, perish. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Chen's eyes as he unsheathed his battle sword without a moment's hesitation, unleashing a brilliant sword energy that shot directly toward Dongfang Mingyue's head. The enmity between them was too deep. She had been persistently harboring thoughts of ending his life. The sensation of being constantly targeted felt like a thorn in his back, unbearable to endure. Thus he had long yearned to eradicate this threat. Just as the sword energy was about to strike Dongfang Mingyue, a fierce sword aura, swift as lightning, collided with Chen's attack. In the blink of an eye, a strikingly handsome young man appeared beside Dongfang Mingyue like a ghost. His features bore an innate arrogance, and his cultivation had reached the 5th level of the martial sovereign realm, emanating a formidable and oppressive presence. "Who are you?" Su Chen inquired warily. "Senior brother Yin. Please help me subdue this brat." Dongfang Mingyue, lying on the ground, exclaimed with a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression grew grave. If he was not mistaken, the newcomer was none other than Yin Lianfeng, the top-ranked core disciple of the Xianyuan sect. "Mingyue, how many times must I remind you to call me Brother Feng?" Yin Lianfeng disregarded Su Chen entirely, his gaze towards Dongfang Mingyue burning with fervor. His tone laced with indulgence. "This brat dared to harm you. Shall I simply kill him?" "Brother Feng, killing him outright would be too merciful. I wish to personally exact 1,000 cuts upon him, to dismantle his corpse." Dongfang Mingyue's eyes glinted with icy determination as she gritted her teeth, her hatred for Su Chen palpable. However, before Dongfang Mingyue could finish her words, Su Chen swiftly executed the 9 nether technique, launching a soul blade forcefully towards Yin Lianfeng. Simultaneously, he abruptly shifted his form, employing blood escape, transforming into a shadow of crimson, vanishing with Dongfang Mingyue in the blink of an eye. Though Yin Lianfeng's power far surpassed his own, Su Chen knew that if he did not flee, he would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Yet, he was unwilling to let Dongfang Mingyue slip away, which compelled him to take this risk. While Yin Lianfeng's strength was formidable, the sudden soul attack startled him, forcing him to divert his focus to defend against it. "You fool, seeking your own demise." A chilling malice flashed in Yin Lianfeng's eyes as he darted after the direction Su Chen had vanished. Yet, to his astonishment, Su Chen's speed exceeded his expectations, and in mere moments, Su Chen's figure had completely disappeared without a trace. "Damn that little bastard. When I find you, I will ensure your dismemberment." Yin Lianfeng's face turned ashen with rage, his voice seething with fury. As Su Chen sped away with Dongfang Mingyue, he confirmed that Yin Lianfeng had not pursued them before slipping into a concealed cave. "Su Chen, you scoundrel. If you are a man, grant me a swift end." Dongfang Mingyue, gritting her teeth, feigned calmness, though the tremor in her voice betrayed her inner fear. "You wretched bitch, I have changed my mind. From now on, you shall obediently be my personal slave." A wicked smile crept across Su Chen's face, his eyes glinting with mischief and amusement. "Never. I would rather die than become your slave." Dongfang Mingyue replied resolutely, her eyes flashing with stubborn defiance. She could never accept such humiliation. "That is not for you to decide." A scornful smile played upon Su Chen's lips as he unleashed a soul attack, piercing her mind. In the instant Dongfang Mingyue fell into a daze, he swiftly enacted the slave seal from the 9 nether technique. A dark beam of light promptly surged into her forehead. Dongfang Mingyue awoke from her stupor, feeling a heart-wrenching pain deep within her soul, as if something was forcefully taking root within her essence. She attempted to struggle, but found herself utterly immobilized, only able to emit pained groans. Moments later, Dongfang Mingyue slowly opened her eyes, the previously defiant spark replaced by one of submission and reverence. "Master," she said softly, her voice imbued with a hint of obedience and gentleness. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, surveying Dongfang Mingyue, feeling that something was still amiss. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly had an epiphany, crouching down to tie her hair into twin ponytails. With this hairstyle, Dongfang Mingyue appeared even more alluring, blending purity with a playful charm. "You shall wear this hairstyle from now on," Su Chen commanded. "Yes," Dongfang Mingyue replied, her cheeks flushing slightly, complying obediently. "Now, crawl over to me on your knees." Su Chen retrieved a reclining chair from his storage bag, lounging comfortably while basking in satisfaction and pride. Upon hearing this, a wave of intense humiliation flooded Dongfang Mingyue's heart, and her pretty face turned crimson. However, under the control of the slave seal, she found herself utterly incapable of resisting Su Chen's command and could only kneel down in humiliation, crawling slowly towards him. It was undeniable that Dongfang Mingyue's exquisite figure, paired with her pure and beautiful face, emanated an indescribable allure, effortlessly stirring the desires buried deep within a man's heart. "Now turn around." Su Chen rose, his eyes glimmering with a peculiar intent. "Yes," Dongfang Mingyue obediently responded, slowly turning her back to him. A day later, Su Chen felt rejuvenated, shaking off days of accumulated fatigue. Once again, his cultivation had advanced further, solidifying the realm he had recently broken through. Meanwhile, Dongfang Mingyue finally realized that Su Chen possessed a unique physique, capable of enhancing his cultivation through their intimate encounters. At that moment, Su Chen stretched lazily, intending to store Dongfang Mingyue in the Taichu space while he continued his journey to Lingyue City. Unexpectedly, Dongfang Mingyue spoke up. "Master, I know the whereabouts of Zhang Jingchuan." Dongfang Mingyue understood that her fate as a slave could no longer be changed, and with Su Chen's extraordinary talent, She resolved to serve him wholeheartedly. Where is he? Su Chen's heart tightened, his previously relaxed demeanor instantly transforming into seriousness as he inquired urgently. He is currently lying in wait on the road to Lingwei City. Dongfang Mingwei replied honestly. That scoundrel. Su Chen could not help but curse, a flash of anger crossing his face. After a moment of contemplation, a meticulous plan swiftly formed in his mind, a cold glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. It was time to deal with that scoundrel once and for all. He retrieved the array materials obtained from Yin Yu's storage bag during their last encounter and swiftly arranged a formation within the cave. This formation appeared simplistic, yet it concealed profound mysteries. Any cultivator below the 5th level of the martial sovereign realm who entered its boundaries would find their inner spiritual energy forcibly sealed. Once the formation was set, Su Chen released Lu Mei from the primordial space. Lu Mei materialized in the cave, her expression one of confusion. Before she could comprehend the situation, Su Chen employed the 9 nether technique, embedding a slave mark deep within her soul. Master, could you spare Zhang Jingchuan's life? Upon hearing Su Chen's plan, a flicker of reluctance crossed Lu Mei's eyes as she softly implored. She shared a history with Zhang Jingchuan, and her heart could not help but ache. I abhor leaving roots of trouble unextirpated. Zhang Jingchuan must die. Tend to your own affairs, Su Chen replied, his tone icy and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Understood, Lu Mei acquiesced helplessly, for under the control of the slave mark, she was utterly unable to resist Su Chen's commands. Oriental Mingwei, you may seek out Zhang Jingchuan now, Su Chen instructed, pivoting to give orders. Yes, Oriental Mingwei promptly complied. Turning to exit the cave, heading toward Zhang Jingchuan's location. Su Chen too departed the cave, concealing himself amidst the dense underbrush, patiently awaiting Zhang Jingchuan's arrival. Chapter 52, Lu Mei's desperate plea. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, Oriental Mingwei arrived at Zhang Jingchuan's hideout. Oriental Mingwei, what brings you here? Zhang Jingchuan queried warily, suspicion gleaming in his eyes. I just encountered Su Chen. Regrettably, he managed to escape, but a woman he brought along remained behind. She claims her name is Lu Mei and has specifically requested to see you, Oriental Mingwei recounted, her expression impassive as per Su Chen's directive. Where's that woman? Take me to her at once. Zhang Jingchuan exclaimed, a flash of exhilaration and murderous intent igniting in his gaze. In recent days, he had pondered deeply, recognizing that keeping Lu Mei alive was a perpetual risk. Should other core disciples learn of their past, they would certainly exploit such a blemish to attack him, a stain that would haunt him for eternity. Thus, upon hearing news of Lu Mei, Zhang Jingchuan was instantly tempted, eager to see her again. Furthermore, given that Oriental Mingyue's brother had perished at Su Chen's hands, he harbored little doubt regarding her words. Follow me, Oriental Mingyue said, turning briskly back toward the cave, with Zhang Jingchuan closely trailing behind her. Soon, they arrived at the cave's entrance. Oriental Mingyue, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Zhang Jingchuan halted abruptly, his gaze scrutinizing Oriental Mingyue with suspicion. Are you being overly cautious? What would I gain from deceiving you? Oriental Mingyue feigned nonchalance, her tone steady as she endeavored to alleviate Zhang Jingchuan's doubts. Brother Chuan, is that you? At that moment, Lu Mei's familiar voice resonated from within the cave, trembling slightly. Upon hearing her, Zhang Jingchuan was immediately convinced that Lu Mei was indeed inside. As he racked his brain, he could not fathom what deception Oriental Mingyue might be orchestrating. Thus, he clenched his teeth, dismissing his hesitation, and resolutely stepped into the cave. Inside, Zhang Jingchuan approached Lu Mei, his gaze icy yet fraught with inner conflict. I'm sorry, he uttered coldly after a moment of silence, a flicker of resolve evident in his eyes. Brother Chuan, are you truly going to harm me? Lu Mei's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice quivering as she inquired. Though ensnared by Su Chen's control, she retained her consciousness, and hearing Zhang Jingchuan's words filled her heart with profound sorrow. Indeed, only with your demise can I find true peace. Zhang Jingchuan's gaze hardened, and as he spoke, he slowly raised his palm, gathering a faint luminescence of spiritual energy, preparing to strike at Lu Mei. Yet in the next instant, he was overwhelmed by a mysterious and formidable force surging into his body like a tide, sealing his spiritual energy completely. In that fleeting moment, his complexion turned ashen, panic flashing in his previously resolute gaze. This is a formation, a trap set for me. Zhang Jingchuan realized instantly, regret flooding his mind as he lamented how easily he had fallen into the snare. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, Su Chen strolled into the cave, a mocking smile gracing his features. Zhang Jingchuan, you are indeed a man of ambition, with a heart as ruthless as necessary. Damn it, you little wretch have plotted against me. Zhang Jingchuan's eyes flared with indignation and fury upon spotting Su Chen. He then turned incredulously to Oriental Mingwe. Oriental Mingwe, how could you collaborate with this brat? Was he not your enemy? Once, but now he is my master. Oriental Mingwe replied coolly, her demeanor unflinching. What? Zhang Jingchuan exclaimed in disbelief, despair etched across his features. Zhang Jingchuan, our enmity is finally reaching its conclusion. Rest assured, the others of your Zhang family will soon follow you to join you. Su Chen's eyes glinted with a fierce determination. He wasted no time, thrusting his sword toward Zhang Jingchuan. Don't. Zhang Jingchuan attempted to evade, only to discover his body was utterly immobilized, leaving him helpless as he watched the sword draw closer. Swoosh! The sword pierced Zhang Jingchuan's heart in an instant, blood gushing forth and splattering onto the cave floor. How could I perish here? Zhang Jingchuan's eyes brimmed with resentment as his body gradually succumbed to the ground with a heavy thud. Master, I request to accompany Zhang Jingchuan in death. At that moment, Lu Mei suddenly knelt upon the ground, her gaze resolute as she fixed her eyes on Su Chen. Devoid of any fear, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, observing the unwavering determination in Lu Mei's eyes, yet he remained silent. A flash of sword light later, Lu Mei's form gently collapsed. In her final moment, a satisfied smile adorned her face. Su Chen's expression was tranquil as he adeptly crouched down, retrieving Zhang Jingchuan's storage bag. He then proceeded to dismantle the formation. The array materials remained intact and suitable for reuse. Having completed his tasks, Su Chen gestured lightly to Oriental Mingwe, drawing her into the primordial space. He then turned and exited the cave, hastening toward the direction of Lingwe City. After a relentless journey of half a day, Su Chen finally reached Lingwe City. From Oriental Mingwe, he learned that while no large-scale battles had erupted within the city, the threat posed by demonic cultivators loomed like a sword above their heads, poised to strike at any moment. Several dozen kilometers from Lingwe City lay the Blood Mist Mountain Range, firmly occupied by demonic cultivators, the extent of their hidden forces remaining shrouded in mystery. The Grand Elder Zhou Yunfeng and the City Lord of Lingyun City, Tang Xiong, had launched multiple campaigns against it, yet each time returned empty-handed. The Xianyuan sect had established a branch of the mission hall in Lingwe City. Therefore, upon entering the city, Su Chen made his way directly to the mission hall to check in. This way, should any conflicts arise or urgent arrangements be necessary, his identity token would promptly receive notifications, enabling him to respond swiftly. Additionally, throughout his journey, he had slain numerous demonic cultivators, making it an opportune moment to exchange for rewards. Upon arriving at the mission hall, Su Chen approached an open area, producing the severed heads of all the demonic cultivators he had dispatched. Before long, a small mountain of severed heads had accumulated upon the ground. Shortly thereafter, a disciple from the task hall approached, meticulously counting the heads while verifying the cultivation levels of the slain demonic cultivators. After a thorough verification, Su Chen successfully received his reward and contribution points. He then proceeded to the exchange area, where he converted all of his contribution points into the spiritual herbs he required, leaving the task hall with a sense of satisfaction. Originally, Su Chen intended to accept additional tasks to acquire more contribution points, preparing for his impending breakthrough to the 6th level of the martial master realm. However, the disciples of the task hall informed him with a resigned expression that the commander of the Great Xia dynasty, Chu Yuechan, had recently arrived in Lingwe City. Consequently, Elder Zhou Yunfeng had decreed the cancellation of all tasks and ordered everyone to be ready to assist the Great Xia dynasty in launching a full-scale offensive. Although Su Chen felt a tinge of regret, he understood that with war imminent, all priorities must be set aside for the sake of battle. Chapter 53. The whole army advances. After departing from the task hall, Su Chen made his way to a nearby tavern. This establishment exuded an air of grandeur, adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, specifically arranged by the city lord's residence for the disciples of the Xianyuan sect who came to provide support. Presenting his identification token at the tavern's front desk, he smoothly obtained the key to his room. Upon entering, he refrained from entering the primordial space, knowing that important news might arrive that he would not be able to receive from within. Instead, he devoted the ensuing hours to alchemy, cultivation, and training Dongfang Mingwe. He aimed to mold her into a true servant, ensuring that she would be easy to manage in the future. Thus, time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. Buzzing. While Su Chen was engrossed in his cultivation, he suddenly heard a rapid vibration from his identification token. His heart tightened. He quickly picked up the token to discover an urgent assembly notification. Without hesitation, he summoned Dongfang Mingwe into the primordial space and swiftly adjusted his attire before leaving his room. At that moment, disciples from other rooms in the tavern also received the assembly notice. Their faces hurried as they streamed out from their quarters, all heading toward the same destination. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the assembly point, the central square of Lingua City. The square was already teeming with people. The troops of the Great Xia army lined up in orderly formations. Their expressions were solemn, clad in golden armor, wielding sharp weapons, resembling a vast ocean of gold. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 100,000 soldiers, a scene so magnificent it inspired awe. Once all the disciples of the Xianyuan sect had gathered, three formidable figures materialized in the sky, their presences radiating power. The foremost among them was none other than the commander of the Great Xia dynasty, Chen. She stood tall, her golden patterned battle armor fitting her form snugly, perfectly outlining her graceful physique. The golden threads shimmered in the sunlight, as if she were cloaked in a divine radiance. Her exquisite face was strikingly beautiful, her eyes sharp and bright like cold stars, exuding an innate air of elegance and valor. Flanking Chen were the grand elder of the Xianyuan sect, Zhou Yunfeng, and the city lord of Lingua, Tang Qiong. In an instant, countless ardent gazes converged upon Chen. Both the soldiers of the Great Xia army and the disciples of the Xianyuan sect held deep admiration for their commander. Amidst the crowd, Su Chen found himself equally captivated by Chen. Not only was she breathtakingly beautiful, but as the commander of the Great Xia dynasty, she commanded legions and was also a formidable powerhouse in the martial king realm. All these factors combined made her the epitome of many a dream lover, her allure irresistible. Warriors, Chen stepped forward, her voice clear yet imbued with unwavering authority, resonating throughout every corner of the square. The demonic cultivators rampage, bringing suffering to the innocent. And the citizens of Qingchuan County find themselves engulfed in turmoil. As soldiers of the Great Xia dynasty, we bear the sacred duty of safeguarding the lives of the people. Today marks the moment we rise to retaliate, determined to eradicate the demonic cultivators and restore peace to Qingchuan County. Her impassioned words ignited the spirits of all present, each syllable seemingly aflame with fervor. Slay the demonic cultivators, protect the citizens. Slay the demonic cultivators, protect the citizens. The 100,000 soldiers of the Great Xia dynasty and several thousand disciples of the Xianyuan sect shouted in unison, their voices rolling like thunder through the skies. Having witnessed the bloodshed and brutality of the demonic cultivators in recent battles, their hatred burned fiercely in their hearts, transforming into an indomitable will to fight. All troops, heed my command. We shall advance immediately and flatten the blood mist mountains. Chen raised her spear, its tip pointed toward the direction of the blood mist mountains. Her voice cold and authoritative. Fight! 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 The soldiers roared once more, and an overwhelming battle spirit surged through the square. Under the guidance of their various commanders, the army swiftly mobilized. In an instant, dust flew, banners fluttered, and the synchronized troops surged forth like a roaring golden dragon, racing toward the blood mist mountains. Deep within the blood mist mountains, at the very moment the coalition forces from Lingua City gathered en masse, a cloaked demonic cultivator slowly opened his eyes within a concealed cave. Ha ha ha! A sharp, chilling voice echoed. Finally, they have arrived. I have waited with great impatience. The speaker was Wei Wuxia, who had stealthily controlled numerous minor families and factions within Qingchuan County since being forced back by Su Chen, meticulously orchestrating this demonic uprising. He chose to remain hidden to avoid drawing the attention of the ancient powers in the Central Plains. Subsequently, with a flicker of his figure, Wei Wuxia appeared high in the sky. Below, millions of demonic slaves and cultivators knelt in unison, expressing their absolute submission to him. Menggu, send all the demonic cultivators for evolution. Spare no expense, and ensure that you buy enough time. Wei Wuxia's gaze was ice cold as he looked down at a demonic cultivator kneeling before him, who was clad in black, just like him, and possessed cultivation at the third level of the martial king realm, his carefully prepared decoy. Should Menggu be slain by the coalition forces of Lingua City, everyone would naturally assume the demonic uprising had come to an end, allowing him to proceed with his next plan unnoticed. Yes, my lord. Menggu responded expressionlessly, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he were merely a soulless husk. Afterward, Wei Wuxia did not spare another glance at these individuals, turning his form into a shadow and racing deeper into the blood mist mountains. Once Wei Wuxia had completely departed, Meng Ji's taut nerves relaxed slightly, and he dared to reveal a hint of uncontainable anguish in his eyes. Slowly raising his head, he gazed in the direction where Wei Wuxia had vanished, his expression filled with sorrow and helplessness. Menggu had once been the master of a sect in Qingchuan County, basking in glory and revered by many. However, Wei Wuxia had forcefully seized control over him, turning him into a puppet subject to his whims. Meng Ji's wife and daughter had been cruelly drained of life by Wei Wuxia, their deaths tragically horrific. Now, He was to personally send his son and all the disciples of his sect into that evil array, transforming them into mindless demonic slaves. His heart was laden with sorrow, yet he found himself powerless to resist. This profound sense of helplessness brought him to the brink of despair. There were many like him. Once the rulers of small families and sects within Qinchuan County, now reduced to mere puppets of Wei Wuxia. Chapter 54, The Onset of Battle. Everyone, heed the master's command. Let us traverse this final journey together. Meng Gu slowly rose, gazing at the gathered assembly, his voice imbued with unending melancholy. Though he need not undergo metamorphosis into a mindless demon slave, his fate was equally tragic. He was compelled to ingest a demon pill, which would temporarily elevate his cultivation to the 6th level of the martial king realm. Yet the cost was the relentless depletion of his vitality and lifespan. Moreover, once commenced, there was no means to halt it. This signified that upon swallowing the demon pill, his life would enter a countdown. Upon hearing this, the others turned ashen. Despair etched in their eyes. Like soulless automatons, they mechanically turned and made their way toward the formation. From the moment they were ensnared, their lives no longer belonged to them. They were even deprived of the ability to take their own lives. Meanwhile, under the leadership of Chu Yuechan, the coalition of Lingyue City arrived before the Blood Mist Mountains in grand procession. Commander, this mountain range has been occupied by demon cultivators for some time. Recklessly entering may expose us to danger. Should we exercise caution? Upon hearing Chu Yuechan prepare to issue a full-scale assault, Zhou Yunfeng hastily stepped forward to offer his counsel. His brow furrowed, eyes betraying deep concern. Previous clashes had made him acutely aware of the formidable strength of the demon cultivators entrenched in the Blood Mist Mountains. Indeed, Commander, while Zhou and I have launched attacks on the Blood Mist Mountains before, we never penetrated deeply enough to ascertain the true situation within. Tang Xiong concurred, his countenance grave, recalling previous battles that left him with an unsettling premonition. There is no need for such caution. Our forces hold an absolute advantage. A mere band of demon remnants poses no threat. Let us launch a full-scale offensive, strike swiftly, and obliterate the Blood Mist Mountains. Chu Yuechan declared with resolute conviction, her gaze unwavering. She was not acting recklessly, based on the previous engagements recounted by Zhou Yunfeng and Tang Xiong. The sole challenge within the Blood Mist Mountains was a demon cultivator leader at the 6th level of the martial king realm. In contrast, her command alone comprised 3 formidable martial kings, coupled with Zhou Yunfeng and Tang Xiong. This overwhelming strength instilled her with the confidence to crush the demon forces in the Blood Mist Mountains. Understood. Zhou Yunfeng and Tang Xiong exchanged glances before responding in unison. After all, Chu Yuechan was the highest-ranking commander present, and they were duty-bound to follow her orders. Furthermore, they were confident in their own strength. All troops, heed my command and launch a full-scale attack at once. With a crisp and powerful voice, Chu Yuechan's command resonated like the tolling of a great bell, echoing throughout the skies above the Blood Mist Mountains. Before her words faded, she transformed into a streak of golden light, leading Zhou Yunfeng, Tang Xiong, and several other martial kings into the Blood Mist Mountains to preempt any massacre by the demon cultivators. Following closely, the coalition of Lingyue City surged into the Blood Mist Mountains like a tide. Soon, a legion of demon slaves numbering in the thousands appeared before Su Chen. His eyes narrowed, and he became a blur, instantly dashing into the throngs of demon slaves. With each swing of his sword, blood sprayed forth as he navigated through the masses with ghostly agility, leaving a trail of anguished cries in his wake. The other disciples of the Xianyuan sect, refusing to be outdone, unleashed their signature techniques. In mere moments, the horde of demon slaves was utterly annihilated. At that moment, new waves of demon slaves surged forth, with considerable distance separating each group. Observing this, the disciples of the Xianyuan sect swiftly dispersed, each targeting different clusters of demon slaves. This scene unfolded across every corner of the Blood Mist Mountains. As the coalition of Lingyue City delved deeper into the Blood Mist Mountains, both Xianyuan sect disciples and soldiers of the Daxiao army gradually spread out. Chu Yuechan did not intervene. Although this dispersion increased certain risks, it allowed the coalition to maximize their combat effectiveness. This outcome was precisely what Meng Gu had meticulously orchestrated. Though he commanded millions of demon slaves and cultivators, their collective power paled in comparison to that of the Lingyue City coalition. A direct confrontation would result in the swift annihilation of all demon slaves and cultivators against the might of the coalition. As the coalition advanced into the designated area, they would inevitably become scattered while pursuing the fleeing demon slaves. At that point, Meng Gu would initiate a full-scale assault, utilizing the complex terrain of the Blood Mist Mountains to encircle and isolate the coalition, systematically picking them off, thus compensating for their inferior cultivation with sheer numbers. In doing so, he could maximize the slaughter of coalition forces and fulfill the plan entrusted to him by his master. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Strange, something feels amiss here. While racing forward, Su Chen's expression shifted suddenly. He keenly sensed an unusual presence permeating the surroundings, prompting him to heighten his vigilance and scrutinize everything around him, seeking the source of this inexplicable sensation. Simultaneously, deep within the Blood Mist Mountains, Meng Ge sensed that numerous members of the Lingwei City coalition had entered the designated area he had set. A cruel smile curled upon his lips as he unhesitatingly retrieved a blood-red demon pill and swallowed it. Aya! The moment the demon pill entered his body, an excruciating pain surged through him, as though countless steel needles were frantically traversing within. Meng Ge could not suppress his agonized screams. At the same time, his cultivation began to soar uncontrollably, his aura swelling like a tumultuous ocean wave. In a mere moment, he reached the 6th level of the Martial King realm. Once his cultivation peak was reached, his face became etched with eerie red patterns, resembling writhing serpents. He exuded an aura of bloodthirsty brutality, transforming into a demon from the depths of hell, his eyes ablaze with madness and murderous intent. Kill! Meng Ge growled, his voice laced with an unquenchable thirst for blood and a desire for annihilation. Instantly, millions of demon slaves and cultivators surged forth behind him, an overwhelming tide crashing against the coalition of Lingwei City. The sheer number of demon slaves mobilized was instantly detected by Chui Weichan and her comrades high above. It appears the demon cultivators are fully mobilizing. Zhou Yunfeng's expression darkened, his brow furrowing tightly, concern etched in his eyes. He understood that this battle would be extraordinarily brutal, and the disciples of the Xianyuan sect would suffer grievous losses. Yet, there was no other course of action. The demon cultivators were terrifyingly potent, capable of transforming millions into demon slaves in a mere instant. If left unchecked, the entirety of Qingchuan County would plunge into an abyss of despair. Chapter 55, The Bloodsucking Formation. Commander, that man in black possesses immense strength. He can easily suppress both me and Brother Zhou single-handedly. Tang Xiong pointed at Meng Ge, his face grave as he relayed the situation to Chui Weichan. Chui Weichan followed Tang Xiong's deshang and beheld Meng Ge, a towering figure cloaked in a dark robe, exuding an aura of mystery and power. You handle the others. I shall deal with him. A flicker of excitement ignited in her eyes, awakening her innate thirst for battle. No sooner had the words left her lips than she transformed into a streak of golden lightning, dashing forth with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, she found herself before Meng Ge, her spear glinting ominously with a chilling radiance as it lunged directly towards him. Meng Ge, undeterred, met her assault with a fierce glint in his eyes, brandishing his spear with ferocity. The weapon traced a black arc through the air, infused with potent dark energy, surging towards Chui Weichan with relentless force. Clang! The two spears clashed with a resounding metallic ring. To the astonishment of onlookers, Meng Ge withstood the fierce onslaught of Chui Weichan's attack. Seeing her efforts thwarted, Chui Weichan regarded the enigmatic figure before her with newfound respect. The fire of battle that burned within her beautiful eyes flared even more intensely. Kill! She proclaimed with a voice that was both clear and resolute. Her spear danced forth once more, striking with the swiftness of lightning, aimed directly at Meng Ge. As Meng Ge observed her relentless advance, he dared not falter, swiftly countering with his spear, and thus began a fierce exchange. Clang, clang, clang. The air was alive with the flashing of spear tips as their forms intertwined like phantoms, bewildering all who watched. Each clash unleashed a powerful shockwave, radiating outward. Not far away, Zhou Yunfeng, Tang Xiong, and several other martial kings were fiercely engaged in combat with the demon slaves. Both Zhou Yunfeng and Tang Xiong were filled with astonishment and trepidation, taken aback by the unexpected revelation of so many martial king-level demon slaves hidden within the ranks of their adversaries. Had these demon slaves launched an assault on Lingwei City earlier, they would have been utterly incapable of resisting. The consequences of such an occurrence would have been catastrophic. In truth, Wei Wuxia had never targeted ordinary civilians. His true desire lay in the blood of cultivators. Moreover, he was cautious not to attract the attention of powerful figures from the Central Plains, as such disturbances could lead to dire repercussions. Hence, after decimating several cities, he refrained from further devastation, instead choosing to entrench himself within the Blood Mist Mountains, biding his time for the downfall of the Daxia dynasty. After a meticulous examination, Su Chen finally discerned the faintly visible array patterns on the ground. An array? This is troublesome. It's a formation. Su Chen's expression shifted to one of gravity as he exclaimed in alarm. The complexity of the formation left him momentarily unable to ascertain its nature or purpose. He quickly regained his composure, focusing intently on deciphering the intricate symbols before him, positioned at the rear of the allied forces. He felt secure from any potential interruptions by demon cultivators. As time flew by, half an hour slipped away unnoticed. During this interval, the battle between Chu Yuechan and Meng Gu intensified, with both combatants engaging in hundreds of exchanges. However, as time wore on, Meng Ji's internal strength waned. And given that his cultivation was 2 minor realms below that of Chu Yuechan, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. What is the true purpose of your demon cultivators inciting chaos? Chu Yuechan seized a moment of respite to coldly inquire. You need not concern yourself with our intentions. Meng Gu retorted, a smirk playing on his lips, his gaze steeped in disdain. Regardless of your schemes, wherever you demon cultivators emerge, I shall quell you. You will never stir up significant turmoil. Prepare to meet your end. Chu Yuechan's brows furrowed in anger as she declared with fierce determination. Before her words could fade, her spear erupted with a dazzling radiance, resembling the ascent of a golden sun in her grasp. With a powerful thrust, the spear shot forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Meng Gu. The sheer velocity of the strike was astounding. Meng Gu barely registered the flash of golden light before he was struck with tremendous force. With a violent cough, Meng Gu expelled a mouthful of blood, losing control of his body as he crashed to the ground, creating a sizable crater. Yet, he did not succumb to the fatal blow. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he clutched his spear tightly and slowly rose from the earth. His gaze resolute with a hint of madness and determination as he charged once more at Chu Yuechan. Simultaneously, Su Chen's expression changed dramatically as he finally grasped the true purpose of the formation. It was, in fact, a blood-sucking array. Su Chen's heart raced in alarm. This array could incessantly siphon the blood from the corpses of cultivators, channeling it towards the core of the formation. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes scanning the chaotic battlefield where the allied forces clashed with the demon cultivators, and the realization dawned upon him. Without a doubt, the collection of these cultivators' blood was the primary objective behind the demon cultivators' uprising. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted at the top of his lungs, Elder Zhou! Elder Zhou! His voice resonated like a bell amidst the clamor of the battlefield, echoing persistently. After several calls, Zhou Yunfeng, engaged in a fierce struggle with the demon slave, finally caught the faint sound reaching him from below. His heart stirred. Seizing the brief moment to repel his opponent, he glanced down. In a mere instant, he spotted Su Chen leaping about like an agitated monkey, flailing his arms. Zhou Yunfeng's annoyance flared as he muttered, "What on earth is this brat up to?" Yet, knowing Su Chen was not one to act recklessly, he suspected there was something urgent prompting such behavior. "Brother Zhou, I need you to hold the line for me. I'll be right back." Zhou Yunfeng called out to Tang Xiong without the luxury of further explanation. His opponent was an unthinking demon slave. Any attack upon it would redirect its aggression towards the assailant. "Make haste. I can only hold for a moment." Tang Xiong responded affirmatively, launching an offensive to draw the demon slave's attention away from Zhou Yunfeng. Without delay, Zhou Yunfeng vanished from sight, appearing beside Su Chen in an instant. "Brat, what are you up to? Unless you provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall." Zhou Yunfeng began, his voice laced with ire, but he was promptly interrupted. "Elder Zhou, there's a blood-sucking array laid out on the ground. Analyzing this formation reveals that the true aim of the demon cultivators in this conflict is to collect the blood of cultivators." Su Chen urgently articulated. Chapter 56, A Reunion with Wei Wuxia. "A blood-sucking array? You understand formations?" Zhou Yunfeng was taken aback, disbelief etched across his features as he stared at Su Chen. "I possess some knowledge, Elder Zhou. However, the situation is dire. If we do not dismantle the array promptly, this battle will only serve to benefit the demon cultivators." Su Chen implored, anxious for swift action. After all, the allied forces had already penetrated deep into the Blood Mist Mountains. The greater the casualties, the more blood the demon cultivators would amass. "What assistance do you require? Speak freely." Zhou Yunfeng's expression was grave. He understood that Su Chen was not one to jest at such a critical moment. "I require a martial king realm powerhouse to safeguard me. And then we shall delve into the Blood Mist Mountains to seek the heart of the formation. Only in this manner can we dismantle the entire array." Without hesitation, Su Chen issued his command. "I comprehend your request. I will consult with the Legion commander," Zhou Yunfeng replied, nodding. With that, he swiftly turned and darted towards Chu Yuechan. Meanwhile, the battle between Chu Yuechan and Meng Gu was nearing its conclusion. With her formidable strength, Chu Yuechan had reduced Meng Gu to a state of utter exhaustion, barely clinging to life. "Die!" Chu Yuechan hissed coldly, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. In a sudden movement, she brandished her spear, which erupted in a dazzling radiance, transforming into a piercing beam of cold light that surged towards Meng Gu. This strike encapsulated her fury against the malevolent deeds of the demonic cultivators, as well as her resolute determination to end this conflict. Meng Gu stood feebly in place, his legs trembling, on the brink of collapse. As he beheld the rapidly approaching spear, there was neither fear nor struggle in his gaze. During the days he had been under Wei Wuxia's control, his hands had been stained with blood, and he had endured immense inner torment, suffering day by day. Now, in the face of death, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. Swoosh! The spear pierced through Meng Ji's skull, erupting in a spray of crimson. At long last, he was liberated. A look of profound relief blossoming on his face as he surrendered to a final sense of ease. Gradually, his body slumped to the ground with a heavy thud, marking the tragic and helpless end of his life. At the very moment Meng Gu fell, Zhou Yunfeng, filled with urgency, arrived by Chu Yuechan's side. "Commander, one of our disciples has discovered a blood-sucking array on the ground, indicating that the true objective of the demonic cultivators is to collect the blood of practitioners. We must swiftly dismantle the array. I request to accompany our disciple to destroy the heart of the formation." Zhou Yunfeng spoke hastily, his tone laced with an undeniable urgency. Chu Yuechan furrowed her brow, contemplating briefly before firmly rejecting. "No. You shall remain here to continue the fight. I will accompany him. It is possible that the heart of the formation is guarded by other demonic cultivators." "Understood. I will follow your orders, Commander." "That disciple is named Su Chen, and he is right over there," Zhou Yunfeng replied, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. For it was a significant boost to safety that Chu Yuechan herself would accompany Su Chen. This was a fortunate turn of events for both Su Chen and the Xianyuan sect. Su Chen. A flicker of astonishment crossed Chu Yuechan's eyes. She was no stranger to this name. Last time, Captain Xiao had specifically introduced Su Chen to her, and she vividly remembered his remarkable ability to challenge those beyond his level. However, she hadn't anticipated that Su Chen would possess knowledge of formations, which piqued her curiosity further. Following Zhou Yunfeng's directions, Chu Yuechan transformed into a streak of golden light, swiftly soaring towards Su Chen's location. At that moment, Su Chen was anxiously awaiting her arrival when a sudden flash of golden light caught his attention, accompanied by a powerful surge of spiritual energy that heightened his alertness. Upon recognizing Chu Yuechan, he momentarily froze, a look of surprise crossing his features before he quickly regained his composure. "Disciple Su Chen of the Xianyuan sect. At your service, Commander." Su Chen spoke respectfully, cupping his fists in salute. He had never expected the Legion commander herself would come to him. "There's no need for such formalities. Where's the heart of the formation?" "Take me there quickly," Chu Yuechan stated decisively, without a hint of hesitation. "Commander, we should head in this direction," Su Chen said, pointing towards a specific path. "I can sense that streams of blood energy are flowing that way. The heart of the formation should be located there." Without uttering a word, Chu Yuechan grasped Su Chen's shoulder and launched into the sky, akin to a golden meteor, racing deeper into the blood mist mountains. This was Su Chen's first experience of such high-speed aerial travel, and he felt the wind howling past his ears, the scenery below rapidly retreating like a fleeting illusion, rendering his complexion pale as a sheet. Nevertheless, he bore the discomfort, mustering his focus to guide Chu Yuechan deeper with his unique perception of the formation patterns. They sped forward at full throttle for half an hour. Yet no signs of the array manifested ahead. "Are you certain this is the right direction? You aren't deceiving me, are you?" Chu Yuechan inquired, her brow furrowing tightly, her expression betraying a hint of skepticism. "Commander, I swear by heaven and earth, how could I dare deceive you? We need to press on a bit further." Su Chen hurriedly responded. "Very well, but if you are found to be lying, I shall not let you off lightly." Chu Yuechan chose to trust Su Chen. Recognizing that this was not a moment for hesitation, she once again urged her spiritual energy, accelerating towards the direction indicated by Su Chen. After a brief interval, Chu Yuechan's expression abruptly shifted. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and ahead loomed a dense, almost tangible mass of blood mist, resembling a sea of blood suspended in the air. This blood mist was infused with a violent and malevolent unknown energy, assailing the senses and evoking a profound sense of dread. Even without Su Chen's prompt, she recognized that this location was indeed the heart of the blood-sucking array. "Commander, that is the heart of the formation. You must act immediately to destroy it," Su Chen urged urgently, pointing towards a spot where a ghostly green light flickered amidst the blood mist. "Understood." Chu Yuechan nodded slightly, a chill glinting in her eyes. Without hesitation, she hurled her spear, which was enveloped in her robust spiritual energy, transforming into a golden streak aimed directly at the ethereal green light. Boom. However, a pitch-black attack instantaneously deflected the spear. Following this, a figure clad in black emerged slowly from the blood mist. It was none other than Wei Wuxia. his countenance dark and his gaze filled with palpable displeasure. He had not anticipated that his heart of the formation, concealed so cleverly, would be discovered. He. Wei Wuxia's eyes locked onto Chu Yuechan, his earlier irritation instantly transforming into fervent desire as he let out a sinister laugh. What a beautiful little maiden. He shamelessly appraised Chu Yuechan, his gaze brimming with greed and lust. In that moment, he discarded his original plan to collect blood and leave quietly. After all, before him stood Chu Yuechan, not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also at the 8th level of the martial king realm, a deadly temptation for him. If he could subdue her and absorb her power, his strength would undoubtedly see a significant restoration. You seek death. Chu Yuechan's tone was frigid, her aura surging with intensity, her eyes radiating murderous intent. This chaos in Qingchuan County was indeed orchestrated by you, old fool. Beside them, Su Chen fixed his gaze on Wei Wuxia, his voice seething with rage. Wei Wuxia, upon hearing the familiar voice, directed his hawk-like gaze towards Su Chen. Damn you! The last time you thwarted my plans. And now you dare to appear before me? Prepare to die? In an instant, fury ignited in Wei Wuxia's eyes, his voice laced with endless malice. Before he could finish his words, a tempest of demonic energy surged around him, imbued with an overwhelming presence, as he charged directly towards Su Chen. Commander, help! Panic flickered in Su Chen's eyes as he hurriedly sought refuge behind Chu Yuechan. The aura radiating from Wei Wuxia astonishingly reached the 6th level of the martial king realm, an oppressive force akin to an invisible, colossal mountain, rendering him nearly breathless. This left Su Chen utterly astounded. After all, it had been merely 2 months since their last encounter, and the other party's cultivation had ascended to such heights. He became increasingly convinced of Wei Wuxia's extraordinary origins, pondering whether he might indeed be an ancient demon who had survived for millennia. You handle the formation, I'll take care of him. Chu Yuechan's eyes glinted with a cold light as she shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, her spear weaving intricate patterns of deadly blossoms as she charged at Wei Wuxia. I shall subdue this little beauty before dealing with that brat, Wei Wuxia scoffed. Thus ensued a fierce battle between the two. Although Wei Wuxia's cultivation was 2 minor realms beneath Chu Yuechan's, merely at the 6th level of the martial king realm, his status as a demon general endowed him with formidable techniques and martial skills, enabling him to exchange blows with Chu Yuechan and even gain a slight upper hand. Seeing Chu Yuechan manage to hold her ground, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to the heart of the formation, beginning his meticulous examination in search of its vulnerabilities. After a brief moment, a grave expression flickered in Su Chen's eyes, his brows knitting together. He had somewhat underestimated the complexity of this formation, which seemed to possess its own consciousness, incessantly disrupting his judgment. Nonetheless, Su Chen's gaze remained resolute. He bore the inheritance of Qiu Yishua's mastery of formations, a paragon in the divine realm. He was confident that, given sufficient time, he could unravel this blood-sucking formation. Thus, Su Chen took a deep breath, focusing intently on the formation once more, leaving no detail overlooked. Simultaneously, countless formation patterns emerged in his mind, intertwining with one another. The fluctuations of each pattern and the flow of every ounce of spiritual energy became vividly clear in his consciousness. Half an hour slipped by. How is it? Do you have confidence in breaking the formation? Chu Yuechan could not help but inquire, her expression laden with anxiety, her fair face flushed. She had never anticipated that the seemingly ordinary old man before her would prove to be such a formidable adversary, stirring desires buried deep within her soul and causing her to become increasingly distracted in battle. Ha ha ha, the formation I crafted, though composed of materials of lesser quality, could not be broken by this young man even if given 100 years, Wei Wuxia boasted, his face brimming with pride. He was renowned as a master of formations among the demon race, with profound expertise in matters of the soul. It was precisely for this reason that he had been chosen by that esteemed individual, liberated from his seal, and entrusted with significant responsibilities. Commander, hold on a little longer. I need just a bit more time, Su Chen declared earnestly. A quarter of an hour. I can hold on for no more than that. If you cannot break the formation by then, we shall have to depart, Chu Yuechan replied, her expression grave. The poison of desire within her soul intensified, and should it spiral out of control, the consequences would be dire. Su Chen fell silent, immersing himself entirely in the task of dismantling the formation. This formation harbored dozens of deceptive energy fluctuations, continuously generating false nodes to mislead his judgment. Yet, Su Chen had discerned its underlying patterns. He would proceed to test each aspect, seeking the true flaw in the formation. With each of Su Chen's relentless assaults, the misleading energy fluctuations were systematically eradicated. Witnessing this, Wei Wuxia felt a surge of urgency, a a flicker of panic crossing his gaze. Kid, you do possess some skill, Wei Wuxia seethed in indignation, intensifying his attacks on Chu Yuechan in a bid to swiftly eliminate her. If Su Chen succeeded in dismantling the formation, this meticulously devised plan would be rendered a total failure, with all his efforts laid to waste. A black blade manifested in Wei Wuxia's hand as he launched a frenzied assault on Chu Yuechan, each strike imbued with tremendous force. Yet, rather than falter in fear, Chu Yuechan found herself invigorated. The spear in her grasp erupted with a brilliant radiance as she fervently countered Wei Wuxia's onslaught. At last, I found you. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he finally identified the flaw in the formation. Annihilation strike. Without hesitation, Su Chen unleashed his most potent attack, directing all his strength towards the formation's weak point. Boom. A deafening roar reverberated as the heart of the blood-sucking formation shattered instantaneously. No. Wei Wuxia's eyes turned crimson at this sight, his voice brimming with fury and resentment. He endured a strike from Chu Yuechan and retaliated with a shadowy hand, imbued with boundless hatred, aimed viciously at Su Chen. Damn it! Su Chen felt a surge of terror. Unwilling to withstand the blow, he swiftly dodged to the side, attempting to evade this lethal strike. However, Wei Wuxia's attack was too swift. Su Chen could not escape in time, and the shadowy hand struck the ground beneath him. Boom! A tremendous shockwave surged forth like a tidal wave, violently propelling Su Chen away, sending him crashing to the ground. Coughing up blood, Su Chen's vision darkened, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Ha ha ha! Now that the formation is broken, you shall accompany me to the grave. Wei Wuxia laughed maniacally, his voice laced with madness and malice. Before his words faded, he turned once more to unleash a frenzied assault on Chu Yuechan. Although his plan had unraveled, if he could eliminate Su Chen and then subdue Chu Yuechan, it would not be a complete failure. Chu Yuechan gazed at the motionless Su Chen on the ground, her heart filled with urgency and rage. If Su Chen were to perish, how could she possibly explain it to Zhou Yunfeng upon her return? Damnable demon cultivator! I will see you dead, Chu Yuechan declared coldly, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. In an instant, her entire being shimmered with golden light, dazzling like the sun at its zenith. Each strand of her hair seemed to be infused with golden flames, radiating brilliance, transforming her into a celestial warrior descended from the heavens. In that moment, the poison of desire within her soul was shackled by an overwhelming force. Then, her form became a streak of golden light, astonishingly swift, as she charged fiercely towards Wei Wuxia. Chapter 58, Repelling Wei Wuxia. You possess a unique bloodline. Wei Wuxia's expression shifted slightly, taken aback by Chu Yuechan's hidden trump card. Judging by her demeanor, her special bloodline could significantly amplify her strength in a short span. At that moment, a strong desire to retreat surged within Wei Wuxia. After all, the mission he bore was pivotal to the demon race's potential resurgence on the Tianxian continent. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle with Chu Yuechan here would be a costly endeavor. Wei Wuxia's gaze flickered uncertainly as he swiftly weighed the pros and cons. In the next instant, he darted towards the heart of the formation, where the gathered blood was of utmost importance to the demon race. He had to retrieve it. However, infused with the power of her bloodline, Chu Yuechan appeared utterly transformed. Her speed, strength, and reflexes had undergone a terrifying enhancement. With a mere flicker, she was at Wei Wuxia's side. The light of her spear surged brilliantly as it became a golden bolt of lightning, tearing through the fabric of space itself. Thrusting towards Wei Wuxia with the force of thunder, Wei Wuxia was taken aback, completely unprepared for Chu Yuechan's terrifying speed, which had brought her within striking distance in the blink of an eye. In a desperate attempt, he raised his blade, straining to defend against her assault. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as Wei Wuxia was struck as if by lightning, sending him hurtling back several dozen yards. His complexion instantly turned ashen, and a tumultuous surge of blood and energy coursed through his veins. Kill! Chu Yuechan uttered a chilling command, her voice imbued with an icy ferocity. As her murderous intent enveloped the air like a tangible presence, she afforded Wei Wuxia no respite, transforming into a dazzling beam of golden light as she charged forth once more. Her spear danced with the ferocity of a tempest, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes upon Wei Wuxia. Each thrust contained an overwhelming force, crashing down upon him with devastating impact. Wei Wuxia's arms throbbed with excruciating pain, as if his bones were on the verge of shattering into dust, forcing him to retreat in disarray. Boom! Another crushing blow sent Wei Wuxia hurtling back over 100 feet, blood erupting uncontrollably from his mouth, dispersing into a crimson mist in the air. Damned! Wei Wuxia's expression darkened with a fearsome intensity, a tempest of rage and hatred brewing within him. He recalled a millennium ago, when he was one of the pinnacle powerhouses of the Tianxian continent, commanding countless demonic slaves, invincible in battle, exuding an aura of unrivaled might. Now, first thwarted by a mere martial masterbrat, and then utterly bested by the martial king Chu Yuechan, he experienced a profound humiliation. Were it not for the weight of his grave mission, he would have surely fought Chu Yuechan to the bitter end today. Wait for me. I shall return, and your day of reckoning will come. Wei Wuxia snarled through gritted teeth, his eyes brimming with defiance. As his words fell, his complexion paled, and he invoked the dark arts of his kin, his speed surging dramatically. In an instant, he flashed to the center of the formation, hastily gathering the collected blood into his bosom, before racing away without a backward glance, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Once Chu Yuechan confirmed that Wei Wuxia's presence had completely dissipated, the golden radiance emanating from her body gradually receded like the ebbing tide. Subsequently, her cultivation aura plummeted, causing her to descend a minor realm. A wave of intense weakness washed over her, rendering her complexion as pale as a sheet. Every inch of her skin exuding an overwhelming fatigue that made standing an arduous task. After a brief respite, Chu Yuechan gritted her teeth against the searing pain coursing through her body and hurried to Su Chen's side. With trembling hands, she gently checked for his breath. When her fingertips detected a faint yet genuine flow of life, the burden on her heart eased slightly. She retrieved a vial of 5th-tier supreme healing elixir from her storage bag, swallowing a few pills herself before cautiously administering one to Su Chen. Completing her task, she grasped Su Chen's form and made her way toward the position of the allied forces. However, midway through her journey, the desire poison that she had fought so hard to suppress erupted like a tidal wave. Chu Yuechan could not suppress a seductive yet anguished moan, her gaze clouding with a dazed longing. The surging tide of desire engulfed her reason, nearly incapacitating her ability to think. She bit down on her luscious red lips, blood seeping forth, but this mere pain could not dispel the frantic craving within her. Deep down, she understood that she could no longer hold back. Driven by the last vestiges of her clarity, she fled with Su Chen toward a nearby cave. Upon entering the cave, Chu Yuechan could no longer withstand the dual onslaught of her frailty and desire. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, dropping Su Chen beside her. Su Chen stirred awake, gradually opening his eyes. Upon seeing Chu Yuechan, his eyes widened in shock and disbelief. There she was, her gaze unfocused, cheeks flushed, unwittingly shedding her armor, revealing her snow-white skin to the cool air. Her perfect figure, illuminated in the dim light of the cave, exuded an irresistible allure. Gulp. Su Chen could not help but swallow hard, his heart racing uncontrollably. The battle-hardened Chu Yuechan, with her fierce demeanor and feminine grace, appeared breathtakingly beautiful in this moment, captivating his gaze. "Commander, what are you trying to do?" Su Chen stammered, his voice trembling. He felt a tumult of indescribable excitement mingled with an undercurrent of anxiety. After all, this was the renowned commander of the great Xia dynasty, a martial king. He feared she might resort to silencing him to protect her reputation after the fact. Yet, at this moment, Chu Yuechan was already consumed by her desires, oblivious to Su Chen's concerns. With a sudden lurch, she embraced him tightly. As if she were an octopus ensnaring its prey, time slipped by unnoticed, and a day passed in the blink of an eye. With the aid of Chu Yuechan's primordial energy, Su Chen's cultivation surged to the 6th level of the martial master realm. Meanwhile, Chu Yuechan also regained her strength. Returning to the 8th level of the martial king realm, her previous injuries from invoking her bloodline powers now fully healed. I will kill you." Chu Yuechan awoke with a start. Upon recognizing the situation and seeing Su Chen still atop her, her expression turned ghastly. A torrent of shame and fury erupted within her. Akin to a volcano, and without a moment's thought, she seized Su Chen by the throat. The suddenness of her action jolted the unsuspecting Su Chen from his slumber. A wave of suffocating pressure enveloped him, his eyes widening in terror and confusion as he instinctively attempted to pry her fingers from his throat. However, as a martial king, Chu Yuechan was an insurmountable force, and despite Su Chen's newfound strength, he was as powerless as an ant before her, a sense of despair flooding his heart. Just as Su Chen was about to lose consciousness, a flicker of struggle appeared in Chu Yuechan's eyes. The pressure of her grip gradually eased, ultimately releasing him. Coughing violently, Su Chen collapsed to the ground, gasping for the fresh air. Chu Yuechan regarded him with a complex and icy gaze, her inner turmoil at war as she wrestled with the decision to spare his life. After a moment, she parted her lips, coldly inquiring, "Do you wish to live or die?" "Certainly, I wish to live. Just tell me what you require," Su Chen replied without hesitation. He understood that by sparing his life, Chu Yuechan saw some value in him. Moreover, given his current cultivation level, He had no means of resistance before her. As long as he could survive, he was willing to do whatever it took. Very well. I require you to swear a heavenly oath to secure victory in the upcoming Great Xia martial competition, and thereafter, propose to the emperor to marry me. Should you fail, divine retribution shall befall you, Chu Yuechan stated coldly. Her motive stemmed from the emperor's repeated insinuations for her to enter his harem. Yet, she had no desire to join the royal court, nor to serve that old man alongside her sister. Although Su Chen's cultivation was still low, his prodigious talent and striking appearance were precisely her type. The thought of him stirred her heart, making it race even now. Weighing the options, if forced to choose between the emperor and Su Chen, she preferred the latter, provided he could win the competition. Only then would he possess the standing to make demands of the emperor. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Su Chen's eyes. He had not anticipated Chu Yuechan's request would take such a turn. No problem, he declared decisively, nodding in agreement. Immediately, his expression became solemn as he swore the heavenly oath at Chu Yuechan's behest. He reiterated his stance. As long as he could survive, everything else could be negotiated. Do not be misled into thinking that winning the championship is a trivial matter. Every time the Great Xia martial competition is held, hundreds of sects participate, and members of the royal family also engage in the fray. With your current cultivation level, you are perceived as no more than an ant in their eyes. Easily defeated at their whim, Chu Yuechan warned coldly, her expression grave. She was acutely aware of the brutal competition in the Great Xia martial competition and wished to prevent Su Chen from harboring blind confidence. Commander, you must have sensed my unique constitution by now, right? I can say without exaggeration that in 3 months at the Great Xia martial competition, I will be able to crush any competitor, Su Chen proclaimed, standing tall with unwavering confidence. Yet, despite his bold words, uncertainty lingered in his heart. After all, as his cultivation progressed, breaking through to the next level would require vast resources. However, he understood that in the presence of a formidable woman like Chu Yuechan, he could not afford to show any weakness. Seeing Su Chen's unshakable confidence, Chu Yuechan momentarily paused, a flicker of intrigue flashing in her typically frigid gaze. And she found herself feeling a hint of anticipation. In truth, she had already noticed the peculiarities within her body. The aftereffects of activating her bloodline power had completely subsided, and her cultivation had returned to the pinnacle of the 8th level of martial kings. It was evident that Su Chen's unique constitution allowed him to enhance his cultivation and heal through certain experiences. I hope you are not merely boasting. For the heavenly oath is no trifling matter, Chu Yuechan warned, her tone tinged with caution, as breaking such an oath would invite divine retribution. Now put on your clothes. We must return to Linghua City. Chu Yuechan had received messages from Tang Xiong and Zhou Yunfeng, who were leading the allied forces back to Linghua City and had begun to eliminate the remaining demonic cultivators in Qingchuan County. A moment later, the two were dressed and exited the cave. Commander, can you fly through the air using your battle sword? I have never experienced that before, Su Chen said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yuechan deemed the request reasonable and retrieved a battle sword from her storage pouch. Come aboard, she said softly. Here I come, Su Chen exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm as he eagerly positioned himself behind Chu Yuechan. He then reached out, wrapping his arms around her slender waist without hesitation, and quickly added, Commander, I'm a bit afraid of heights. Just let me hold on for a moment, and I promise I'll let go once we near Linghua City. The instant Su Chen embraced her, Chu Yuechan's delicate body trembled slightly. Strangely, rather than resisting his action, she felt a subtle delight, as if a soft corner of her heart had been gently stirred, and thus she acquiesced to Su Chen's embrace. Do not move recklessly, or I shall cast you down, Chu Yuechan warned coldly, though her ears flushed slightly, revealing her nervousness and discomfort. As her words fell, she propelled the battle sword, which shot into the sky like an arrow released from its bow, racing towards Linghua City. As Su Chen felt the scenery blur past him, his excitement intensified. He looked down at the earth, where all beings appeared as insignificant as ants. The warmth of the beautiful woman in his arms ignited a surge of ambition within him, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. Chu Yuechan keenly sensed Su Chen's exhilaration behind her and could not help but smile faintly, her lips curving ever so slightly. In that unguarded moment, the bond between them deepened subtly, a delicate sentiment wafting through the air. Before long, 3 hours had elapsed, and Chu Yuechan and Su Chen arrived near Linghua City. After setting Su Chen down, she ascended into the sky once more. Her expression returned to its usual coldness, for many military matters awaited her attention, leaving no room for complacency. Upon entering Linghua City, Su Chen made his way to the task hall, where the demon-slaying competition had concluded successfully, and all participating disciples would receive generous rewards. Su Shidi, what a coincidence. You have come to the task hall as well. A familiar voice called out as Su Chen stepped inside. Turning to look, he recognized the core disciple Su Weiyang. Su's face appeared somewhat pale, clearly having sustained injuries in the previous battle, yet he approached Su Chen with a beaming smile. Su Shixiang, I am here to collect my reward from the demon-slaying competition. Su Chen replied with a nod and a smile. Very well, I shall accompany you. We had agreed to gather last time, and now that we have finally met, both Xiao Xiong and I must express our gratitude to you in person, Su Weiyang said warmly, sincerity shining in his eyes. Xiao Ming, one of Lingyue City's leaders, was also recuperating in the city following the battle in the Blood Mist Mountains. Chapter 60. The contest for spots in the Great Xia Martial Competition. All right, no problem. Su Chen readily agreed, as he had no pressing matters at the moment. After Su Chen received his reward and stepped out of the task hall with Su Weiyang, he spotted Xiao Ming waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Su Chen, Xiao Ming's eyes lit up, and a genuine smile spread across his face as he eagerly approached. He then led Su Chen and Su Weiyang to the largest tavern in Lingyue City, where they entered a pre-reserved private room. After several rounds of drinks, the previously relaxed atmosphere shifted slightly. Su Shidi, I heard that Yan Lianfeng intends to personally take action against you. You must be exceedingly cautious during this time. Su Weiyang said, his expression turning serious. I have heard of this person. He is quite notorious, having reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of martial sovereigns. Su Laudi, although I am unaware of the nature of your conflict, perhaps it would be best for you to stay in Lingyue City. With Tang Chengzhu around, he likely wouldn't dare to be too reckless, Xiao Ming added, his expression equally grave, his eyes revealing deep concern for Su Chen's safety. Do not worry, my brothers. While I may currently lag behind him, it will not be long before I surpass him, Su Chen replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. All right, let us continue drinking. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Su Weiyang and Xiao Ming exchanged glances, their worries slightly alleviated. Su Laudi's confidence reassures us. Come, let us drink, Su Weiyang said with a smile. The three resumed their hearty drinking, sharing tales of their cultivation experiences, and the atmosphere gradually became more relaxed. 2 hours later, Su Chen felt his head growing heavy, having reached his limit for alcohol, and he bid farewell to his companions. Su Laudi, yesterday Elder Zhou announced that 2 months from today, the sect will hold a competition for spots in the Great Xia Martial Competition. You should not stray too far. Su Weiyang urged seriously upon learning of Su Chen's plans to train within Qingchuan County. Thank you for the reminder, Su Laoge. I will take note of it. Su Chen replied gratefully. He was indeed unaware of this development, and had Su Weiyang not mentioned it, he would have undoubtedly missed this crucial competition due to his original plans. Ha ha ha, Su Laudi. I would like to extend my early congratulations on your anticipated success in the martial competition. Allowing those lofty-eyed individuals in the imperial city to witness the brilliance of our Qingchuan County's talents, Xiao Ming exclaimed heartily, clapping Su Chen on the shoulder with encouragement in his gaze. Thank you for your kind words, Xiao Laoge. Once the martial competition concludes, let us find time to gather again, Su Chen replied with a smile. Although his prowess has now surpassed that of Su Weiyang and Xiao Ming, he remains indifferent to such matters, treating every friend equally as long as they share a compatible temperament. Subsequently, accompanied by Su Weiyang and Xiao Ming, Su Chen departed from Lingyue City, hastening towards the Xianyang mountain range. He intended to diligently cultivate there for the next 2 months, striving to break through to the 8th level of the martial master realm. After all, with the imminent contest for the Great Xia martial arts quota, Yan Lianfeng would undoubtedly seek to create trouble for him. Currently, Yan Lianfeng has already reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of the martial sovereign realm, and given his rapid rate of advancement, it was nearly certain that he would ascend to the 6th level within 2 months. Su Chen knew that only by elevating his cultivation to the 8th level of the martial master realm could he confidently defeat Yan Lianfeng. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At this moment, Su Chen finally arrived at the Xianyang mountain range. Kid, you must be Su Chen, right? Just as Su Chen stepped onto the edge of the mountains, a chilling, bone-piercing voice suddenly echoed. He raised his gaze to find a middle-aged man with a cold, sinister look, blocking his path like a specter. This man was Jiang Tian, sent by Yi Chendong. Who are you? Su Chen furrowed his brow, his eyes instantly sharpening with vigilance. Almost instinctively, he swiftly drew his battle sword from his storage bag, assuming a defensive posture. He could sense the palpable hostility radiating from the middle-aged man before him, whose cultivation had reached the 4th level of the martial sovereign realm. No ordinary foe. Finally found you. Seeing Su Chen's alert reaction, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Jiang Tian's eyes. Before he could finish speaking, he charged directly at Su Chen. After all, they were not far from the Xianyuan sect, and he needed to resolve this swiftly. With his palm curving like an eagle's claw, fingers shimmering with a ghostly light, he lunged forward to grasp Su Chen with fierce intent. dare to lay a hand on me, truly ignorant of your own demise. In the face of Jiang Tian's sudden attack, a disdainful smirk appeared on Su Chen's face. He swung his sword with ferocity, unleashing a dazzling sword aura that sliced towards Jiang Tian with the swiftness of lightning. Impossible. How can your cultivation be at the 6th level of the martial master realm? Jiang Tian's eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched across his features. According to the intelligence brought back by Yi Fengyun, Su Chen's cultivation was merely at the 2nd level of the martial master realm. Yet, how could it be that in such a short time, the boy's cultivation had skyrocketed to the 6th level? This was utterly beyond comprehension. Jiang Tian's reflexes were remarkably swift upon discerning Su Chen's cultivation. His expression shifted drastically as he hastily dodged to the left, unwilling to confront Su Chen's fierce onslaught directly. Fool! You dare to ambush me without understanding the situation? You must be living on borrowed time. Su Chen sneered coldly, his eyes brimming with contempt. He then flashed forward, actively engaging Jiang Tian in combat. With his current cultivation, an ordinary 4th-level martial sovereign was far from his match. Moreover, he possessed the 9 Nether Art, a trump card that could deliver a lethal blow at a crucial moment. Su Chen regarded Jiang Tian as an excellent training partner, eager to engage in a fierce battle to enhance his combat experience and skills. In an instant, the two clashed fiercely. During the early stages of the battle, Jiang Tian, leveraging his extensive combat experience, managed to slightly suppress Su Chen. However, as the fight progressed, Su Chen's battle experience grew exponentially. He diligently observed Jiang Tian's attack patterns, continually addressing his own shortcomings, gradually stabilizing the situation and exchanging blows with Jiang Tian. Su Chen's determination intensified. Each swing of his sword became increasingly precise and powerful. Conversely, Jiang Tian found himself growing more anxious with each passing moment. On one hand, he feared that prolonged combat would alert the elders of the Xianyuan sect. On the other hand, Su Chen's rapid advancement was staggering. He seemed to grow stronger with each encounter, as if he were impervious to fatigue. Half an hour later, they had exchanged hundreds of strikes. At this point, a sense of retreat began to stir within Jiang Tian. Su Chen was simply too monstrous. It felt as though he were battling a beast. He needed to return to the Yi family quickly to inform the patriarch not to pursue Su Chen any further. Kid, consider this a reprieve for now. Jiang Tian hesitated no longer, transforming into a shadow as he sped away into the distance. Think you can just come and go as you please? Not a chance. A cruel smile emerged on Su Chen's face, eyes gleaming with ferocity. He instantly unleashed the 9 Nether Art, an intangible soul blade hurtling towards Jiang Tian with lethal intent. Jiang Tian, focused solely on fleeing, had not anticipated that Su Chen possessed such a technique. In an instant, his mental defenses were shattered by the soul blade, leaving him momentarily dazed, frozen in place. At that moment, Su Chen raised his battle sword and plunged it into Jiang Tian's abdomen. With a sickening squelch, blood erupted as the sword pierced through Jiang Tian. With a mere flick of his sword energy, Jiang Tian's dantian could be obliterated. A wave of excruciating pain jolted Jiang Tian from his daze. His eyes now filled with terror and despair. Why is your strength so formidable? Jiang Tian's face was marked with disbelief. He was at the 4th level of the martial sovereign realm. How could he have been defeated in the blink of an eye? Enough of your prattle. Quickly tell me why you attacked me. Su Chen coldly demanded, his eyes radiating murderous intent. Gripping his sword tightly, he made it clear that any sign of defiance would not be tolerated. Kid, consider this a miscalculation on our part. But if you wish to know my origins, you'll have to wait until your next life. Jiang Tian chuckled coldly, fully aware that he would not escape today. To protect the Yi family's secrecy, he resolved to take his own life. As soon as the words left his lips, his complexion darkened as pitch, and his life force extinguished in an instant. Poison himself? Su Chen's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected such decisiveness from this man, willing to die rather than divulge any information. This only deepened his curiosity about the adversary who had targeted him. Without delay, he placed his hand upon Jiang Tian's head and initiated the soul search technique. Moments later, Su Chen fully grasped Jiang Tian's memories. Damn it, so it was that useless Yi Fengyun. Su Chen's expression soured as he cursed under his breath. He hadn't anticipated that this man was sent by the Yi family with the aim of capturing him alive to extract information about his fortuitous encounters. After pondering for a moment, a flicker of resolve crossed Su Chen's eyes. He decided to pay the Yi family a visit. He was not the type to suffer in silence under bullying. Since the Yi family dared to target him, he would ensure they faced dire retribution. Moreover, following this failed endeavor, the Yi family might enlist even more powerful cultivators to deal with him. The most effective way to handle such troubles was to eradicate them at their roots. Additionally, Given the Yi family's long-standing heritage, their resources must be substantial. If he could plunder their wealth, it would undoubtedly facilitate his own advancement. Afterward, Su Chen collected Jiang Tian's storage bag and sped towards Zhuhai City. During his journey, he suddenly recalled the Zhang family. Having nearly eradicated the elite disciples of the Zhang family within the Xianyuan sect, he knew they would not spare him once they learned of these events. In the depths of his mind, Su Chen pondered silently. It seemed that after extinguishing the Yi family, he would need to pay another visit to the Zhang family. Only by resolving these two potential threats could he participate in the great Xia martial competition with peace of mind. Within the study of the Yi family in Zhuhai City, Yi Chenlong paced back and forth, his face etched with anxiety. "Father, it has been 2 months, and there has been no word from Jiang Tian. You might as well call him back," he urged. He vividly recalled Su Chen's astonishing pace of cultivation and feared that after such a long period, the latter's prowess would have surged significantly. The more he contemplated, the more dread filled him, worrying that Jiang Tian might not stand a chance against Su Chen. Should anything untoward occur, it could spell disaster for him as well. "Remain calm. I know Jiang Tian's character. He will not act recklessly without absolute certainty. Moreover, if anything were to go awry, Jiang Tian would certainly choose to poison himself rather than implicate our Yi family," Yi Chenlong replied, seated in his grand chair, his demeanor calm as if everything lay within his control. "Father, you should still send someone to investigate the situation, to see if Jiang Tian has encountered any trouble. We ought to understand Su Chen's current level of cultivation, if he has made considerable strides. It would be prudent to recall Jiang Tian and treat this matter as if it had never occurred," Yi Fengyun insisted earnestly, his expression grave. He was acutely aware of Su Chen's formidable nature and did not wish for the Yi family to face utter ruin due to this affair. Upon hearing his son's words, Yi Chenlong fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he slowly nodded. "As you say, I shall proceed accordingly." He then summoned a trusted guard and whispered a few instructions. The guard, upon receiving his orders, promptly departed to gather intelligence near the Xianyuan sect. After 8 days of relentless travel, Su Chen finally arrived at Zhuhai City. He first employed the 1,000 illusions disguise technique to render his appearance utterly unremarkable before entering the city and making his way toward a trading guild. Through sifting through Jiang Tian's memories, Su Chen had acquired a comprehensive understanding of the Yi family's circumstances. The highest cultivation level within the family belonged to the patriarch, Yi Chenlong, who had reached the 6th level of the martial sovereign realm. Next was his brother, Yi Chenhu, at the 4th level, followed by 3 elders, each at the 1st or 2nd level of the martial sovereign realm. Given Su Chen's current strength, directly annihilating the Yi family seemed nearly impossible. To address this, Su Chen had devised a plan during his journey. Yi Chenlong was particularly fond of a concubine named Pan Jinhua, and Su Chen intended to seize control of her. He would then coat her with a potent poison. When Yi Chenlong drew near, he would unwittingly succumb to its effects, losing his ability to resist. Upon entering the trading guild, Su Chen procured a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs and various array materials. Subsequently, he found an inconspicuous inn in the city where he began concocting his poison. This poison was no ordinary concoction. It could not only suppress spiritual energy, but also cause the victim's body to gradually stiffen, rendering them incapable of resistance. Half an hour later, Su Chen successfully brewed the poison, which was colorless and odorless, indistinguishable from the hue of a woman's skin, rendering it nearly imperceptible when applied. With his preparations complete, Su Chen took advantage of the night to stealthily conceal himself in the shadows near the entrance of the Yi family, waiting for the opportune moment. Before long, a yawning Yi family guard emerged from the gate. Su Chen's eyes brightened, and he silently followed. Although the guard was merely an ordinary sentry, his requirements were modest. Gaining entry into the Yi family was all that mattered. Shortly thereafter, the guard meandered down a dimly lit street. Noticing that no one was around, Su Chen sprang forth like a bolt of lightning, appearing behind the guard in an instant. He then swiftly struck with a precise chop to the guard's neck, the force of which left the guard unconscious before he could even utter a sound, collapsing to the ground. Quick to act, Su Chen dragged the guard into the primordial space. Moments later, when he emerged, he had transformed into the very image of the guard. After inspecting himself for any flaws, he strode confidently toward the Yi family estate. The 1,000 illusions disguise technique that Su Chen mastered was extraordinarily sophisticated. Unless someone possessed a cultivation level 2 realms higher than his, they would be utterly unable to detect his disguise. Within the Yi family, the highest cultivation was Yi Chenlong, who was merely at the 6th level of the martial sovereign realm, and thus could not discern the ruse. Soon enough, Su Chen successfully infiltrated the Yi family residence, navigating his way to the courtyard where Pan Jinhua resided. Before long, he reached the rear courtyard where Yi Chenlong's wives and concubines dwelled, numbering in the dozens. Consequently, this area was heavily guarded, with patrolling female guards stationed everywhere. Any male being without permission was strictly prohibited from approaching. Violation would lead to severe punishment. However, this posed no challenge for Su Chen. He concealed himself in the shadows, patiently awaiting the right moment. Finally, a maid ambled past him. Su Chen employed his previous tactics, swiftly rendering her unconscious without alerting the patrolling guards. Once he secured her in the primordial space, he utilized the thousand illusions disguise technique to morph into the very likeness of the maid. Coincidentally, the maid he now embodied was named Zhou Linger, serving as a personal attendant to Pan Jinhua. Linger, the master has arrived. Another maid, Chui Yenner, quietly gestured with her lips as she lifted her head. I know. Su Chen replied silently in kind. He then carefully positioned himself at the opposite side of the room's entrance, holding his breath. According to Zhou Linger's memories, whenever Yi Chenlong came to favor Pan Jinhua, no one was allowed to make a sound. Otherwise, they would be executed on the spot. After standing there for a while, Su Chen felt a twinge of confusion. The silence within the room was unnaturally profound, with not a single sound emanating from within, piquing his curiosity. A short incense stick later, the door behind him swung open abruptly, and a figure strode out. Su Chen cautiously raised his head to steal a glance. And there stood a middle-aged man, his countenance stern, emanating the authority of a superior, Yi Chenlong himself. With hurried steps, Yi Chenlong quickly exited the courtyard. The master has finally left, Chui Yenner sighed in relief, her previously tense body now relaxing significantly. Indeed, Su Chen responded, feigning a look of trepidation to avoid arousing Chui Yenner's suspicion. Linger, come and massage my shoulders. Yenner, fetch some hot water. This water has grown a bit cool. A sultry voice resonated from within the room, imbued with a hint of languor. It was Pan Jinhua. Yes, miss, both Su Chen and Chui Yenner replied in unison. After this, Su Chen turned to enter the room. As he stepped inside, he was immediately enveloped by the steamy warmth, infused with the fragrance of petals. There lay Pan Jinhua, half reclining in a bathtub filled with flower petals, her raven hair cascading casually over her shoulders, a few strands clinging to her fair skin, enhancing her allure. A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Chen's eyes. He could not deny that Pan Jinhua was indeed beautiful, her features radiating an alluring charm that captivated the heart with each graceful movement. Linger, why are you staring at me so intently? What do you want? Hurry and come over to massage my shoulders. Pan Jinhua furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of confusion and an inexplicable nuance flickering in her eyes. Her voice laced with a languid tone. You're here, Mississippi. Su Chen promptly collected his thoughts, silently reminding himself of the gravity of the situation, and hastened to position himself behind Pan Jinhua, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor. As his hands rested upon her shoulders, he swiftly unleashed the Nine Nether technique. A formidable surge of soul power crashing into Pan Jinhua's mind. Her gaze instantly dulled, her body slackened, and she succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing against the edge of the bathing tub. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen embedded the Nine Nether slave mark deep within her soul. Once planted, this mark would grant him complete dominion over her. At that moment, Pan Jinhua's body began to uncontrollably slide downward, perilously close to being submerged in water. Su Chen instinctively reached out to stabilize her. However, he inadvertently brushed against the ample region of her bosom, the soft sensation stirring an involuntary flutter within him. Just then, Chui Yenner entered, carrying a bucket of hot water, and immediately noticed Su Chen's hands resting on Pan Jinhua's chest. Linger, what on earth are you doing? Chui Yenner inquired, her face brimming with bewilderment. Su Chen's complexion flushed slightly. He reacted swiftly, launching another wave of the Nine Nether technique. Humph. Chui Yenner emitted a muffled grunt, her eyes rolling back as she promptly fainted. Without delay, Su Chen advanced, similarly planting the Nine Nether slave mark within her soul. He had no intention of taking Chui Yenner's life. While sifting through Zhou Linger's memories, he discovered that Chui Yenner was a kind-hearted individual, consistently caring for Zhou Linger, their bond akin to that of sisters. Furthermore, both young women were untouched, though merely 15 or 16 years of age. They would undoubtedly blossom into more captivating figures in a couple of years. Su Chen planned to eliminate Yi Chenlong and subsequently bring Chui Yenner into the primordial space. After all, the vast and spiritually rich primordial space could comfortably accommodate many lives, providing them with superior protection. After a fragrant incense stick had burned down, Pan Jinhua and Chui Yenner gradually regained consciousness. Master, Pan Jinhua was the first to react, her eyes reflecting reverence as she hastily emerged from the tub. Chui Yenner followed suit, and together, they knelt on the ground. In their minds, Su Chen was the supreme master, and they dared not harbor even the slightest disrespect or resistance towards his commands. Rise, Pan Jinhua. First, put on your clothes. I have matters to discuss with you both. Su Chen's gaze lowered slightly, deliberately avoiding the alluring form of Pan Jinhua. One could not deny her enchanting beauty and alluring figure, the type that could easily provoke desire in a man at a mere glance. It was no wonder Yi Chenlong was so infatuated with her. Alas, she belonged to Yi Chenlong. Otherwise, Su Chen would have genuinely contemplated taking her as a concubine, eager to train her well. Chapter 63. How swift. In a breath. Indeed. Pan Jinhua's eyes flickered with profound disappointment. She had always held immense confidence in her beauty and figure, but to her dismay, Su Chen remained unfazed. This was undoubtedly a blow to her. Yet, she dared not defy Su Chen's command and quickly donned her attire. Subsequently, Su Chen laid bare his plans, detailing them for the two women, as the success of the entire endeavor hinged upon their cooperation. Master, Yi Chenlong typically seeks me out every 2 days. I believe we should prepare to act in 2 days. Pan Jinhua spoke softly, discreetly observing Su Chen's expression. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Su Chen replied decisively, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Since Yi Chenlong dared to strike at him, he would not hesitate to retaliate mercilessly. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Zhou Ling'er from the primordial space. You will remain in the courtyard for the next 2 days. When it is time to confront Yi Chenlong, I will impersonate you, he instructed Zhou Ling'er, his expression calm. Yes, master, Zhou Ling'er responded respectfully, her eyes filled with reverence. Pan Jinhua, safeguard this pearl diligently. In 2 days, strike it with your spiritual energy 3 times, and I will emerge. Su Chen produced the primordial pearl and handed it to Pan Jinhua, his tone leaving no room for dispute. Completely under his control. He felt no concern that she would act against him. Yes, master, Pan Jinhua accepted the primordial pearl with both hands, her tone exceedingly respectful. Soon after, Su Chen vanished into the primordial space, seeking out Dongfang Mingyue to commence his cultivation. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days elapsed in the blink of an eye. While immersed in his training, Su Chen felt the primordial pearl tremble 3 times, understanding that Pan Jinhua was signaling for him to emerge. Without hesitation, he exited the primordial space. Master, upon seeing Su Chen's return, Pan Jinhua, Zhou Ling'er, and Shui Yan'er hastily knelt upon the ground. Today, Pan Jinhua appeared to have meticulously prepared herself, adorned in an exquisite and opulent white gown that accentuated her breathtaking figure, exuding an endless allure with every graceful movement. The position she had chosen to kneel was evidently calculated, for Su Chen could easily glimpse the generous swell of her bosom with the slightest inclination of his head. Yet, Su Chen merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze from Pan Jinhua. Rise, Ling'er and Yan'er, attend to your tasks, and do not raise any suspicions among others. Su Chen gently raised his hand, his demeanor tranquil as he spoke. Yes, Zhou Ling'er and Shui Yan'er obediently replied, then cautiously exited the room. Pan Jinhua, are you certain Yi Chenlong will come tonight? Su Chen inquired. Master, under normal circumstances, Yi Chenlong would indeed come, so we might as well prepare in advance. Pan Jinhua replied in a soft voice. We shall proceed accordingly. Su Chen nodded, acknowledging the uncertainty of the situation. If he were to send Pan Jinhua to inquire directly with Yi Chenlong, it might raise his suspicions. He then retrieved a small jade vial from his storage bag and handed it to Pan Jinhua, his face devoid of expression. This is poison. Apply it thoroughly to yourself. Master, could you assist me with this? After all, men understand men better. Pan Jinhua's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes glimmering with seduction. She contemplated using her physique to serve Su Chen, hoping to demonstrate her prowess in bed, believing that such an encounter might persuade him to keep her by his side. Deep down, she understood that as Yi Chenlong's woman, if Su Chen were indifferent to her, her value would diminish upon Yi Chenlong's demise. Thus, she constantly sought a way to entangle herself with Su Chen, securing a path for her future. With a sharp crack, Su Chen delivered a resounding slap to Pan Jinhua's face, coldly asserting, "Dissipate your ulterior motives. Should this mission succeed, I will retain you by my side for service." Yes, thank you, master. I shall not dare again. Pan Jinhua's eyes brimmed with terror, her cheek instantly swelling. She hurriedly accepted the vial of poison and clumsily began to apply it to herself. Meanwhile, Su Chen seized the moment, as there was still time before nightfall. He swiftly retrieved the array materials he had purchased from the merchant guild, preparing to set up a formation in Pan Jinhua's chamber. This formation would muffle sound and serve as a contingency plan. Should the poison take effect and Yi Chenlong possess any means of retaliation, he would have the opportunity to strike and eliminate him. With deft skill, Su Chen concentrated intently on arranging the formation. As mysterious array patterns gradually emerged, the formation slowly took shape. By the time the array was fully arranged, the sky had quietly approached dusk. Su Chen stored Zhou Linger into the Taichu space and, employing a disguise technique, transformed himself once more into Zhou Linger's likeness, patiently awaiting the arrival of Yi Chenlong. However, after the passage of 2 incense sticks, Yi Chenlong had yet to appear. What is happening? Why hasn't Yi Chenlong arrived? Su Chen inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Master, I am uncertain, Pan Jinhua hastily replied, her voice tinged with unease. He usually arrives within 2 days. If he does not come tonight, he will surely come tomorrow evening. Indeed. Su Chen nodded lightly, understanding that this predicament was not Pan Jinhua's fault. However, time was of the essence, and he lacked the patience to wait until the morrow. Thus, he fixed his gaze upon Pan Jinhua and asked, is there a way to attract him here immediately? Yes, master. Pan Jinhua eagerly nodded, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. Yi Chenlong is quite swift. If we can help him sustain his vigor, I assure you he will arrive without delay. How swift? Su Chen asked, his face revealing a look of intrigue as he gestured for her to elaborate. One breath, Pan Jinhua lamented, her voice laden with resignation and bitterness. So soon? Does he not usually linger for half an hour? Su Chen exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Master, you may not know, but he delays to avoid gossip from Linger and Yinner, Pan Jinhua explained, a wry smile forming on her lips. Over the years, Yi Chenlong had never once satisfied her, and with no other men in the Yi family's courtyard, this was a significant reason for her desire to engage with Su Chen. Ah, I see, Su Chen said, a look of realization dawning upon him. This will not pose a challenge for me. I possess a method to resolve it. With that, Su Chen retrieved all the spiritual herbs he had on hand, meticulously selecting components until he gathered the requisite ingredients to concoct the vitality-enhancing pill. The primary herb was the tiger whip obtained from the fierce flame tiger he had slain to acquire the Qi Yang flower. He had exchanged the beast's corpse for contribution points, but had deliberately kept this valuable item, unaware it would be of such use now. Subsequently, Su Chen produced an alchemical furnace and began to focus intently on the pill creation process. An instant stick later, a rich and enticing aroma of the pill wafted throughout the room, signaling the successful creation of the vitality-enhancing pill. The elixir gleamed with a translucent sheen, achieving the remarkable grade of Tier 3 Premium. This is the vitality-enhancing pill. Now, it depends on how you attract Yi Chenlong, Su Chen stated, extracting the pill from the furnace and handing it to Pan Jinhua. Rest assured, master. With this pill, I guarantee Yi Chenlong will be unable to resist coming over, Pan Jinhua declared confidently, her eyes sparkling with certainty. She was well aware of the allure this pill held for Yi Chenlong. She then produced a small jade knife and carefully cut a piece from the pill. Handing it to Cui Yinner, she instructed, Yinner, give this to Yi Chenlong and tell him I have acquired a divine pill, urging him to come swiftly. Cui Yinner accepted the pill and promptly dashed towards Yi Chenlong's study. You need to apply the poison again. 2 hours have passed, and the effect will have diminished. Su Chen instructed Pan Jinhua sternly. Understood, Pan Jinhua replied, not daring to protest this time, as she obediently retrieved the poison vial and reapplied it to herself. Before long, Cui Yinner returned, her face alight with excitement as she hurriedly reported, Master, Yi Chenlong said he is handling a matter and will come shortly. Well done, Su Chen nodded, a smile of excitement gracing his features. He then meticulously checked the application of the poison on Pan Jinhua to ensure it was evenly spread without omission. Once satisfied, Su Chen, accompanied by Cui Yinner, positioned themselves at the door, awaiting Yi Chenlong's arrival. Approximately half an hour later, Yi Chenlong rushed into the courtyard, his expression one of urgency and anticipation as he eagerly pushed open the door and entered the room. Not long after, the room was filled with the sound of Pan Jinhua's soft gasps. The atmosphere within became intensely heated, suffused with an air of intimacy. Yi Chenlong, drenched in sweat, yet wearing an ecstatic smile, was evidently stimulated by the effects of the pill, lost in a state of unprecedented pleasure. However, at that critical moment, Yi Chenlong's expression suddenly darkened. You vile woman, you dare poison me, Yi Chenlong exclaimed, his eyes flashing with intense hatred, wishing he could immediately rend Pan Jinhua to pieces. His fury erupted instantaneously, and he gathered spiritual energy into his right fist, delivering a fierce blow to Pan Jinhua's chest. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as the wooden bed shattered into splinters. Had Su Chen not previously set up a soundproofing array, this noise would surely have alarmed the entire Yi family. Pan Jinhua's eyes widened in shock, her face contorted in agony, her chest caving insignificantly. Cough! She violently spat blood, her life force rapidly fading as she crumpled to the ground, soon becoming still. At that moment, Yi Chenlong rushed towards the door. Yet, as he took a step, his expression shifted drastically, feeling all his spiritual energy bound by an invisible force, his body growing increasingly rigid. Who has harmed me? Are you too cowardly to show your face? Yi Qianlong's voice was frigid. He was acutely aware that Pan Jinhua alone lacked the courage and capability to execute such a scheme, so someone must be orchestrating events from behind the scenes. The head of the Yi family is quite astute. Realizing so quickly that there is another party involved, Su Chen said as he entered, a mocking smile playing on his lips. You are not Zhou Ling, or who are you? Where has my Yi family offended you? Yi Qianlong forced himself to maintain composure, feigning calmness as he inquired. I am Su Chen, the one you sought to seize fortune from, he retorted with a cold laugh, his gaze dripping with disdain. How can it be you? How could you possibly make this wretched woman cooperate? Yi Qianlong's eyes were filled with disbelief, as he had assumed it was some rival family from Zhuhai City scheming against him. Never did he imagine that the true mastermind was the very Su Chen he had viewed as prey. In this world, there is much you remain oblivious to, rendering the impossible quite possible. Now, I shall not waste any more words with you. You can meet your demise, Su Chen declared coldly. Before his words had fully dissipated, he unsheathed his sword without hesitation, wielding it with a chilling intent, and struck fiercely at Yi Qianlong. No, I refuse to accept this. Yi Qianlong's eyes were filled with terror and despair, waves of regret crashing over him. He loathed himself for having coveted Su Chen's fortune, sending others to provoke this harbinger of doom. Now, calamity had befallen him, and all was irrevocably lost. Swoosh! A flash of sword light streaked like lightning, swiftly slicing through Yi Qianlong's neck, blood spraying forth. His head gradually slipped away, ultimately falling to the ground, his eyes still wide open, seemingly unwilling to close in death. After eliminating Yi Qianlong, Su Chen's expression remained unchanged as he released Zhou Linger from the Taichu space. Linger Yenner, you two go and find a place to bury Pan Jinhua's body, and wait for my return here afterward. Su Chen cast a glance at the lifeless form of Pan Jinhua on the ground. His heart stirred slightly. After all, she had perished in service of his plan. At the very least, she deserved a proper resting place. Understood. Zhou Linger and Cui Yenner exchanged teary glances, nodding gently. With hearts weighed down by sorrow, they slowly approached Pan Jinhua's body, carefully lifting her. Each step they took towards the door was heavy with an overwhelming sense of grief. Su Chen crouched down, placing his palm gently on Yi Qianlong's forehead, initiating the 9 nether soul-searching technique. Moments later, a glimmer of insight sparkled in his eyes as he fully grasped Yi Qianlong's memories. He learned the location of the Yi family's treasury and the method to unlock it. The crucial key resided within Yi Qianlong's storage bag. Reaching for Yi Qianlong's storage bag, Su Chen employed the 1,000 illusions disguise technique, transforming into Yi Qianlong's likeness in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, he swiftly departed the Yi family's backyard. The inhabitants there were all women associated with Yi Qianlong, posing no threat to him, nor were they worthy of his blade. Su Chen's next target was the second strongest member of the Yi family, the 4th layer of the martial sovereign realm, Yi Chenhu. Once he dealt with this individual, the entirety of the Yi family would be left defenseless against him. Soon, Su Chen arrived at Yi Chenhu's residence. At that moment, Yi Chenhu was peacefully slumbering, embraced by 2 beautiful young maidens, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. A cold smile crept onto Su Chen's lips as he showed no mercy, utilizing the annihilation sword technique in conjunction with the 9 nether technique to swiftly eliminate him. Chapter 65. Su Chen's Promise. After retrieving Yi Qianhu's storage bag, Su Chen turned and exited the room with haste. Under the cover of night, he commenced a frenzied slaughter of the 3 elders of the Yi family who were above the martial sovereign realm. In a brief span, he dispatched them all, collecting 3 storage bags in the process. At this juncture, Su Chen approached Yi Fengyun's residence. He deliberately shed his disguise, reverting to his true form before stealthily infiltrating Yi Fengyun's chamber. The atmosphere within the room felt stiflingly quiet. Yi Fengyun sat cross-legged on the bed, his aura flowing gently as he immersed himself in cultivation. His cultivation had already reached the 3rd layer of the martial master realm, a testament to his considerable talent. Without making a sound, Su Chen quietly positioned himself at the table, keenly observing Yi Fengyun with interest, eager to see when he would become aware of his presence. Before long, Yi Fengyun, engrossed in his training, suddenly furrowed his brow, an inexplicable sense of unease washing over him. This discomfort disrupted his focus, compelling him to open his eyes. In that fleeting moment, Yi Fengyun beheld Su Chen seated nearby, his gaze filled with cold amusement, as if appraising a lamb destined for slaughter. Yi Fengyun's heart constricted violently, nearly choking him, as fear surged like a tidal wave, engulfing him entirely. Su Chen, how did you get here? Yi Fengyun's eyes brimmed with terror, instinctively retreating, wishing he could meld into the wall and distance himself from Su Chen as much as possible. I warn you, this is the Yi family. My father is a 6th layer martial sovereign. If you dare lay a finger on me, My father will not let you go. Yi Fengyun's voice trembled, yet he feigned ferocity, attempting to intimidate Su Chen with his father's reputation. Fool, your father is long dead. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. Su Chen's gaze was icy, his tone laced with disdain. Upon hearing this, Yi Fengyun's face drained of color, his eyes widening with despair. He could hardly fathom that even his father was no match for Su Chen. Su Chen, please spare my life. I will give you anything you desire, Yi Fengyun pleaded, his voice cracking with desperation. The arrogance he once held had vanished entirely. No, I will take what belongs to your Yi family myself. I only desire your life. Now, you may die. I refrained from striking earlier solely to avoid your death being without meaning. Su Chen's voice was cold and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Please, don't do this, Su Chen. I beg you. Yi Fengyun, terrified, crawled off the bed and knelt on the floor, bowing repeatedly in supplication. Terror had completely consumed him, leaving no thoughts of resistance. Remember this. In your next life, keep your eyes wide open and do not provoke those you should not. Su Chen remarked with a mocking smile. As his words fell, he unleashed the Nine Nether technique. In an instant, a powerful wave of soul energy surged toward Yi Fengyun. Following this, he swung his sword, sending a brilliant beam of sword light racing toward Yi Fengyun like a bolt of lightning. Ah, ah, ah. The soul attack pierced through Yi Fengyun's mental defenses, eliciting a series of anguished screams as he clutched his head in torment, his expression twisted in agony. With a swift motion, the fierce and radiant sword light penetrated his arm, blood splattering forth. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Su Chen did not relent, unleashing several more beams of sword light like shooting stars. In his suffering, Yi Fengyun struggled desperately, his eyes filled with boundless regret. He lamented his greed for Su Chen's fortunes and his encouragement for his father to confront him. But now, all was irretrievable, only death awaited him. At last, a fatal beam of sword light pierced through Yi Fengyun's heart, his body stiffening as the light in his eyes began to fade. How could I die here? Yi Fengyun thought, feeling his consciousness blur, filled with regret and unwillingness. Ultimately, his life force dissipated entirely, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Immediately, Su Chen stepped forward, swiftly collecting Yi Fengyun's storage bag into the Taichu space. After ensuring nothing was overlooked, he turned and exited the room, quickly returning to Pan Jinhua's courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood a freshly dug grave. Zhou Linger and Cui Yin'er were quietly kneeling before the grave. Upon seeing Su Chen's return, they bowed 3 times before Pan Jinhua's tomb, offering their final farewell. Pan Jinhua had treated them with utmost kindness, nurturing them like beloved sisters. Now that she was gone, their hearts were heavy with sorrow. Su Chen stood to the side, silently observing the scene without interruption. He had not anticipated the depth of the bond between Zhou Linger, Cui Yin'er, and Pan Jinhua. A flicker of emotion stirred within him. While he could not claim to feel regret, there lingered a complex sentiment. After all, prior to arriving at the Yi family, he had been a stranger to Pan Jinhua, his sole aim being to eliminate Yi Chenlong at any cost. In his eyes, the entire Yi family was his adversary, and for the sake of his objective, he believed his actions were justified. Master, you have returned. After finishing their bows, Zhou Linger and Cui Yin'er obediently approached Su Chen, their voices still tinged with lingering sorrow. The demise of Pan Jinhua took me by surprise, and I was unaware of the profound anguish it would inflict upon both of you. However, rest assured, when the day comes that I attain true strength, I shall undoubtedly resurrect her, Su Chen solemnly declared. Although both women bore the 9 Nether Slave seal, rendering them incapable of opposing him, the sight of their sorrow deeply stirred his heart. Thus, he deemed it necessary to clarify matters with them. After all, he intended for them to accompany him henceforth. He could not allow this emotional barrier to linger between them. The reason Su Chen felt emboldened to make such a promise was rooted in the legacy memories of Xianxiaaudiobooks, which revealed that there existed legends in the divine realm capable of reviving the deceased. Despite the fact that no one in the current divine realm had achieved such a realm, Su Chen harbored this ideal in his heart, hoping that one day it might come to fruition. Thank you, Master, Zhou Linger and Cui Yin'er expressed with a glimmer of joy in their eyes, immediately kneeling in gratitude. They believed wholeheartedly in Su Chen's words. Moreover, his willingness to explain and make such a promise completely dispelled the final remnants of doubt between them. Subsequently, Su Chen transported Zhou Linger and Cui Yin'er into the Taichu space and swiftly made his way toward the Yi family's treasury. Chapter 66. The marvelous use of physique. As Su Chen journeyed to the Yi family's treasury, he pondered deeply. Among the entire Yi family, only Yi Chenlong, Yi Chenhu, and Yi Fengyun were aware of his fortuitous encounters, all of whom he had already vanquished. Furthermore, the elders above the martial sovereign realm had also perished at his hands. It could be said that the Yi family was now but a shadow of its former self. Thus, he resolved to empty the treasury and depart from this great sea city. As for the remaining members of the Yi family, he had no intention of targeting them. After all, there were hundreds of them, and even if he were to labor tirelessly until dawn, he could not slay them all. Before long, Chen arrived at Yi Chenlong's study, where the entrance to the treasury lay. After some exploration, he successfully opened the treasury's entrance. Once inside, Chen swiftly set about collecting various spiritual herbs, weapons, and materials, stowing them away in the Taichu space. He chose not to take any martial arts techniques or skills, as he possessed a wealth of divine realm techniques and skills within his mind. After a stick of incense had burned, Chen had completely emptied the Yi family's treasury. Among his most delightful finds was a low-grade royal sword, the Flowing Light Sword. This sword had a long blade, as clear as autumn waters, with a subtle shimmer of flowing light adorning its surface. A gentle swing revealed a powerful force coursing through the blade. With the aid of the Flowing Light Sword, Chen's strength had significantly increased once more. Next, Chen swiftly departed from the Yi family and raced toward the outskirts of Great Sea City. Half an hour later, in a secluded area outside the city, he retrieved a map of Qingchuan Prefecture. Carefully examining the location of Qingyang City, he discovered that it was not far from Great Sea City. At his speed, he estimated he could reach it in approximately 3 days. He stowed the map in his storage bag and set off in the direction of Qingyang City. Time flew by, and a day had passed in the blink of an eye. At this point, Chen finally found a highly concealed spot. After securing the Taichu Pearl, he entered the Taichu space, preparing to break through to a new realm. Chen gathered the spoils he had acquired during this period and piled them together. Linger Yenner, please tally these items and categorize them. Chen instructed Zhou Linger and Cui Yenner. Yes, master, they replied obediently, nodding before diligently commencing their task. Meanwhile, Chen, accompanied by Dongfang Mingyue, retreated to another corner of the Taichu space to enter seclusion for cultivation. He intended to nurture Dongfang Mingyue, for her talent was commendable. Otherwise, she would not have become a core disciple of the Xianyuan sect, having reached the second level of the martial sovereign realm. Thus, he deliberately imparted a divine realm technique to her for cultivation. Soon after, Chen retrieved the over 10,000 spiritual stones obtained from the Yi family's treasury and arranged them around the two of them. With all preparations complete, he and Dongfang Mingyue sat cross-legged together, beginning to absorb and refine the spiritual energy within the stones, striving to break through to a higher realm. Time, like a fleeting shadow, passed in the blink of an eye, and 13 days had elapsed. During this period, Chen immersed himself wholly in his cultivation, successfully elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 6th level of the martial master realm, merely a step away from the 7th level. At this moment, Chen finally sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the Taichu formula with all his might, channeling the spiritual energy within his body into a surging tide, relentlessly assaulting the barrier of the 7th level of the martial master realm. Boom, boom, boom. With the final wave of spiritual energy crashing against it, the boundary shattered with a resounding explosion. In that instant, Chen's aura surged dramatically, and he successfully advanced to the 7th level of the martial master realm. Just as he broke through, an indescribable sensation of exquisite delight washed over him, prompting him to open his eyes. Dongfang Mingyue, what are you doing? Chen inquired in astonishment. Before him, Dongfang Mingyue was close at hand, her twin ponytails swaying slightly with her movements. Master, your speed of refining the spiritual stones is astonishing. I tried it myself and found that this way, I could swiftly absorb the overflowing spiritual energy from within you, far quicker than refining it on my own, Dongfang Mingyue explained, her words somewhat muddled. Through her relentless efforts over the past few days, her cultivation had progressed significantly, now reaching the pinnacle of the 2nd level of the martial sovereign realm. I see. You are quite clever, Chen remarked, a hint of surprise glimmering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that his physique would possess such an extraordinary utility, providing convenience for Dongfang Mingyue. At this moment, over 1,000 spiritual stones remained. After a brief contemplation, Chen once again activated the Taichu formula, determined to exert his utmost to assist Dongfang Mingyue in breaking through to the 3rd level of the martial sovereign realm. A day passed in the blink of an eye. With Chen's full support, the spiritual energy surrounding Dongfang Mingyue surged, finally brushing against the barrier of the 3rd level of the martial sovereign realm. Boom. Before long, a deafening sound erupted. Following this, a powerful force erupted from Dongfang Mingyue's body as she successfully broke through to the 3rd level of the martial sovereign realm. Thank you for your assistance, Master, Dongfang Mingyue beamed, her face radiant with excitement and her eyes filled with exhilaration. With the top-tier technique imparted by Chen, She could distinctly sense that her current combat prowess was nearly on par with that of a 5th-level martial sovereign. Moreover, she understood that this was merely the beginning. As she delved deeper into the technique, her combat ability would surely grow even stronger. No need to be modest. The stronger your cultivation, the greater your assistance to me. Now, continue your training, Chen said with a smile, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Afterward, without lingering further, Chen departed from the Taichu space and hurried toward Qingyang City. Time rushed by, and in a mere 2.5 days, it had swiftly passed. On this day, Chen was racing along the essential route to Qingyang City when suddenly, a domineering and arrogant voice pierced his ears. "I'll kill you, you filthy beggar. How dare you block my path?" Upon hearing this, Chen turned to see a lavishly decorated luxurious carriage ahead. A young girl, adorned in opulent attire and exuding an air of arrogance, wielded a long whip with fervor. The whip sliced through the air, drawing fierce arcs before striking down upon a filthy, ragged girl on the ground. Each lash left a crimson mark on the dirty girl's skin. Yet she resolutely bit her lip, refusing to utter a sound. Though Chen felt a twinge of curiosity, he typically shunned interference in others' affairs. A mere cursory glance was all he intended before continuing on his way. However, in the fleeting moment he diverted his gaze, an unsettling sensation washed over him, as if he had overlooked something of great significance. This feeling compelled him to turn back and regard the filthy girl anew. In an instant, Chen discerned that the haughty girl was at the 9th level of the martial disciple realm. Each time she swung her whip, though she did not employ any spiritual energy, the force behind each strike was accompanied by a howling wind, indicating her exertion of considerable strength. What astonished Chen was that the dirty girl, despite her lack of cultivation, merely oozed a bit of blood from her back in response to the whip's onslaught. This revelation sent a jolt through him, as he keenly recognized that this seemingly ordinary filthy girl was anything but. Just as the whip descended upon her once more, Chen witnessed a fleeting flash of black light that nearly nullified the whip's entire force. He immediately unleashed his soul energy, intent on uncovering the secrets hidden within the dirty girl's being. "I am not a beggar. I have a name, and it is Nangong Lingxi." At the sound of the haughty girl's taunt, Nangong Lingxi abruptly lifted her head and shouted defiantly. Her eyes were reddened, brimming with unshed tears that she stubbornly refused to let fall. "I have only been hungry for many days and wished to ask you for something to eat. If you refused, that would have sufficed, but why must you insult and strike me?" Her voice was laden with grievance and sorrow, and as she spoke, the tears began to stream down her cheeks, her small frame appearing utterly helpless and lost. Not long ago, she had lived a carefree life, cherished by her parents and elders, a princess of her family. But who could have foreseen that this idyllic existence would be ruthlessly shattered by demonic cultivators? Aside from her own narrow escape, the rest of her family had been slaughtered, their bodies reduced to desiccated husks. "I declare you a filthy beggar. And thus you are one. How dare you retort?" The haughty girl's fury intensified as she raised her whip high, aiming a vicious strike at Nangong Lingxi's face. In that moment, terror seized Nangong Lingxi. She shut her eyes in fear and raised her hands in a futile attempt to shield herself. Yet, the haughty girl, a cultivator, moved with lightning speed, the whip poised to land a devastating blow. Just as the moment hung in the balance, Chen sprang into action. In a flash, he appeared beside Nangong Lingxi, his firm hand grasping the whip with unwavering resolve. At that moment, an exhilaration coursed through Chen, his body trembling with excitement. He had never anticipated that this filthy girl before him possessed a pure yin body. Compared to Zhang Muyao's spirit body, this was of an entirely different caliber. Even in the divine realm, a pure yin body was a remarkably rare and exceptional constitution. In that instant, it felt as though he were dreaming, grappling with the surreal notion of encountering such a prodigious fate. Meanwhile, Nangong Lingxi, unscathed by pain, slowly opened her eyes. Before her stood Chen, his figure tall and steady, like a majestic mountain shielding her from all storms. In that fleeting moment, a profound tremor coursed through her heart, a surge of complex emotions flooding her being. Tears of gratitude shimmered in her eyes. In her time of utmost despair, someone had stepped forward to protect her. "You dare to meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Are you tired of living?" The haughty girl spat coldly, her gaze icy and filled with malice. Though she sensed Chen's superior cultivation, bolstered by the martial master guards at her back, she assumed his age was akin to her own and thus believed his abilities could not be far beyond her own. Consequently, she dismissed him entirely, maintaining her haughty demeanor. Hearing her words, the martial master guard's expression shifted dramatically. The aura emanating from Chen revealed his cultivation to be at the 7th level of the martial master realm, while he himself was merely at the 4th. Fully aware of the vast disparity in their realms, he recognized that he was no match for Chen. "Miss, I cannot contend with this person. We must not provoke him. The guard's face turned pale, hastily pulling the haughty girl behind him. His eyes filled with apprehension as he regarded Su Chen. Attempting to regain composure, the guard sought to leverage his family's name to intimidate Su Chen. This young brother. My lady is simply being unwise. Might you consider? Yet, before he could finish, Su Chen harshly interrupted. Silence. I have no time for your drivel. At that moment, Su Chen was consumed by urgency, intent on swiftly escorting Nangong Lingxi to safety, his mind entirely dismissive of the guard's incessant chatter. In a swift motion, he flung his robe, unleashing a torrent of formidable spiritual energy directed towards the guard. Confronted with Su Chen's sudden and ferocious strike, the guard's complexion paled to a ghostly white. Terror gripped his heart, but with his lady behind him, he dared not evade. In desperation, he summoned all his spiritual energy and retaliated with a powerful punch against the oncoming torrent. With a resounding crash, the impact reverberated through the air, sending the guard hurtling backwards until he crashed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Su Chen had intentionally held back, while the haughty girl acted with unbridled tyranny. He was not a creature of senseless slaughter, unwilling to take a life. The haughty girl, witnessing the swift defeat of her guard, finally grasped the gravity of Su Chen's formidable prowess. She trembled, her legs turning to jelly, the earlier bravado evaporating like mist. Su Chen, ignoring her, turned to Nangong Lingxi. His gaze soft and sincere. Sister Lingxi, would you care to accompany me? I can assure you a life free of want. And I will impart to you unparalleled techniques to help you become powerful. At that moment, Su Chen embodied the role of a nurturing elder brother, enticing Nangong Lingxi with promises of a brighter future. Is that truly the case? If I follow you, can I become stronger than those demonic cultivators? The flames of vengeance burned in Nangong Lingxi's eyes. The demons had obliterated her world, and revenge was her sole driving force for survival. I guarantee every word is true. If you follow me, your future achievements will far exceed your wildest dreams. Those demonic cultivators will appear as mere ants before you. Su Chen asserted, his expression earnest and resolute. Very well, I shall follow you. A flicker of determination crossed Nangong Lingxi's countenance as she nodded emphatically. For the sake of vengeance, she was willing to risk everything once more. Marvelous! Su Chen exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Sister Lingxi, please wait here for a moment. I will assist you in reclaiming your dignity. With that, he strode purposefully towards the haughty girl. What do you intend to do? I warn you. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, my father will not let you off easily. The haughty young girl, trembling with fear, retreated repeatedly, her voice quaking as she spoke. Such arrogance at such a tender age warrants a lesson today. I hope you will learn to behave better in the future. Su Chen let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with disdain. With that, he raised his hand and gently patted the haughty girl on the shoulder. Chapter 68. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. The haughty girl's face turned ghostly pale as she closed her eyes and emitted a shrill, terrified scream. She believed that the moment Su Chen's hand struck her, she would undoubtedly suffer grave harm. However, after screaming for quite some time, she gradually sensed something amiss. She felt no excruciating pain as she had anticipated. Why does it not hurt at all? The haughty girl cautiously opened her eyes, confusion evident in her gaze. She scanned her surroundings, attempting to ascertain whether someone had intervened on her behalf. Yet, apart from her unconscious guard, no other figures were in sight. Meanwhile, Su Chen was weaving through the forest with Nangong Lingxi. He intended to find a secluded spot before entering the Taichu space. During this time, the two naturally began to converse. Nangong Lingxi learned Su Chen's name and discovered that she possessed a unique constitution, a pure yin body. Although she did not yet fully comprehend the extent of her power, her aspirations were modest. She merely wished to slay demonic cultivators and avenge her parents, which was enough for her. Su Chen, on the other hand, became aware of the circumstances that had led Nangong Lingxi to such a dire state, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy and sorrow. He reached out, gently ruffling her hair, hoping to offer her warmth and encouragement. Brother Chen, do you think that girl will die from the shoulder pat? Nangong Lingxi, having wrestled with her thoughts for a long time, could no longer contain herself and looked up at Su Chen, her eyes filled with trepidation. She insulted and scolded you. Don't you wish for her demise? A hint of amusement danced in Su Chen's eyes as he playfully teased, eager to observe Nangong Lingxi's reaction. Indeed, her demeanor was quite arrogant, but she is still young. Perhaps she will improve in the future. Besides, I am unharmed. Without her, I would not have encountered you, Lingxi. Worry clouded Nangong Lingxi's gaze. Despite the overwhelming upheaval she faced with her family's downfall, her heart remained filled with kindness. Fear not, I merely imparted a minor lesson. She will likely experience discomfort for 3 days, Su Chen clarified. At the moment he had patted the haughty girl's shoulder, he had skillfully channeled some spiritual energy into several of her acupoints. In about half an hour, she would be racked with pain, though it would not be fatal. After 3 days, the energy would dissipate, and the pain would naturally subside. That is a relief, Nangong Lingxi sighed, visibly easing, and instinctively patted her chest. Her adorably innocent demeanor sparked a smile in Su Chen, who found her simple and kind nature utterly endearing. At that moment, they arrived deep within the dense forest. Su Chen surveyed the area and deemed it sufficiently concealed, difficult for prying eyes to discover. Here seems suitable. Do not resist. I will take you to a special place, he said, swiftly and adeptly stowing away the Taichu space. All right. Nangong Lingxi nodded obediently, her trust in Su Chen unwavering. A gentle radiance enveloped them, and they found themselves within the Taichu space. It's so beautiful, Nangong Lingxi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she took in the surroundings. Unable to suppress her admiration, the Taichu space, meticulously tended to by Zhou Linger and Cui Yin'er over the past few days, had been transformed into a veritable paradise. The landscape resembled a vibrant painting, with waves of colorful flowers undulating, exuding enchanting fragrances. Before them lay a quaint little courtyard, where several small wooden houses were harmoniously scattered. The design of the houses was unique, complementing the surrounding floral sea, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. I'm glad you like it. Come, let me introduce you to Linger and Yin'er, Su Chen said, a tender smile gracing his lips at the sight of Nangong Lingxi's joy. Okay, Nangong Lingxi nodded eagerly, her eyes alight with anticipation. Prior to entering the Taichu space, Su Chen had already spoken of Zhou Linger and Cui Yin'er, informing her that they were of similar age. Together, they stepped into the courtyard. Master, who is this? Zhou Linger and Cui Yin'er exchanged astonished glances upon seeing Su Chen leading a rather disheveled girl inside, their eyes brimming with curiosity as they regarded Nangong Lingxi. This is Nangong Lingxi. She will be living with you from now on, Su Chen introduced with a warm and amiable smile. He then recounted Nangong Lingxi's experiences, his voice imbued with compassion. Please, take her to freshen up and prepare a meal, he instructed. Upon hearing Su Chen's account, both Zhou Linger and Cui Yin'er shared a moment of silent sympathy, fully aware of the pain of losing loved ones. Resonating with Nangong Lingxi's plight. Little Lingxi, let me help you bathe. Zhou Linger promptly stepped forward, gently taking Nangong Lingxi's hand without a hint of disdain for her dirtiness, leading her toward a wooden house. Meanwhile, Cui Yin'er skillfully set about making a fire to cook. Su Chen decided to visit Qingyang City the following day, opting to stay here and spend quality time with Nangong Lingxi today. After all, his presence would help her relax more, facilitating her acclimatization to this new community alongside Zhou Linger and Cui Yin'er. An hour later, when Nangong Lingxi emerged from the wooden house, she seemed to radiate a dreamlike glow. In an instant, Su Chen was rendered speechless. He had never anticipated that after her cleansing, Nangong Lingxi would appear so stunningly beautiful. Dressed in a delicate light blue dress, she glimmered like a jewel, her form ethereal. She had transformed, exuding an air of grace and playfulness, along with a genteel demeanor befitting a refined lady. Her beauty rivaled that of Li Miaoqing, Zhang Muyao, and Chu Yuchan, and her aura, perhaps, even surpassed theirs. If she matured further over the next 2 years, her allure could become even more breathtaking. Little Lingxi, I told you. The moment the master laid eyes on you, he wouldn't be able to look away, Zhou Linger teased, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Coughing slightly, Su Chen's face flushed, feeling a tad embarrassed. Yet, his appreciative gaze lingered on Nangong Lingxi, reluctant to shift away. Before him stood a grand wooden table, laden with an array of sumptuous dishes, each one a feast for the senses, exuding tantalizing aromas. All of this was the result of Cui Yin'er's culinary prowess, showcasing her exceptional skills. Oh dear Linger, please don't say such things. Nangong Lingxi's face turned a deep shade of crimson, her eyes filled with bashfulness. However, recalling Su Chen's awestruck expression made her heart flutter with delight. All right, enough of that, let us eat. Zhou Linger laughed, swiftly redirecting the conversation. Subsequently, Su Chen, Nangong Lingxi, Zhou Linger, and Cui Yin'er gathered around the table, engaging in cheerful conversation as they began their meal. Zhou Linger and Cui Yin'er enthusiastically served dishes to Nangong Lingxi, inquiring about her preferences. Gradually, Nangong Lingxi relaxed, enveloped by a long-lost warmth, and joyfully interacted with them. This meal significantly bridged the gap between them, as a heartwarming atmosphere permeated every corner of the courtyard. After the meal, Su Chen took some time to search through the inherited memories to find a top-tier divine technique from the celestial realm. He imparted this knowledge to Nangong Lingxi, Zhou Linger, and Cui Yin'er, reminding them to practice diligently before he departed from the courtyard. He then proceeded directly to Dongfang Mingwei, where he engaged in meticulous training. The following morning, Su Chen concluded his training and exited the primordial space. He intended to promptly head to Qingyang City to eliminate the threat posed by the Zhang family. Thus, he employed the Thousand Illusions disguise technique, transforming into the guise of an ordinary man, and hastened towards Qingyang City. According to Su Chen's knowledge, the Zhang family wielded immense power within Qingyang City, effectively ruling over the entire locale, with their overall strength far surpassing that of the Yi family. However, he was not overly concerned, for the strongest member of the Zhang family could not possibly exceed the martial king realm. Otherwise, they would not have remained entrenched in Qingyang City for so long. Half a day swiftly passed, and Su Chen finally arrived at the city gates of Qingyang City. He seamlessly blended into the crowd and entered the city. Su Chen planned to first subdue a member of the Zhang family, or a guard, similar to how he had annihilated the Yi family, to ascertain the strongest member's realm and subsequently identify their weaknesses, ultimately devising a plan to eliminate them. He thus made his way towards the most opulent tavern in Qingyang City, where it was likely that members of the Zhang family would be present. Just then, Su Chen overheard two passers-by engaged in conversation nearby. Intrigued, he halted his steps and discreetly strained to listen. What on earth is wrong with the Zhang family? Capturing all the physicians in the city? I can't even find a place to seek treatment, complained a stocky man, his face contorted with anger. Are you not aware? The second young lady of the Zhang family, Xianxiahuang, has fallen ill with a mysterious ailment, racked with pain. Not a single renowned physician in Qingyang City could diagnose her condition. In desperation, the Zhang family has apprehended all the physicians and even issued a citywide bounty. Anyone who can cure Xianxiahuang will be rewarded with a full 500 spirit stones, replied a tall, slender man, envy gleaming in his eyes. Well, it seems the Zhang family has encountered quite the predicament. My mood has lifted considerably, exclaimed the stocky man, his anger dissipating, replaced by an excited smile. The two conversed animatedly, unable to suppress their smiles, reveling in the Zhang family's misfortune. Upon hearing their dialogue, Su Chen suddenly realized that the arrogant young lady from the previous day was indeed the second young lady of the Zhang family, the half-sister of Zhang Jingquan. Regret washed over him as he pondered how much trouble he could have avoided had he known this information yesterday. He could have easily controlled Zhang Qihuang with the 9 nether slave seal. My dear sister, how I adore you. It seems you will be my first target. Su Chen murmured to himself, a peculiar glint flickering in his eyes. As he spoke, a plan swiftly took shape in his mind. He resolved to disguise himself as a physician to infiltrate the Zhang family, seizing the opportunity to control Zhang Qihuang and then act according to the circumstances. With his plan confirmed as feasible, Su Chen abandoned his initial destination of the tavern and instead turned towards a dimly lit alley. He activated the Thousand Illusions disguise technique, transforming into a composed and gentle-looking physician, exuding an aura of reliability. Subsequently, he strode towards the Zhang family estate. Simultaneously, within the grand hall of the Zhang family, a middle-aged man with a stern demeanor and icy gaze sat in the elevated position of family head. This man was Zhang Jinyue, the patriarch of the Zhang family, whose cultivation had reached the 8th level of the martial sovereign realm. Flanking Zhang Jinyue were several Zhang family members, all of whom were disciples of the Xianyuan sect. As soon as the news of the demonic cultivator's rampage spread, Zhang Jinyue promptly dispatched individuals to the Xianyuan sect, commanding the Zhang family disciples to return to Qingyang City to ensure the family's safety. Are you all certain that this youth is Su Chen? Zhang Jinyue inquired coldly, gripping an image in his hand. Indeed, Patriarch, we can confirm it 100%. A Zhang family disciple, named Zhang Shan, rose swiftly to reply, his tone respectful and resolute. He had attained the 6th level of the martial apprentice realm and was an inner disciple of the Xianyuan sect. That is quite strange. Wasn't Ti Chuaner away precisely to eliminate this youth? How has he ventured so close to Qingyang City and even injured Qihuang? Zhang Jinyue's brow furrowed in confusion. Patriarch, I hesitate to speak, but Zhang Shan's expression grew conflicted, caught between words, revealing a troubled demeanor. You aren't suggesting that Chuaner is in trouble, are you? A chilling thought flickered through Zhang Jinyue's mind as he observed Zhang Shan's reticence. Patriarch, you are astute. Zhang Shan lowered his head, his voice heavy with gravity, unable to meet Zhang Jinyue's gaze. Utter nonsense. Chuan's cultivation is at the 3rd level of the martial sovereign realm. How could this youth, merely at the martial apprentice realm, pose a threat? Zhang Jinyue's countenance darkened, his voice laced with anger and conviction. Patriarch, you may not be aware, but Su Chen possesses an exceptionally formidable ability to challenge those above his level. With his strength at the 7th level of the martial apprentice realm, he certainly has the potential to slay Chuaner. Zhang Shan pressed on, steeling himself for the confrontation. Do you all share this belief? Zhang Jinyue's gaze flickered, experiencing a moment of uncertainty as he surveyed the expressions of the assembled Zhang family disciples. To his despair, every disciple he looked upon met his gaze with grave expressions. Nodding emphatically, Zhang Jingquan had not returned to the Zhang family for over a month, initially presumed to be occupied with important matters. Yet now, with Su Chen's appearance near Qingyang City, they realized the grim truth. Zhang Jingquan was likely in grave danger, possibly having fallen at Su Chen's hands. In that instant, Zhang Jinyue felt as if the world around him was crumbling, a dizzying sensation overwhelming him. How could this be possible? In a heartbeat, Zhang Jinyue appeared to age decades, his once imposing presence dissipating, replaced by disbelief and sorrow. Zhang Jingquan had always been his pride and joy, the son upon whom he had placed lofty expectations, believing he could lead the Zhang family to even greater heights. Yet, this beautiful future shattered like fragile glass. Patriarch, please gather your strength. Su Chen's appearance near Qingyang City cannot be mere coincidence. He has surely come to exact vengeance upon our family. And his injuring of the second young lady may have been merely incidental, Zhang Shan urged solemnly, his expression grave. Given his understanding of Su Chen, Zhang Shan knew that anything Su Chen dared to undertake would be executed with utmost assurance. Zhang Shan, take the younger generation of the family immediately to the rear courtyard. I will instruct the Grand Elder and others to secure the area. If that youth dares to make a move, we shall ensure he returns from whence he came. Zhang Jinyue commanded, embodying the dominion expected of the foremost power in Qingyang City. A flash of resolve flickered in his eyes, his gaze gradually solidifying with a chilling intent directed towards Su Chen. Yes, master of the house, Zhang Shan replied hastily, a hint of barely perceptible joy gleaming in his eyes. Initially, he had no aspirations for the position of the Zhang family's young master. But with the recent disappearances of Zhang Muyao and the death of Zhang Yu, not to mention the loss of Zhang Jingquan, it left him as the most formidable among the younger generation of the Zhang family, thus nurturing an involuntary ambition within him. Chapter 70. Divine Healers Simultaneously. Su Chen arrived at the grand entrance of the Zhang family estate. After expressing his purpose to the guards, a maid promptly approached to escort him into the residence. Before long, Su Chen followed the maid into a solemn and imposing hall. Upon arrival, the maid departed, and he was received by a gentleman clad in a modest yet elegant medical robe. Greetings, esteemed healer. I am Zhang Jiming. After a brief introduction, Zhang Jiming produced a sheet of paper from his storage pouch and handed it to Su Chen, his voice calm as he stated, "This is a medical examination paper. You must achieve a score of at least 80 to be permitted to treat our second young lady. I trust you understand." Su Chen was not taken aback by this stipulation. After all, Zhang Qihuang was the daughter of the Zhang family head, her status being too exalted to permit casual examination by any physician without rigorous vetting. "I comprehend," Su Chen responded with composure, extending his hand to accept the examination paper and unfolding it. A mere glance revealed a spark of confidence in his eyes. These questions were exceedingly simple for one with the memory of divine medical arts. Without hesitation, he grasped a pen and swiftly began to write. To capture Zhang Jiming's attention, he devoted considerable effort, providing detailed answers to each question. After the incense had burned down, Su Chen successfully completed the entire paper. He elegantly signed his pseudonym, Divine Healer Hua, and handed the examination back to Zhang Jiming. Divine Healer Hua? Zhang Jiming took the paper, catching sight of the name, and an expression of disdain flitted across his face, secretly deeming Su Chen boastful. However, as he perused Su Chen's answers, the initial contempt froze into a serious demeanor, replaced by astonishment. With each answer he read, his expression shifted further into disbelief, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. The originality of Su Chen's thought process and the brilliance of his insights were utterly unprecedented, opening the eyes of someone who had immersed himself in the medical field for years. At that moment, he was utterly convinced of Su Chen's title as a divine healer. Divine Healer Hua, your insights into medical arts have truly enlightened me, Zhang Jiming exclaimed, rising abruptly and bowing slightly, his tone filled with admiration. You're too kind, Dr. Zhang. These are merely humble observations, Su Chen replied with an unfazed demeanor, his voice steady yet imbued with a persuasive authority. I have traveled far and wide, encountering numerous peculiar ailments. Upon passing through Qingyang City, I heard of your noble second young lady's strange illness, which compelled me to come and take a look. This is splendid news. With Divine Healer Hua's assistance, I firmly believe that the mysterious ailment can indeed be resolved, Zhang Jiming expressed joyfully, gesturing for Su Chen to follow him. Before long, the two arrived at the courtyard where Zhang Qihuang resided. A considerable number of individuals had gathered there, including several solemn-faced physicians alongside Zhang family guards. Zhang Jiming, who is this person? Inquired a gracefully attired woman, her elegance still evident despite her demeanor. This woman was none other than He Nianxuan, Zhang Qihuang's mother. Madam He, this is Divine Healer Hua, here to attend to the second young lady, Zhang Jiming replied respectfully. Another so-called divine healer? He Nianchuan's brow furrowed, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. Since Zhang Qihuang's illness had manifested, Zhang Jiming had brought no fewer than 15 physicians, each boasting of their miraculous skills. Yet, all had proven ineffective, squandering her time and patience. Thus, upon hearing the term divine healer, she could only view it as a guise for charlatanism. Madam, this divine healer Hua is a genuine practitioner of the highest caliber. Zhang Jiming hastily clarified, striving to convince He Nianchuan of Su Chen's abilities. Zhang Jiming, you tell me, has any of those physicians you've brought been of any use? Can any of them surpass the esteemed elder physicians present? He Nianchuan chided. The gathered physicians, proud of their credentials, felt a sense of indignation at the notion that the Zhang family underestimated their medical prowess. Consequently, her words were aimed at affirming the capabilities of the elder physicians, urging them to exert their utmost efforts in treating her daughter. Predictably, upon hearing Madame He's remarks, the physicians nodded slightly, feeling somewhat reassured. Zhang Jiming's expression soured as he was met with a barrage of scorn from Madame He. He had not anticipated being reprimanded for his well-intentioned search for healers. Madam, I believe in his medical abilities. He can surely cure the second young lady's peculiar ailment. Please allow him a chance, Zhang Jiming insisted, gritting his teeth to advocate for Su Chen. You're being utterly ridiculous. Someone, throw them out. He Nianchuan's gaze sharpened, her voice cold and devoid of any room for negotiation. Wait. Su Chen interjected sharply. Madam, I have yet to even attempt a remedy. Why assume I cannot succeed? In truth, Su Chen was deeply angered by Madame He's attitude. Were it not for the fact that controlling Zhang Qihuang was pivotal to his plans for the Zhang family's downfall, he would have turned and walked away without a second thought. Humph, it is no wonder Madame He doubts you. Even I find it hard to believe in someone who lacks proper medical attire. What level of expertise could you possibly possess? We are currently discussing treatment strategies. I advise you to leave promptly and not disrupt our proceedings, a senior physician named Gu Cheng'an remarked, his tone frosty. Revered in Qingyang City, he now regarded Su Chen with disdain, his arrogance palpable. Do not take offense at my words, but in my view, what distinguishes the physicians present? If you were truly capable, why has no one yet cured the ailment? Su Chen retorted coldly. His confidence surged. He was certain that none of the physicians present held the ability to heal Zhang Qihuang. At Su Chen's brazen remarks, the countenances of all the physicians darkened. Their eyes filled with ire. After years of practice, none had ever faced such contempt. Beside him, Zhang Jiming gazed at Su Chen in disbelief, unable to fathom his audacity to confront all the physicians present. Chapter 71. You stay, everyone else leave. Divine Healer, please mind your language. Gu Cheng'an's expression darkened ominously, his voice dripping with coldness. The other elder physicians beside him shot daggers of anger at Su Chen, their gazes laden with hostility and contempt. Su Chen, however, remained utterly unconcerned, his demeanor composed as he turned to He Nianchuan and declared, Madam He, I am willing to swear an oath to the heavens. Should I fail to cure your daughter within the span of 1 hour, may divine retribution strike me down. Upon finishing his proclamation, he pivoted to face Gu Cheng'an and the other physicians, a scornful smirk gracing his features. If any of you dare to dispute this, you are equally welcome to make such a solemn vow. Should you lack the courage, I suggest you remain silent. Gu Cheng'an's face flushed crimson in an instant, his fury erupting like a volcano. Su Chen's words were a blatant affront, dismissing him, a highly respected elder physician in Qingyang City. What an arrogant young man. He dares to utter such hubris without even grasping the condition at hand. I shall make it clear today. If you have the audacity to swear an oath to the heavens, I shall do so as well. Gu Cheng'an's gaze turned icy, a smug expression adorning his visage. He perceived Su Chen as merely posturing, indulging in a fleeting moment of bravado. Madam He stood quietly to the side, observing the unfolding drama with an impassive demeanor, offering no words of counsel. After all, regardless of which party swore the oath, the Zhang family would emerge as the principal benefactors. Should Su Chen succeed in healing her daughter, it would be a cause for celebration. Should he fail, the consequences of the heavenly oath would ensure that those so-called miraculous healers would think twice before deceiving the Zhang family again. Dr. Hua, perhaps we should take our leave. Zhang Jiming interjected, unable to suppress his anxiety. He harbored deep uncertainty regarding Su Chen's ability to treat the second miss. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of regret at this moment. He had not anticipated Su Chen's assertive character, which had escalated the situation to such a tense and adversarial standoff. Dr. Zhang, there is no need for concern. If anyone should leave, it would be that old fool, not us, Su Chen replied, his expression serene, fully in control of the situation. He then fixed his piercing gaze upon Gu Chengyan, a cold smile playing on his lips. Old fool, I intended to offer you a graceful exit, to allow you to withdraw, but you have chosen to overreach. What is there to fear in taking such an oath? As soon as the words left his lips, he raised his right hand without hesitation, his expression solemn as he swore the heavenly oath, pledging to heal Xianxiahuang within the hour. Witnessing Su Chen's audacity to commit to such an oath, the onlookers were left speechless, stunned into silence. It required an extraordinary confidence in one's medical skills to make such a proclamation. Meanwhile, Gu Chengyan's self-satisfied expression froze in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Old fool, will you swear the oath, or will you graciously step aside? Su Chen said coldly. Gu Chengyan's face shifted from red to pale, his expression a tumult of emotions. He wanted to muster the courage to declare his own oath, but reason reminded him that he was powerless to even alleviate the pain afflicting Xianxiahuang, let alone cure her within the hour. To swear an oath now would be tantamount to courting disaster. Humph, I shall neither swear an oath nor take my leave. I will remain here to witness your downfall. Gu Chengyan's face was flushed, a mix of anger and the humiliation of his pride. He huffed defiantly, adopting a posture of stubbornness. Do as you will, Su Chen replied, disinterested in further engagement with someone so much older, deeming it unnecessary to waste words on him. Seeing Gu Chengyan relent, Zhang Jiming was filled with excitement, his body trembling slightly with exhilaration. To him, Su Chen's actions were nothing short of magnificent. A true delight to behold. Xianxiaaudiobooks, too, wore a look of astonishment. She had not expected Su Chen to genuinely commit to such an oath. Only a fool or someone with absolute confidence in their healing abilities would dare to do so. Dr. Hua, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please forgive me. Once you have healed my daughter, I will offer you an additional 200 spirit stones as a reward, Xianxiaaudiobooks stated, her tone tinged with a degree of flattery. There is no need for such gestures, Madam He. My interest lies not in spirit stones. My sole desire is to heal your daughter, Su Chen replied, his voice grave. Such a benevolent healer. Xianxiaaudiobooks thought to herself, a hint of respect blossoming in her heart for Su Chen. She then politely urged, Dr. Hua, please follow me. Very well, Su Chen replied with an indifferent nod, stepping in line with Xianxiaaudiobooks as they entered Zhang Qihuang's chamber. Soon, Su Chen found himself at the bedside of Zhang Qihuang. The young woman lay there, her breath faint, her complexion as pale as parchment, emitting weak, painful groans. A sigh of relief escaped Su Chen's lips. Indeed, she was the haughty young lady from the previous day. He extended his right hand, his touch gentle, yet imbued with the expertise of a seasoned healer, as he lightly placed it upon her wrist. The moment his fingers brushed against her skin, a subtle shiver coursed through him. Her flesh was astonishingly soft and smooth, akin to the finest silk. He quickly quelled the uncharacteristic stirrings within, channeling his inner energy as he began to palpate her pulse with feigned concentration, adorning his face with a frown of gravity. After all, should he discover the source of her ailment too easily, the Zhang family might grow suspicious and question his true identity. Xianxiaaudiobooks watched this scene with bated breath, her heart racing with anxiety. She feared that Su Chen might also be powerless. After all, if he were to perish, it would be unfortunate. But her daughter's life was paramount and could not afford any mishap. After an agonizing quarter of an hour, Su Chen finally ceased his examination. Dr. Hua, do you have a method to treat her? Xianxiaaudiobooks could no longer contain herself, her voice laced with urgency. Behind her, Zhang Jiming awaited with eager anticipation, knowing that if Su Chen could indeed heal Xianxiahuang, his own rewards would be considerable. Indeed, I have found a way, Su Chen replied, nodding slowly. Wonderful. What are you waiting for? Please, save my daughter. Xianxiaaudiobooks implored, her tone thick with urgency, desperate for Su Chen to act immediately. I need to employ a unique technique. Aside from you, Madam He, all others must vacate the room. If you can agree to this, I shall commence treatment. Su Chen stated firmly, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Xianxiaaudiobooks. He intended to keep her close, ensuring his plans could be executed without hindrance. Xianxiaaudiobooks was taken aback. She had not anticipated Su Chen would impose such a condition. While it was acceptable for everyone else to leave, her own presence incited a lingering sense of unease. After all, her cultivation was merely at the warrior level, and should Su Chen harbor any ill intentions, she would be utterly defenseless. What is there to deliberate? If not for your concerns, you would not even be permitted in this room. If you truly find this unacceptable, then you may leave, Su Chen remarked, his brow furrowing as he feigned impatience with her hesitation. Dr. Hua, I shall not insist. I agree to remain. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied hastily, her thoughts racing as she feared Su Chen might change his mind. Zhang Jiming, take everyone else and leave the room immediately. No one is to enter without my command. Yes, Madam He, Zhang Jiming replied respectfully. As the words fell, He departed the room accompanied by the maid and others within. In Zhang Jiming's heart, Su Chen had already become a true healer, a divine physician with a benevolent heart for the world. Moreover, within the realm of medicine, there are indeed practitioners who, in order to protect their unique techniques, refuse to allow others to witness their healing processes. Thus, Zhang Jiming harbored no suspicions. Rather, a tinge of disappointment lingered within him, for he had greatly desired to witness Su Chen's methods firsthand. Once the door was firmly shut, an immediate silence enveloped the room, leaving only Su Chen, He Nianchuan, and Zhang Qihuang. "Master Hua, may we commence?" He Nianchuan reminded, her voice slightly trembling as she endeavored to mask her inner turmoil. "Yes." Su Chen nodded, his gaze gradually shifting to He Nianchuan. A peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes, instilling within her an overwhelming sense of foreboding. "Master Hua, why do you gaze upon me in such a manner? What are your intentions?" He Nianchuan felt a chill run down her spine under Su Chen's scrutinizing gaze, an unsettling sensation intensifying within her. She sensed something was amiss with Su Chen. Her demeanor became vigilant, instinctively retreating slightly. "Madam He, you overthink. I hold no interest in you," Su Chen replied, yet his fingers darted toward her like lightning. Positioned close to him, He Nianchuan had no time to react. And in an instant, she felt a formidable force sealing her spiritual energy, rendering her immobile and voiceless. In that moment, her eyes brimmed with terror, unable to fathom that the divine physician before her would suddenly strike. Su Chen executed his actions without the aid of spiritual energy, his movements exceedingly swift, allowing He Nianchuan to make no sound. Consequently, those outside the room remained entirely unaware. "Who are you? What do you intend to do to my mother?" Zhang Qihuang, lying on the bed, had witnessed the entire ordeal, her eyes filled with urgency and anger. She attempted to rise, but lacked the strength, her pale face flushing with indignation. Su Chen paid her no heed, swiftly beginning to set up a barrier formation within the chamber. He was about to employ the Nine Nether Art, and the surge of soul energy would undoubtedly be sensed by those outside. Thus, precautions were necessary. Before long, Su Chen successfully established the formation. Subsequently, a faint glow enveloped his body, instantly restoring his true appearance. With a wicked smile playing on his lips, he approached Zhang Qihuang's bedside, teasingly inquiring, "Little girl, have you missed me?" One could not help but notice that the weakened Zhang Qihuang, stripped of her usual arrogance, now bore a delicate beauty, appearing all the more enchanting. "You little bastard." Zhang Qihuang gritted her silver teeth, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. The pitiful state she found herself in was the handiwork of the person before her, and she yearned to rend Su Chen limb from limb. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Su Chen did not hesitate to deliver a resounding slap, the force of which left a vivid imprint upon Zhang Qihuang's fair cheek. "Filthy wench, dare to utter another word, and I shall make quick work of you," he threatened menacingly. "I will kill you, you little bastard." Zhang Qihuang had never endured such humiliation and threat. Her gaze turned icy as she defiantly locked eyes with Su Chen. Fear was absent from her heart. Her inherent arrogance ignited into a stronger spirit of resistance. "Oh, you truly are insufferably bold. Very well, I shall spare you for today. Once I deal with your Zhang family, I will relish the opportunity to handle you." Su Chen's eyes glinted coldly as he suppressed his inner impulse. After all, in his subsequent plans, Zhang Qihuang would still need to engage with Zhang Jinhua. Should she lose her virginity, it would be easily detected, jeopardizing his larger scheme. Without further ado, Su Chen ceased his banter with Zhang Qihuang, swiftly forming seals with his hands to implant the 9 nether slave mark deep within her soul. In an instant, a powerful surge of soul energy flooded into Zhang Qihuang's mind. She barely had time to utter a sound before her vision darkened and she fainted. Following this, Su Chen gently patted her, dispersing the spiritual energy locked within several of her acupoints. Having completed this, he turned and approached He Nianchuan. "Woo-woo." He Nianchuan, upon seeing Su Chen drawing near, was filled with terror and desperation, wanting to speak but unable to voice her thoughts. Emotionless, Su Chen did not hesitate to once again deploy the 9 nether art, embedding the 9 nether slave mark deep within He Nianchuan's mind. Similarly, she could not withstand the onslaught of powerful soul energy and collapsed into unconsciousness. Soon after, Su Chen lightly patted her, releasing the seal on her spiritual energy and the restrictions on her body. Before long, both women stirred and slowly opened their eyes. "Master." He Nianchuan and Zhang Qihuang immediately knelt before Su Chen, their gazes filled with reverence and submission. "Rise." Su Chen gestured for them to stand. While he felt a sense of accomplishment witnessing their obedience, he still found it somewhat unsettling. Thereafter, Su Chen began to inquire about the strength of the Zhang family, focusing on the patriarch Zhang Jinhua and the realms of the other elders. He Nianchuan was well versed in these matters and promptly provided a detailed account. "Master, The strongest among the Xiang family is Zhang Jinyue, who has reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of the martial sovereign realm. The second strongest is the Grand Elder Zhang Xiangang, at the 7th level of the martial sovereign realm. Following them are the 10 elders, all ranging between the 1st and 5th levels of the martial sovereign realm. During He Nianxuan's narration, Zhang Qihuang occasionally supplemented any omitted details. As the two women recounted, Su Chen gained a clear understanding of the overall strength of the Zhang family. He also learned that the disciples who had been cultivating in the Xianyuan sect had returned to the Zhang family due to the chaos caused by demonic cultivators. As the two women concluded their account, Su Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. The Zhang family was indeed the overlord of Qingyang City, their strength formidable. Annihilating them would not be an easy task. He Nianxuan, aside from you, does Zhang Jinyue have other women? Moreover, how often does he engage with you? After a moment's contemplation, Su Chen inquired, his eyes filled with anticipation. He pondered whether he could employ the same method that had successfully eliminated Yi Chenlong to deal with Zhang Jinyue. Master, Zhang Jinyue has no other women. And since Qihuan's birth, he has not touched me in all these years. He Nianxuan's face flushed crimson, feeling a profound sense of shame with her daughter present. I see. What a pity. Su Chen could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment, having contemplated for a long time without arriving at a better solution. Given his current strength, he would find it challenging to confront Zhang Jinyue, let alone deal with Grand Elder Zhang Xiangang. Furthermore, He Nianxuan and Zhang Qihuang's realms were too low. Attempting to assassinate Zhang Jinyue would be impossible, as any misstep might alert him and expose his ability to control others. Never mind. The boat will naturally straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. With a month remaining until the competition for the Daxiao Wubi quota commences, I have ample time to engage with the Zhang family, Su Chen murmured to himself. Subsequently, he resolved to set this matter aside, choosing not to let it trouble him further. After all, given the current circumstances, there was no feasible way to eliminate Zhang Jinyue and Zhang Xiangang directly. If there are any movements from the Zhang family during this period, report to me immediately via this communication stone, Su Chen instructed, handing his communication stone to the two women. Yes, master. He Nianxuan and Zhang Qihuang replied in unison, respectfully accepting the communication stone. Following this, Su Chen dismantled the barrier formation and assisted Zhang Qihuang in alleviating the swelling on her cheek. Afterward, he exited the room alongside He Nianxuan. Madam, how is it? Has Huang recovered? Upon the door opening, a tall, imposing middle-aged man with a stern expression hastily approached, his tone filled with urgency. This man was none other than Zhang Jinyue, the head of the Zhang family. He had already arrived at the courtyard and learned of Su Chen's previous actions from Zhang Jiming. In his view, Su Chen's boldness suggested he possessed profound medical skills, marking him as a true physician of great capability. Thus, he harbored no suspicions regarding Su Chen's decision to leave He Nianxuan behind. At this moment, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Chen's eyes. This was his first encounter with Zhang Jinyue, and he noted the man's towering stature, glancing back at He Nianxuan's petite form. He mused inwardly, pondering how she managed under such circumstances. Rest assured, thanks to this esteemed divine physician, Huang is completely healed and currently resting. He Nianxuan replied with an expression of calmness, revealing no sign of abnormality, thus raising no suspicions from Zhang Jinyue. That is splendid news. Zhang Jinyue exclaimed with joy. He then turned his gaze to Su Chen, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Divine Physician Hua, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. I have already dealt with Gu Cheng'an for offending you and reprimanded the other physicians, expelling them from the Zhang family. I hope this will not cause you to harbor any resentment towards Qingyang City or my Zhang family. Your prompt action is commendable, Zhang family head. I had no intention of seeking his life. Nevertheless, since you have taken action, further discussion is unnecessary, Su Chen replied, taken aback by Zhang Jinyue's ruthlessness. However, he dismissed the death of an old physician as inconsequential. As long as the divine physician holds no grudge, that is all that matters. Zhang Jinyue's face broke into a broad smile as he produced a storage bag and presented it to Su Chen. This contains 1,000 spirit stones as a token of gratitude for healing my daughter. Please accept it. In contrast to He Nianxuan's earlier mention of an additional 200 spirit stones, Zhang Jinyue rounded up the sum, clearly demonstrating his sincerity. He believed that forming a favorable relationship with a physician of Su Chen's caliber through these spirit stones would be immensely beneficial. Zhang family head. I previously informed Madam He that I hold no interest in spirit stones. My purpose here is not to acquire wealth from the Zhang family. I shall not accept a single stone, so please take it back, Su Chen stated with utmost seriousness and unwavering determination, as if truly disinterested in the spirit stones. In reality, the 1,000 stones held little utility for him at the moment. It would be more advantageous for Zhang Jinyue to keep them, further enhancing his image as a benevolent healer. Zhang Jinyue was unwilling to relent and attempted to insist again, but each time was met with Su Chen's resolute refusals. After 3 exchanges, Zhang Jinyue finally grasped that Su Chen genuinely lacked interest in the spirit stones and ceased his insistence. Zhang family head, Madam this matter has concluded, and I must take my leave from Qingyang City. May our paths cross again in the future, Su Chen stated calmly. Madam, you stay here to care for Huang. I shall escort the divine physician. Zhang Jinyue, aware of Su Chen's temperament, understood that further attempts to retain him would be futile and refrained from pressing the matter. Thus, Su Chen departed Qingyang City amidst the company of the Zhang family members. Once he had distanced himself from the city, confirming he was not being followed, he swiftly employed the 1,000 illusions disguise technique. In an instant, a delicate glow enveloped him like gossamer, and as the light flickered, his facial features underwent a transformation, rendering him an unremarkable young man. Subsequently, he quietly returned to Qingyang City. After wandering the city for a while and ensuring there were no anomalies, he chose an inn to reside in. He intended to await new intelligence from Zhang Qihuang, and he Nianquan to better strategize his next course of action. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Zhang family, Zhang Jinyue made his way directly to Zhang Qihuang's chamber. Huanger, how do you feel? Is there still any pain? Zhang Jinyue inquired with deep concern, his eyes radiating affection. Father, there is no pain at all, Zhang Qihuang replied sweetly, a charming smile gracing her face. She endeavored to portray her usual lively demeanor, even playfully blinking her eyes, leaving no room for Zhang Jinyue to suspect anything amiss. That is wonderful to hear. Zhang Jinyue's face lit up with excitement, dispelling much of the gloom that had long weighed on his heart. Yet, in an instant, his expression darkened, and a chilling murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Huanger, I have uncovered the identity of the one who harmed you. His name is Su Chen, a disciple of the Xianyuan sect. You were fortunate to encounter him. Had he known your identity, your life would surely have been forfeit. Father, I do not care who he is. You must help me kill him. Zhang Qihuang feigned her usual arrogance, her eyes gleaming with fury. Rest assured, that fellow's appearance in the vicinity of Qingyang City indicates he is targeting our Zhang family. Zhang Jinyue replied, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I have already issued orders for Zhang Shan to lead the younger generation of our family to the rear courtyard, with the elders maintaining a covert watch there. Should that fellow dare to show himself, he shall find no escape. I will devise a way to capture him alive so you can exact your vengeance. Excellent. I shall ensure he is torn to shreds. Zhang Qihuang clenched her teeth, her voice cold as ice. All right, Huanger and Madam, please prepare to head to the rear courtyard, where it will be safer, Zhang Jinyue declared, intent on safeguarding all key figures. Should Su Chen dare to infiltrate the rear courtyard, he would be ensnared in a web from which he could not escape. Chapter 74. You must agree. Before long, Su Chen received intelligence from Zhang Qihuang and he Nianquan. Zhang Jinyue is indeed quite astute, he thought, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes as he reviewed the information. He had not anticipated Zhang Jinyue's shrewdness in laying an ambush in the rear courtyard of the Zhang family, awaiting his arrival. At that moment, he felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. However, Su Chen was not one to easily concede defeat. The more dire the circumstances, the stronger his resolve became. After a brief contemplation, he requested Zhang Qihuang and he Nianquan to send him the details regarding the elder, Zhang Xiangang. Given the significant disparity in strength between himself and Zhang Jinyue, even if he Nianquan and her daughter were to poison Zhang Jinyue to weaken him, he would still be unable to subdue him in a short time. A misstep could easily alert the entire Zhang family, obliterating any chance of eradicating them. Thus, Su Chen decisively resolved to first incapacitate Zhang Xiangang. Once he succeeded in diminishing Zhang Xuangang's strength, he would have the utmost confidence in controlling him without alarming the other members of the Zhang family. Subsequently, leveraging Zhang Xuangang's position and power within the Zhang family, he gradually brought the other 10 elders under his control. As a result, the only formidable warrior above the martial sovereign realm left in the Zhang family was Zhang Jinyue. At that juncture, he would then have he Nianquan and her daughter poison Zhang Jinyue to diminish his strength. Coupled with the coordinated efforts of Zhang Xiangang and the other 10 martial sovereign experts, they would undoubtedly succeed in slaying Zhang Jinyue. Therefore, the immediate priority was to devise a brilliant plan to severely injure and control Zhang Xiangang without alarming the rest of the Zhang family. While pondering, he Nianquan sent over detailed information about Zhang Xiangang, prompting Su Chen to meticulously peruse it. As he studied the documents, his mind began to formulate a concrete strategy. Upon discovering that Zhang Xiangang had a son, Su Chen's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. A remarkable plan swiftly took shape in his mind. Ha ha ha, Zhang Jinyue, your family shall undoubtedly be annihilated by my hands. You will serve as a stepping stone on my path to greatness. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Su Chen burst into laughter. If this plan were to unfold smoothly, the downfall of the Xiang family would be inevitable, impervious to any opposition. Following this, Su Chen eagerly seized a communication stone and sent a message to Zhang Qihuang, instructing her to host a gathering that evening under the pretense of celebrating her recovery from a serious illness, inviting all the young members of the Zhang family to attend. He then swiftly departed from the tavern, striding towards the Zhang family estate. Concurrently, Zhang Qihuang, upon receiving Su Chen's directives, wasted no time and promptly set about organizing the gathering as instructed. Half an hour later, Su Chen arrived in the vicinity of the Zhang family estate. Seizing the opportune moment, he rendered a solitary guard unconscious. Employing a disguise technique, he transformed into the appearance of the guard and successfully infiltrated the Zhang family. Upon entering, Su Chen made his way to Zhang Qihuang's residence in the rear courtyard, deliberately avoiding the area where the Grand Elder was stationed. Before long, he successfully entered Zhang Qihuang's room. Master. Upon seeing Su Chen, Zhang Qihuang hastily knelt before him, her eyes filled with awe. Zhang Qihuang. Has Xiangshan confirmed his attendance for the gathering? Su Chen inquired directly, without preamble. Xiangshan was the son of Grand Elder Zhang Xiangang, a sixth-tier martial master and an inner disciple of the Xianyuan sect. The true purpose behind Su Chen's request for the gathering was to gain control over Xiangshan. Master, Xiangshan has replied that he will attend punctually. Zhang Qihuang responded. Excellent. I need you to ensure that he follows you back to this room. By any means necessary, Su Chen commanded solemnly. Understood, Zhang Qihuang nodded vigorously. Subsequently, Su Chen instructed her to leave the room to organize the gathering, while he immediately began to set up a barrier array to ensure that their actions would go unnoticed by outsiders. Soon, the array was successfully arranged, isolating all sound and energy. Satisfied, Su Chen nodded and awaited Zhang Shan's arrival. 2 hours later, as Su Chen was meditating with his eyes closed, he suddenly detected a faint disturbance, gradually hearing a cacophony of voices approaching. The sounds became clearer, and amidst them, he recognized the melodious voice of Zhang Qihuang, while another deeper male voice likely belonged to Zhang Shan. Quickly, Su Chen concealed himself in the shadows, channeling the Tai Chu Ju to suppress his aura to its utmost limit, blending seamlessly into the darkness without a sound. Before long, the door swung open, and Zhang Shan entered alongside Zhang Qihuang. Qihuang, we're in the room now. You can tell me what you need, Zhang Shan said, a look of helplessness on his face. At the gathering, Zhang Qihuang had alluded to important matters to discuss, but had refrained from stating them openly, insisting on dragging him into the room instead. Unable to resist her persuasion, he had reluctantly complied. Brother Shan, it's not just me who needs you, it's my master. Zhang Qihuang said coyly after shutting the door behind them. Master? Who is your master? Zhang Shan asked, bewildered and momentarily unable to comprehend. It is I. At that moment, Su Chen's figure materialized like a specter behind Zhang Shan. Simultaneously, the nine nether art was unleashed, and a torrent of soul power surged towards Zhang Shan with ferocity. What? Panic surged through Zhang Shan as he realized someone had silently appeared behind him. Instinctively, he lunged forward to create distance. However, Su Chen's soul attack had already struck his mind. In an instant, Zhang Shan felt as though a sharp blade had mercilessly torn open his consciousness, an overwhelming pain crashing over him like a tidal wave. He emitted a series of agonizing shrieks before succumbing to unconsciousness. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen employed the nine nether art once more, implanting the nine nether slave mark deep within Zhang Shan's soul. Soon, Su Chen sensed a newfound bond forming between himself and Zhang Shan. With a mere thought, he could control the latter's life and death. Not long after, Zhang Shan gradually regained consciousness, his awareness returning. Master, he said hurriedly, kneeling and speaking with utmost reverence. Rise, Su Chen replied with a nod of satisfaction. He spoke in a low voice. I need both of you to put on a performance. The more chaotic, the better. He then detailed the precise actions they were to take. I have no objections. It all depends on whether Sister Qi Huang is willing, Zhang Shan remarked after a moment's hesitation. Must we truly do this, Master? Zhang Qihuang's expression soured at the thought of appearing disheveled before Zhang Shan, causing her considerable reluctance. However, she felt she could endure anything in front of Su Chen. There is no room for negotiation. You must comply. It is merely a matter of exposing a bit of skin. Zhang Shan will not touch you. Su Chen's expression darkened as he spoke sternly. Were she his own woman, he would never impose such a demand. Yet, Zhang Qihuang was merely a controlled slave. He would not bat an eye if she perished. Very well, Zhang Qihuang relented. Albeit reluctantly, her heart filled with resistance, yet she dared not defy Su Chen's command. Keep this orb safe. Once the plan is successfully executed, activate it with spiritual energy 3 times, and I will appear, Su Chen instructed, producing the Tai Chu pearl and handing it to Zhang Qihuang. He then dismantled the barrier array, commanding, "All right, you may begin." With that, he swiftly entered the Taichu space. Chapter 75. The performance upon hearing Su Chen's directive. Both Zhang Qihuang and Zhang Shan hesitated not for a moment. Zhang Shan quickly retrieved a jar of wine from his storage bag and began to drink voraciously. Meanwhile, Zhang Qihuang hastily removed her hairpin and, with both hands, recklessly tousled her hair, creating a disheveled appearance. Gritting her teeth, she tore her clothing, exposing her skin at the neckline, crafting a visage of one who had endured a fierce struggle. Before long, Zhang Shan set down the wine jar, his face flushed and his gaze dazed as though he had lost his senses. "Burp. Sister Qihuang, I'm ready," he declared, his speech slightly slurred. "I'm ready too. Let's proceed." Zhang Qihuang bit her lip, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes as she activated Zhang Jinyue's communication stone. Simultaneously, Zhang Jinyue, who was meditating in his room, suddenly felt the communication stone vibrate urgently. He furrowed his brow, yet without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly reached out to grasp the transmission stone. "Father, Zhang Shan is attempting to violate me. Hurry to my room and save me." In an instant, the terrified scream of Zhang Qihuang, intertwined with the heavy breaths of Zhang Shan, echoed through the stone. "What? Damn that Zhang Shan! I shall rend you limb from limb." Zhang Jinyue erupted in a fury, his eyes instantly turning crimson as a palpable aura of murderous intent surged from him. He forcefully burst through the door, his figure transforming into a streak of black lightning as he raced towards Zhang Qihuang's quarters. At that very moment, several elders, including Zhang Xiangang, stationed in the Zhang family's rear courtyard, immediately sensed the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Zhang Jinyue. Their expressions shifted dramatically, mistakenly believing they had uncovered the whereabouts of Su Chen. Without delay, they executed their movement techniques, hastening to follow Zhang Jinyue. Before long, Zhang Jinyue arrived at Zhang Qihuang's abode. His murderous intent unabated, he kicked the door open and strode inside. There, he beheld Zhang Qihuang huddled helplessly in a corner, her garments in tatters, fiercely wielding a long whip to keep Zhang Shan at bay. Zhang Shan, flushed and dazed, sought to approach her. "Zhang Shan, you seek death." The fury within Zhang Jinyue exploded as he bellowed. In the next moment, with a swift motion of his sleeve, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, immobilizing the frenzied Zhang Shan in place. He refrained from executing Zhang Shan immediately. As the head of the family, his years of experience whispered to him that something was amiss. Upon seeing Zhang Jinyue's arrival, Zhang Qihuang hastily retrieved a garment to cover herself, then sprinted into her father's embrace, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Father, you have finally come. I was terrified. Zhang Shan demanded that I become his woman. Otherwise, once he becomes the young master, he would seek to eliminate me." Panic etched across her face, her voice quivering with tears, each sob a dagger piercing Zhang Jinyue's heart. "What?" Zhang Jinyue's expression darkened, the words of Zhang Qihuang igniting a flame of rage within him. "Damn Zhang Xiangang, my son has barely passed, and you are already eager for your own son to become the young master?" With that thought, Zhang Jinyue cast a fierce glance at Zhang Shan, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Why not seize this opportunity to eliminate Zhang Shan outright? If he did so, neither Zhang Xiangang nor anyone else in the family could dare to question him. Furthermore, with Zhang Shan's demise, no one else would possess the strength or background to vie for the position of young master. He could then strive with his wife to conceive another son, nurturing him for a future that still held promise. "Zhang Shan, you dare harbor ill thoughts towards my daughter? Prepare to die?" Zhang Jinyue roared, raising his hand to unleash a powerful palm strike. In an instant, a dazzling imprint materialized, imbued with overwhelming killing intent, hurtling towards Zhang Shan. Just then, Zhang Xiangang and several elders arrived at the scene. "Head of the family, what is the meaning of this?" Zhang Shuangang's countenance shifted dramatically, his eyes wide with shock and urgency. He immediately employed his evasion technique, appearing before Zhang Shan in the blink of an eye. Faced with the imminent palm strike, Zhang Xiangang had no time for further preparation, hastily conjuring a spiritual energy shield for defense. Boom! The radiant palm strike effortlessly pierced through the energy shield, crashing into Zhang Xiangang with a deafening roar. Puff! Zhang Xiangang was struck as if by lightning, staggering back several paces, each step leaving deep imprints on the ground. His face turned ashen, and blood involuntarily spewed from his mouth. In an instant, he appeared significantly weakened, his breath becoming erratic and labored. "Head of the family, can you provide an explanation?" Zhang Xiangang gritted his teeth against the searing pain within, his expression dark and filled with fury and confusion as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Jinyue. "Indeed, head of the family, what has transpired?" Other elders stepped forward, positioning themselves between the two, their expressions a mixture of concern and bewilderment as they looked to Zhang Jinyue. They were filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why the usually composed head of the family would suddenly act so violently towards the eldest elder's son. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickered in Zhang Jinyue's eyes as he silently cursed Zhang Xiangang for arriving too swiftly, thus missing the perfect opportunity to eliminate Zhang Shan. Humph. You should question Zhang Shan about what he has done to my daughter. Zhang Jinyue snorted, his eyes brimming with rage and disdain. Upon hearing this, the gathered gazes turned towards the disheveled Zhang Qi Huang, whose tear-streaked face contrasted with the dazed, intoxicated expression of Zhang Shan. Slap. Enraged, Zhang Xiangang delivered a resounding slap across Zhang Shan's face, channeling all his fury into the strike, which jolted Zhang Shan back to lucidity. Father? Head of the family? Why are you both here? Zhang Shan feigned terror, a perfectly crafted expression of confusion adorning his features, as though he were utterly oblivious to the unfolding drama. At this moment, the younger generation of the Zhang family, present at the gathering, began to converge, their faces etched with astonishment as they whispered amongst themselves, speculating about the events that had transpired. Rascal, I ask you, what have you done to the second young miss? Zhang Xuangang's icy gaze bore into Zhang Shan, his voice laced with authority. Father, what do you mean? I was merely attending the gathering. I did nothing, Zhang Shan replied, feigning innocence and bewilderment. After a brief pause, as if struck by a sudden realization, he hastily added, I remember now. At the gathering, I was a bit tipsy when someone handed me a cup of wine. After I drank it, I lost all memory of what transpired afterwards. As he spoke, he rubbed his temples, feigning an effort to recall the events. Head of the family. I can attest to this. Zhang Shan was indeed at the gathering, and somehow, he left with the second young Mississippi. A young disciple of the Zhang family stepped forward, his demeanor slightly anxious given the tense atmosphere. Other disciples nodded in agreement, chiming in to confirm his words. Huanger, is this how it happened? Zhang Jinyue turned to Zhang Qi Huang, his gaze filled with both concern and scrutiny. Father, Zhang Shan was indeed at the gathering. I approached him for a drink, and he mentioned possessing something that piqued my interest. Out of curiosity, I insisted several times before he agreed to show me in his room. Who could have guessed that he harbored ulterior motives? Zhang Qi Huang explained, her voice breaking into sobs, her tear-stained visage evoking pity from all who beheld her. No one present doubted Zhang Qi Huang's account. After all, her lively and curious nature was well known, making her actions entirely plausible. At that moment, an elder of the Zhang family furrowed his brow and spoke up. Head of the family, based on the accounts of Zhang Shan and the second young miss, it is highly probable that Zhang Shan was drugged. This substance rendered him unconscious, entirely at the mercy of the one who administered it, leading him to attempt to seduce the second young miss and even to violate her. Otherwise, given Zhang Shan's usual character, he would never commit such a ludicrous act. The head of the family, the matter has become abundantly clear. It is undoubtedly the work of someone deliberately inciting discord within the Zhang family. They have poisoned Shan and committed such vile acts. I beseech you to order a thorough investigation into this affair. The perpetrator of the poison has likely not yet departed from our clan, Zhang Xingan stated in a grave tone. At this moment, despite the animosity he harbored towards Zhang Jinyue, he found himself compelled to endure it. After all, he wished to pave the way for Zhang Shan to become the young master, and he could not allow this incident to tarnish Zhang Shan's reputation. Indeed, master, I have been wronged. Had I not been schemed against and poisoned, I would never have acted in such a manner towards the second young lady. Zhang Shan hastily fell to his knees, his face as pale as paper, desperately explaining. Father, it is evident that Brother Shan was indeed drugged at that moment. The look in his eyes was devoid of rationality. Furthermore, I suffered no substantial harm. So for the sake of familial unity, should we not let this matter rest? Zhang Qihuang quickly interjected, her eyes filled with sincerity. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Jinyue fell into contemplation. Reflecting on it, the Zhang family had lived in peace for many years. The sudden emergence of this incident indeed suggested that someone was manipulating events behind the scenes, poisoning Zhang Shan. Elder Second, please investigate whether anyone is missing from the family, and ascertain if an outsider has infiltrated the Zhang family to poison Zhang Shan, Zhang Jinyue commanded decisively. His brow furrowed. Though he harbored thoughts of eliminating Zhang Shan at this opportunity, he was acutely aware that external threats loomed, with Su Chen watching intently. Should he forcibly eradicate Zhang Shan, it would undoubtedly incite dissatisfaction among the elder and the entire clan. Weighing his options, he resolved to first address Su Chen, stabilize the family situation, and later deal with Zhang Xingan and his son. Yes, Elder Second replied respectfully, his figure flashing before vanishing from sight. A mere incense stick's worth of time later, Elder Second returned hastily to Zhang Qihuang's chamber. Master, after a meticulous investigation, It appears that a guard has gone missing from the family, with the disappearance coinciding with tonight. Based on my deductions, Zhang Shan was indeed poisoned, and it is highly likely that this was the doing of Su Chen. His aim must be to incite conflict between you and the elder, thereby fracturing the Zhang family and reaping the benefits. Elder Second stated with a grave expression and a resonant voice. Su Chen is truly despicable, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Upon hearing this, an uproar erupted in the room. The crowd murmured in a mixture of outrage and vigilance towards Su Chen's actions. Master, the truth is now laid bare. Zhang Xuangan's countenance darkened to an extreme, secretly relieved that he had arrived in time. Otherwise, Zhang Shan's life would have been forfeit. In this moment, his hatred for Su Chen was palpable, and his ire towards Zhang Xianyue was equally intense. Elder, I acted impulsively in this matter. Here are 1,000 spirit stones. Give them to Shan for his cultivation. Zhang Xianyue, having concluded that Su Chen was behind this, promptly admitted his fault to ease tensions with Zhang Xiangan. He produced a storage pouch and handed it over, filled with 1,000 spirit stones, hoping to slightly appease Zhang Xuangan's emotions. Shan accept the spirit stones. We must depart, Zhang Xiangan said coldly, his eyes filled with indifference and detachment. Once Zhang Shan received the spirit stones, Zhang Xiangan abruptly flicked his sleeve and turned away, leaving without a backward glance. As the elder of the clan, second only to Zhang Xianyue in strength, he had always harbored an air of arrogance. The thought that his son had almost met an untimely death at Zhang Xianyue's hands, coupled with the public humiliation he had suffered, left his fury difficult to quell. Very well, everyone disperse. We must remain vigilant henceforth. Zhang Xianyue observed Zhang Xuangan's departing figure, a flicker of coldness crossing his eyes. He understood that the rift between himself and Zhang Xiangan had now been firmly established. An hour later, as Su Chen cultivated within the primordial space, he sensed the primordial pearl vibrating 3 times in succession. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly exited the primordial space. Master, your plan has been successfully executed. Zhang Xiangan has sustained grave injuries, and everyone believes you poisoned Zhang Shan, not suspecting me in the least. Upon seeing Su Chen, Zhang Qihuang's face lit up with excitement, her eyes gleaming with admiration. She promptly recounted the entire process in detail, from Zhang Shan feigning drunkenness to her emotional accusations, vividly describing each moment. She had not anticipated that Su Chen's meticulously crafted plan would so intricately account for everyone's psychology and character, allowing everything to unfold seamlessly. Well done. Once our primary tasks are completed, I will reward you accordingly. A satisfied smile graced Su Chen's face as he gently patted Zhang Qihuang's cheek, his gaze imbued with a hint of mischief. Should the master desire, I am at your service whenever you wish. Zhang Qihuang lowered her head slightly. Her cheeks flushed like blooming peach blossoms in spring, appearing shy. Ever since being bound by the 9 nether slave seal, Su Chen had become her supreme being. Serving him was an immense honor for her. Little Vixen, quickly informed Zhang Shan that he may take action now. Su Chen suppressed his inner impulses. Controlling Zhang Xiangan was the most pressing matter, and all else must be set aside for the time being. With that, he turned and left the room, heading towards Zhang Xuangan's quarters. Presently, Su Chen was still clad in the guard's attire, although the Zhang family had noted the disappearance of a guard. Many were unaware of the specific appearance of the missing individual. Chapter 77. All is prepared. Meanwhile, in the courtyard where Zhang Xiangan resided, Zhang Shan approached with a bowl of medicinal broth, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety as he arrived at Zhang Xuangan's bedside. Father, this is a concoction I specifically had Zhang Jiming prepare. He claims it will accelerate the healing of your injuries. As he spoke, his gaze flickered uncertainly, unable to meet Zhang Xuangan's eyes, instead covertly observing his father's reaction. You are thoughtful, Shan. Zhang Xiangan nodded appreciatively, without further thought, accepting the medicinal broth and drinking it in one gulp. After handing the bowl back to Zhang Shan, a glimmer of icy resolve flickered in his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. Shan, during this time, you shall reside here with me. It appears that Zhang Xianyue is resolute in his intent to eliminate you. Had I not arrived in time, you would have already perished. Father, why not devise a means to eliminate Zhang Xianyue? We could usurp his position, with you as the head of the Zhang family, and I as the young master. A glint of ruthless determination flashed in Zhang Shan's eyes as he spoke coldly. This is not a thought that has eluded me, yet it is not so simple. His cultivation level is at the pinnacle of the 8th stage of the martial sovereign realm. Unless we have formidable external assistance, I am no match for him with my current strength, Zhang Xiangan replied helplessly, his eyes filled with reluctance. It is rare for the elder to harbor such intentions. Should I aid you in becoming the head of the Zhang family, would you pledge your loyalty to me? Just then, Su Chen slowly pushed open the door, stepping inside with a confident smile on his face. Who are you? Zhang Xiangan exclaimed in shock. He had not sensed the presence of the newcomer at all. This indicated that the visitor possessed considerable strength, particularly in the art of concealing their aura. However, as soon as he spoke, he quickly realized, his expression turning cold. "You must be Su Chen. It seems that today's farce was truly aimed at me." "The elder is quite astute," Su Chen replied with a smile. Then a glimmer of light flashed, revealing his true appearance. "Indeed, you are correct. My true objective is you, for I intend to utilize you for my purposes." With a confident smile gracing his face, Su Chen exuded an aura of irresistible dominance. "Humph, you truly do not know the meaning of danger. How dare a mere 7th-tier martial artist appear before me so audaciously? Prepare to meet your demise." Zhang Xiangang scoffed disdainfully, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. As soon as he finished speaking, he attempted to channel his entire spiritual energy to assault Su Chen. However, to his utter astonishment, he found himself unable to summon any power. "You wretched fool, how dare you poison me?" Zhang Xiangang suddenly comprehended the situation, turning sharply to gaze at Zhang Shan. His eyes filled with shock and confusion. Zhang Shan lowered his head, unable to meet the fury emanating from Zhang Xuangang's gaze. "Zhang Shan, you have done well," Su Chen remarked, slightly lifting his chin, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. "Thank you for your praise, master," Zhang Shan replied, his tone laced with reverence as he leaned forward, embodying a posture of humility. "Master? You insolent wretch, how could you become Su Chen's servant?" Zhang Xuangang's fury erupted, his eyes widening in disbelief and anger. He could scarcely fathom that his own son had betrayed him to ally with the enemy. "Enough, Zhang Xiangang. I lack the time to indulge your tantrums. You are left with two choices," Su Chen declared, his gaze fixed on Zhang Xiangang, coldness permeating his voice. "You can either die, or relinquish your soul's protection and obediently allow me to inscribe the slave mark upon you. Afterward, I shall assist you in dealing with Zhang Zhenyue, paving your path to becoming the head of the Zhang family. You have 3 breaths to decide, otherwise, you shall perish." Su Chen's voice echoed with an air of unassailable finality, reminiscent of a decree from the depths of the abyss. Zhang Xuangang's countenance darkened significantly. Before Su Chen could begin counting, he weighed the pros and cons in his mind and swiftly arrived at a decision. "No need to waste time. I choose the latter." Zhang Xiangang gritted his teeth, filled with reluctance and bitterness. He was no fool. Although becoming a servant meant sacrificing a degree of freedom, it ultimately preserved his life. Furthermore, the events of that night had profoundly wounded him, unveiling Zhang Zhenyue's true nature. He could foresee that in the days to come, Zhang Zhenyue would undoubtedly make his life a living hell, relentlessly tormenting both him and Zhang Shan. Thus, if Zhang Zhenyue was fit to sit in the position of family head, why should Zhang Xiangang not aspire to the same? "You are a wise man." Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. He then activated the 9 nether art, and a ghostly light flowed into Zhang Xuangang's brow, embedding the 9 nether slave mark deep within his soul. Moments later, Su Chen sensed a newfound, invisible bond forming between himself and Zhang Xiangang. The defiance that had once filled Zhang Xuangang's gaze was swiftly replaced by submission and reverence, his eyes reflecting complete servitude as he regarded Su Chen. "Master, when do you intend to make your move against Zhang Zhenyue?" Zhang Xiangang inquired respectfully, his eyes betraying an unmistakable thirst for vengeance. Having made his choice, he longed to eliminate Zhang Zhenyue immediately to alleviate the resentment festering within him. "I have already secured control over He Nianxuan and Zhang Qihuang. I merely require your cooperation to dominate the remaining 10 elders of the Zhang family, and then we can strike at Zhang Zhenyue," Su Chen revealed without reservation, laying out his plan in full. "Master, I can summon these elders one by one to this location, and together we shall subdue him," Zhang Xiangang proposed. "Excellent. Let it be decided thus," Su Chen affirmed with a nod. Next, Su Chen demonstrated his exquisite medical skills, aiding Zhang Xiangang in swiftly recovering from his injuries. Subsequently, he set up a barrier formation within the room to ensure their actions remained undetected by others. "We can commence," Su Chen instructed Zhang Xiangang once everything was prepared. "Yes, master," Zhang Xiangang replied without hesitation, promptly retrieving a communication stone to contact an elder for a discussion in his chamber. Upon receiving the message, the elder harbored no suspicions. After all, as the esteemed elder of the family, Zhang Xuangang's position was revered, and it was entirely normal for him to discuss matters within the confines of his own room, especially after suffering a recent setback from the family head. Soon, the elder hurried to Zhang Xuangang's quarters. As soon as he entered, before he could even utter a word, he and Su Chen swiftly subdued him in unison. Seizing the moment of surprise, Su Chen rapidly inscribed the 9 nether slave mark deep within the elder's soul. An hour later, Su Chen allowed this elder to depart, instructing him to find another elder to bring back. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiangang wasted no time in reaching out to contact additional elders. Thus, Through the meticulous coordination of Su Chen and Zhang Xiangang, all the elders of the Zhang family were brought under Su Chen's control within 3 days. A flicker of determination flashed in Su Chen's eyes. With everything in place, it was time to formally take action against Zhang Jinyue. Once Zhang Jinyue was eliminated, the entirety of the Zhang family would fall completely under his dominion. Chapter 78. Zhang Jinyue is poisoned. Su Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating how to decisively capture Zhang Jinyue. At that moment, he suddenly thought of He Nianquan. After all, according to the second elder, Zhang Jinyue had been holed up in He Nianquan's room for the past 3 days, engaged in undisclosed activities. Thus, he retrieved He Nianquan's communication stone and sent forth his inquiries, hoping to uncover a weakness in Zhang Jinyue's defenses. As seconds ticked by, an entire hour passed before the communication stone emitted a faint tremor. Su Chen hastily picked it up, and upon reading the response, his face transformed into a spectacle of excitement. It appears that the death of Zhang Jingchuan has greatly impacted Zhang Jinyue. He intends to cultivate another, Su Chen murmured, his mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, and a plan rapidly took shape in his mind. He would have He Nianquan coat herself in poison, ensuring that Zhang Jinyue would succumb to its effects. Su Chen's expression hardened, fully aware that executing this plan would undoubtedly cost He Nianquan her life. Yet, even if he spared her, her fate would not improve once Zhang Jinyue was dead. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen retrieved the yellow cauldron and commenced concocting the poison. After the incense had burned down, the poison was successfully prepared. Zhang Xiangang, devise a way to distract Zhang Jinyue for a while. Then deliver this vial of poison to He Nianquan and instruct her to coat her body with it, Su Chen solemnly directed, handing the filled vial to him. Yes, I shall ensure the task is completed. Zhang Xiangang responded, excitement and determination gleaming in his eyes as he accepted the vial. He understood the significance of this mission and recognized that if successful, he would be one step closer to the position of head of the Zhang family. Without delay, he swiftly exited the room. Soon after, Zhang Xiangang returned to Su Chen's side. Bowing slightly, he respectfully announced, Master, the poison has been delivered to He Nianquan. Initially hesitant, she accepted it upon learning it was your command. Excellent. Immediately inform all elders to lie in wait near He Nianquan's quarters. Once it is confirmed that Zhang Jinyue has been poisoned, they are to converge and eliminate him. Su Chen's eyes blazed with murderous intent, his tightly clenched fists revealing the ferocity of his resolve. He did not intend to participate in this operation against Zhang Jinyue. After all, a poisoned Zhang Jinyue would be significantly weakened and would pose no threat to Zhang Xiangang and the 11 elders. Moreover, this battle is bound to create a sensation throughout the Zhang family. Should it come to light that an outsider like him is involved, it would undoubtedly undermine Zhang Xuangang's authority and potentially incite greater turmoil within the family. Rest assured, my lord, I shall slay Zhang Jinyue and will not let you down. Zhang Xiangang exclaimed with palpable excitement. Once Zhang Jinyue is dead, he would ascend as the new head of the Zhang family. After Zhang Xiangang departed, Su Chen also exited the chamber, making his way towards Zhang Qihuang's residence. My lord, what brings you here? Su Chen's sudden appearance astonished Zhang Qihuang, her beautiful eyes brimming with confusion and delight. Little minx, I find myself rather fatigued. Come, massage my feet, Su Chen said with a faint smile. Reclining languidly in the chair, his legs stretched out carelessly. Of course, my lord, Zhang Qihuang responded, her voice sultry as a seductive smile unconsciously formed on her lips. She glided gracefully to Su Chen's side and elegantly knelt down. Her slender fingers gently grasped his feet, beginning to knead them softly. At the same moment, Zhang Jinyue concluded his affairs elsewhere and hurried back to He Nianquan's chamber. A hint of urgency flickered in his gaze, eager to resume the unfinished battle. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiangang and 11 elders had quietly surrounded He Nianquan's room, biding their time for the opportune moment. They concealed themselves in the shadows, their breaths restrained, eyes fixed intently on every movement within the room. As time slowly elapsed, a quarter of an hour passed. Curse that wretched woman for daring to poison me. Zhang Jinyue's countenance shifted dramatically. A strange numbness surged through his body, instantly alerting him to the perilous situation. His voice trembled with fury and disbelief. He never imagined the ever-submissive He Nianquan would betray him. Boom. Without hesitation, Zhang Jinyue unleashed a powerful punch imbued with formidable spiritual energy, striking directly at He Nianquan's chest. This blow, fueled by his seething wrath, resulted in a sickening crack as her sternum shattered, her heart crushed in an instant. In a heartbeat, the light in He Nianquan's eyes dimmed, and she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Zhang Jinyue swiftly withdrew, crashing through the door and racing towards Zhang Jiming's quarters. With Zhang Jiming's medical expertise, he might momentarily suppress the bizarre toxin. Brothers, Zhang Jinyue has been successfully poisoned. Let us pursue him. At that moment, Zhang Xiangang could no longer contain his excitement, his voice booming with fervor. He surged forward, blocking Zhang Jinyue's path. The other 10 elders, without hesitation, erupted from their hiding places, encircling Zhang Jinyue. Their weapons glinted ominously, their gazes resolute and unwavering. Zhang Xiangang, and you lot, dare to poison me? Do you all wish to meet your demise? Zhang Jinyue's face turned ashen, his eyes gleaming with malice, wishing nothing more than to devour these traitors whole. He could hardly fathom that those who once revered him would now conspire against him. Zhang Jinyue, your arrogance and tyranny have incited fear and resentment among the Zhang family. Today marks your end. Zhang Xiangang sneered disdainfully, his expression saturated with contempt. Gripping his battle blade tightly, its blade shimmering with a cold light, he charged at Zhang Jinyue first. The thunderous clamor of combat quickly roused the entire Zhang family. The once tranquil household erupted into chaos, with everyone believing the family was under siege, hastily gathering weapons in a state of alarm. Yet, as they beheld the combatants, they stood frozen in disbelief, unsure of whom to support. The two central figures of the family were engaged in a life-and-death struggle before their very eyes, leaving them in a perplexing dilemma. Chapter 79. The Demonstration of Dongfang Mingyue. Su Chen too heard the distant sounds of battle, a spark of excitement illuminating his face. However, he swiftly refocused, aware that his own struggle was equally formidable. In many ways, the intensity of his battle rivaled the life-and-death clash of Zhang Xiangang. An hour later, the situation had become clear. Zhang Jinyue was in a disheveled state, his body marred by grotesque wounds, blood oozing profusely, staining his clothes crimson. The bizarre toxin had spread throughout his body, and from his weak and erratic aura, it was evident that his vitality was at an all-time low. I refuse to accept this. How can I die like this? Zhang Jinyue muttered, his voice hoarse and low, filled with profound resentment and fury. Once exalted in the Zhang family, wielding the power of life and death, he could never have anticipated such a tragic end. Soon, his eyes lost all glimmer, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Finally dead, Zhang Xuangang's eyes flickered with a hint of fear, reflecting on the recent battle with lingering trepidation. Even in his poisoned state, Zhang Jinyue's combat capabilities remained terrifyingly formidable, having slain 5 elders. The surviving elders, including himself, bore wounds, all appearing utterly exhausted. It was easy to imagine that, had Zhang Jinyue been at full strength, none of them would have survived their attempts to encircle him. Fortunately, victory ultimately belonged to his side. Subsequently, Zhang Xiangang stood before the Zhang family members, fervently enumerating Zhang Jinyue and his son's transgressions. His voice resonated powerfully and resolutely, each word striking the hearts of the onlookers like a hammer, garnering recognition and support from many within the family. Naturally, some opposed him. However, Zhang Xiangang showed no leniency, commanding the execution of all dissenters. What followed was considerably simpler. With the cooperation of the other elders, Zhang Xiangang seamlessly ascended as the new head of the Zhang family. The next morning, Su Chen awoke languidly, feeling invigorated and well-rested from a deep slumber the previous night. He stretched comfortably, then, having tucked the still-sleeping Zhang Qi into the Taichu space, he rose to leave his chamber. Upon stepping outside, Su Chen found Zhang Xiangang standing respectfully in the courtyard. Behind him, heaps of resources piled high, gleaming brilliantly and dazzling the eye. Judging by their quantity, these resources were at least 3 times greater than those of the Yi family. A wave of enthusiasm surged within Su Chen. With these resources, he could further elevate his realm and significantly enrich his assets. My lord, as per your request, I have brought all the treasures from the vault, Zhang Xiangang said, bowing slightly, his expression filled with reverence. These are all the spirit stones of the Zhang family, nearly 30,000 in total. As he spoke, he presented several storage bags filled with spirit stones exuding a rich aura. Well done. Su Chen's eyes brightened with joy as he unceremoniously accepted the spirit stones into the Taichu space. He then proceeded to gather the mountain of resources into the Taichu space. One by one, as I prepare to enter a period of seclusion, I request that you send an elder to oversee this place, ensuring that no one is permitted to enter. Now, you may go and make the necessary arrangements. Su Chen commanded, busying himself with his belongings without lifting his head. Yes, master, Zhang Xiangang replied with a nod before swiftly departing the courtyard to execute Su Chen's orders. Once everything was stowed away, Su Chen eagerly stepped into the primordial space. He first sought out Zhang Qi, imparting upon her a supreme technique from the divine realm. Subsequently, he summoned Dongfang Mingyue, intending for the 3 women to cultivate together. Upon Dongfang Mingyue's arrival, Su Chen waved his hand grandly, producing a multitude of spirit stones that he placed beside the 3 of them. Master, with so many spirit stones, Neither Qi Huang nor I can absorb much. Why didn't you include Lingxi? Dongfang Mingwei inquired, a look of confusion etched on her face. She had personally experienced the overwhelming density of the spiritual energy that overflowed from Su Chen during his cultivation previously. As neither she nor Zhang Qihuang possessed a special physique, they could absorb only a limited amount, inevitably wasting much of it. We are not yet at that stage. Let us wait a while longer, Su Chen replied, offering no further explanation. After all, Nangong Lingxi was not his female slave, so he could not treat her as directly as he did Dongfang Mingwei and Zhang Qihuang. At the very least, a certain bond must be cultivated between them. Otherwise, hastily involving her in cultivation might yield counterproductive results. Oh, Dongfang Mingwen nodded obediently, though her eyes flickered with contemplation. All right, I shall begin my cultivation now. Dongfang Mingwen, please instruct Zhang Qihuang on how to absorb the spiritual energy. With that, Su Chen closed his eyes tightly, commencing the operation of the primordial technique. As the technique activated, the spiritual energy from the surrounding spirit stones surged into his body like a tidal wave. Sister Mingwei, what does Master mean by that? Can't we just absorb the surrounding spirit stones directly? Zhang Qihuang tilted her head in confusion, her large eyes filled with curiosity and bewilderment. At that moment, Dongfang Mingyue's fair face flushed crimson, her lips biting down slightly as her gaze evaded Zhang Qihuang's, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words on how to explain. Just then, she sensed that tendrils of spiritual energy were already spilling from Su Chen's body. Thus, with a determined bite of her silver teeth, she gradually crouched down, her voice tinged with a mix of shyness and indignation. Qihuang, pay close attention. I will demonstrate for you just once. Zhang Qihuang's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she watched Dongfang Mingyue's earnest demonstration. Her lips parted slightly, filled with surprise, realizing that this was how Master intended for them to absorb the spiritual energy. Qihuang, do you understand? After completing her demonstration, Dongfang Mingyue's face was still flushed, and she shyly stole a glance at Zhang Qihuang. Thank you, Sister Mingyue, for the demonstration. I understand now. Zhang Qihuang's complexion was equally flushed, resembling the hues of a sunset, yet she could not help but reveal a playful smile. That's wonderful. You may begin absorbing now. I will go find Lingxi. Dongfang Mingyue sighed in relief, eager to escape the slightly awkward atmosphere. Before her words had completely faded, she stepped towards the courtyard where Nangong Lingxi resided. Time passed swiftly, akin to a fleeting shadow, and 15 days had slipped by in the blink of an eye. Throughout these days, Su Chen fervently absorbed the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. With his relentless efforts, his cultivation soared like a rocket, successfully reaching the pinnacle of the 7th level of the martial master realm. At this moment, he could distinctly sense the barrier of the 8th level of the martial master realm. Chapter 80. Lingxi, how could it be you? Su Chen quietly awaited until the spiritual energy in his dantian was so abundant that it threatened to overflow. Only then did he channel all the energy into a concentrated torrent, rushing forth with an unstoppable momentum towards the boundary of the realm. Boom, boom, boom. With each impact, a deafening roar reverberated through the surroundings. After dozens of fierce assaults from the spiritual energy torrent, the once unbreakable boundary finally began to show signs of cracks. Then, with a thunderous crash, the barrier shattered completely. 8th level of the martial master realm. In that moment, Su Chen had successfully broken through. Achieving the 8th level of the martial master realm, he distinctly felt his dantian grow sturdier, and his entire meridian system expanded several-fold, capable of accommodating a far greater influx of spiritual energy. Slowly, Su Chen opened his eyes, a brilliant confidence gleaming within them. In the upcoming competition for the Daxiao martial arts quota, even if Yan Lianfeng were to break through to the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm, with his current strength, he could easily defeat him. Lingxi, how could it be you? As Su Chen reveled in the joy of his breakthrough, he suddenly discovered that the person before him was none other than Nangong Lingxi. Clad in a light blue gown, she appeared ethereal, akin to a celestial being untouched by the mundane world, her demeanor gentle and otherworldly. This sight stirred an ineffable restlessness within Su Chen's heart. Brother Chen, had it not been for Sister Mingwei informing me, I would have never known you possessed such a remarkable physique. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Nangong Lingxi pouted slightly, a hint of playful reproach lacing her expression, evidently a bit miffed. After all, her parents and her entire family had been brutally slain by demonic cultivators, and the desire for vengeance burned perpetually within her heart. Thus, upon hearing Dongfang Mingwei mention Su Chen's unique physique capable of aiding breakthroughs, she had not hesitated to follow her. Although the method of cultivation felt somewhat embarrassing to her, the thought of rapidly enhancing her strength for the sake of avenging her family bolstered her courage to give it a try. The results confirmed what Dongfang Mingwei had said. Her cultivation speed was indeed astonishing. Su Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment, casting a sharp glare at Dongfang Mingyue and Zhang Qihuang, who were stifling their laughter behind their hands. He had not anticipated that Dongfang Mingyue would take the initiative to bring Nangong Lingxi along. Lingxi, I wanted to give you some time to adapt, Su Chen said, forcing a somewhat awkward smile as he patiently explained. This method of cultivation is different from what you've encountered before, and I feared you might find it difficult to adjust, hence my intention to take it slow. Well, since it has come to this, I will assist you in your cultivation from now on. Thank you, Brother Chen, Nangong Lingxi replied, her cheeks adorning a rosy hue as she shyly nodded. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please summon Zhou Linger and Cui Yinner, and ensure that the spoils from this venture are properly categorized. I will have great use for them in the near future, Su Chen instructed. Having spoken, he exited the primordial space and made his way towards the Zhang family estate. Previously, he had inquired in detail about Zhang Muyao's parents and learned that they had tragically fallen victim to demonic beasts years ago. Thus, there was little left for him to concern himself with regarding the Zhang family. Before long, Su Chen departed the Zhang family, hastening towards the direction of the Xianyuan sect. With only 12 days remaining until the commencement of the Daxiao martial arts quota competition, time was exceedingly tight. He needed to return to the Xianyuan sect as swiftly as possible to secure his place in the competition. At the Grand Hall of the Xianyuan sect, Master, I have investigated thoroughly. Su Chen has been out adventuring since receiving his rewards in Linghua City and has yet to return to the sect, Zhou Yunfeng reported, hurrying into the hall with a worried expression. What is that little rascal doing out there at this time? The spiritual vein essence we prepared is more than sufficient to elevate him to the first level of the martial ancestor realm. Lu Qingbei furrowed his brows, speaking with irritation. Ever since Zhou Yunfeng had informed him of Su Chen's performance in the Blood Mist Mountain Range, he realized he had once again underestimated Su Chen. Thus, he made a swift decision to place a significant bet on Su Chen. He did not hesitate to extract a drop of the precious spiritual essence, which had taken a century to accumulate from the underground spiritual vein of the Xianyuan sect, preparing it for Su Chen's absorption and refinement. After all, with Su Chen's formidable ability to challenge opponents beyond his level, if he were to break through to the first level of the martial sovereign realm, it would undoubtedly secure an unprecedented ranking for the Xianyuan sect in the Great Xia martial competition. Previously, Lu Qingbei had never dared to dream of entering the top 5. However, with Su Chen in the picture, a glimmer of hope emerged. Indeed, it was a pity one could blame their delayed resolution. Zhou Yuanfeng's eyes were filled with regret and sorrow as he shook his head gently, feeling a profound sense of loss for Su Chen. If only Su Chen could absorb the spiritual essence, the opportunity in the Great Xia martial competition would surely belong to him. Alas, without having absorbed the essence, and with Yin Lianfeng's considerable rise in strength during this time, how could Su Chen possibly compete with him? It was futile to dwell on these matters now. Unless Su Chen were at the sect right now, there simply wasn't enough time for him to achieve a breakthrough. Lu Qingbei waved his hand, and after a moment of contemplation, his gaze turned resolute as he declared, "Let it be this way. Whoever secures the spot in the Great Xia martial competition shall claim this drop of spiritual essence. Regardless of the outcome, we, the Xianyuan sect, must achieve a commendable ranking." Although his ideal candidate was Su Chen, the unpredictability of fate often played a significant role. Su Chen's missed opportunity was regrettable, but the Xianyuan sect could not forfeit its chance for glory. Thus, it had to be. Zhou Yunfeng nodded helplessly in agreement. He then turned and departed to announce this news to the disciples of the Xianyuan sect. The announcement instantly created a sensation throughout the Xianyuan sect, effortlessly securing a spot on the trending list of the day. No one had anticipated that the sect would place such immense importance on the Great Xia martial competition, even willing to part with the spiritual essence. It is worth noting that the spiritual essence is a remarkably rare treasure for practitioners in the martial master realm. Its absorption can elevate them by 4 minor levels, while those in the martial sovereign realm can ascend by 2 minor levels. In the core disciple area, Yin Lianfeng stood in his courtyard, holding a folding fan, and laughed heartily. Haha, splendid. As long as I obtain the spiritual essence, I shall break through to the 8th level of the martial sovereign realm in one fell swoop. During this period, he had expended considerable cultivation resources and finally advanced to the 6th level of the martial sovereign realm. Now, he brimmed with confidence, believing that no one in the Xianyuan sect could rival him. Thus, he considered the spiritual essence to be prepared specifically for him, destined to shine brilliantly in the Great Xia martial competition and become a hero of the Xianyuan sect. With this thought, he couldn't help but laugh again, his laughter echoing through the small courtyard. Chapter 81. The battle for the martial competition spot begins. Time flew swiftly, and 12 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Chen, having journeyed day and night, finally returned to the Xianyuan sect. Upon stepping into the sect, he did not take a moment to catch his breath, but hastened towards the combat arena in the inner courtyard. At that moment, the arena was already teeming with a sea of people, countless disciples of the Xianyuan sect converging like a tide. The sect master Lu Qingbei, along with Elder Zhou Yunfeng and other high-ranking elders, were all present, highlighting the immense significance placed on the battle for the Great Xia martial competition spot. Who do you think will secure this sole spot in the Great Xia martial competition? A young disciple asked curiously, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Is there even a question? It must be Yin Lianfeng. Another disciple replied without hesitation, his tone brimming with certainty. Not necessarily. The second-ranked core disciple, Xiao Qianyue, has made significant progress recently. He is not without a chance. A seemingly composed senior disciple offered a differing perspective. What is there to debate? It's either Yin Lianfeng or Xiao Qianyue. Others don't stand a chance, another disciple scoffed, appearing indifferent. At that moment, countless disciples in the square fervently discussed the ownership of the competition spot. And not a single soul mentioned Su Chen. Though everyone acknowledged his extraordinary martial talent, his realm was still too low. In their eyes, he was not yet capable of overcoming Yin Lianfeng and Xiao Qianyue. Clang, clang, clang. Just as the discussions reached a crescendo, 3 resounding bells echoed throughout the square, signaling the official commencement of the battle for the Great Xia martial competition spot. As the echoes faded, Zhou Yunfeng's figure appeared in the center of the combat arena like a specter. He surveyed the surroundings and proclaimed in a passionate voice, "The time has come. I hereby announce that the battle for the Great Xia martial competition spot officially begins. The rules are quite simple. The strongest disciple of the Xianyuan sect shall claim the competition spot." Listening to Zhou Yunfeng's fervent announcement, countless disciples felt their blood surge with excitement, their eyes gleaming with a desire to prove themselves. If not for their own insufficient cultivation, they would have rushed onto the stage to showcase their prowess and ensure their names were remembered. I now announce, please, Yin Lianfeng, ascend the stage. If anyone wishes to challenge him, step up as well, Zhou Yunfeng declared once more. Upon hearing Zhou Yunfeng's words, Yin Lianfeng, with an air of arrogance, strode confidently onto the stage, exuding an aura of superiority. How pretentious, Su Chen thought, unable to suppress a mutter of disdain as he observed Yin Lianfeng's haughty demeanor. Just as he contemplated stepping onto the stage, a tall and stern-looking young man swiftly ascended ahead of him. Realizing this, Su Chen halted his steps. The newcomer was none other than Xiao Qianyue, the second-ranked core disciple, with a cultivation level at the 5th stage of the martial sovereign realm. You dare challenge me? Xiao Qianyue. Upon seeing Xiao Qianyue on the stage, Yin Lianfeng's eyes brimmed with disdain, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He crossed his arms, adopting a condescending stance, clearly dismissive of Xiao Qianyue. After all, with his cultivation at the 6th stage of the martial sovereign realm, defeating Xiao Qianyue seemed to him a trivial task. Elder Zhou, I wish to challenge Yin Lianfeng, Xiao Qianyue stated calmly, his expression steady, yet his gaze unwavering with determination. He understood the gap between himself and Yin Lianfeng, but was driven by an unyielding spirit that urged him to give it a try. Even if he knew he might fail, he would fight with all his might. Very well, both of you, be cautious. If you sense that you are at a disadvantage, concede immediately. Prepare yourselves, and you may begin. Zhou Yunfeng replied with a serious expression, his voice resolute. With that, his figure vanished from the stage, leaving behind the tense atmosphere between Yin Lianfeng and Xiao Qianyue. Xiao Qianyue, if you seek a beating, I shall oblige, Yin Lianfeng said coldly, a glint of ferocity flashing in his gaze. Before his words could fade, he brandished his spear, its tip gleaming menacingly as it shot towards Xiao Qianyue like a bolt of lightning. Faced with the oncoming threat from Yin Lianfeng, Xiao Qianyue's expression grew grave, his heart secretly astonished at the realization that his opponent had already broken through to the 6th stage of the martial sovereign realm. Despite the overwhelming disparity, he showed no signs of retreat. Gritting his teeth, a surge of resolve welled within him, and he charged towards Yin Lianfeng with unwavering determination. Even in defeat, he intended to fight fiercely. After a stick of incense had burned, the battle neared its conclusion. Yin Lianfeng, leveraging his higher cultivation, maintained an absolute advantage in strength. As he seized the opportune moment, a powerful punch erupted forth, its force akin to a surging torrent, sending Xiao Qianyue crashing down from the arena. He landed heavily on the ground, unable to suppress a mouthful of fresh blood that erupted forth. Although his eyes reflected a sense of reluctance, they were predominantly filled with an acceptance of fate. He had exerted himself to the fullest. In this battle, he had remained true to his martial spirit. Indeed, Yin Lianfeng's prowess was evidently superior. Witnessing this spectacle, the multitude of disciples surrounding the arena felt no surprise. After all, Yan Lianfeng had long held the esteemed position of first among the core disciples, his strength well established in the hearts of all. The challenges continued. Should no one dare to confront Yan Lianfeng within half an hour, he would secure a spot in the upcoming Great Xia martial competition. Zhou Yunfeng proclaimed loudly, "Elder Zhou, let us not waste any more time. Who else would dare to challenge? You may as well declare the spot mine." Yan Lianfeng's tone was imbued with confidence and arrogance, his face radiating the assurance of victory. With Xiao Qianyue defeated, he could hardly believe anyone present could withstand even a single blow from him. "I will." At that moment, Su Chen's figure suddenly flickered, instantly appearing atop the arena. "What? Su Chen dares to challenge him? Has he lost his mind?" One disciple exclaimed in astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping, eyes wide as saucers. "That's hard to say. Has Su Chen ever acted impulsively? I believe he must have some confidence. Or he wouldn't dare challenge Yan Lianfeng." Another disciple remarked thoughtfully, "Even with confidence, what of it? The disparity is too great. He cannot possibly be Yan Lianfeng's match. Yan Lianfeng is at the 6th level of the martial sovereign realm, while Su Chen is merely at the martial master realm. This is not a contest of equal measure," scoffed yet another disciple disdainfully. At this moment, countless disciples were engulfed in disbelief, fervently discussing the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Lu Qingbei and Zhou Yunfeng exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with excitement. This little fellow never engages in battles without assurance. His audacity to openly challenge Yan Lianfeng must stem from absolute confidence, or he would not risk humiliation. "Little brat, I thought you wouldn't dare return to the sect." Yan Lianfeng's expression twisted in rage as he gritted his teeth. The thought of Su Chen abducting the woman he coveted sent a surge of blood rushing to his head, causing his entire body to tremble with fury. After all, when a man abducts a woman, what fate awaits her? Either death or worse. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, flames of wrath igniting within him. Chapter 82. The Great Battle with Yan Lianfeng. "You little bastard, today you will pay the price. If you are a man, let us engage in a life and death duel." Yan Lianfeng's eyes bulged with rage, a fierce killing intent radiating from him. Blinded by fury, his mind was consumed with a singular thought: to annihilate Su Chen immediately, to quell the hatred swelling within his heart. "Humph, whether I am a man or not, Dongfang Mingyue knows better than you," Su Chen retorted scornfully, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he coolly replied, "I initially intended merely to defeat you, but since you insist on seeking death, I shall oblige." The incessant taunts of little bastard from Yan Lianfeng had ignited a smoldering anger within Su Chen, which he could no longer contain. In this moment, he showed no hesitation, resolutely accepting the challenge of a life and death battle, his gaze resolute and determined. Has this Su Chen lost his mind? He can hardly last a few exchanges with Yan Lianfeng and dares to accept a life and death duel. At this instant, countless disciples surrounding the arena widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. They whispered among themselves, utterly perplexed by the source of Su Chen's audacity. Even Lu Qingbei and Zhou Yunfeng could not suppress their astonishment. Could it be that this little fellow had encountered some fortuitous event during his 2-month training journey? Otherwise, how could he exhibit such audacity to agree to a life and death duel with Yan Lianfeng? Nevertheless, both believed that Su Chen had a high probability of emerging victorious in this battle. It was an inexplicable intuition, perhaps because Su Chen had always managed to create miracles in the past. Have you both considered this carefully? Are you certain you wish to engage in a life and death battle? Zhou Yunfeng's expression turned serious as he regarded the two, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. After all, a life and death duel was no trifling matter. Once commenced, there would be no turning back. Absolutely, to death and beyond. Yan Lianfeng's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, his voice icy cold. "To death and beyond," Su Chen replied calmly, his tone resolute and unwavering, without a hint of hesitation. "Very well. I hereby declare the life and death battle officially commenced," Zhou Yunfeng announced without delay. No sooner had his words concluded than his figure vanished from the arena. "Little bastard, do you not consider your own cultivation level? How dare you accept a life and death duel with me? Truly oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth." Yan Lianfeng sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. In his view, Su Chen was no more than an insignificant insect, daring to accept a life and death battle, a path to self-destruction. "Whether I possess the ability, we shall see once we engage. Words are futile. Let us commence." Su Chen tightened his grip on the luminous sword, its blade shimmering with a cold luminescence. His aura surged, a powerful presence radiating from him, subtly suggesting an ability to stand toe-to-toe with Yan Lianfeng. "Die!" Yan Lianfeng's eyes turned bloodshot as he bellowed. With a fierce stomp, he propelled himself forward, transforming into a flurry of afterimages as he charged towards Su Chen at breakneck speed. His spear struck forth like a venomous serpent, its tip gleaming with a chilling light, aimed directly at Su Chen's throat. Faced with Yan Lianfeng's formidable strike, Su Chen's gaze sharpened. He stepped forward decisively, his aura once again escalating, and with a swift motion, he swung the luminous sword to parry the spear's assault. Boom! The clash of sword and spear resonated with a thunderous sound, causing the eardrums of the surrounding disciples to ache. The force of the collision was immense, with both Su Chen and Yan Lianfeng being forced back several steps. Upon witnessing this scene, the multitude of disciples surrounding the arena erupted in a frenzy of discussion. Incredulous at Su Chen's ability to face Yan Lianfeng head-on and achieve a stalemate despite the vast difference in their realms. "You little bastard, you do possess some skill. But today you shall still meet your demise." Yan Lianfeng roared, disbelief etched across his face. He had never anticipated that Su Chen, at the 8th level of the martial master realm, could stand against him so resolutely. With that, he channeled all his spiritual energy into his spear, its brilliance intensifying as he charged at Su Chen with renewed vigor. This time, his gaze was resolute, vowing to obliterate Su Chen in a single strike. "Fool! With your meager strength, you're better off in your next life." Su Chen scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. He remained unfazed by Yan Lianfeng's assault, his luminous sword sweeping out once more, adeptly parrying the spear's relentless barrage. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking metal echoed continuously, each impact sending forth dazzling sparks. The battle escalated fiercely, each move a potential fatal strike. Yan Lianfeng's every attack was imbued with a ferocious might, his spear weaving a tapestry of shadows, akin to an impenetrable iron curtain. Conversely, Su Chen moved with agility, weaving through the barrage of spear strikes with grace. The luminous sword in his hand danced like a spirited fish, skillfully dissipating Yan Lianfeng's attacks while seizing opportunities to counterattack. Every fierce counterattack compelled Yan Lianfeng to muster all his focus and caution. As time passed, his countenance grew increasingly grim. He never anticipated that Su Chen's prowess would be so formidable. Despite exerting nearly all his strength, he still found himself unable to suppress Su Chen. A tumult of astonishment and fury surged within him, veins bulging on his forehead, and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. "Yan Lianfeng, I have no desire to continue this charade. This battle ends here," Su Chen declared coldly. After engaging for so long, he felt scarcely any pressure from his opponent. Continuing the fight seemed a mere waste of time, and he deemed it unnecessary. Thus, he resolved to conclude this tumultuous encounter swiftly. Before his words had fully settled, Su Chen instantaneously unleashed the Nine Nether Art. In an instant, an invisible yet potent force of the soul coalesced into a blade of spiritual energy, ruthlessly thrusting towards Yan Lianfeng. "Humph, who cannot boast?" Yan Lianfeng scoffed, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. In an instant, a soft radiance enveloped him, forming a defensive shield intended to withstand Su Chen's soul attack. However, with Su Chen's drastically enhanced cultivation, his soul power had similarly surged. The soul blade effortlessly pierced through the protective barrier, striking fiercely into Yan Lianfeng's mind. A searing pain coursed through Yan Lianfeng, his vision becoming hazy, and his body swayed involuntarily. Just then, Su Chen's figure flickered, akin to a specter, as he lunged forward. The flowing light sword in his hand swept towards Yan Lianfeng's throat. In that critical moment, Yan Lianfeng sensed the impending doom. He jolted back to consciousness, his instincts for survival prompting him to tilt his head backward just in time. This narrow evasion allowed him to escape a fatal blow. With a sigh of relief, Yan Lianfeng had yet to savor his fortunate escape when Su Chen, swift as lightning, unleashed a brutal kick aimed squarely at Yan Lianfeng's groin. Crack! The sharp sound echoed like thunder in Yan Lianfeng's ears. "Ah!" He let out a blood-curdling scream, his hands clutching his groin, his face contorted in agony. The brutality exhibited by Su Chen was astonishing. Witnessing this, numerous male disciples felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively tightening their legs. Their gazes towards Su Chen now laced with a mixture of awe and trepidation. "Die!" Su Chen's expression turned frigid, and without hesitation, he swung his flowing light sword once more at Yan Lianfeng. With a chilling flash, the sword light cut through, and blood splattered forth. In an instant, Yan Lianfeng's life force extinguished, his body lying motionless on the ground, marking the end of his illustrious career in the Xianyuan sect. Following this, for half an hour, no one dared to challenge Su Chen on the stage. Thus, the candidates for the Great Xia martial competition were firmly established. In that moment, Su Chen had utterly astonished the entire Xianyuan sect. The disciples surrounding the arena buzzed with discussions about Su Chen's astonishing display, their eyes filled with admiration and awe. "Su Chen, this is your reward, the essence of spiritual veins. Be sure to refine it promptly," Lu Qingbei said as he stepped forward, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He solemnly presented a delicate vial containing the essence of spiritual veins to Su Chen, with Su Chen's current prowess rivaling, if not surpassing, that of Yan Lianfeng. Lu Qingbei envisioned a significant enhancement in Su Chen's strength once he absorbed the essence. He couldn't help but fantasize that this time, the Xianyuan sect might achieve an extraordinary breakthrough in the Great Xia martial competition. Standing nearby, Zhou Yunfeng wore a beaming smile, equally astonished by Su Chen's performance. He too was filled with eager anticipation for the remarkable feats Su Chen would showcase in the upcoming competition and the glory he would bring to the Xianyuan sect. "Thank you, Sectmaster." Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he respectfully accepted the exquisite vial. He was unaware that the sect had such a precious reward in store for him. With the essence of spiritual veins, he felt confident that he could leap beyond the martial master realm. After exchanging a few words with Lu Qingbei and Zhou Yunfeng, Su Chen departed the arena. At that moment, Su Weiyang approached with a broad smile, his eyes filled with admiration. "Su, my younger brother, I never imagined that in just 2 short months, your strength would surge so dramatically, even defeating Yan Lianfeng. You have truly opened my eyes." Su Weiyang exclaimed, unabashedly expressing his astonishment while giving a thumbs up. "It was merely chance, my elder brother. I owe my timely arrival for the competition spots to your reminder. Otherwise, I would have missed it entirely." Su Chen replied with a sincere smile. "Among good brothers, there is no need for such formalities. Come, let us go to my residence and enjoy a hearty drink," Su Weiyang said, unabashedly throwing an arm around Su Chen's shoulders, his face radiating excitement, as if he himself were the victor. "All right, sounds good." Su Chen nodded with a smile. The two chatted and laughed as they made their way to Su Weiyang's abode. Their drinking session lasted from the afternoon until dusk. After bidding farewell to Su Weiyang, Su Chen returned to his own residence, slightly unsteady on his feet, but in exceptionally high spirits. Upon entering his room, Su Chen immediately entered the primordial space. He headed straight to the spot where he had previously broken through, where nearly 10,000 spirit stones remained from his last endeavor. Su Chen planned to first absorb the spiritual energy from these stones to solidify his foundational cultivation. After all, having broken through 2 minor realms in quick succession, his foundation had become somewhat unstable. If he were to absorb the essence of spiritual veins at this juncture without first reinforcing his foundation, the consequences could be dire. Su Chen summoned Nangong Lingxi, Dongfang Mingyue, and Zhang Qihuang. As the 3 women arrived, Su Chen wasted no time and began to operate the primordial art, commencing the refinement and absorption of the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. As the technique circulated, spiritual energy surged towards Su Chen like a tidal wave, transforming his body into a massive vortex that incessantly devoured the surrounding spiritual essence. Dongfang Mingyue, possessing advanced cultivation and keen sensitivity to spiritual energy, quickly discerned the abundance of energy within Su Chen. She gently nudged Nangong Lingxi, signaling her to step forward and absorb the spiritual energy from Su Chen. Having experienced this before, Nangong Lingxi felt no shyness and confidently approached. In mere moments, she absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy. Subsequently, she stepped aside to diligently cultivate and enhance her own strength. Next came Dongfang Mingyue, followed by Zhang Qihuang. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon 8 days had passed. Throughout this time, Su Chen continuously absorbed and refined the spiritual energy. At long last, his foundational cultivation had stabilized, and he had made considerable advancements in his realm. Concurrently, the realms of the 3 women had also seen substantial improvements. Nangong Lingxi successfully broke through to the first level of the martial artist realm. Feeling the surging power within her, she was overwhelmed with excitement, grateful for her earlier decisive choice. Su Chen did not hesitate. He promptly retrieved the essence of the spiritual vein, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. As he uncorked the vial, an intensely rich aura of spiritual energy instantly permeated the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen decisively swallowed it whole. Although the essence contained a terrifying concentration of spiritual energy, the presence of the 3 women would absorb some of it, alleviating his burden to some extent. As the essence coursed through his body, an exceedingly pure and violently potent wave of spiritual energy erupted within him. This energy surged through his meridians, rampaging wildly. In an instant, he felt as though his body might be torn asunder by this tumultuous force. Gritting his teeth against the waves of excruciating pain, Su Chen fervently activated the primordial technique, gradually refining the chaotic energy and propelling his cultivation to unprecedented heights. 3 days swiftly passed. At this moment, Su Chen successfully ascended to the 9th level of the martial master realm. Although he had achieved a minor breakthrough, he had only refined about 40% of the spiritual energy from the essence. Thus, he continued to channel the primordial technique, exerting every effort to fully refine the spiritual energy of the essence. He aimed to build upon this momentum and directly ascend to the first level of the martial sovereign realm.